This guy right here, that's Sano Haruto. He's a hunter with a class literally nicknamed Mana Gopher, as you can plainly see. He's currently in a party raiding a dungeon, but here's the kicker. Even though he's a hunter, Haruto's basically stuck playing support. His only ability buffing mana for everyone else. Today, after joining his squad to take down a golem king in a low-ranked dungeon, Haruto was so gassed he just slumped on the ground, huffing and puffing. But he couldn't even catch his breath before another guy from the team walked up. Speaking in a super annoyed tone, Hunter Sano, you didn't exactly contribute much to today's clear, did you? So why aren't you up yet? Go help with the dismantling and clear the path. Haruto just nodded meekly. Yes, and scrambled to his feet while the other hunters watched. Some looked confused, others just looked down on him. They started gossiping about him, and they didn't even bother lowering their voices. Isn't he supposed to be a heavy hitter? Why is he just standing in the back playing support? He doesn't have any real skills, but the guy's actually got an infinite supply of mana. Wait, you didn't know he can generate unlimited mana. The other guy was so shocked he sat straight up, exclaiming, "Whoa, that's like the most broken skill ever, isn't it?" Broken how? Mages can just drain mana from healers anyway. The only time you'd actually need that much mana is when fighting a boss. A big one like today. Other than that, he's useless. The guy kept trashing him. You could hear the pure contempt in his voice. No wonder he's been running dungeons for 5 years and still hasn't hit level 30. Haruto heard every single word. He'd be lying if he said it didn't tick him off, but honestly, he was used to people talking trash behind his back. But hey, no matter how low rank a hunter is, they still have abilities that far exceed normal people. So Haruto's already stronger than most of humanity, and he's got a seriously tough will. So no matter what anyone says, Haruto swore he would never ever give up. Everyone thinks his only trick is generating mana and pumping it into teammates, but his actual ability, it's way more special than that. And Haruto's never told a soul. He's got a unique skill called copy and paste. Like right now, he held up a rice ball and a virtual window popped up with a message. Do you want to copy target with shortcut Ctrl+C? He hit the shortcut and bam, another rice ball fell out of thin air. It was like magic. This is his special ability, Ctrl+C and Ctrl+V. It lets him copy and duplicate a target, a skill he'd never even heard of before. So when he first found out he had it, Haruto had super high hopes when he awakened as a hunter, but he quickly realized this ability was basically trash, because it's a skill only he can use. The duplicates disappear like a hallucination the second they leave his hands. So he can't copy money, and he definitely can't sell any gear he copies. Plus, sadly, copying gear is level capped. Like, since he's currently level 29, there's no way he can copy gear from a level 90 hunter. And that infinite mana ability, basically his Mana Gopher nickname just comes from him infinitely copying the tiny bit of mana he actually had. Copied mana doesn't disappear, so he can transfer it to other hunters. Haruto tried using it to copy skills too, but that came with all these random conditions. Like needing to land the killing blow on a high-rank monster, conditions that were basically impossible for him. Haruto felt totally drained. If he could just gain a few levels and copy some decent gear, he could join any raid he wanted, but Haruto just couldn't seem to hit level 30. Haruto angrily wolfed down his rice ball while scrolling through the news on his phone. And he saw some breaking news with the headline, "The longsword Kalishia has arrived in Japan." Haruto's eyes immediately lit up. The longsword is a weapon with 2 special skills, and it buffs defense too. But the reason this sword is so unique is because the weapon itself has a rank. The moment you equip it, your rank jumps straight to level 200. And best of all, it's super sought after because anyone level 30 or higher can use it. Even though he wasn't level 30 yet, the second Haruto saw the longsword, he started dreaming. Imagine if he could copy that sword and become a high-ranking level 230 hunter. Then hunting high-level monsters would be a breeze. Haruto immediately made that weapon his #1 priority. According to the news, the Long Dragon Sword is on exhibit in Japan for the next week. But its durability is down to 10. Even if I copy it, it's only good for a few more runs. Basically, it's useless as a weapon now. That's why they retired it to an exhibition. Touring the world to milk some cash. But for Haruto, this is a golden ticket. He just needs to touch that sword once. Durability stats don't matter to him. He can copy it and keep it forever. The real issue right now, grinding enough XP. He needs to hit level 30, so back to the grind. After getting kicked out of the Grand Sage Guild, he tagged along with an illegal raiding party. His job just a walking mana battery for him. Today's target, the giant Spider King's nest. Haruto's doing his thing, supplying infinite mana to the other hunters, so they can go all out on the boss. And guess who he ran into? A cute junior named Ikanaga Aoi. Even though Aoi keeps roasting his low level, Haruto knows he's actually a good kid. They go way back to the Grand Sage Guild days. And now Aoi's running with this crew clearing illegal dungeons. Why? because the kid's obsessed with money. Sure, unregistered dungeons are sketchy since they aren't on the official radar, but that's exactly why Haruto gets to team up with high-rank hunters like this. They barely got to catch up before it was time to get back to work. The dungeon boss, the Spider King, was right there. It even has a name, Elisa. A level 80 monster. Just looking at it gave Haruto bad vibes. One swipe from those legs, and he is straight up cooked. Haruto gulped, sweating buckets. Aoi caught him looking nervous and couldn't resist poking fun at him. Senpai, you're just watching from the sidelines. You don't even have to fight, so what are you scared of? Then Aoi's tone got serious. Honestly, this boss is an easy clap, but you still gotta be careful. Get caught in those webs, and you're basically frozen. Movement skills, sealed. Aoi also warned him to watch out for the eggs in the nest. Mess with its babies, and that spider's gonna go full aggro. A Spider King in Berserk mode is a nightmare compared to regular mobs. Suddenly, hey Ikanaga. It was the mage. Ugly face trash personality. He started yelling. Why are you wasting your breath explaining strat to a leech? What are you, a tour guide? We don't have time for this nonsense, Aoi gave an awkward apology smile. Haruto was pissed, but he couldn't do anything about it. The mage kept huffing and puffing, mumbling about Haruto being dead weight. And that trash attitude. Yeah, it put the whole squad in danger, because he wasn't watching his step. The mage kicked a rock. It hit the web, vibrated, and boom, the Spider King woke up. Seeing so many guests in its house, it decided to say hello with a lethal attack right off the bat. The frontline tanks scrambled to block it. They planned to ambush the boss while it was sleeping, but now they just had to roll with it. Since they already had their roles assigned, the panic didn't last long. Everyone locked in and got into position. Their teamwork was solid, and the boss's HP started dropping fast. Haruto was camping on the side, watching with a grin. If this kept going smoothly, he could leech enough XP to hit level 35 easy. No joke. But then the Spider King backed off. The main tank realized what was coming. It was loading up a web attack. Get behind the pillars, he yelled. But the mage saw a chance to redeem himself and decided to show off instead. His ability was fire magic, perfect for burning webs, but this wasn't some weak mob. It was a level 80 Spider King. It wasn't some trash mob he could one-shot. The web actually blocked his fireball. His ego couldn't handle that. So he started charging up an even bigger spell. Wait, Haruto realized what was about to happen. He screamed, "You moron. What if you hit the eggs?" The tank realized it too, but it was too late. The fireball cast was already flying. The spider was still standing. But the fragile eggs behind it smashed to pieces by the blast. Everything went south fast. That spider was about to go full berserk mode. They wouldn't stand a chance. The mage was the first to pay the price, getting blasted by a web shot. Senpai, get behind the pillars now. Aoi yelled as he ran. If that thing goes berserk, it's going to spray webs everywhere. That mage guy got completely webbed up. Couldn't use his staff, couldn't cast any magic. He was done. Seeing the Spider King inching closer, he started panicking hard, begging it to spare his life. Then he switched up and screamed at it to get lost. Obviously, that didn't work at all, because right after a massive scream echoed through the cave. Had to be over 160 decibels. Haruto was too slow to dodge and took a hit, webbed up so tight he couldn't breathe. He cursed under his breath. He usually plays it safe in low-rank dungeons. Just wanted to level up once, and now he's dealing with this nightmare. In a blink, that spider was right in his face. Leg came down rip. He felt his flesh tearing apart. That was definitely a one-shot kill. But somehow for a level 29 hunter, he was still kicking. It all comes down to his skill, which isn't exactly a weakness. Even if the items he copies disappear, he never does. So right before entering the dungeon, Haruto copied himself. Just like a video game, every time he loses a life. His next body gets pasted in and the old corpse vanishes. Haruto watched his own body get smashed to pieces by those webs. He's seen it a million times, but it never gets easier. But right now, spamming that skill was the only way to stay alive. He kept wrestling with the monster, using his own bodies as bait. But man, the Spider King was way too broken. Haruto copied and pasted so many times, wasted so many lives, but the boss wasn't even weakening. Suddenly he heard a familiar voice, shaking in fear. "Help me." It was Aoi. He's still alive. Haruto couldn't just stand there and watch. He didn't even know what to do yet. But then he saw that spider rushing straight for Aoi, leaving him to die. That's not what a senior does. Haruto got an instant adrenaline rush, grabbed his dagger and charged, sliced right into the Spider King's leg, dodging and rolling through attacks. Haruto suddenly got a notification. You leveled up, weird timing, since the dungeon wasn't cleared yet. But now sending that spider monster to the afterlife was just a matter of time. Because if he keeps chipping away at its health like this, he can just copy-paste a few hundred more times. Eventually, the damage stacks up enough to kill it. It took forever, though. Because it took Haruto 3 whole days to kill that Spider King. Died over 50 times. Copied and pasted every weapon he had, plus his teammates' gear. Thanks to this grind, Haruto's combat skills actually got way better. The opponent couldn't heal or regen, so it eventually went down. After the boss fell, Haruto leveled up like crazy and got a reward drop. Didn't even check what it was, though, because getting Aoi out of there was way more important. He carried him a few steps, then bam, knocked down by a swarm of spiderlings. Staring at these aggressive level 30 mobs, he was speechless. First the mom, now the kids. He's fine since he can infinite respawn with copy-paste. But if Aoi gets hit, he's done for. So in the heat of the moment, Haruto grabbed Aoi tight, used his own body as a human shield against the attacks. He squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for the pain to rip him apart. But then, a top-tier expert appeared and wrecked the spiders. Couldn't even see the moves, but Haruto knew they were cracked. Because the skill they used was Hellfire. That's a top-tier fire magic skill. Mages who can use that are super rare. And if Haruto remembers right, there's only one person in Japan, known as the Spear Witch, a magic swordsman who uses a spear. Rank 5 on the Japan Hunter leaderboards. Nanase, you two the only ones left? Nanase asked. Yeah, just bad luck. Haruto helped Aoi up while answering. She looked around the dungeon, those baby spiders hatching. Meant the eggs broke earlier, sending the Spider King into a frenzy. The high-rank squad got wiped out, yet a low-rank hunter like Haruto survived and saved Aoi. To figure out what happened in this unregistered dungeon, Nanis hauled Haruto to the Japan Hunter Association for questioning. After grilling him on everything, they finally let him go. The loot from the Spider King got confiscated. For the official report, Haruto was shocked. The whole high-rank team totally wiped out. Plus, the real issue here is that illegal dungeon raid, and you were right there in the mix. Paying your way in just to tag along. But wait, Nanis, just let him walk. Like, seriously, what more could you want? She replied cold as ice. The association has been looking the other way when low-rank hunters use cash to join. High-level raids, especially when they're trying to power level, it's only natural for hunters to crave more strength. Sure, it might cause some issues down the line, but it effectively boosts hunter capabilities. Before Haruto dipped, Nanase dropped one last piece of info, the loot from the King Spider he soloed. They'd convert it to cash and wire it to him in a few days, but he just brushed it off coldly and told them to send it straight to Aoi instead. That nonchalant vibe, it made Nanase super suspicious. I mean, that's a massive bag of cash. Hardly any hunter would say no to that, especially the low rankers desperate for resources. Guys like Haruto. She just knew he was hiding something, but figuring out what Nanase didn't have a clue yet. The second he walked out of that interrogation room, Haruto smirked, a wicked grin. You think he didn't want that boss drop? Please. Before Nanis could even touch it, he'd already copied and pasted a ton of duplicates straight into his inventory. All right, rewind a few hours. Back to when Haruto just wrecked that monster. The item he got, it was this Giant King Spider adhesive. The system said it had like insane sticking power, just like the boss's web. Haruto was low-key disappointed, though. I mean, isn't this basically just glorified super glue? He risked his life for this useless trash, unbelievable, since he couldn't figure out a use for it yet. Haruto decided to just copy it for now. Once he was done, he pulled out the original Giant King Spider adhesive, just to give it another look. But then poof, it dissolved right in his hand. Haruto looked around, totally confused. Then a system window popped up to drop some knowledge. Giant King Spider. Adhesive has merged with your skill. Skill Ctrl+V upgraded. This notification was mind-blowing. Haruto had no idea his paste skill could actually evolve. This was a first. He thought he was stuck with the basic version forever. But an upgrade, that's a game changer. Looks like that spider drop was perfectly compatible with his Ctrl+V skill. Does that mean if he finds something compatible with Ctrl+C, he can upgrade that too? Anyway, after the evolution, Haruto's paste skill unlocked 3 new perks. First up, he can copy a target and paste it for however long he wants. Second, he can paste the target anywhere he likes for a set amount of time. And finally, immunity to the Giant King Spider's web. Haruto thought these perks would be trash, but they're actually kind of cracked. He tested the first perk immediately. Now the cloned item doesn't vanish, even when it leaves his hand. This is huge. A massive level up. A whole minute passed, and that spider cocoon was still sitting there. Haruto was absolutely buzzing. He can make as many copies as he wants. 30 minutes, 100 years, heck, 1,000 years. It's not going anywhere. After testing out his new powers, Haruto was hyped. He could feel it. His life was finally turning around. He's going to be filthy rich, a top-tier hunter living the high life, plus he leveled up. So now he just needs to copy and paste the longsword Kalishia, and he's set for life. 2 hours earlier, Tokyo Rainbow Bridge. A convoy was cruising down the road. Behind the wheel was Morgan, level 112 hunter, member of the International Hunter Association. Riding shotgun was Ares Hill, level 113, class mage, also with the International Hunter Association. Yo, Ares, how many times you been to Japan twice? Didn't you say this is your mom's homeland? Her homeland. What's that got to do with me? Morgan was trying to chat, but Ares kept shutting him down with short answers. Anyway, the longsword was coming to Japan to wrap up its world tour. Ares tagged along hoping to scout for some dungeon loot while she was in town. While they were bickering, the car rolled past the Rainbow Bridge dungeon. It was Morgan's first time seeing a dungeon smack in the middle of the ocean. He leaned over, curious. Romantic, isn't it? He praised. What kind of nonsense is that? If that thing breaks, it's a catastrophe. You're no fun. What did I ever do to you? Why you always so grumpy with me? Meanwhile, at the Rainbow Bridge dungeon access office, the guy on gate duty was Shinoda Satoru, a level 21 attack-type hunter from the Great Sage Guild. Satoru was yawning his head off, complaining about how boring this dungeon duty was. His coworker snapped at him. Hey, idiot, take this seriously. You only got this job because of connections. Just managed to get in. Right at that moment, something drops onto Satoru's foot. It's a slime that looks kind of cute at first glance. But the moment his coworker sees it, his face goes pale, because a slime just chilling outside a dungeon, that is definitely not good news. And what he feared actually happened fast, because right after that, something slammed into his back with massive force. Turning around, they realized it was a super aggressive orc, even though he raised both his sword and shield to block. The air was still thick with the smell of fresh blood. That chaotic mess went down 2 hours ago. Meanwhile, our main character, Haruto, is still chilling, completely clueless about what happened. Looks like he's super satisfied after clapping that king spider and bagging a decent amount of points. His skill is just a tiny bit away from hitting level 50. Hunters who pass level 50 have an easier time joining dungeon raid squads. That's 'cause, except for the low-level dungeons for newbies, the mid-tier monsters inside are all over level 50. However, in those mid-rank dungeons, hunters can farm way more experience points and rewards. Over time, some rare items might even drop too. That's why hunters from level 50 and up can level up pretty easily. Haruto is still lost in this sudden wave of happiness. Plus, he's also considering whether or not to auction off the giant king spider's sticky fluid. Since last time, he copied quite a lot, and it doesn't dissolve as easily as before. Then suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps echoes out. Haruto turns his head and sees a group of people rushing towards him from the opposite direction. Make way. They hurriedly shove him to the side. What a bummer. Why did the dungeon have to collapse all of a sudden? Haruto only caught a few vague details. Seems like the Rainbow Bridge dungeon collapsed and the monsters escaped from inside. The vehicle transporting the legendary sword to the exhibition also got swept up in the chaos. That last piece of info seems to be the most critical. The thing Haruto is targeting, the Calicia longsword, is in danger. That's why the International Hunter Association has already issued an official cooperation request. A number of hunters have quickly gathered on the rooftop of the Japan Hunter Association building. Their top priority is to protect the transport vehicle carrying that longsword. It was Nanas herself who gave that order. Also, because the situation popped off so suddenly, they also have a mission to protect the civilians. While Nanas and her teammates are getting ready to board the airship, their attention gets grabbed by a young guy who, despite being stopped, is still trying to barge in. And that person is none other than Haruto. Hunter Nanas, please let me go with you. I already saw everyone rolling out the plan. Nanas looks surprised to see a low-level hunter like Haruto showing up here, but there's no other choice since his goal is that longsword. Since Nanas still has a lot of doubts about Haruto, she eventually agrees to let him tag along, even though she knows full well his actions are 100% driven by his own personal agenda. The other hunters on the airship all have extremely serious looks on their faces, because it hasn't even been 3 weeks since they stabilized the Rainbow Dungeon, yet here it is collapsing. Only Nanas has kept a poker face this whole time. She keeps ordering her subordinates to put in maximum effort to stop the fallout, to prevent a repeat of the disaster from 15 years ago, that catastrophe from 15 years back. Haruto knows it very well, too. It was a shocking event that happened simultaneously across the entire world. A jailbreak on the scale of a natural disaster. That year, the world was engulfed in flames from an all-out monster assault. Countless casualties. Just mentioning it now gives everyone the creeps. The root cause of that event is that when monsters in a dungeon aren't conquered regularly, they gradually get stronger. That dungeon will get saturated and finally collapse. When that happens, the monsters will escape the dungeon and slaughter innocency, creating a living hell on earth. People call those dungeon breaks. During that very disaster 15 years ago, Haruto lost both his dad and mom. He's never told anyone about this because even he can't believe it. But during that event, he saw a supernatural creature from that dimension. That thing was also the one that cursed this copy and paste ability onto him. That creature called the curse a gift and said only one thing. That was 20 years. He doesn't know if it was referring to the skill's time limit or his own lifespan. Even in this very moment, the sand grains in that cursed hourglass are still falling. Back then, that creature appeared because of the calamity, which means when it shows up again, history will repeat itself with another disaster. From now until the deadline it gave Haruto, there's only a meager 5 years left. But now he knows how to level up his skill. He can totally become the strongest hunter and find a way to stop that disaster while also removing this curse from his life. But to pull off those god-tier feats first things first, Haruto needs to successfully clone the Kalishia longsword. Rainbow Bridge is absolute bedlam right now. Monsters are attacking civilians, creating a massive pileup on the road. Screams are mixing with the sound of crashing cars. Everyone is freaking out. Satoru stepped up as a dungeon manager, grabbing a sword to fight, but his squad is outnumbered bad, and they lost control instantly against that mob. Even Satoru, a level 21 hunter, is getting pressed by these goblins. Luckily, his chubby coworker stuck by his side and saved his bacon. That guy's savage, just like his sword style, always roasting Satoru and calling him a spoiled brat. But earlier, he literally saved him from those orcs and that goblin. I swear I'll pay you back for this, senior Satoru thought to himself. The big guy's stressing out, though. A few dungeon managers like them, no shot they can stop this raid. And worst of all, every signal and comms channel is jammed by the dungeon's electromagnetic waves. They can't count on backup, but he figures people must have noticed the commotion and are on their way. But first, they got to cross the bridge to link up with the rescue team faster. Satoru looked at the wrecked bridge and hesitated. Do we really have to go, yes, better to run than stay here and feed themselves to the monsters? The two of them legged it, sprinting across the danger zone. Meanwhile, over by the truck, carrying that precious longsword, a level 190 Bear King is going ham on it, since it's a physical-type beast. Its size is massive compared to the other trash mobs. The truck is taking hit after hit, but it's barely holding on thanks to Ares, casting her defense magic. And her barrier is top tier, so even a level 400 monster couldn't put a scratch on it. But then something way scarier than that Bear King showed up, something Ares knew her high-level magic couldn't stop. Up on the airship. Before they even reached Rainbow Bridge, Nanis' squad spotted it. Even someone as chill as her broke into a cold sweat seeing that thing. It's Quia, the strongest boss monster of the Rainbow Bridge dungeon. Everyone battle positions, Nanis screamed, terrified. Suddenly, Quia opened its mouth and blasted out a terrifying beam of energy. The shockwave literally shook the entire city of Tokyo. Haruto saw that and freaked out. That monster just opened its mouth and deleted the whole bridge. At this rate, who knows if his beloved longsword is safe, since the monster lord is here. Nanis had to switch up the strats immediately. The entire guild is taking over this zone, once everyone dropped from the airship. She finally remembered Haruto existed. He vanished into thin air, but Nanis didn't really care. A level 29 guy who survived the Spider King. Yeah, this probably isn't enough to kill him. Nanis stopped thinking about him and activated her signature move, Hellfire. Blue flames erupted from her spear, surrounding Quia with insane pressure. This is Haruto's second time seeing this skill, and it's just as cracked as the first time. He wants to copy that move so bad in the future. Meanwhile, thanks to the web shoot skill he copied from the giant Spider King, he landed safely. Even if Nanis' Hellfire is flashy as hell, Haruto only cares about one thing right now, the Kalishia longsword. But he didn't know this whole chaotic mess was planned by a mysterious group. Their target, the longsword, even though Quia showing up wasn't part of the plan. And that monster could wreck anyone. Their leader is confident Nanis and the Hunter Guild can handle it. So he wants to use this chaos to swipe the treasure. Meanwhile, Haruto is creeping across the bridge, dodging monster bodies. Looking at the crypt marks on them, he's pretty sure another hunter squad did this. The scary thing about these guys is they hunt in packs. Haruto suddenly got a really bad vibe. It's fine, just run. Someone screamed, making him jump. Turns out it was that rich kid Satoru. No clue where this guy gets the energy to keep fighting these monsters for this long. His coworker is hurt bad, totally out of the fight. He told Satoru to listen and get out of there. But Satoru refused to bail. Haruto hid behind a car to watch the drama, even though he didn't know who they were. But he recognized them instantly. They were hunters from the Dungeon Management Bureau. And yeah, he definitely clocked that nasty wound on the other guy. At first, Haruto tried to tell himself to chill and not meddle. He really didn't have time for this drama. But that bad gut feeling, it was spot on. A pack of level 15 wolves had grouped up and was charging in. They might be low-tier trash individually, But when they swarm like that, their power level spikes up to high rank status. Satoru knew he was cooked, but he stubbornly gripped his sword tight. He refused to bail because his senior was hurt, especially since that injury happened while covering for him. "Senpai, it's my turn to protect you now." Hearing that made Haruto freeze up. He flashed back to carrying Aoi in the giant king spider dungeon. Haruto's compassion just kicked into overdrive. How could he just walk away at first? When the wolves surrounded Satoru and his senior, the kid managed to take down a few, but there were too many of them attacking at once. He was losing ground fast. While Satoru was busy fighting the ones in front, a wolf snuck up on his blind spot. By the time he noticed, it was already midair. At that speed, Satoru had zero chance to dodge. He was done for. Then Haruto appeared. Like a literal god, he slammed into the wolf, knocking it way off course. Satoru was super grateful, but they weren't safe yet. The wolf pack was swarming in even thicker numbers. Satoru didn't want to drag an innocent bystander into this. He yelled at Haruto to run while he held the line, but he didn't realize he'd met someone even more stubborn than himself. Looking at the vicious pack, Haruto suddenly cracked a sly grin. He knew exactly what to do. Haruto popped open his inventory and pulled out the giant king spider's sticky web fluid. He was planning to sell this stuff at the auction house, but using it in an epic fight like this, totally worth it. Haruto started spamming copy and paste. Spider webs shot out everywhere, binding the wolves one after another. He bundled them all into a giant pile. He successfully wrecked the pack, but he only leveled up twice. Talk about a letdown. His only comfort was that the spiderweb strat was broken against swarms. With this, he could basically win while AFK. It was an automatic win. Meanwhile, Satoru was just staring at Haruto, unblinking. He was shook. He couldn't even process what skill Haruto just used. How did he wipe out that many bloodthirsty wolves? In a single move, Satoru was so stunned, he forgot to say thanks. Finally, the injured guy spoke up first. "Thank you so much for saving us. Are you with the rescue squad from the Hunter Association?" No, Haruto replied, feeling a bit awkward. I mean, they did ride the same helicopter, so it wasn't really a lie, right? My apologies then, but could you take this kid with you? The guy kept pleading, but before Haruto could even answer, Satoru started freaking out. He refused to abandon his senior. He was ready to die right there if it meant staying together. "You idiot, you'll be safer with him." The older hunter was speechless. He didn't know how to get through to the kid. Haruto stood on the sidelines watching the drama, thinking, oh boy, this scene was giving off major "if Senpai dies, I die with him" vibes, but Haruto couldn't agree to the injured guy's request. All he had was copy and paste. Dragging the kid along would just put him in more danger. Haruto had no choice. He opened his inventory, grabbed a mid-tier healing potion, and handed it to the injured guy. "You won't be battle-ready, but I guarantee this potion will restore your stamina. It's enough to get you moving. Just don't camp out here any longer." The guy looked shocked. He even asked Haruto why he'd give up such a valuable item. "Because you need to survive and go home with your junior." "Don't you," Haruto answered, speaking to the guy, but also reminding himself. And in Satoru's POV, Haruto looked insanely cool right now, like absolute peak. To him, Haruto was basically a hero, so Satoru bowed a full 90 degrees to thank him. It was a sign of mad respect. "My name is Shinoda Satoru, guardian of the Rainbow Bridge Dungeon. Please remember my name. One day I swear I'll repay you for saving my life." Haruto was walking away, but that made him stop cold. Instead of one day, he figured Satoru should just pay him back right now, so Haruto asked him to help locate the International Hunter Association's transport truck for the longsword. Because let's be real, Haruto's sense of direction is trash. His target was that truck, which was currently getting wrecked by the Bear King. Ares was getting tired of spamming defensive magic, so she decided to just put it to sleep. Mochi roasted her for being a hunter who always chooses the pacifist route. Bro's basically a monk. But before they could even start yapping at each other, trouble's knocking again. Moji's reflex is insane. He drew his blade instantly, sliced a hidden weapon in half midair. He knew some rats would try to swipe the sword while everyone's distracted. But when they showed up, even Ares, usually chill as ice, looked shook. The mystery thief squad just pulled up and threw hands immediately. Forget power levels, just their numbers alone were enough to cook them. But Moji Dude stayed unbothered, even if he's just on guard duty right now. A hunter ranked over 100 is built different. After blocking the first hit, Moji went for the counter. Ares panicked and screamed to stop him, but it was too late. Moji dropped to his knees, coughing up blood. Bro didn't even know how he got hit. Or when. Ares rushed over. "You guys, they're using an anti-mana item. If you keep fighting, you're literally gonna die." "Sharp eye, mage girl." The enemy captain spoke up, but he definitely wasn't complimenting her. He was mocking them. "We're not looking down on you. This is just how we do business." "This is how you do business," Ares scoffed. Using poisons banned by the International Hunter Association. You use that trash on people without blinking. Fine. I guarantee you're going to regret this. Before she finished, a gold light glowed at her fingertips. She's casting a spell. But the thieves weren't scared, they were laughing. A mage who can't use mana. What are you going to do useless? Shut your trap. They split into 2 squads. One to jump Moji and Ares, one to swipe the sword, but right then, since Ares' magic got canceled, the Bear King woke up instantly. It started swinging those claws at everything moving, that huge thief squad. Turned into paste in seconds. Their captain saw they were cooked and tried to run for his life. Now the bear's eyeing Ares and Moji. You can't put it back to sleep, can you? Moji knew the answer, but asked anyway, hoping for a miracle. You already know, don't you? We can't use mana. I knew your whole pacifist act would backfire on you eventually. Looks like today's the day. You're right. But you're wrong about one thing, Moji. Ares suddenly charged forward. She tried to cast a spell, but it was useless. No mana means no skills. Moji was terrified. Ares was done for. She was running straight into the monster's claws. Ares accepted her fate. Her only regret, not being able to apologize to her partner properly. But then Haruto pulled up with his copy-paste ability, same old trick. He used the giant Spider King's webs to bind the Bear King's limbs. Then he rushed in and wrapped that beast into a cocoon. The web was super sticky. The more the bear struggled, the tighter it got. Finally, it hit the dirt. Haruto bagged another win, dropping the Bear King instantly. Satoru's squad followed him and saw the whole thing. They could only give a thumbs up. That performance, absolute peak cinema. Senior Haruto, you are the GOAT. Satoru was basically screaming into a megaphone. Since when am I your senior? Haruto gritted his teeth. We're literally the same age. You saved me and Senior Sakabe. You've been my senior, ever since Satoru's eyes were sparkling. Looking at Haruto like he's a god, Haruto knew bro wasn't listening, so he just ignored him. Haruto walked up to check on Ares and Moji. Ares was still shook after seeing that beatdown. She didn't even answer. Moji used his sword to prop himself up, glaring at Haruto with pure hostility. You here for the sword too? Haruto quickly waved his hands. I'm just here to help you guys protect it. No bad vibes, I swear. But Moji just got jumped by thieves. And almost died, so he wasn't trusting anyone, hearing about the robbery. Haruto noticed the bodies everywhere and went, oh, so those guys were the sword thieves. But they got wrecked by the Bear King. You should actually thank that bear. If those guys pulled it off, then he'd have zero chance of getting near the longsword Kalishia. Problem is, figuring out how to explain this to Moji right now is a total headache, because this dude looks ready to throw hands or swords at any second. Monsters. Sure, he can lock them down in one move. But a hunter with crazy combat power like him, that's a different story. Haruto was still trying to cook up an excuse when Satoru cranked his volume to the max and screamed, wait, why are you guys being such jerks? He literally tried to help, even saved your lives. And now you're treating him like a thief. Are you serious? Then Satoru whipped out his ID badge to prove who he was. He's a member of the Japan Hunter Association, while me and Senior Sakabe are the hunters in charge of managing this dungeon. Sweet. This is the first time Haruto's ever seen Satoru actually be useful. Moji seemed to be cooling off a bit. Haruto decided to speed things up. He pulled 2 mid-tier healing potions out of his inventory and handed them over. It hurt his soul to give those up, but to copy the longsword Calicia, totally worth the investment. Both Moji and Ares looked at the potions with mixed feelings, especially Ares. She kept glancing from that Bear King to Haruto, hard to tell what was going on in her head. Just then, a few helicopters appeared overhead. Looks like the rescue squad from the 5 guilds finally showed up. Satoru was grinning from ear to ear, thinking they were finally saved. But Sakabe didn't look so sure. Reality check. Not every hunter is actually a hero. Some don't care about saving lives like those guys from the Great Sage Guild. Meanwhile, Nanas, the hunter team leader, was still battling the monster, Quia. It was about to hit Phase 3 mass destruction mode, so she ordered everyone to hold fire. Plus, the support guilds had arrived, so Nanas' top priority was stalling for time so civilians could evacuate. Then a voice sneered, "Is this pathetic mess how you handle a dungeon break?" Huh, Hunter. Nanas. Just as she ordered the evacuation, she heard a super sarcastic voice. Coming from behind, she turned around. Ugh, it was someone she knew, Shirosaki Masato. A dark mage hunter, level 503 and the guild master of Future Guild. He had such a punchable face. The second he showed up, he deployed a massive magic circle to nuke Quia. Nanas' face went pale when she saw it. Stop right now. If that magic doesn't kill it, She didn't even get to finish her sentence. Masato cut her off. If I worried about garbage like you, how would I ever be as successful as I am today? Last time at Rainbow Bridge, only you and the association got to handle the dungeon. Let me tell you, I was absolutely livid about that. That's exactly why this breakout event has got Masato so hyped up. He wanted to solo kill Quia and hog all the loot for himself. With that, Masato activated his Dark Lightning skill. Boom lightning bolts started raining down. Nanas frantically ordered everyone to run for cover. Even a giant monster like Quia couldn't tank that. If those bolts hit a human, they'd be vaporized instantly. Masato's Dark Lightning wrecked the middle of the bridge. Haruto only survived because he used his web skill to hang on. He managed to use his sticky threads to snag the other 4 and the truck carrying the sword just in time. Otherwise, they all would have taken a swim. Once he climbed back up, the first thing he saw was a massive set of sharp teeth. When he realized it was Quia, he was so terrified he slammed his hands over his mouth. But then Haruto realized the thing looked knocked out. It was actually defeated. Moments later, Masato floated down casually from the sky, hovering right in front of Haruto's face, looking absolutely full of himself. "What's this? There are still survivors," he asked, totally unfazed. "You look like just some trash-tier hunter. But hey, good job." Haruto didn't bother responding to that trash talk. His eyes locked onto the badge on the guy's chest. He'd seen that symbol before, so he instantly recognized which guild it belonged to. Future, the number 3, guild in the country. You look like support, but isn't your main goal. Supposed to be saving civilians and containing these loose monsters. A moment later, Haruto finally spoke up, immediately calling him out. "Saving civilians and stopping monsters. Look over there. All the survivors have already been evacuated." Masato replied, looking bored. The real reason he landed here was because of a scream. A super annoying cry. It wasn't Quia, it was coming from that bear king tied up in the webs. Masato took one look and knew that silk belonged to the giant spider king. He just snapped his fingers. And just like that, the unbreakable webs snapped apart. Along with the webs, the bear king's body got sliced into 100 pieces. Haruto would be lying if he said he wasn't terrified. Haruto couldn't believe his eyes. The guy just insta-killed a level 200 monster wrapped in king-tier webs like it was nothing. In just a split second after the bear king kicked the bucket, Haruto racked up a ton of EXP since he dealt the most damage. The spam of level up notifications caught Masato's attention. Level up sounds. "You seriously clapped that hairy freak yourself." "My bad, looks like I accidentally KS'd you." Masato's tone was dripping with disdain. He didn't even try to hide his contempt, mocking Haruto right to his face. The reward for the last hit on the bear king was a bear claw. Masato tossed it at Haruto like he was feeding a stray dog, saying he didn't need it so the kid could have it. Even though the guy was a level 503 hunter, Haruto couldn't stand his arrogant attitude. He opened his mouth ready to clap back. Suddenly Nanas pulled up, looking totally frantic. Seeing Haruto still alive and kicking, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Her hunch was spot on. Even that crazy chain of dangerous events couldn't take Haruto out. As for Masato, seeing that those two knew each other, he just assumed Haruto was with the Japan Hunter Association, which made him find the kid even more of an eyesore. The rescue team is handling the evac. You better head over there now. If that dragon wakes up, it's going to trigger a massive AoE attack. Nanas couldn't be bothered with that scumbag and turned to warn Haruto. He was visibly confused. While Quishia's out cold, wouldn't it be better to just end it right now? But Nanas just shook her head with a regretful look. She explained that's impossible because boss monsters or overlords are classified by their power points. When their life energy or HP drops below 30%, they activate their ultimate move. This ultimate has 2 forms, Berserk and AoE, both causing the overlords to attack indiscriminately. Low and mid-tier overlords usually fall into that Berserk state. In that situation, you just got to be careful around them. And Berserk doesn't always split into distinct phases. However, a high-ranking overlord like Quia has massive HP, so it can trigger both ultimates. It's Berserk plus AoE, so taking it down has to be done in stages. Phase 3 starts when the overlord senses a threat to its life. Rumor has it they unleash incredibly savage attacks, like a literal nuke powerful enough to wipe out everything nearby. Right now, this Quia is in Phase 3. It's absorbing mana from the area and putting up a self-defense barrier. During this time, no matter how hard you hit, it's useless. That's why the only option is to quickly evacuate people to avoid casualties. Just as Nana said that Quia suddenly opened its eyes, she clicked her tongue in frustration. That monster woke up way sooner than expected. Masato remained super confident, though, wanting to turn Quia into his personal loot drop, before the shockwave even launches. Hunter Sano, I trust you'll survive this shockwave too. Nanas rephrased it to warn Haruto to be careful, but Masato just treated it like a joke. How is he supposed to survive that? If you actually get wasted, don't go blaming us. Anyway, a low-rank hunter dying in a dungeon is just like a normal person dying in a traffic accident. After saying that, both Masato and Nanas rushed toward the monster. Left alone, Haruto quietly stored the Bear King claw into his inventory. His mind had only one thought right now. Guildmaster of the future guild. I didn't plan on doing this. But looks like I gotta take down Quia before you do. You bastard Shirasaki Masato, just watch me get payback for what you just pulled. Haruto then pulled Satoru and Ares to their feet. He told Moji and Ares he had a favor to ask. Because their lives were all on the line now that Quia had entered Phase 3. The only way to save everyone is to take it out before it unleashes the AoE attack. Haruto wanted to be the one to do it. The condition was he needed the long dragon sword Calicia. Haruto promised on his honor that he'd return it right after destroying Quia. But honestly speaking, this wasn't going to be easy at all. Especially dealing with someone as stubborn as Moji. He felt it was impossible for Haruto to defeat Quia. He thought the kid was just making up stories to steal the sword. Ares also turned down his request. But that was because unlocking the transport truck required a massive amount of mana, and right now, neither she nor Moji could use mana since those bandits poisoned them. Moji was shocked hearing Ares say that. She basically meant, if she had the mana, she'd be willing to open the truck and lend Haruto the sword. Coincidentally, mana was the one thing he didn't lack. I mean, his dungeon nickname was the Mana Gopher after all. Actually, with his infinite mana regen skill, Haruto flooded Ares' body with an endless stream of mana. She broke the seal on the transport truck suspended by Spider Silk herself, and Haruto immediately rushed toward it, his silhouette fading as he sped away. Moji was totally lost. Ares, why would you do that? Being soft on him. Seriously, what if things go south? Don't sweat it. Earlier, he just tied up the Bear King didn't even take its life. Moji let out a massive sigh. That was enough to move your heart. You're so naive. Meanwhile, Haruto had already busted open the transport container. But then plot twist. Something totally unexpected went down. That sword thief captain from earlier, he just popped up out of nowhere. Turns out after his first plan flopped, he'd been shadowing Haruto the whole time just waiting for this exact moment to strike. He couldn't react fast enough. Boom. Stabbed right through the gut. And the crazy part, the whole thing was seen by Ares' squad up on the bridge. They saw everything but couldn't do a thing since the truck was still dangling in midair. Super dangerous situation. Haruto took a sword to the gut and dropped straight to the floor of the container. That scumbag followed him down, his filthy hands already reaching for the sword case. But right then, snap. The Spider Silk, holding the truck, gave way. Since the owner of that web kicked the bucket, the skill got deactivated. The truck lost its only support and plummeted straight into the river. But, come on, with his main character aura, there's no way Haruto's going to go out like that. Too lame. Just like before, he had a clone of himself ready to go. He was just waiting to take a fatal hit before swapping places to save his own skin. That thief nearly jumped out of his skin when he saw Haruto pop up right behind him. Before the guy could even react, Haruto drove his sword right through his chest. I hold grudges, and I always pay them back. You hit me, I hit back harder. Those were the last words that thief heard before he collapsed. Finally, after all that drama, Haruto managed to touch the long dragon sword. Kalishia, the one he's been dreaming of forever. He rushed to copy it, but then bam. The system threw up a red alert, saying his rank wasn't high enough to copy this item. Bro, Haruto felt like he just got slapped in the face. Is the system trolling him right now? Seriously, level 30 is enough to equip the long dragon sword, and he's already level 50. Before Haruto could even process that, a voice spoke up from behind him. That was a close one, kid. I almost embarrassed the whole Blood Tower guild with that screw-up. Haruto didn't even have time to turn around before a massive gash was ripped across his back. Turns out that scumbag wasn't dead yet. Why? Because he's got a pretty decent healing skill. That's why the long dragon sword was snatched out of his hands again. Sorry about that. I'm also the type to pay back a grudge, so don't take it personal. Just to make sure you never see the sun rise again, I'm going to end you with the very sword you've been dreaming of. Right as he finished speaking, he drove the long dragon sword Calicia hard into Haruto one more time. This time he wasn't fast enough to make a clone. Haruto felt his consciousness fading away. But come on, he's the main character. How could the MC's story end here? And sure enough, right after that, a system notification popped up. It said the long dragon sword Kalishia has merged with the wielder. Its power was being copied and absorbed. Haruto instantly felt his senses snap back, even though he had no clue what merging actually meant. But get this, he absorbed the sword's passive skill defense, increased by 35%. Then Haruto unlocked its first signature skill, Lifesteal, and the second one, Berserk. Plus right now, Haruto's HP had dropped below 25%. The long dragon sword immediately triggered its protection mode to shield him. At the same time, the second signature skill, Berserk, was forced to activate. The monster Quia started launching massive AoE attacks. It got so bad that even Masato couldn't keep up his chill act anymore. Nanis was still trying to hold her ground, but the skill gap Yeah, she was clearly outclassed. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of power erupted from the bottom of the river, before Nanas or Masato could even figure out what it was that energy beam sliced Quia right in half. The monster was defeated. The raid was finally over. That night, the TV was buzzing with news about the monster breakout at Rainbow Bridge. There were casualties and heavy damage, but the Hunter Association and the guilds managed to get everything under control within 2 hours. The Dungeon Management Office is getting absolutely roasted by the public for their sloppy work. Meanwhile, at the Japanese Hunter Association HQ, the vibe was grim. Everyone looked like they were at a funeral. To break the silence, Fuga Tokuo, the association chairman and a healer-class hunter, finally spoke up. Everyone now is not the time to look so bitter. We need to figure out exactly how Quia was taken down. I heard that 3 months ago, didn't the association already clear the Rainbow Bridge dungeon? How did this mess even happen? The guy speaking up next was Tackle Chigu, a level 701 swordsman and guildmaster of Midas. Look, just because it was cleared doesn't guarantee it won't happen again. That came from Shinoda Makoto, a level 610 healer, and the guildmaster of Great Sage. But the moment Makoto opened his mouth, the whole room went chaotic. Everyone was basically telling him to shut the hell up. Because let's be real, this disaster is mostly on the Great Sage Guild for managing that dungeon like total trash. They were throwing threats around too, saying once this is fixed, they're definitely filing a report to transfer management rights of Rainbow Bridge to a different guild. Nanas was sitting in on this meeting too. But all that loud bickering didn't faze her. She was too busy zoning out, wondering if Haruto made it out of that disaster alive since she hadn't had a chance to see him yet. Suddenly, Gu slammed the table and stood up like a total jerk, growling out a question. What I want to know is the last time a monster lord appeared. It was supposed to be 5 months, right? If you, Hunter Nanas, were right there at the scene and couldn't handle Quia, then what's your excuse? Hearing her name dropped, Nanas finally snapped out of her own thoughts. She copied exactly what Gu just did, slamming her hand down with full force. The table was already shaky after Gu's tantrum. So after taking Nanas's hit, it completely shattered. Masato, sitting across from them, seemed to see this coming. So he had his shield up already, just chilling and sipping tea. The others weren't as fast, so they just got pelted by debris, flying straight at them. Nanas's move was a total clapback at Gu, and Bro was absolutely furious. If this wasn't a serious meeting, those two would have probably thrown hands right there. Guildmaster Takaichi. Looks like my member was a bit rude just now. I'll apologize on her behalf. Plus, Chairman Tokuo spoke up first. So Gu couldn't really go after Nanas. He just grumbled. The audacity. If you keep showing off, like that you're going to get yourself killed sooner or later. Facing the pressure of a top-tier guildmaster, Nanas, despite being a woman, didn't flinch. She calmly stood up and said, "They say seeing is believing. So I figured showing you is faster than talking. Don't get it twisted, though. The skill I just used was a reward from defeating Quia just now. It's called Shockwave. Guildmaster Shirasaki, who also helped take down Quia, can vouch for me." Masato was still vibing with his tea when Nana suddenly dragged him into the mess. With everyone staring at him, he almost choked on his drink. Well, I didn't really have time to check what the reward was, but I don't think she's lying. Since Masato actually spoke up, Chairman Tokuo quickly threw him under the bus by praising his contribution to handling the disaster. This time, the whole room immediately gave Masato a round of applause like he was a first grader who got a question right. Masato forced a smile to play along, but his eyes were locked on Nanas. He knew she was still holding a grudge, because he jumped in to kill, steal, and wrecked things without gaining anything. So, Masato swore he'd get his revenge, not just on Nanas, but he also had to find that mysterious guy who one-shot Quia and snatched the victory right out from under him. Nanas didn't want to stay in this chaotic mess anymore, so she made an excuse to dip early. Regarding the cause of the dungeon break, she took responsibility to investigate it herself. Plus, Nanas straight up said she wanted to question the other guilds for dragging their feet on sending backup. The moment she said that, the guildmaster started looking everywhere but at her, avoiding her death stare. But before Nanas could even leave, the meeting room doors burst open. It was Moji, decked out in a sharp suit along with his partner Ares. Great looks, like the meeting isn't over yet, huh? Moji introduced himself and dropped that he had some major news to announce to everyone. The news. The longsword Kalishia was stolen during the chaos, and since the incident happened, while it was being transported to an exhibition in Japan, Moji demanded that the local Hunter Association support him in recovering the sword as soon as possible. Of course, he also brought an official request for cooperation from the International Hunter Association. Gu immediately clapped back the moment he heard that. even though he wasn't at the scene. His gossip game is faster than anyone's. Hold up, I heard when the transport vehicle was attacked. You guys unsealed the vehicle yourselves. We did do that, but it was with the cooperation of Hunter Shinoda Satoru. From the Great Sage Guild and Sano Haruto from the Japanese Hunter Association, Ares replied. Her words made both of them jump the Guildmaster of Great Sage and the chairman of the Japanese Hunter Association. But Guildmaster Makoto claimed Satoru was a member of his guild, while Chairman Tokuo couldn't find a single report on a hunter named Sano Haruto in his association. Hearing a familiar name, Nanase unconsciously clenched her fists in tension. Masato saw that expression and couldn't help but crack a sly smile. Looks like his chance for revenge came sooner than he thought. Masato spoke up immediately. You're talking about the guy who bound the Bear King with the giant spider's silk, right? I met him on the way too. And surprisingly, I was also convinced he was with the Hunter Association. So shouldn't we ask Hunter Nanase about this? The target was on Nanase again, since Masato had deliberately made it seem like he just accidentally mentioned she knew Haruto. Plus, Nanas was the one who authorized him to get on the Association's rescue helicopter. Meanwhile, that thief had brought the loot, the Calicia longsword, back to his master. His master was Kurosaki Takumi, an attack-type hunter, level 301, and the guildmaster of the Dark Guild Blood Tower, holding the legendary sword. Takumi couldn't hide his excitement. So this is the sword that's rumored to boost the owner's level by 200, huh? Maybe it recognizes its master by fingerprints? This is sick, spending hundreds of millions to stir up the dungeon. Was totally worth it, he muttered. That's when the thief realized the person behind this whole thing was actually his own guildmaster. Just then, Takumi mentioned that the entire looting squad had died, leaving only this captain alive. He thought the boss was blaming him, so he bowed his head in fear. I'm sorry. During the operation, I ran into a weirdo, but please rest assured he's definitely dead. Takumi went silent for a few seconds, then tossed a bag of money in front of the guy, saying it was a reward for him and his fallen teammates. After this, he was free to do whatever he wanted. The captain took the money and thanked him profusely, but before he could grab the cash and dip, Takumi started laughing, menacingly. But wait, the mission failed, didn't it? The guy jumped. Huh, what are you saying? This sword is just one part. What kind of idiot sells it for 1 million? You were planning to make money off this treasure too, weren't you? The guy didn't understand what deep game Takumi was playing, but he knew one thing: the boss was planning to silence him. In a panic, he grabbed the money bag to run, but the sword in Takumi's hand swung up, and in a split second, the living, breathing man in front of him was sliced in half. Because of this, the durability of the Kalishia longsword dropped by 2 units from 10 down to 8. Takumi rubbed his head and gave a bitter laugh. Man, if this breaks before I can fix it, I'm in big trouble. Elsewhere, after a nightmare about the mysterious creature that cursed him with this ability, Haruto woke up in horror. Before he could even calm down, something suddenly threw itself into his lap. Senior Haruto, you finally opened your eyes. You were out for so long, I was scared to death. Turns out it was that annoying brat Satoru. Haruto felt like the kid was just being dramatic. But according to Satoru, the scene back then was actually terrifying. After Haruto dealt with the monster, a huge pillar of light shot up from the sea and boom. The shockwave turned everything into a mess. Just then, a man lying nearby heard their conversation and sat up to ask, "You guys were at the Rainbow Bridge dungeon." That's when Haruto noticed that both he and that nuisance were wearing patient clothes. Looks like they were brought to the same hospital. After hearing the man ask, Satoru excitedly recounted the whole story from start to finish. Haruto couldn't keep up with this kid's energy, so he got out of bed to take a walk. He might look like that, but he's the one who saved you, Hunter Sano. Haruto stopped in his tracks. Turns out Sakabe was in the bed right next to them, even though his injuries looked way worse. According to Sakabe, Haruto had disappeared back then, and it was Satoru who demanded they save him at all costs. He even pressured the Great Sage Guild's scouting team. Caused a huge scene. Finally, they found Haruto. Unconscious by the beach, Haruto felt like something was off. Sakabe said that Satoru pressured the Great Sage team to find him no matter what. But could a simple dungeon management employee really pull that off? Thinking back, Satoru's last name is Shinoda too. And the Guildmaster of Great Sage is Shinoda Makoto. Are they related or something? No way. Haruto immediately brushed the thought away. Life isn't a movie. There's no way there's a plot twist like that. Meanwhile, back at the Japanese Hunter Association HQ, the tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. Nana's chairman, Tokuo, along with Moji and Ares, stepped into a private room to talk. The 2 guests dropped the bombshell that after the transport truck crashed into the sea, Haruto was gone, dead. Nana's didn't even flinch, 0 emotion on her face. That really threw Moji off. "You don't seem too surprised, huh?" he probed. "Well, hunters are still human after all. We're always dancing on the edge of death." Nanis just calmly took a sip of her coffee. Moji sighed, figuring she and Haruto really didn't have anything going on between them. Regarding the collab to find that sword, chairman Tokuo gave the green light. He promised to go all out to help bring the dragon sword. Kalishia back home. Ares didn't waste any time being polite. She went straight to the point and demanded Tokuo give her some high-rank hunters for support, claiming she already knew where the sword was. See the dragon sword. Kalishia isn't just some static item, meaning it's not something just anyone can wield. Only specific people or those who meet strict conditions can use it. It's actually engraved with a pattern that tracks the user's rank, an Ares. She can sense and track that pattern. She knows for a fact someone used the sword just an hour ago. Hearing that, Nanis frowned. They never mentioned they could track and investigate based on that engraving. So that's the real reason they were willing to let Haruto borrow the sword in the first place. Ares moved on to the biggest issue, the sword's durability. It was down to just 10 units before. Since someone just used it, that durability has definitely dropped even more. If this keeps up, the sword is going to vanish from this world forever. Oh, so the only lead is finding your mother, is that, right, Ares? The one who went missing in the great calamity 15 years ago, Nanis suddenly dropped that bomb. Her words left the two of them completely shook. How do you know that Nanis held up the file she'd been flipping through? Secret dossiers on Moji and Ares. You think I became a captain just by luck? We also know that precious sword is a keepsake from your mother. As Nana said that Ares suddenly shot up from her seat. Her arrogant attitude was gone. She bowed a full 90 degrees, begging Nanis. Hunter Nanis, please help me get my mother's keepsake back. After leaving the chairman's office, Nanis's mind was racing. She felt like Moji and Ares were still hiding something. Plus, she didn't buy a word they said about Haruto. She knew he wasn't the type to die that easily. Suddenly, someone called out to her. She turned around. It was Makoto, the guild master of the Great Sage Guild. He wasn't one to waste time. If he was meeting Nanis privately, he had something to say. And that something was asking her to come back to the Great Sage Guild. Nanis just sighed when she heard that, then gave a mocking smile. The number of dungeons is going up every day, but the big guilds, supposed to be managing them, are too busy setting up their own private companies. They only care about their own pleasures and milking money from the dungeons. And about this jailbreak, if it turns out the Great Sage Guild was slacking, the whole guild is going to take the fall. That's why I'm not coming back. Besides, I've got plenty of work to do here at the association, right, Dad? Now, that's a plot twist. Who would have guessed Nanis was the guildmaster's daughter? Makoto knew she'd react like this, so he just laughed. Actually, I have something else to discuss with you. Before you go, you should swing by the Central Hunter Hospital. The Central Hunter Hospital, that's where Haruto was being treated. Right now, he was sneaking up to the roof to check his status. About the dragon sword Kalishia, he couldn't copy the physical sword itself, but he managed to absorb all its abilities. Honestly, this is way better. If Haruto had just copied the sword, he'd have to pull it out every time he fought. And explaining that would be a nightmare. Plus, the sword's unique skills are actually cracked. Especially that berserk skill. It triggered at the perfect moment. But since it kicked in right before he died, the pain was absolute hell. But hey, thanks to that, Haruto was able to finish off Quia. That terrifying monster was over level 400. And he wrecked it with just one shot. Looking back, even Haruto couldn't believe he pulled that off. After destroying Quia, he even absorbed its shockwaves, and the system automatically converted them into the skills, frequency resonance, and natural wave. His Giant King Spider Silk skill also hit level 2. The best part, he can use frequency resonance or natural wave at the same time as his other skills. Haruto never imagined his copy and paste skill would reach a level where he could absorb and combo skills like this. Talk about a blessing in disguise. After absorbing the legendary sword, he officially became a high-rank hunter. Sitting at level 276, it's absolutely wild. Just a few days ago, Haruto was total trash stuck under level 30. Now he's got to find the scumbag who stabbed him in that transport truck. It nearly cost him his life, just thinking about it. Haruto suddenly heard a familiar voice loud enough to bust his eardrums. Why do you have to make me worry like that, huh? I told you to run the moment things got sketchy. Haruto realized it was Hunter Nanis. Someone as cold as her actually making a face like that. Haruto quickly hid, off to the side to snoop on who she was talking to. But then he heard a voice that was even more familiar. That's on you, sis. It's your fault for not stabilizing the dungeon properly. Nanis was too mad to speak. Meanwhile, Haruto was totally shook by the scene, because the guy talking back to Nanis was none other than Satoru. The crazy part is he called her sis. Now that he thought about it, they're both Shinadamas, but he never guessed they were actually siblings. Nanas and Satoru had a huge screaming match. Then she finally remembered Haruto. So is Hunter Sano safe, too. Where is he? Who knows? Go find him yourself. Hearing his name, Haruto instinctively looked for a way to dip. He was scared Nanas came to settle the score after finding out he impersonated an association member and tried to snatch that sword, so Haruto decided to turn and run, but he didn't make it 2 steps before crashing into a chest as hard as rock, nearly breaking his nose. Haruto, looks like you're still alive and kicking, huh? You sword thief. The guy standing in front of Haruto was Moji. He put extra emphasis on those 3 words, sword thief, enough to show just how furious Moji was. Moji instantly grabbed his collar and slammed him into the wall. He was pissed that Haruto had played him like a fiddle with that fake association member act. Haruto really wanted to explain that it was all just a huge misunderstanding, but Moji gave him 0 chance to speak. Back then, they all saw him get stabbed by that thief. But now here he is alive and well without a single scratch, so Moji assumed he was in cahoots with that scumbag. Things got even worse when Moji, with eyes practically on fire, started drawing his sword. Just then, Ares showed up to stop him, but it was no use. Moji didn't plan on using a skill, but he wanted to make the guy who scammed him pay the price. Haruto really didn't want to activate a skill here, but he couldn't just stand there and take a beating. So the skill he used this time was frequency resonance. The moment that sword tip was about to touch Haruto's fingertips, it suddenly shattered into 1,000,000 pieces. The commotion caught both Nanas and Satoru's attention. They ran over just in time to see Haruto use that move. Nanas immediately recognized that the attack just now was a dead ringer for Quasia's shockwave. Saying she wasn't surprised would be a lie, leaving aside how Haruto could even use that move. His whole aura was totally different from the day of the disaster, and that alone was enough to make her see him in a new light. The scene shifts to the appearance of another character, Erita Sarah. She's a member of the girl group IF, but she lives a life totally different from the other members. After a performance, instead of taking the company van, she drives her own luxury car home. Just as she left the parking garage, Sarah nearly crashed into another car, blocking the way. She was so mad she rolled down her window and started screaming, "Are you blind? Where are you looking? While you're driving." The person in the other car opened the door and stepped out, carrying a massive suitcase. It was guild leader Takumi from that dark guild. The moment she saw him, Sarah went dead silent. Takumi slowly walked over and slammed the suitcase in his hand onto the hood of her expensive car, then leaned his head through the window. The show went well. Right. Now shall we head into the dungeon? If you want everything back to normal, you've got no choice but to play along. Meanwhile, back with Haruto, after Nana stepped in to handle things, Moji finally decided not to come after him, though he was still pretty salty about it. The 4 of them, Haruto, Nanas, Moji, and Ares, started tracking down that precious sword. But when they got there, all that was left was wreckage. "Looks like we're too late," Ares said sadly. "Does that mean we have to wait until he uses the sword again?" Nanas asked. But before Ares could answer, Haruto remembered something and shouted, "Ah, Blood Tower! I just remembered who the culprit is. When he was trying to kill me, he mentioned that name. He said he was from the Blood Tower Guild. Nanas had never heard of that name, so she guessed it was a dark guild operating in the shadows." Moji looked like he was losing his patience, because he knew the sword wouldn't last much longer. But Nanas already had a plan in mind with the little bit of intel Haruto just dropped, because she knew someone who was really plugged into this kind of stuff. As for Sarah, the fact that Takumi sought her out proved she wasn't just some random girl, and it was true, just like Haruto. She was someone blessed by a mysterious creature during the disaster 15 years ago. At first, Sarah thought she had just awakened like a regular hunter, but it turned out she possessed a totally one-of-a-kind skill. It's called Undo or Ctrl+Z. It allows her to revert a target back to its previous state. It's a skill that can be used on both people and objects. So Sarah started buying up broken or thrown away luxury goods, fixing them up, and selling them off like they were brand new. And even though it's not technically a recovery or healing skill, she could still make bank by working as a healer. However, the cash she made from this skill was limited. Meanwhile, Sarah needed a serious amount of money because her parents, who were victims of that massive disaster, were in a deep coma and stuck in a hospital with pretty trash facilities. Sarah tried to heal them once, but she couldn't restore them to their original state because she didn't have enough mana to pull off this skill. Without mana, then all she could do was fix up small injuries. And mana is a type of energy that only hunters can control. So just to get a crumb of mana, Sarah risked her life joining hunters in dungeons. Since she was super young, working as an errand girl, a porter carrying bags, and a healer when needed. But for someone who hadn't awakened as a hunter like her, entering a dungeon was like walking into a tiger's den with bare hands. It was always full of danger. However, the thing that hurt Sarah the most was the pure contempt coming from the others in the party, because after every raid, she always had to beg everyone for a little mana instead of getting paid. And every single time, Sarah got laughed at, despised, and looked down on, until one day when she was covered in injuries and completely hopeless, when she was sick of this curse-like skill and just wanted to let go of everything, she met someone. That guy was Takumi. Flash forward to the present. Sarah had no choice but to bring Takumi back to her place. Looking at the room, which was so cramped and simple, it looked poverty-stricken. Takumi couldn't hide his surprise, mixed with a bit of mockery. Where did all that money you made disappear to, Didn't expect a celebrity like F-rank Sarah to be living a life like this. I bet nobody thinks you order takeout for all 3 meals a day. You eat whatever you want. Takumi kept yapping on about how Sarah eats whatever she likes. While female idols are desperately trying to lose weight and stay in shape, Sarah can just eat like a pig. Because even if she gets fat, she can just revert her body back to how it was before. After rambling for a while, Takumi started bringing up the first time they met. Back then, even with people dying right in front of her, Sarah only thought about stealing their valuable items. At that time, he called her a thief and bragged that he and she were the same type of person. After that, they signed a contract together. As usual, Takumi would collect enough mana and give it to Sarah, then she would help him restore the items he needed. However, this time Takumi demanded she go into the dungeon with him, even though the contract restricted this, because he wanted Sarah to restore that precious sword to its original state. And that job would cost a massive amount of mana. Sarah, this will be the last time you have to enter a dungeon, Takumi said vaguely. Don't tell me, did you find the infinite mana regeneration item and it's in that dungeon? Sarah immediately lost her cool. No, but if you go, there's a chance it will appear. I know our contract limits you from going in and out of dungeons, but just this once, enter the dungeon with me. This is the last time and the reward is worth it. Right. Back to Haruto's group. The person Nanase just mentioned as the guy who knows everything turns out to be Masato from the Future Guild. Even though she hates this guy's guts, she still had to take Haruto there. On the way, he was super confused because, logically speaking, the two guilds always fighting for the top 1 spot in Japan, Midas, and Great Sage should be the ones with more info. Those guys only have expert intel on dungeon clearings and management capabilities. But Masato knows a lot of other side news, and sure enough, he really knew about the Blood Tower Dark Guild. It all started with the heart of the giant goblin, an item known for its ability to regenerate mana infinitely. It's a super rare drop in the Goblin Snow Mountain dungeon, and it only drops after destroying the hidden boss, the giant goblin. To find that item, the Future Guild mobilized a massive scout army to gather information, and during that time, Future clashed with the Blood Tower Dark Guild that Haruto mentioned. Specifically, Masato found a hunter recruitment notice. With very low views coming from the Blood Tower Dark Guild, they needed to recruit 30 people, with a rank of 90 or higher with any equipment, so Masato immediately guessed they were prepping manpower to clear the Goblin Snow Mountain. Then he started digging deeper and found out this Dark Guild was even worse than he imagined. They steal, assassinate, doesn't matter if the target is an influential figure or a dungeon-clearing hunter team. And since they're a Dark Guild, they don't even care about being spat on by society. Haruto listened very intently to Masato's words. The thing called the item that can infinitely regenerate mana. You don't even need that junk because you've already got the skill. But yeah, that item is seriously cracked, a real eye-opener. Like Masato said, someone definitely wants to gatekeep it all for themselves. And if someone actually gets their hands on this drop, then what's it got to do with the Kalishia longsword? At first, Haruto thought they swiped the blade just to slay the giant goblin. But that sword's durability is obviously cooked. It can barely handle a few more swings before it shatters. So he tossed that theory right out the window. After chatting with Masato Nanas, came to a conclusion. The Blood Tower Guild is after the giant goblin's heart. That's why they're trying to put a squad together to clear the Goblin Snow Mountain dungeon. But then Ares stepped in and was like, hold up. She didn't think it added up, because ever since that hidden dungeon was found 15 years ago, nobody's ever found the drop. How'd you know? Haruto asked. I can't give you the deets. But I used to be obsessed with this dungeon. I did my own research on it. After all, the Goblin Snow Mountain is infamous for being insanely hard to clear. It's ranked as one of those dungeons hunters avoid like the plague. Some parties go looking for hidden dungeons now and then, but even they rage quit at this place. What the hell is inside? That makes veteran assassins team up for a raid. Masato cracked a sly grin. Looks like he's interested too. When do they head out? Haruto asked. Masato just shrugged, clueless. Since the recruitment phase is over, they might have already launched the raid. Haruto gritted his teeth in frustration. Looks like the enemy planned this way back. That's why the sword heist was so calculated. Running low on time, Nanas ordered them to head to the Goblin Snow Mountain ASAP. And coincidentally, the Future Guild just happened to have an assault team ready to roll right now. Masato's face dropped the second she mentioned that team. Who told you that? We don't have one. Really. But I heard the Future Guild has a strike force on standby that rivals the Hunter Association's best squads. Right, Masato kept shaking his head. This girl really finds out everything, but he didn't want to get mixed up in business that wasn't his. Plus, the weather in that dungeon is brutal. Why would he send his own private army into a hellhole like that? And yet, somehow Nana strong-armed Masato into deploying his troops. She even made him tag along personally. Even while staring down a horde of level 40 stone golems, Masato still couldn't figure out why he was in this godforsaken place. These stone golems aren't exactly strong, but you gotta smash their cores to permanently delete them. Otherwise, they just keep regenerating. Super annoying. Masato's squad fought like beasts, though. But the mobs kept regenerating, so he had to step in himself. And Masato's magic? It's no joke. He stood still, waved his wand, and boom, shattered the stone golems instantly. Their life cores went flying. His soldiers just had to smash the cores before the golem bodies could regen. Haruto saw the whole thing. Gotta admit, even though Masato is a total show-off and kind of annoying, his power is legit. Letting him play hero for a bit won't hurt as long as those stone golems get cleared fast. According to Ares. Once inside the Goblin Snow Mountain dungeon, they have to kill as many stone golems as possible. That's the unlock condition to spawn the mid-boss, the Snow Mountain Golem. Based on her old research, this place is a sensor-type dungeon, totally different from your standard run. Normally, dungeons are split into zones: mob zone, mid-boss zone, main boss zone, or final boss zone. In a normal dungeon, if you know the map, you can just speed run straight to the final boss. But in a sensor-type dungeon, unlocking the next area works like a formula A plus B, plus C equals D. Basically, they have to farm the mobs to unlock the mid-boss zone. It's a progression system, and if you fail even one requirement, the rest of the zones won't even spawn. Ares thinks the great cataclysm from 10 years ago messed things up and glitched out the dungeon's mechanics. That's why the hidden dungeon inside the Goblin Snow Mountain hasn't spawned since. To be honest, Ares isn't 100% sure about the spawn conditions for the mid-boss either. But after crunching the data, she thinks farming as many mobs as possible is their best bet. Plus, they're racing against the clock. If the reward dropped from that monster, that key is essential to unlock the next zone, so the Black Guild is definitely gunning for it too. So, they need to grab the key to the hidden dungeon before those guys do. Haruto doesn't give a damn what the Blood Tower wants, but he absolutely has to find Kalishia the Dragon Sword to return it to Moji and Ares. That's why he jumps into the fight against the stone golems. This time, Haruto decides to combo the giant Spider King's silk with his shockwave skill. The silk binds the golem's legs tight, while the shockwave smashes them into tiny pieces. Haruto is clearing these mobs out like it's nothing. Masato's soldiers are totally shook seeing him use the giant Spider King's silk in a low-level dungeon. They never thought something that looked so useless could be this broken. Ares isn't chilling either. She and Moji are teaming up. One uses magic to rip the stone golem's cores out of their bodies, while the other slices right through the cores with a sword. Clean and simple. Among the golems, some are way bigger and more aggressive. Just when Masato's army is struggling to deal with them, Nana steps up. The power of a top 5 hunter in Japan is no joke. Just like Haruto. She got rewarded with Quecia's shockwave skill for dealing the most damage back then, with just one hit. Nanas effortlessly drops the giant monster. Is everyone okay? She scans the area. Looks like no one's hurt. We're good, thanks, Captain. It seems like a normal moment, but then suddenly, Nana spots a familiar back. Even though he's covered from head to toe, she still clocks him immediately. Who else could it be but her annoying brother, Satoru? Wait, how the hell did you get here, Nancy snaps. Satoru claps back instantly. What, am I not allowed to be here or something? I'm here as a member of my seniors team. Your senior Nanase? Asks, suspicious. Turns out back at the hospital. Satoru pulled every trick in the book to guilt trip Haruto, even rolling on the floor, throwing a tantrum just to get him to bring him along. He even used the excuse that Haruto has zero sense of direction and might get lost in the dungeon just to prove he's useful. Even though Haruto isn't alone and wouldn't actually get lost, the kid was whining so hard that he eventually agreed. Plus, the kid is actually good at navigation, so he might come in handy. After hearing Satoru explain that Haruto actually let him come Nanase, just face palms and sighs. What is Hunter Sano thinking? He's just a low-rank hunter himself. Who can he protect? She mumbles, not realizing her brother heard her. Satoru immediately fires back. Don't look down on Sano, I saw it clearly back then. Neither you nor Guildmaster Shirasaki were the ones who sliced Quia in half. It was him. Satoru states firmly. Seeing him defend Haruto like that, Nanase wonders whose brother he really is. But what Satoru said isn't totally crazy. Meeting Haruto again, she realizes he's completely different from back in the spider cave or when they first landed on the bridge. Plus the skill he's using is Quia's shockwave. If Haruto wasn't the one who finished it off, there's no reason for him to have that skill. But she seriously can't understand how a low-level hunter like Haruto could slice a monster as massive as Quia in two. Putting that aside for now, Nanis and the others continue the fight, but she has no idea that the Black Guild members they're looking for are already infiltrated into her own squad. Meanwhile, Takumi and Sarah are hiding further back, scanning the situation. His minions have blended into the chaotic attack squad using stealth to hide stealing the last hits for critical strikes and swiping both mana and loot. High-level hunters like Nanase and Masato are definitely OP, but because they're so strong they don't fear anyone, so they don't focus much on training their recon skills. On the flip side, the Blood Tower Black Guild members are used to fighting stronger enemies, so they've leveled up their stealth and weapon concealment to the absolute peak. They rarely get caught. Takumi really lives up to his title as the guildmaster of an organization filled with cold-blooded assassins. His way of clearing dungeons is chill but effective. That's exactly how this guild operates. He and Sarah just stand back and wait. The mana his minions farm gets transferred straight into the device in her hand. It's a mana generator, a total luxury item. To fill up one mana bar, you need to take down at least 100 mobs. But to restore Kalishia, the dragon sword, that amount of mana still isn't enough. To do that, they have to defeat the hidden dungeon's boss, even though that dungeon hasn't even appeared yet. Takumi has heard rumors that inside the hidden dungeon, there's an unbreakable barrier, and the only sword that can shatter it is... This is the Kalishia longsword. Sarah's looking mad skeptical, like she has zero clue where Takumi even got this intel. But the guy didn't even bother answering. To him, Sarah's only job is just to restore the blade. That's it. Stop asking questions, he said, cold as ice. Sarah just sighed. I haven't been in a dungeon in forever, so I'm kind of freaking out. But your strategy this time, it's sneaky and totally scummy. Hearing that Takumi's face instantly went dark, Sarah saw that look and quickly tried to fix it. Forget I said anything. As long as the contract stands, I don't care what you do. Seriously, I don't care. Truth is, she hated Takumi's trashy methods, but to save her parents' lives, Sarah had to get her hands on that infinite mana Regan item, no matter what. Meanwhile, down below, things were getting super intense. Haruto was starting to lose patience. They had already wrecked like 200 stone monsters, but the clear conditions for the next zone were still a mystery. Suddenly, he spotted a core that looked totally different from the others. Out of habit, Haruto was about to use copy and paste, but the core in his hand suddenly yeeted itself straight into the ground. The ground started shaking violently. Masato landed right behind him. It's starting, huh? Starting what exactly? Haruto asked, totally clueless. We finished wiping out the trash mobs. Next up is the intermediate golem spawn. The Snowy Mountain boss stage is here. This intermediate golem is level 150, and it spawned in full rage mode. It locked onto them and attacked instantly. Since the enemy was massive, its rock attacks came crashing down like a storm. Nanis' strike team was struggling hard. Even Haruto, who finally escaped being a low-rank scrub, was getting absolutely pressured. In a situation like this, obviously a high-rank hunter like Masato had to step up and carry. One strike from him sliced that giant golem into 1,000 pieces, instantly exposing its life core. But before his minions could even celebrate, that golem regenerated fast, giving them zero time to destroy the core. Masato attacked again, but the result was exactly the same. Missing the kill twice when it was right there made him absolutely furious. Meanwhile, Haruto cooked up a plan. If he used the giant Spider King's silk to snatch the core the exact second Masato exposed it, wouldn't that work? They quickly ran it back. Haruto actually caught the core with his silk, but the massive rocks, reforming into the golem's body, crushed it instantly. The giant silk didn't work like he hoped. While Haruto was racking his brain for a solution, he suddenly heard a shout. Hunter Sano, get back. Now Haruto retreated on instinct. Almost immediately after, Nanis unleashed her ultimate skill right on the monster. This was the third time Haruto had witnessed her hellfire. It hit just as hard as the first time. The entire giant golem was engulfed in a mesmerizing blue flame. Totally breathtaking. Nana said physical attacks were useless against this thing. They had to melt it down. Masato couldn't hide his annoyance at getting his spotlight stolen. I know that's why I'm thinking of another way. Otherwise, we have to melt every single rock here, and that's going to drain us dry. Haruto looked around. They had killed over 200 stone monsters, so the amount of rubble was insane. He remembered Ares warning them about how terrifying this intermediate golem was before they started. It's the most annoying and horrific part of the Sensor Labyrinth. Basically, this dungeon reveals the next zone when conditions are met, and the unlocked area changes based on what happened before. When the kill count for normal stone monsters is hit, the intermediate golem's core spawns. Then the remains of the stone monsters gather together and regenerate into that golem's body. In other words, they have to fight the combined remains of all those stone monsters they just busted their asses to defeat. Usually hunter teams end up mentally drained or get wiped out completely. Compared to a normal dungeon, this intermediate golem is as hard as a final boss. That's when Nanas had an idea, which was exactly what she just did. Since they couldn't break the core, they had to melt all the rocks so it had nothing left to regenerate with. But the amount of rock making up the golem was massive. Melting it drained Nanas' mana fast, and she was already getting tired. The worst part. While her fire was still blazing, the intermediate golem suddenly vanished and reformed right behind Nanas. She blasted it with hellfire again. But keeping this up was way too draining. It wasn't a sustainable strategy. Haruto knew that. He wanted to use the Calicia longsword's ability, but if he did, Ares would notice immediately. If this stalemate keeps dragging on like this, there's no way they're going to break that core. Right when things looked totally hopeless, Haruto suddenly remembered something rotting in his inventory that he'd never used before. It was the Bear King's Claw that Masato tossed him back at the Rainbow Bridge. This item grants 2 skills. First, it can root any target for a set duration. Second, it lets you close the gap on any target and deal damage to them. Haruto grinned with satisfaction. This is it. The key to breaking this deadlock is right here. He immediately popped his copy and absorb skill. The first skill got loaded into Ctrl+V, letting Haruto lock down targets even tighter when using the giant king spider silk. Meanwhile, the second skill got loaded into Ctrl+C, allowing him to pierce the target and absorb 15% of its HP and MP. With these new skills secured, Haruto charged in hyped up and hoping everything would go exactly according to plan. On the other side, Nanase was still sticking to her plan of melting down the golem's body. Moji and Ares looked pretty worried, because no matter how cracked of a hunter Nanase is spamming hellfire, like that means her mana is going to hit 0 real quick. Under the blue flames, the golem's body started breaking down. Nanas fired off another round of hellfire to finish it. But it backfired big time. The golem went berserk and rushed her for a counterattack. The hellfire wasn't effective enough. That meant Nanase' mana had officially hit its limit. But just as the intermediate golem was about to touch, Nanase Haruto's spider silk snatched it up. He used a massive amount of silk this time, wrapping it into a giant cocoon. Saved by a hair, Nanase shouted Haruto's name in pure relief. Meanwhile, Masato couldn't hide his shock. He was just like the others. Nobody could believe the giant king spider silk was capable of this. Seeing him spacing out, Haruto shouted, "Guildmaster Shirasaki." Masato attack it again. Now hearing his name screamed like that, Masato jumped. Are you blind? Attacking it won't work. This time is different. I'll stop the core from moving. We don't have much time, so hurry up, Haruto urged. Being ordered around made Masato grind his teeth in anger. But he still unleashed his magic to launch one more attack. Of course he threatened to beat Haruto to a pulp if this failed. Masato's magic tore through the thick layers of silk, destroying the intermediate golem's body. Huge rocks scattered in the air, and its life core was finally exposed. Haruto seized the moment using the Pro Max version of his Giant King Spider, Silk, buffed by the intermediate Bear King's Claw to lock down the core. And this time, his plan worked perfectly. Not just Masato, but even Nanase watched with her eyes popping out of her head. But thinking back, whenever they fight a boss, Haruto is always there in the clutch moments. Seems she really can't keep looking at him as just some low-rank hunter anymore. Is that the Bear King's Claw? That's a battle strategy only Hunter Sano could come up with. Ares praised him too. The raid team cheered wildly seeing this miracle. It seemed like other than Satoruzu, nobody believed that Haruto and that seemingly useless spider silk could actually pull off a miracle like this. In contrast to everyone's hype, Takumi and Sarah looked like they just swallowed a bug. He immediately ordered his goons to stop gathering mana so they could speed up the plan and start the operation. After putting on his mask, Takumi ordered all of them to get into position and prepare for battle. What's going on? Is it so serious that you have to step in personally? Sarah looked panicked. Yeah, because of that weird guy getting the key to the core is going to be a bit more of a hassle. You should get ready too, Sarah. After getting the order, Sarah quickly stood up on the snowy ground. Meanwhile, Satoru was using his stealth skill, hiding behind a huge tree to watch. He started wondering deep down, what should I do? Looks like the guy who seems to be the leader is gone. What's that girl planning to do with all that mana? Should I tell Haruto? He remembered when Haruto handed him a stone and said, "Take this." It's a high-level stealth skill. Satoru was shocked. Are you sure it's okay to give me something this valuable? He scratched his head and declared, this job is just that important. Satoru's jaw dropped. Important job. His eyes went dead serious. Shinoda Satoru, you don't need to fight the monsters this time. Instead, use the stealth skill to tail them. If they find the hidden dungeon, tell me immediately. We're going to hijack their plan. Remembering those orders gave Satoru a boost of courage. He thought of Haruto again and reassured himself, that's right, Big Sis and Guildmaster Masato are both over there. But most importantly, Sano-senpai is here too. His voice sounded totally surprised. Wait, I have to destroy it. Masato turned back to confirm. Yeah, you caught it, so you should be the one to wreck it. Nanis smiled. Right, it's a hunter's achievement. It is Sano, after all. He raised his sword, getting into stance. I'm really doing it okay. Haruto felt a bit surprised inside. First time I'm getting treated like this, feels kind of trippy. Copy complete. Time to smash this thing. Then he drove the tip of his sword straight into the red orb, cracking it open. The orb instantly shattered into fragments and vanished. A short notification popped up. Mutated golem defeated. And done. A flurry of level-up notifications surrounded him. Then another system message appeared. You received an item. Reward for wrecking the mutated golem core. A golden key appeared, dropping right into Haruto's palm. That's the heart seal key. It opens the door to where the giant golem's heart is sealed. He held the key up high and shouted, got it. The key to the hidden maze. Mao cheered for Haruto. I never thought I'd actually see it with my own eyes. How's it feel getting one step closer to your mom? Ares made a confused face. Bro, it's just a key. The real grind starts now. While everyone chattered excitedly, Haruto just focused on looking around. He whispered, calling up a window status check. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch upwards. He immediately grinned. Oh, sweet. With the longsword upgrade, I'm level 285, basically knocking on the door of those level 300 high rankers. My solo leveling days aren't far off. Haruto jumped for joy, while Masato looked at him with pure helplessness. He turned away, muttering under his breath, celebrating after beating a mid-tier boss cringe. Nanis chuckled softly. So who was the one struggling against that mid-tier boss just now? He felt like she was roasting him. He quickly snapped back. I did not struggle. Suddenly a series of massive explosions rang out, sending rocks flying everywhere. Mao and Ares had to dodge fast to avoid getting hit. Before everyone's shocked eyes, dozens of sharp spikes burst from the ground. On the black spikes were glowing red letters. Masato yelled out, Hey, that's the sign of a titan spawning. We're cooked. He hurriedly ordered the team, everyone get behind my shield. Now, but before he could finish, another explosion blasted out, breaking the formation. At the same time, a pillar of red light appeared, illuminating the whole sky. After the noise came a deadly silence and the realization that people had died. A man slowly stepped out and spoke. Pricey, but the firepower is insane. Money really does buy everything if you're willing to sell a little conscience. The man speaking was Takumi. Piece of cake. He exhaled, muttering repeatedly. Efficiency. Efficiency. Suddenly another voice rang out, decisive enough to grab his attention. Found you, a notification panel appeared again. Super speed webcast. A bunch of massive webs appeared right in front of Takumi. From within the webs, Haruto dashed out with his sword. Handed over. He screamed, charging in like a beast. Kalishia. Long dragon sword. Suddenly he coughed up a mouthful of bright red blood. Takumi smugly launched an attack at him. Maybe you blocked the blast with those webs, but I came prepared with more than just that. He furiously struck Haruto's stomach and ribs. You almost wrecked my whole plan. He threw Haruto away like a ragdoll, sending debris flying. A horrified scream rang out Hunter. Sano. She immediately raised her weapon. A burst of blue power flared around her. Storm prison. Ares didn't think, just rushed forward. No, Nanase, but she was held back by Mao. Stop, you'll get hit too. A blue tornado ripped straight towards Takumi, who wasn't far away. The tornado was so powerful it cracked the ground beneath it. Suddenly, Nanis coughed, spitting blood onto the ground. Kuh! She slammed her spear into the earth and collapsed, coughing dryly. Cough. Masato looked over and barked an order. Hunter Shinoda Nanase, what's happening? Pop a healing skill now. Getting to her side, she panicked. Guildmaster Shirasaki don't use mana. She quickly explained to him, it's mana-draining gas. It must have been released with that pillar explosion earlier. It's a dirty trick they use to nerf high-rank hunters. She couldn't understand it. Meanwhile, a black liquid was boiling on the ground. Why would they use something so dangerous? Takumi turned his back, leaving Haruto with a massive wound, time to be productive. Masato gritted his teeth, frowning in disbelief. No way that's skill-watching Takumi's strange footwork. It made him even more shocked. It's Shadow Morph, the ultimate stealth skill. That should have been wiped out by the previous generation of hunters. Because it was too dangerous, right? How does he have it? The man turned his head, looking them over calmly, saying nothing. Takumi suddenly noticed the key lying right next to Haruto. He slowly picked it up in silence. A small notification appeared, Heart Seal Key Ownership, transferred to current user. Takumi chuckled softly. Mission accomplished. However, he didn't seem satisfied and quickly grabbed Haruto by the throat. But Takumi growled, his mask glowing red. We have to kill him, right here. Haruto managed a choked, mocking laugh. I was just thinking the exact same thing. The guy flinched, surprised. What? He's still conscious. His lips curled into a smug smile. Damn good thing the one who stole my blade is a piece of trash like you. A bunch of silk threads shot out wrapping around Takumi. To his shock, the threads got thicker and thicker, swallowing his screams. System notification popped up as sharp spikes protruded from the threads, using giant spider silk. Activate skill, Bearman King's one swipe. Jagged fangs jutted out, sealing the silk cocoon. Just like a giant monster. Takumi's lackeys started panicking. What Boss A skill? Isn't that the move he used to wreck the mutant golem? Maybe we should dip. Haruto slowly walked forward, sword in hand. Your mistake was touching my sword. His voice was calm. Release. Giant spider silk. But his expression quickly shifted to shock. Where Takumi should have been, he was gone. He emerged from the shadows, sighing. Whoa, almost got cooked there. First time I had to use a skill like that. Takumi yelled out. Like a total psycho. If there weren't shadows inside, I would have died for nothing. After almost getting killed by such a mid-skill, I finally get why the hunters I killed looked so regretful. But whatever, you're dying here today anyway. Suddenly a brilliant light burst from Haruto. Hey, you know my nickname, right? He stood up straight, making the light even more blinding. They call me the mana battery, because I share mana with my team. First time trying it from this distance, but it still works. Takumi was stunned. What did you say? He coldly declared, shocking him. It means your life ends here. Masato, standing aside, shouted too. Don't know what's happening, but I'm overflowing with mana right now. I'm going to wipe out your blood tower crew right here. Right then, a red magic circle appeared in midair, crackling with powerful black lightning. Takumi cursed inwardly. Damn it, Shirasaki Masato's AOE black lightning. Hard counter to my shadow shift. I can't escape. This is bad. He quickly turned and barked orders. Do it. Sarah, reverse it. Responding to him was a mysterious green light. Right. Mana potions on the ground popped open all at once. They gathered like pillars of light into one spot. Under Sarah's manipulation, she gritted her teeth, trying to reverse it just like her boss ordered. System notification appeared, issuing a command to reset and restore the Golem's Snow Mountain dungeon to its original state. Stone debris dissolved like time was turning back. As the notification reset the dungeon, the whole world shook violently. Whoa. What's happening? All of a sudden, blue-black lightning strikes and a fierce storm made everyone panic even more. What is this air current? Amidst the noise, someone immediately explained. This isn't normal airflow. The remaining golems are... Before everyone's eyes, the golems started fusing back together. Their gathering, Nanase's eyes were full of shock. That is, Masato hesitated, surprised. Don't tell me he looked into the distance where golems were slowly emerging from the mist. Is the dungeon resetting? A crazed golem rushed at him, making him jump. The golem's fist slammed into Masato's shield. Damn it, that gas makes it impossible for anyone to absorb mana. He glanced at his teammates, thinking to himself, I have to shield everyone, but I can't fight the golems like this. At this rate, we'll all die inside the shield. Is there any way suddenly something unexpected happened, making his eyes go wide? Shockingly, Nanase's blue tornadoes flared up again, smashing the golems. Masato's jaw dropped. Hunter Nanase. How did you... She glanced at him and said seriously, You heard it just now, right? Hunter Sano's nickname... Nanase's voice was firm when she said it. Mana giver. But Masato didn't catch on immediately. So what? Ares chimed in while healing. He possesses the ability to regenerate infinite mana and transfer it to teammates. Clearly, this is Hunter Sano's signature skill. Masato immediately started feeling a bit skeptical. Unbelievable. He stared intently at Ares' hand, which was healing Haruto. Only healer-class hunters should have that ability, right? So why can Hunter Sano, who isn't even a healer... He glanced again at Nanase and Mo, fighting hard. High-rank hunters like me and Nanas need a huge amount of mana to activate our moves. But it's not just the two of us, he's sharing mana with everyone here, sharing his own mana. In such a short time, Masato gritted his teeth. Infinite mana regeneration. I've never heard of this signature skill before. But if it's real, then he started calculating his next move. Instead of searching for the giant golem's heart, a better move is getting Hunter Sano to join Masato's guild. Suddenly, Nana's voice rang out, catching Masato's attention. Now everything made sense. She rushed into the fight while talking everything. Even that stuff at the Rainbow Bridge dungeon was all that guild's doing. That blood tower guy blocked a hit from a golem, turned his head, and shouted, "The big problem right now is the dungeon just reset. If they reset the dungeon again." But Ares' voice cut in, shutting down that theory. Now, I don't think that's doable. The reason the hidden dungeon hasn't been cleared yet seems to be a logic glitch in the dungeon itself. She focused on her job while slowly explaining, "Wonder if they realized it yet." But right now, the chance of the hidden dungeon popping up is 100% certain, hearing that Nana's eyes went icy cold. But something's weird compared to before. She calmly took down a golem and continued. The number of golems spawning is way lower now. Masato quickly picked up on the glitch. The golem hunter Nana melted didn't respawn. Anyway, we gotta wrap this up fast so we can track those blood tower scumbags. Still, this stuff was really bugging her deep down. If that's all it was, no biggie. But let's say this time is just like the Rainbow Dungeon incident back then. If they repeat that method, then no way that's happening. Right, Masato couldn't help but worry about Haruto. Now that I think about it, is Hunter Sano okay? He didn't get sent to the afterlife by those guys, did he? Somewhere in a corner of the snowy mountains, a giant spider web cocoon lay still on the ground. Haruto burst out of the cocoon, his body covered in wounds. Release Giant King Spider Silk, damn it. His eyes were now full of rage and annoyance. That bastard Takumi suddenly appeared behind a freezing gust of wind. He didn't even think twice, sprinted forward and shouted, "Stop right there!" 2 swords clashed instantly, making a sharp metallic sound. The guy looked at him and smirked. "Is that seriously what you think? That a low-rank hunter can do anything?" Ignoring Takumi's mocking, he still gripped his sword tight. "Ha, that low-rank hunter you're talking about is wrecking your whole plan." He used the giant spider silk once again. King to bind the guy's hands tight. Takumi swung his arm to break free from the silk, growling, "This silk is no different from a worm or an ant. I'll make sure you can never use this junk again." Saying that, he stabbed his sword into the ground, knocking him back. A light flashed along with his sky-shaking shout, "Kalishia long dragon sword rank release." Haruto narrowed his eyes, quickly wrapping himself in spider silk. "Last time I used the silk to escape," but he wiped the blood from his lips, silently marveling. The power of the Kalishia long dragon sword is seriously terrifying. But thanks to that, Haruto figured out how to use its power. Haruto stabbed his sword into the ground to stand up. Where did he dig up such rare intel? I didn't completely block that hit. Well, guess I should chase him and beat the truth out of him. But then the strange scenery around him threw him off. "By the way, where am I? Holy crap, it's just white snow everywhere. How am I supposed to know where I am?" Around that time at the Japanese Hunter Association, golden sunlight hit the skyscraper. Takuo leaned back on the sofa, reassuring Makoto, "No need to worry too much. Chairman Shinoda and the future guild master, Shirasaki Masato, are with them." Makoto crossed his arms, speaking seriously. "The biggest concern right now is whether the Blood Tower Guild really pulled the strings behind all this. We don't know much about them." Go quickly agreed. For sure, even high-rank hunters targeted by them are just dead meat, and there's no way to gather more info. He paused for a sec, then tossed a tablet onto the table. "But we at the Midas Guild found a few things," he explained, and recounted the story to the other two. "The reason they're making such a big scene this time is because of the presence of the Global Hunter Guild." Stafford. Tokuo's eyes widened, eyebrows raised in surprise. Stafford, even Makoto, sitting next to him, couldn't help being curious. Why would a world-class guild like that be in a small place like Japan, and involved with the association too? Go lowered his head, his voice dropping a few octaves. Hard to imagine. "What's the situation in the dungeon right now? However, 15 years ago, during the Great Calamity, only one dungeon collapsed." He recounted the terrifying scene with a shaky voice. "Back then, the golems that escaped were more terrifying than demons from hell." He paused for a moment, then continued. "The person who sealed the Snow Mountain Golem dungeon back then was one of the world's strongest priests, Nishihara Tomoka of Japan." Makoto rubbed his chin in agreement. Yeah, if Hunter Nishihara hadn't sacrificed herself back then. Go looked straight at the other two, discussing seriously. The giant golem's heart was sealed inside the hidden dungeon. To this day, it's still got a fatal attraction that has the whole world hooked. He broke down exactly how those two guilds operate. Basically, both of them are the type to do whatever it takes, totally ruthless. To get what they want, I'm honestly not surprised they teamed up to raid the Golem Snow Mountain. Plus, Ares Hill from the International Hunter Association, isn't she Nishihara's daughter, Makoto, chimed in fast. We all know what's up. Aside from the Calicia longsword business, she's definitely planning to investigate her mom's death too. Hunter Nishihara. But go shut that down immediately. No, nobody has ever confirmed Hunter Nishihara is actually dead. That made him even more shocked. Say what a hunter goes missing in a dungeon with no body found. Usually gets reported as KIA, right? But you're telling me someone missing for 15 years still isn't declared dead. Go picked up his tablet, scanned the list, and replied, there was a survivor that year. A hunter who made it back from that dungeon about 5 years ago. They claimed they saw Hunter Nishihara. Makoto's eyes went wide as he questioned him. What, for real? He lowered his voice to confirm, because Staffield suppressed the news. So it's hard for us to know the full story. But at the very least, it's true. The interesting thing is, inside that dungeon, there are countless. Suddenly a young guy burst through the door, yelling, Chairman, we got a problem. Go snapped his head around, annoyed. What is it? We're in the middle of an important meeting. The guy grabbed the remote, stammering, right now a dungeon break is. As soon as the TV turned on, the roar of a golem blasted out. A reporter hiding behind a wrecked car was talking a mile a minute. Can everyone see this? We are currently witnessing a dungeon break. His voice got even more desperate as the chaos unfolded. It's happening right here in the city center. Screams of panic and the sound of buildings crumbling filled the air. Go gritted his teeth in rage the second he saw it. Those are golems from the Snow Mountain dungeon. No way did the dungeon that was just cleared suddenly collapse. What the hell is going on? Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, a group was struggling to push through a blizzard. Sarah watched Takumi gripping a piece of paper in silence. Finally, she spoke up. Is the plan really going to be okay? This is the first time I've seen you take a hit, Kurosaki. Need a heal. He glanced at her, his tone challenging. If you're so curious, why don't you check for yourself? Takumi held it out, making Sarah's eyes go wide. This is it. The whole group stopped in front of a massive gate. His voice was calm. The hidden dungeon of the Golem Snow Mountain. Sarah was completely mesmerized, staring at the gate. Finally, she could collect the giant golem's heart. Takumi led the squad forward aggressively, crossing a sketchy suspension bridge stretching between the two peaks. Meanwhile, Satoru, using his stealth skill, was quietly standing in the corner, watching every single move. Once the whole group had crossed, he slowly started moving, tailing the target closely. The end of the bridge led straight to a mysterious cave. Takumi's crew was just inches away from getting inside. Satoru couldn't help but be amazed, whispering to himself, so this is the hidden dungeon. The guys following him had their faces fully covered, hiding their identities carefully. After a few steps, they felt something was off. One of them reached out towards the barrier, analyzing it gently. Suddenly, a bad feeling washed over him, and he reported it straight away. Guildmaster. There's some kind of barrier here. Hearing that, he slowly walked over, lightly touched the barrier, and fell into thought. Staffield really lives up to its name as a world-class guild. Their intel is unbelievably reliable. Takumi's memories drifted back to the old days. Thinking to himself, this must have been sealed 15 years ago by a great mage, and the strongest hunter Nishihara Tomoka. Moreover, it was something he had always treasured, desiring to spend his whole life obtaining it, the giant golem heart of the hidden dungeon, just thinking about it. His eyes narrowed, full of emotion, before he suddenly called out to everyone. Takumi didn't forget to warn them to be careful. Prepare to break the barrier. Don't slack off and watch your backs. Everyone obeyed instantly. Loud and clear, Roger. After sorting out the crew, he turned to her and barked another order. Sarah restored the settings of the Calicia longsword. But Arida Sarah didn't even have time to react. When his eyes suddenly went cold, he frowned. Wait, looks like a little rat has been sneaking after us. That just confused her even more, leaving her standing there clueless. Meanwhile, over at Satoru's spot, he heard every single curse word clearly. His heart felt like it was going to jump out of his chest as he thought, what a moron. You dare use stealth to tail the Blood Tower Guild. His face turned pale blood, draining completely as he gritted his teeth, thinking, Haruto-senpai, we're in big trouble. Takumi didn't say another word. Charging straight at the noise, yelling, you're seriously pissing me off. It's the Snow Mountain Crying Rabbit. Golems inhabit the area near the secret Snow Mountain dungeon. This level 31 rabbit-shaped monster is always starving and aggressive. Defeating it drops a mana stone. Haruto couldn't hide his surprise, blurting out, I didn't know there were mobs other than golems in here. Then he saw it get decked. A new challenger appeared and wrecked it with a single one-shot. Right where the crying rabbit was a super flashy red gem dropped. Seeing that, the snow mountain, Golem walked over and gently picked it up. Then for some reason it sprinted straight at him, looking all innocent with puppy dog eyes like it was asking for permission or something. Haruto understood immediately. He rubbed its head and asked, "You asking if you can eat that?" Go for it, little guy." After getting the green light, the snow mountain golems popped it in its mouth and crunched away, making him grin like a schemer. I already copied it anyway. Check this out. Haruto gripped the loot tight, amazed. Who would have thought a variant golem core had this kind of power? Variant golem core. Creates a golem by pouring mana into the core. Skill 1. Create a level 1 golem that looks exactly how the user imagines. Skill 2. Create level 1. Variant. Golem armor. Skill 3. Share vision and sensory data with the created golem. The higher the rank, the further the user can control the golem. The hype was so real his grin started looking a bit twisted. Whenever I think back to when I couldn't find any skills to steal with copy and paste, I was pretty bummed, but this item is actually cracked. If the core can create a golem unit, what happens if I copy and paste it? Haruto was beaming, flashing a grin that couldn't hide his excitement, thinking I can literally build a whole golem army now. This is peak. That means from now on, I can solo dungeons without needing a party. But seeing the golem stare at him left him a bit confused. The Snow Mountain Golem can level up to 10, can freely shapeshift and share senses with its master. But there was one thing Haruto was wondering about. It's only level 1 right now. I wonder how massive it'll get at level 10. If it gets too big, that's going to be a problem. Suddenly something happened that made Haruto's jaw drop. The Snow Mountain Golem seemed to sense something off, and immediately threw a punch dashing forward. Satoru, who had just arrived, got jumped and cried out in pain, screaming. Ouch! Haruto whipped his head around, looking totally shocked as he yelled, "Satoru!" Having just been jumped by the Snow Mountain Golem, the guy was so terrified tears were streaming down his face. Like a waterfall, looking at Haruto like a lifeline, Satoru practically tackled him, wailing, "Wa-ak, Haruto-senpai, I thought I was gonna die after getting the rundown from him." The two of them immediately bolted. Haruto couldn't hide his rage, shouting, "Damn it! Did those Blood Tower scumbags find the hidden dungeon?" Well, actually, he figured this might be a good thing, but seeing Satoru dragged into this mess, he felt guilty and apologized. "Sorry. I didn't think they'd spot you that easily. Since it was a top-tier stealth skill, I let my guard down," but Satoru shook his head, denying it. "No way, I was in a different spot, so I was fine, but the one they caught was probably that hunter from the Future Guild. Indeed, the person who got spotted and taken out was someone else entirely, while Satoru had managed to escape safely." Haruto narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, "Guildmaster Shirasaki, I thought he was just winging it, but it turns out our plans aligned perfectly by accident. After all, we definitely can't let our guard down around these Blood Tower goons." Remembering something important, Satoru added, "By the way, there was a girl with them." Haruto's eyes widened in surprise. A girl?" Satoru nodded firmly. "Yeah, it looked like she was channeling mana into some jars and starting some kind of ritual. And then the dungeon reset." In that moment, Satoru had gripped his sword tight, but fear took over. He was shaking too much to jump in. Now, filled with shame, he choked out, I thought about trying to stop them. But you told me, no, let's be real, I was just too terrified. I'm sorry." Seeing him all gloomy and teary-eyed, Haruto patted his head to comfort him. "It's okay, bro. You did good." Satoru sniffled for a bit, then suddenly remembered a key detail and rushed to explain. "Oh, right. That girl looks super familiar, like I've seen her somewhere before." Then his gaze turned a bit wary, as he asked suspiciously, "And is it okay that things been following us this whole time?" Haruto knew exactly what the kid was scared of, so he just replied, chill as ever, "Don't sweat it, that's my boy right there." Hearing that his eyes lit up with pure admiration, he asked, "Wait, so a whole golem is your minion? Does that mean you can control the entire golem race?" "Senpai Haruto, you are actually Pika." Pretty soon they moved to a hideout to watch from a distance. Satoru kept yapping the whole time. "The hidden dungeon is just across that bridge, but those guys are camping and guarding everywhere. If we make a wrong move, we're cooked." Then he went quiet for a sec before getting serious. "Satoru, go bring Hunter Nanase and Guildmaster Shirasaki here." That completely threw him off. But that means you'll be here all by yourself, senpai. And you know the enemy has the longsword too," but Haruto just calmly patted the snow golem's head and chilled, Don't worry about me. I've got a way to track their every move from right here. He couldn't argue with that logic, so he slumped and agreed. Understood. If you say so, Senpai Haruto. Before Satoru dipped, Haruto handed him something carefully. Take this too. The kid looked at it confused. Is this a mutant golem core? Satoru started geeking out. He got so hyped like a little kid he couldn't help screaming, is it from this golem? Making the golem jump and side-eye him. Just as expected. Haruto dropped a few more important instructions. From now on, it's your subordinate. You like it, right? Don't let the looks fool you. Its combat power is cracked. It'll be super useful. Satoru was so happy he could cry. Senpai Haruto, are you seriously giving me something this precious? Haruto felt kind of helpless and just said, guess so. Then he swallowed back the words he was going to say, it's precious, sure, but I have a ton of them. Just like that in a flash. Satoru got a massive morale boost, sprinting off excitedly while shouting, thank you so much, Senpai Haruto. He promised to bring Sister Nanase and the others back. ASAP Haruto. Couldn't help but laugh at the kid's energy. He thought, he's in a major guild, but he's pretty innocent, huh? Must be because Hunter Nanas carries most of the responsibility. Back to business, he quietly identified the perfect timing. Time to make a new minion. No sooner thought than done using a mutant golem core. He started creating a new golem. During this critical moment, Haruto watched like a hawk. He figured if it could create a golem based on his imagination, he'd juice it up with some mana. Finally, after waiting a bit, the golem started transforming like crazy. Haruto stayed locked in. A moment later, the system pinged. Mutant golem core skill. 3 can share scouting and reconnaissance abilities with the created golem. He couldn't believe his eyes jaw-dropping as he whispered in pure joy. Wow, this thing is absolutely god tier with a scouting ability that golem zoomed straight to where Takumi was. Haruto's only job now was to focus hard, making sure he didn't miss a single detail from the live feed. He vaguely spotted a girl next to the guy and realized it was the one Satoru mentioned. What is she doing with the Kalishia longsword? Seeing all these weird moves, Haruto couldn't look away. For even a second, terrified he'd missed something. Very quickly, Arita Sarah finished whatever she was doing, but she looked totally confused. Her eyes went wide in thought. Then the system announced Ctrl+Z, restoring durability of Kalishia longsword to original state. Then the longsword stat panel popped up. Sword forged from the soul of dragon Calicia. Level requirement 30. User level adjustment. Level 200 automatically applied. Combined when using unique skill 2. Passive skill increases user defense by 35%. Unique skill 1. Bloodthirst. Absorbs 15% of stamina, health, and mana from the target. Passive unique skill. 2. Berserk. Automatically activates when user HP drops below 10%. All user stats and ranks are doubled, including the user's precision rank. Duration 1 minute, cooldown 1 day. Just like that, a moment later, durability showed 6%. But that number started fading out, showing some massive fluctuations. In a split second, that number got incredibly blurry. Then it spiked straight to 100, a record-breaking feat. The system chimed in again, Ctrl+Z. Kalishia longsword durability restored to original state. Durability 100%, increased by 94%. Only then, after the reset process finished, Arita Sarah couldn't hold on anymore and collapsed to her knees. Restoring a sword like that drained way too much energy. She was panting hard, totally gassed. Her reaction was exactly what he wanted. He smirked, fully satisfied. Perfect. Takumi couldn't hide the hype. He gripped that sword tight, smirking coldly. All right, durability isn't a problem anymore. Watching through his spy golem, Haruto's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He whispered, you gotta be kidding me. The Kalishia longsword's durability, it's fully restored. No way a skill like that actually exists. Then it hit him. Wait, hold on. If that's real, then that girl is, she just like me, a wielder of the gifted curse. The system text started glitching. Blinding red light slowly formed the number 6. Then boom, it hit 100. That red glow was cold and painful to look at. Like a signal that the game just changed, the system hit 100 and instantly turned green. A notification popped up, activated Ctrl+Z. The Kalishia longsword's durability reset to baseline. But the crazy part, that clutch move pushed the durability all the way to 100%. It jumped 94% without a single glitch. This revelation hit Haruto like a ton of bricks. His jaw hit the floor, murmuring in total shock. He couldn't believe it. He never thought there'd be someone else out there suffering from the same curse he had. His emotions were all over the place. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nanas was fading fast from the cold and exhaustion. Seeing her pale face and gasping breath gave him an idea. Since the sword's durability got reset, does that mean she has the ability to return anything to its original state? Basically, her power is the exact opposite of his. But he quickly thought, if that's the case, I'm going to copy that skill. The blizzard was getting worse, and Haruto was drained too. He couldn't wait any longer, but he hesitated. Actually, can I even copy someone else's skill? He had to figure that out first. If it failed, he was cooked. The sky was still a blinding white. The only thing he could see clearly was the bright red of Nanis's coat. Locking in, Haruto told himself he had to make her an ally. Both of them were running on fumes. But Takumi wasn't letting them rest. Leaking pure bloodlust, he growled low. Finally time to wreck this hidden dungeon seal. With that, he slammed his sword into the barrier. The scene was creepy enough to give you goosebumps. In that bone-chilling cold. There was just this glowing red zone Takumi created like a private world nobody could touch. That barrier looked like centipedes twisted together into chains locking tight. Breaking in was hard enough, forget about breaking out. The insane power blasted Nanas with burning heat. She screamed in pain, throwing her hands up to cover her face. Haruto felt that terrifying power too. His dark eyes reflected the only light coming from Takumi. He realized in shock that's the hidden dungeon's barrier. Ignoring the two confused onlookers, Takumi arrogantly held the key. He grinned, muttering, if it weren't for the intel from Starfire. We'd never break this barrier with just the key. He thrust the sword hard, right into the center of the barrier, bragging like he'd already won. This was created 15 years ago by the great mage hunter Nishihara. That's why you need this exact sword to even hope of breaking the seal. Nana shouted nervously, what do you mean? Takumi slowly turned back, smiling like a savage. The original owner of this sword was Nishihara's husband, Frederick Hill. He vanished in this dungeon 15 years ago. Hunter Nishihara set up a barrier that can only be broken by her husband's sword keeping everyone else out. They were all stunned by the info. For real, Nanas, and probably Haruto too, thought the owner of the longsword was the world's top-tier hunter swordmaster Frederick Hill, and his wife was the great mage Nishihara Tomoka. And their daughter is Ares. No wonder she's so obsessed with that sword. Takumi didn't care what they were thinking. He was desperate to break this seal. He drove the sword down and roared, all right, let's break the seal. Then he shouted, Kalishia, longsword ability release. He poured all his energy into opening the barrier. Immediately, the barrier blasted out enough mana to suffocate anyone near it. Rocks and debris got sucked into that massive power, shattering into pieces. That deadly red looked like a sea of blood, drowning every last bit of life around it. The birds that survived the freezing blizzard were now getting incinerated by that scorching red light. Without planning it, both Haruto and Nanas hid behind a huge boulder, using its weight to shield themselves. Haruto squinted to avoid getting blinded by that light source. He was helplessly cursing in his head. A level 1 golem stands 0 chance against this setup. If the durability of the Calicia longsword hadn't been reset, it wouldn't be able to unleash this kind of sword pressure, but he had 0 time to think. The barrier cracked open, the shield shaking like crazy chains. Even the barrier itself was fighting for its life against that power source. The view looked like a page ripped straight out of a comic book. Because beyond that barrier was a whole different dimension, dark and deep as the abyss. You basically couldn't see the path at all. No end in sight. Takumi is usually huge, but standing in front of this scene, he looked weirdly small. But that guy's cocky as hell. He just smirked and muttered. Who knew the entrance to the hidden dungeon was actually a spatial projection? Bet that girl was torn up about it. Well, like I care. After 15 years, the Golem Mountain hidden dungeon is finally back. Then he shouted like he was giving orders, but also trying to hype the squad up. It is time to hunt down the giant golem's heart. Once he said that, everyone quietly stepped inside. That blinding dimension slowly faded out, signaling that this trip was going to be sketchy as hell. Haruto was stressing so hard he bit his lip. He didn't know what to do now. Should I just tail them? He thought, getting impatient and secretly roasting Satoru. How long are you going to make me wait, huh? Meanwhile, in southern Italy, inside an S-rank dungeon, the vibe was chilling to the bone. The metallic smell of blood hung in the air. Corpses and the cold black dungeon created an atmosphere of death that was sickening. The only surviving soldier was barely breathing. He used his last bit of strength to grit his teeth and say, you could have just taken me out. Why did you have to take everyone else's lives? The enemy just snapped his fingers. He showed total indifference and inhumanity in every single move. Speaking in a flat tone like he didn't even care. If I did that, I'd be a murderer. He spoke innocently like it wasn't his fault, but if the whole army gets wiped, people will just think it was a dungeon accident. After that snap, the poor soldier's life came to an end too. The tragedy right in front of them was so horrifying that you just want to look away and throw up. That inhumane system popped up with those emotionless, pre-programmed texts again. Ctrl+A. When the skill user loses their life, the skill will be transferred to the next user. Basically, this is the kind of ability that steals other people's lives to power up. And this guy had absorbed it all, the power of those poor soldiers. He let out a grunt, trying to accept that massive flow of power. Immediately, a bright red mark appeared clearly on his neck. His whole body radiated a disgusting killing intent. His face was slowly losing its human shape too. Everything was programmed. Ctrl+A, everything has been selected. Those unlucky soldiers were like unsold inventory that had no use left getting packed up. With just one Ctrl+X button, the command to cut all selected targets. They all of them vanished like they never appeared. Like they never even existed. Human life in this moment was pitifully cheap. A steady sound rang out, breaking the atmosphere. A blonde demoness with a bizarre appearance clapped non-stop, speaking in a cold voice. Looks like the Ctrl+A skill has improved, huh? Compared to wiping them out one by one, the scale has definitely expanded. The guy replied with zero emotion. The annoying part is that I have to take the target's life for the curse to finish me off. But the thing I hate the most is no matter how many times I use the skill, it still doesn't evolve. It's driving me insane. The demoness walked closer and scolded him. Didn't I tell you before? If you haven't reached the target, the skill won't change at all. The only skill you can own and upgrade without killing is Ctrl+C, the mysterious guy said in frustration. We have been searching for that guy for 10 long years, but we haven't seen even a single hair. Does Ctrl+C actually exist? He asked hopelessly. The blonde demoness smiled slyly and explained, It's a bit different in our dimension. I am certain this world has a holder for it too. And Ctrl+F is to find people with control skills, right? The guy calmed down, pulled up his hood, and muttered, Right now that you mention it, what about Ctrl+Z? The other person replied, Based on the info we gathered. Currently, the Blood Tower Guild has a report about breaking the seal barrier created by Hunter Nishihara. Both of these pieces of intel suggest Ctrl+Z is actually important. But remember to make sure you get the giant golem's heart. This is the item that helps cursed skill holders unleash their optimal power. Got it, the other replied. The two of them vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, inside the dimension, the Kurosaki Guild was slowly scouting the inside. After walking for a bit, Masato started acting up again. He screamed, What the hell? We rushed all the way here just to see a snowy wasteland like this. There aren't even any signs of a fight. Did we go the wrong way? He asked suspiciously. Haruto replied smartly. They didn't go that long ago. His intuition is seriously reliable. Those two guys just vanished without a trace. The others started analyzing. Based on the situation in the cave, seems like there aren't any monsters here. Since there is only one path, we will catch up to them soon. They picked up the pace. Nanase asked Ares mid-sprint, Any idea where they dug up that intel? Ares didn't answer right away. She hesitated. This is just a hunch, but I think Staffield is backing them. Her expression turned grim. Nanase stopped dead in her tracks and yelled, Staffield. Her shout made everyone spin around in alarm. That included Haruto. She asked total disbelief in her voice. The United Nations Guild is #1 in the world. Why the hell would they team up with the Blood Tower? Ares looked awkward as she spoke up. I think it might be because of my mother. Haruto heard every word. It clicked for him, so that's the source. That's how the Blood Tower got their intel. He gripped the hilt of his longsword tight. Connecting the dots, he realized with a sinking feeling that they had planned this whole thing from the start. Anxious, he turned to Ares, thinking, then their target is, maybe I'm wrong, but if I'm right, his mind was racing. Haruto concluded with a serious tone, their target isn't the mutant golem key. It's you, Ares. Masato started shouting orders. Move it. If we grab one of those Blood Tower punks, we can force them out of hiding. That'd be way faster. He was sharp too. He realized that if Staffield was really backing them, then Kai using Shadow Shift makes sense. The rest is just... He gritted his teeth. He muttered, gotta catch him and make him spill it himself. Everyone picked up the pace. Even the clumsy golem roared out loud. Wait for me, it bellowed, stomping along. Masato caught up to Satoru, asking curiously, I've been wondering what the hell are you dragging along anyway? Satoru replied cheerfully, Haruto-senpai gave me a minion. Nanase asked, puzzled, why would you give Satoru such a valuable item? Caught off guard, Haruto stammered, Well, I gave it because it's valuable. He needs a bodyguard to be safe, right? He didn't notice the faint smile forming on Nanase's lips. Suddenly, a strange light erupted beneath his feet. Haruto was caught off guard, having no clue what was happening. Then a golden magic circle blazed to life right under them, shining blindingly bright. It was a trap. In a split second, everyone vanished into that blinding golden light, except for Haruto. He reacted instantly, screaming. Satoru Nanase dashed past him, panic on her face as she yelled for her brother Satoru. All four of them rushed into the magic circle where Satoru's group had vanished. The golden light flashed, engulfing Haruto. It took him completely by surprise. In the blink of an eye, they landed on another magic circle. He landed in a crouch with a heavy thud. Nanase shot up, immediately screaming Satoru. Haruto scanned the area, shouting Guildmaster Shirasaki. He raised his sword in defense, glancing back and yelling, "What the hell is going on? We were right behind them. How did they just vanish?" Suddenly, a massive roar echoed through the air. Haruto whipped his head around. A massive monster appeared right in front of him. Ferocious eyes, razor-sharp teeth, lunging straight for his throat. Staring into the beast's gaping maw, Haruto screamed internally, "Oh shit, where the hell did that come from?" While he was still frozen, Nanase was already moving, gripping her spear and charging forward. She shouted her skill blade dance. With a single downward slash, the monster's head was severed clean from its body. The body crashed to the ground, kicking up dust as blood sprayed everywhere. Still shaken, Haruto spoke up. "Why is there a dinosaur-type monster in the Golem Snow Mountain Ares?" Crouched down to inspect the corpse and answered him. "It feels like we're in a completely different world here." She looked around at everyone. Her gaze was sharp. "This is definitely a multi-dimensional dungeon." The whole group froze, then shouted in unison, "A multi-dimensional dungeon." High above the rocky peaks, strange birds were soaring through the blue sky. Down below the towering trees stood Haruto's group. Stunned by the scenery, he blurted out, "What is this place?" Nanis shot back at Ares. "That's impossible. I heard all the multi-dimensional dungeons were cleared out during the Great Disaster, 15 years ago." Ares explained, "Yeah, my mother sealed them all, but it looks like one has reopened for some reason." She continued, "The hidden dungeon here in the Golem. Snow Mountain was one of the ones she sealed. The magic circles inside these dungeons are what allow them to connect to countless other dimensions." Picturing the terrifying monsters being summoned forth, Ares reached a conclusion. When the circle activates, a portal to another world opens up. There's also a possibility that we've been transported to an extremely dangerous dungeon. Hearing this, Nanase nodded, touching her chin. "So that's why Hunter Nishihara set up a barrier to protect the perimeter." Ares added, "My mother had a theory too, that the Great Disaster all those years ago was actually a multi-dimensional dungeon going berserk." Haruto looked worried. "If that's true, then where did Satoru and Guildmaster Shirasaki get teleported to?" She answered him, "Looks like we got warped to a different dimension." She looked at the trio, dead serious. "If we wipe this dungeon, we can get our hands on the giant golem's heart. Talk about a blessing in disguise." Hearing that, he gripped his sword tight. "Then let's get moving." Haruto looked up, sweating bullets. Right in front of them, a swarm of monsters, looking like dinos, smashing through trees and charging straight at them. He was sweating buckets. This ain't going to be a walk in the park. Nanis exhaled, shifting into combat stance. Cut to the city center. Skyscrapers wrecked, engulfed in smoke and fire, reaching the sky. A rock golem was on a rampage, hunting down civilians. People were screaming, running for their lives. The hunters teamed up, landing combos to take it down. But the core was still intact, so the golem regenerated instantly. One shouted, "Damn it! No way we can break the core like this." The hunter next to him whipped around, screaming for backup mages. "We need AoE cover fire over here." The mage-class hunter glanced at them, looking grim. "Can't do it. Out here we don't regen mana as easily as inside a dungeon." He lowered his voice. "I'm busy saving my own skin. I can't help you." Another hunter smashed the golem's arm, yelling, "Damn it! Where did that walking mana potion disappear to?" The bald hunter nearby was attacking too. "Never thought I'd say this, but we actually need that trash right now." Suddenly, a rock golem attacked him from behind, roaring as its claws reached for the bald guy. The mage saw it and screamed in panic. "Hey, watch your six." Suddenly, a blinding sword slash ripped through the air. Lucas appeared out of nowhere, slicing the attacking golem in half. He stuck the landing rubble crumbling from the monster's body, crashing down behind him. Badass entrance. The mage stammered, "Oh, thank you, so huh?" He stopped mid-sentence, shocked when he saw the guy's face. A foreigner. Lucas slicked back his hair with a grin. "I'm here on business, but I couldn't just stand back and watch people die." The bald hunter stepped up. "We were seriously cooked there. Thanks for the assist." The mage complimented him. "Your Japanese is cracked, dude, and fighting in a suit." Lucas looked at them with curiosity. "By the way, what's this mana potion person you guys were talking about? You've got my attention." The bald hunter laughed, sarcastically waving his hand. "Oh, it's no big deal. He's just some low-rank scrub who can barely fight. His only skill is infinite mana regeneration. His only job is being a living battery for the team." Lucas immediately got in his face. "Where can I find this guy?" The bald guy replied, "I used to see him all the time, but it's been a while. So I have no clue where he is now. Just popped into my head. Lucas thought to himself, infinite mana regeneration. Could he be? Suddenly a voice rang out. Oh, finally made it. Lucas turned to look. Two silhouettes appeared on top of a skyscraper. It was Go and Shinoda Makoto, staring down menacingly. He instantly recognized them. Midas Guildmaster, Go in great power. Guildmaster Shinoda. Lucas couldn't help but feel a little hype. Looks like he's about to see something wild. A massive horde of rock golems was moving, with the biggest one standing on a high floor. The two guildmasters looked down at the golems. Makoto exclaimed, a calamity golem. No doubt about it. The Snow Mountain golem actually broke out. He turned to the man beside him. Perfect opponents for you, right, Guildmaster Takeshi. I'll support you. Go. Gritted his teeth, shouting, Shirasaki. That damn dungeon maniac. What the hell is he doing inside that dungeon? He jumped down yelling at Makoto. Tell the chairman my reward better be something from the association's S-rank vault. Go immediately activated stone armor. His body was instantly encased in rock as he slammed into the ground. The concrete shattered on impact, dust clouds exploding everywhere. Go had completely transformed. A layer of impenetrable rock covered his entire body like armor. A golem, not knowing its place, charged at Go. He scoffed with pure contempt. We're both made of stone, but I'm built different. He dashed at them, shattering golems one by one. None of them could tank a single hit. The surrounding buildings shook from the shockwaves of Go's battle. Meanwhile, a hand was charging up power beams of light. Appearing, it was Shinoda Makoto raising his hand to cast a spell. Multicolored magic circles formed, spinning rapidly around him. He aimed forward, and the magic blast followed his command. Shooting out at light speed, it whizzed right past Go's head. He just grunted, That old geezer planned to stand there and watch the show all by himself. Looks like his support has a limit, huh? The final giant stone golem let out a deep, hollow roar. Instantly rushed in. Go threw a high-speed punch right at his face. He didn't hesitate to take a stance, preparing to clap back with a fist of his own. Voice full of arrogance, he said, if you want to compare raw strength, I win hands down. Go immediately popped a strength buff, and sharp spikes sprouted all over his arm. The two fists, one huge, one small, slammed into each other fast. Crazy power created shockwaves that rippled out continuously. Cracks started appearing all over the golem's arm, spreading straight up to its shoulder and whole body. Half of it couldn't handle his power and just exploded into tiny rocks. Falling with the debris was the golem's shiny red core. Go snatched it up fast. The stone layer on his face melted away, revealing a sinister smile. I won't let that old man have the last laugh. As soon as he said it, he crushed the core in his hand. A notification popped up, boss defeated, dungeon clear complete. Makoto over here closed his eyes and let out a sigh of relief. The hunters near Go were hyped morale skyrocketing, shouting and cheering. Just then, an F-rank perception ability card appeared. Notification F-rank. Perception. Target is not the owner of the perception skill. Turns out Lucas is the one with the F-rank perception card. He thought to himself, whoa, Japan's top hunter and the guild master of Midas. He cleared the dungeon break in just 10 minutes. Lucas felt a bit better inside. Even though he wasn't the perception owner, he still gathered some good intel. He immediately jotted it down in his notebook. Done. Lucas slammed the notebook shut. Come to think of it, the S-rank perception user is still in the dungeon, right? She wouldn't die in there, would she? But little did he know, Arita Sarah, the S-rank perception holder, was currently badly injured. There was a massive hole in her stomach. Flashback to 20 minutes ago, a pack of ferocious zombies appeared growling. Blood-red eyes glowing in the dark, they poured out of the city gate. Takumi stood in front of the group and just spoke calmly. A pack of vampires. Lifting his longsword, he announced, from here on out, we're going in blind. So it's all up to luck. But as he shouted, he swung a blazing red sword slash. This dungeon looks like a piece of cake. The zombies got hit by the sword aura and could only let out a scream. Their bodies started disintegrating. The power of the longsword spread through the whole pack, wiping them all out in a split second. A moment later, the smoke cleared, revealing nothing but gray ash and zombies lying dead on the ground. A notification popped up. Dungeon cleared. Teleporting to boss location. The heart of the giant golem. Takumi heard that and gave a dangerous smile. They were all ready for action. In no time, the group was teleported to a giant stone door. There were strange symbols carved above it. A masked guy spoke up. Finally made it to the hidden boss. Takumi picked up a golden metal key. Time to see what this key is worth. Without wasting a second, he jammed the key straight into the door. The massive heavy door creaked open and they walked in one by one. But the moment they stepped inside, they all saw a row of colossal stone statues. Their eyes glowed an eerie turquoise. Someone in the group blurted out, "What is this?" "Just a bunch of stone statues." The masked guy dragged his sword against the wall and asked, maybe we're too early? The boss hasn't respawned yet. Sarah was sweating bullets, breathing shallowly. She thought to herself, what is he babbling about? Since the moment we walked in, I've felt this indescribable pressure crushing my body. She looked at them, wondering, don't the others feel it? Are they just used to it because they're hunters? The masked guy kept talking. That must be it. In that case, we just need to beat the monster and grab the loot. He didn't notice something rushing down from right above him. As soon as he stopped talking, a giant stone hand crushed him flat against the ground, shattering the floor and sending dust flying. When the hand lifted up, blood dripped down endlessly. The masked guy lay there completely motionless. It was the hand of one of the stone statues. Its eyes had turned red. The ground bore the clear imprint of its hand and the unlucky masked guy. Another masked guy saw it and screamed in terror, holy crap, is the statue the boss? Wait. Don't tell me the others are too. Instantly, the other statues started moving quickly, surrounding them. Sarah was absolutely terrified, shaking like a leaf. She covered her mouth tight with her hand, trying not to make a sound. The guy who got crushed was actually still alive, struggling to cough up a mouthful of blood. Cough, seeing Sarah's panicked face. Takumi felt confused and thought, what are you doing? You've seen people die right in front of your eyes before. Countless times. Then he shouted at her, Sarah, snap out of it. While you're still breathing, restore his status now. When she heard his voice, she gasped, ah. Her teary eyes slowly regained composure. Sarah sprinted straight toward that masked guy who was barely hanging on, but the moment she pulled out the energy flask, streams of mana wouldn't stop spilling out. In Sarah's hand, the mana flask was already hitting rock bottom. She stared at it completely, shook. The flask is empty. No is the mana leaking out. Both flasks felt like something was sucking the mana right out of them. She was freaking out deep down. Are you kidding me? The seal on this mana flask, not even a top-tier mage could break it. What is going on here? All the mana was flowing in one direction. Sweating, Sarah looked toward where those mana streams were flying. She couldn't help feeling tense. Where is it all going? Suddenly, a statue raised its sword high and slashed at the crowd. One guy couldn't run in time and accepted his fate. Another crawled up, trying to flee, screaming in terror. Takumi was swinging his sword like a madman. Seeing that, he shouted, don't be scared, fight back. Even if it's huge, it's just a golem. Saying that, he slashed forward at a statue again. Stone fragments from its belly immediately flew everywhere. Then Takumi told a masked guy, it's a high-level monster, use the mines. The guy replied, I tried earlier, but neither my stealth skill nor the mines would activate. Suddenly, a dark shadow rushed straight at the masked guy. He felt a chill run down his spine. The stone statue's sword smashed right into him. Takumi jumped back and cursed loudly, damn it! But when he looked to the side, he couldn't help shuddering in panic. A masked guy was being gripped tight in a statue's hand. It squeezed hard, making his blood spray out nonstop. Then it threw each of them down right in front of Takumi. It left him speechless. He gritted his teeth in anger. Are you mocking me? If everyone dies and not a single soul is left, Takumi growled, eyes full of rage. The consequences for us, I'm about to lose my mind. He looked so small standing before the stone statues as he screamed, you damn pebbles. Being that big just makes you an easier target. Swinging his sword high, Takumi roared, Long Dragon Sword, Calicia Release ability. Suddenly, a red notification popped up. User does not have enough mana to unleash Long Dragon Sword, Kalishia Aura. He couldn't believe his eyes. His voice rang out furiously. I'm over level 300. What do you mean, not enough mana? The statue was already attacking. He could only blink, look up, and curse all hell. The massive stone sword slammed down onto the ground with extreme force. Instantly, a crack tore open and shattered rocks shot high into the air. Ignoring the situation over there, Sarah stepped on the stone stairs, following the path where the mana was being sucked. She finally made it, feeling relieved. Found it. All the mana is gathering here. Before her was a stone podium. On top of it, something was endlessly absorbing the surrounding mana. Sarah curiously reached out. What is this thing? As soon as Sarah touched the ice case, it reacted immediately and vibrated. A massive red stone appeared right in front of her eyes, making her gasp in surprise. No way, this is the giant golem's heart. But why isn't it regenerating? Why is it absorbing mana? The heart detected an intruder and shook violently. Suddenly sensing danger, Sarah broke into a sweat. Not good. Right after that, without hesitating, she immediately bolted away from the giant golem's heart. But it was too late. It fired a beam of red energy straight at Sarah. The energy ray shot right through her side. Blood spurted out instantly, and she fell straight from the high stone steps rolling down. She kept coughing up blood. A statue spotted Sarah lying nearby. Raising its stone sword arm, high eyes glowing red, It slashed down toward her. Suddenly, black shadow lines appeared from Sarah's shadow. It was Takumi manifesting just in time, blocking the statue's descending sword. The crushing weight of the sword made Takumi spit out a mouthful of blood. With one hand, he pulled out a small vial. A notification popped up. Hunter Association High-Grade Healing Potion. Upon use, restores 80% HP, MP, and user damage resistance. In emergencies, it can be applied to the affected area to preserve status. Takumi used it directly on the unconscious Sarah. Once done, he knelt down and hoisted her onto his shoulder. A sudden notification appeared. The giant golem's heart has awakened, initiating battle with the boss monster. Takumi's jaw dropped. Is that thing? Looking ahead, the stone door was slowly closing. He felt uneasy. Damn it. Is the door closing? I have to use Shadow Shift to get out of here right now. Takumi's feet swirled with black smoke. A red notification rang out. Warning user, does not have enough mana to execute Shadow Shift. He screamed in despair. Are you kidding me? Where did all my mana go? In this critical situation, Takumi had to use all his strength to sprint there fast. But when he was just a short distance from the door, it was almost closed, revealing only a small gap just big enough for one person. His mind screamed, damn it. At this rate, neither of them would make it out. Ignoring his bleeding wounds, Takumi hoisted Sarah up high with his last bit of strength. He chucked her straight through the stone door. Sarah skidded across the ground, sprawling out. She struggled to get back up. Her whole body shaking, she barely choked out. Why, Takumi just smiled at her, totally confident. As long as you're alive, you can reset everything back to how it was, right? The door slammed shut right in front of her. Behind him, a statue was charging in. Tears streaming down, Sarah forced out a curse. Are you stupid? I'm not a hunter. I can't absorb mana. How am I supposed to reset anything? Sarah passed out. In her daze, she blamed herself. I never should have come here. If I die in this place, what's going to happen to Mom and Dad? Suddenly, she felt her body change. It feels so warm. Is this mana? Sarah slowly opened her eyes. Standing right there was Haruto. Still out of it, Sarah couldn't make out who it was. Just a blurry figure. Who? Haruto saw her waking up and called out, Hey, you okay? Sarah stared at him, thinking, is this the guy who shared mana with Hunter? Nana Haruto was busy healing her injuries. She could feel her whole body being flooded with mana. If I have this much energy, Haruto focused on pouring mana into her. He said if you have enough mana, you can reset your own body, right? Sarah was shook. How did he know what she was thinking? She thought, how does he know about my skill? Suddenly, a loud voice shouted, Are you kidding me right now? We came all this way, just to get stuck at a door. Ares calmly walked up to the entrance and told everyone, as long as a hunter is fighting inside, nobody from the outside can open it, unless we use a key to force it. But I'm sure you haven't forgotten there's only one key. Masato Guild Master of the Future Guild. Cursed in anger. Damn it all. If I knew this, we would have just beaten that golem, and that reviving variant before coming here. Then he turned to look down at Sarah, who was awake now. He asked, who's this chick? Looks like a high-rank healer from the Blood Tower Guild. Ares told him she was critically injured. But thanks to Hunter Haruto's mana, she's fully recovered. We'll need to investigate this when we get back. I've restrained her with some hunter gear. Masato wasn't having it. He got even angrier. That's assuming we ever get out of here. If we don't clear the dungeon, we're stuck here forever, right? Ares didn't want to trigger Masato any further. But to be honest, yeah, that's likely. Masato was so pissed he didn't even curse anymore, just stood in the corner muttering to himself. So that's why so many people went missing in this dungeon. Haruto looked at him feeling kind of helpless. He was worried, calculating his next move. What do I do now? Should I show them the key I crafted with my skill? Inventory, open. Current items. Giant spider, silk times 11. Kalishia longsword. Bear, king, claws times 15. Variant, golem. Core times 11. Heart unlocking. Key times 2. Haruto thought, I can probably just say I found it somewhere, right? He pulled the key out of his inventory. Ares walked up to the door, placing her hand on it to feel the energy. This is the door my mother sealed. There has to be something here. Suddenly, the door glowed with an eerie green light covered in writing. The same writing appeared on Ares' cloak. Everyone was shocked. Haruto ran over to her first. Ares, how did you open the door? Your cloak, it's glowing with the same patterns as the door. Ares lifted her cloak slightly and explained, This cloak belonged to my mother. It must have been made to resonate with this door. Haruto secretly felt relieved. So Ares is actually the key to this hidden dungeon. I need to be careful exploring this multi-dimensional space later. Masato arrived late, so he had no clue what they were talking about. Haruto added, looks like an automatic door. Suddenly, a wave of energy hit them, making everyone feel sick. Even the Snow Mountain golem with them felt it. It grumbled. "Whoa, what is up with the pressure in this room?" Nana stepped up, shouting a warning. "Everyone, defensive positions." "Something in there is draining our mana," Haruto asked Sarah, who was standing nearby. "Sarah, is that the thing you mentioned earlier?" She looked terrified. "Yeah, the giant golem's heart. It absorbs mana from everything around it. Then it uses that energy to regenerate itself." Haruto was surprised. "It absorbs mana. If that's the case, how should I handle this?" While he was thinking, Sarah grabbed his hand, panicked. "We need to leave right now. It doesn't matter how high rank a hunter is. Without mana, you're dead." But Haruto noticed something. "What's that?" Standing right in front of him was a horde of giant beasts. He gasped, "What the hell are these giants?" Before he could process it, Nana walked up to him. "Hunter Sano, can I get a mana top-up?" Haruto popped open his inventory. He thought, all right. Then he said with determination, "Let me show you the power of a human mana potion." The system activated. Ctrl+C, copying user's mana. Ctrl+V, pasting copied mana times in. Ctrl+V, paste limit. The entire space was instantly flooded with mana. Witnessing the scene, Sarah's jaw hit the floor. What is this? The whole dungeon is drowning in mana even while it's being drained. Moving that fast. She finally looked over at Haruto, eyes wide with shock. Is this guy a hunter? If I combine my skill with his, maybe I can get Mom and Dad back to normal. Nana's thought as she rushed toward the beast, shouting, "We're not short on mana. This is enough to wreck those stone statues." She swung her blade, slashing down. One of them was instantly sliced in half. Masato channeled his ability, speaking with confidence. "As long as we have enough mana." "You guys are just useless trash rocks." He unleashed a dark lightning spear. Instantly, the ground and debris around them, a whole mob of standing statues collapsed. Masato grinned. "A whole group, huh? Perfect. I was going crazy from boredom in this dungeon. Time to vent on you piles of rocks." Masato's power was so terrifying it blanketed a massive section of the dungeon. Statue after statue shattered. Someone shouted, "Found him." Sarah looked around, following the voice. She saw a man leaning against the wall, injured, but still breathing. He had a wound on his stomach and was missing an arm. Watching from afar, Sarah thought, if I use my skill now. Suddenly she noticed something off. Long dragon sword. Kalishia. Haruto had already walked up to the guy. He stood there silently for a moment, then picked up the long dragon sword to inspect it, thinking to himself, "Finally got it back. I knew it. The durability has been reset. This girl is definitely a cursed skill holder. I'm going to copy that skill." He glanced at Sarah, making her jump. "But first got to test this out." Saying that, he touched Takumi's head. Warning. Copying target's shadow shift skill. Copy failed. Reason target's rank is higher than user. Haruto thought, guessed right, even with the rank boost from the long dragon sword. My level still isn't high enough. Target harbors intense hostility towards you. In this situation, you have two options to acquire the skill. Option 1, eliminate the target and absorb the skill. Option 2, forced absorption. Can only be executed when target's HP is under 15%. This option will render the target unable to use the skill. Haruto was slightly surprised. If the target considers me an enemy, I just have to kill them to snag the skill. If that's the case, wait, looking at him, his HP is definitely under 15% already, so I can absorb it right now without killing him. Forced absorption, just for defensive purposes. I'm going to be using this move a lot in the future. Masato walked over to Sarah and asked, "You're a healer, right? Go patch him up, but just enough so he doesn't die." Sarah activated her healing ability on Takumi. Masato stood there and said, "We have a ton of questions, so it'd be a pain if he escaped." Sarah turned to look at Haruto. He nodded, signaling her to heal the guy. Sarah began the healing process, and Takumi's arm regrew in an instant. Haruto was shocked, thinking his severed arm grew back instantly. This skill is totally on par with my body copy ability. Takumi finally regained consciousness. Sarah asked him, "Hey, what are you laughing at?" Takumi looked up at her and said, "See, neither of you died." Sarah saw that Takumi was awake and still talking trash. "Whatever, forget it." Nanis then handcuffed him. She said, "You'd better not try anything funny. The one letting you live is Guildmaster Shirasaki, not me." He didn't seem to care. She scoffed. "Always think you're superior." He shot back. "If we make it out of here alive, well, that's just what I do." Then he looked around and said, "This dungeon is only just getting started." With that, Takumi prepared to run. Seeing that Nanase slashed out a beam, suddenly Satoru appeared from nowhere, shouting, "Sis!" He was being chased by a light from the stone on the gate. The Snow Mountain Golem appeared, blocking the light for Satoru. Rewind. 30 minutes ago at the Drybone multi-space dungeon, Masato was using dark lightning to smash the stone statues in the dungeon. Struck by the dark lightning, the statue's shattered pieces falling to the ground. The Snow Mountain Golem accompanying Satoru excitedly ran over. Satoru was surprised. "You want to eat the magic stones," Masato saw this turned and said. "You can have them all. Those rocks aren't worth a dime." Hearing that the Snow Mountain Golem rushed in, popping magic stone after magic stone into its mouth, suddenly its body began to change. Snow Mountain Golem. Level 2, 25%. Can upgrade to level 10. Can shapeshift flexibly. Level 2, benefit. Can share senses with the user. Satoru was thrilled, patting its head. Whoa, my little minion leveled up. When he touched the Snow Mountain Golem, the stone suddenly shifted from its body onto Satoru's. He shouted in surprise, "Little minion, what is this?" Back to the present. Satoru's body was now encased by the Snow Mountain Golem, shielding him from attacks. Haruto witnessed this, eyes wide in disbelief. That errand boy merged with Satoru. It leveled up in such a short time. Masato thought, no matter how I look at it, this scene looks exactly like Guildmaster Midas's stone armor skill. So that mutant golem core levels up this way. I need to research this properly when we get back. Masato created a defensive barrier. Protecting himself from the dungeon attacks, suddenly a hit came in so hard it grazed his shoulder. That guy really ticked Masato off. Ares was on defense too, warning Masato the guildmaster of future guild. Watch out, these attacks are made of pure mana. It's high concentration mana, and those beams are sharp. Magic shields can't block them. Nana stepped up and told everyone. Actually, that's why physical attacks are the best way to counter. She swung her blade. No way it actually blocked the attack for real. Haruto looked over at Satoru and thought, it's exactly like Hunter Nana said. Because the mana is too dense. We can use normal swords and shields to block it. Over by Satoru. He was worried about his guardian golem. Little minion you, okay? That's the reason Satoru's minion and could successfully block the hit. Haruto still felt something was off. But if we just focus on defending, we can't move forward. Since it generates infinite mana, the giant golem's heart will keep attacking nonstop. Gotta get close enough to destroy it or we're all cooked. Need a plan. Right, Shadow Shift. That guy from the Blood Tower Guild could use this move. Even when wrapped in giant spiderwebs. Thinking that Haruto activated Ctrl+V using Giant King Spiderweb. He grinned, satisfied. Now I can use my skills without anyone catching me. Ctrl+C using Giant King Spiderweb while activating Shadow Shift. A moment later, Haruto was gone. Mo, standing behind, saw him vanish and wondered. He disappeared. By now, Haruto was heading toward the source of the energy attacks. The closer he got, the stronger the energy. Slowing his steps down, Haruto reached it and touched it. Watch this. Venom skill. Quia's resonance frequency should be enough to wreck this thing. Suddenly he felt resistance and then got blasted back. Haruto took some damage. Then he realized what it was doing. It's gathering mana to explode. Refusing to give up, Haruto charged in again. Who do you think I am, you mindless junk? The mana you absorbed, I gave that to you as charity, got it. Then he used Ctrl+V Giant King Spider Web. The webs were summoned, wrapping tight around the energy column, stopping its area attacks. Masato watched Haruto's move, totally surprised. Blocking the giant golem heart's continuous attacks. Nana's was shocked too. He actually stopped it. Mo and Ares were stunned too. Satoru was hyped. Senior Haruto. Thought it was over, but the energy burst out of the webs. Haruto shouted, "Still not enough." He used Ctrl+V again, Giant King Spiderweb, trying to seal it one more time. Haruto thought, just need to touch it one more time. Can't let my effort go to waste. Haruto managed to touch it. Alright, Ctrl+V, Venom skill. Quia's resonance frequency. To destroy the target, Haruto touched deep into its energy core, causing it to crack. System notification. You leveled up. Its heart finally shattered completely. Haruto was so close he had to use his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding explosion. A screen popped up before Haruto destroyed the giant golem's heart. Dungeon cleared. He sat down happily. Haruto thought, just as I predicted. Then level up notifications spammed him, making Haruto freeze up. Totally froze. Sweet, I leveled up too. You received a reward item. Haruto reached out and grabbed the heart. It was the giant golem's heart level 1. Skill, infinite mana regeneration. Skill 2. Can absorb mana up to a certain limit. This is a fixed item. Haruto held it, looking a bit unimpressed and skeptical. Infinite mana regen, huh? I don't really need this. I'll just copy-paste it to be safe. Ctrl+C has leveled up. The skill will now automatically copy copyable items. Hearing that got him interested. Oh, auto-copy. That's peak. Satoru ran over to Haruto, emotional and wanting a hug. As expected of Senior Haruto, you're the GOAT. Senior Haruto blocked him. No hugging. You're gonna break my back. Just then, a voice called out, Hunter Sano. Masato walked up to Haruto and said, looks like somehow you managed to get the giant golem's heart. Good job. He just sighed and told him, can you drop the somehow part? Nanas walked over to correct Masato too. If you're gonna praise someone, do it properly. Okay. You're being so petty, it's scary. Hearing that, Masato got flustered, not knowing what to say, and just gave a reluctant grunt. Then Masato spoke to Haruto in a serious tone, Hunter Sano. We gotta talk business when we get back. Haruto knew the deal, so he just walked off, tossing back. If you want the giant golem heart, I'm charging you a premium. Masato realized he'd been read like a book. Wait, for real, you're actually selling it to me. Nana stepped in. Hunter Sano, this is a huge deal. Shouldn't you wait to discuss it with the guild first? Seeing his sweet deal getting wrecked, Masato snapped at Nanas. Why are you trying to ruin our beautiful bromance? Quit hating. Nanas clapped back. How can I just ignore such a shady under-the-table deal? Masato fumed. Excuse me. Shady Haruto ignored their drama and walked away. Suddenly a voice called out, Hunter Sano, wait up. Everyone gathered around. Haruto pulled out the long spirit sword and said, here's your mom's memento Ares. Sorry it took so long to get it back. Ares looked at the blade. It's fine. Thanks for keeping your promise. Then Mio piped up. By the way, didn't you just use a move that looked exactly like the Blood Tower Guildmaster's? Haruto froze for a second. Masato added, now that you mention it, you crossed that huge gap in a split second. Haruto stammered, trying to play it off. Oh, it's just a skill from the giant Spider King silk. It leveled up so I can slingshot around super fast now. Mio still looked suspicious, but Nanas cut in before they could dig deeper. It's bad etiquette to pry into someone's skills, guys. Let's just head back. We need to interrogate these two. Takumi and Sarah were being dragged along. Takumi whispered when no one was looking. Sarah, you haven't forgotten you owe me your life. Right. Reset the dungeon, now. Sarah was shocked. She gritted her teeth. Are you insane? Then she resigned. Fine, but this is the last time, Takumi. Takumi gave her a sinister look. Oh, is it because you found a mana battery you actually like? But if you forget our deal, we're going to have a problem. The Bracelet of Eternal Suppression won't let you betray your teammates. As long as you wear the Curse of Adamus, you can never escape me. And don't forget, I've got your parents' lives in the palm of my hand. Hearing this, tears streamed down Sarah's face as she raised her hand. Takumi pressed on, reset it. Now, I risked my life to save you. So pay me back. There's plenty of mana here to do it. Haruto noticed Sarah's sudden movement. Is that no way? Sarah slammed her hand on the ground. Haruto realized what was happening and shouted, everyone get out. The dungeon is resetting. Ares gasped. Resetting. If that happens, who knows what dimension we'll get yeeted into. Haruto cursed, damn it. He sprinted toward Sarah, yelling, why are you doing this? Haruto lunged, grabbing Sarah to stop the catastrophe, but it was already too late. The ground crumbled as massive energy tore everything apart. Then, blinding streaks of light flashed continuously, blurring reality. Everyone was swept away by the violent storm, helpless. But miraculously, at the critical moment, they managed to pop shields around their bodies. Just as space began to crack and shatter, they were safe from the destruction. Inside their shields, they floated like aimless objects, drifting through a chaotic storm. Finally, they emerged from the shattered dimension. As the dungeon prepared to fully reset, Satoru saw Haruto still trapped in the chaos and yelled. Haruto-senpai Nanas couldn't hide her shock as she squinted, asking, is this the sky above Tokyo? What just happened? Ares, completely baffled, replied, I don't know, but right now we gotta... Before she could finish, a voice called out from behind Nanas. Makoto frowned, seeing his daughter in the middle of this mess. What are you doing here, caught off guard? She stammered. Dad. Guildmaster Shinoda. His appearance made Masato gasp, Guildmaster Shinoda. Where the hell did he come from? Makoto replied coolly, that's my line. Did you all safely clear the dungeon? A look of surprise crossed his face. But is this everyone? Where are the others? The mood instantly dropped. Masato gritted his teeth, unsure what to say. Well, meanwhile, Nanas looked back at the rift with worry, whispering, Hunter Sano. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Takumi's voice went ice cold. What the hell is this? The dungeon didn't reset. Seeing Haruto slide across the ground, she had to make up a quick excuse, saying he pushed her so the reset got cut short. He didn't even press her on it, just grinned like a snake and said, well, that works too. At least the other trash got kicked out and the barrier's back up. He walked toward Haruto laughing like he already won and announced, once I get that giant golem heart, it's game over. Haruto lost it and screamed, shut your mouth. He tried to cast King Giant Spider Silk immediately, but the system just threw an error. Ctrl+C, Ctrl+V, item not found. Haruto felt dizzy, his eyes going wide. He was totally shook. He muttered, Huh, what do you mean not found? Sarah was tearing up, looking like she didn't want to believe it either. No way. So the dungeon didn't reset, I did. He couldn't believe this was happening. He thought, you gotta be kidding me, right? My muscle memory hasn't changed at all, see? But Haruto had to check. He popped open his status window. The stats flashed up instantly. Haruto Sano level 1. HP 15 out of 15. MP 20 out of 20. Job proficiency level 1. Skill proficiency level 1. Basic defense level 15. Haruto stared in disbelief. Level 1. That means I'm back to exactly how I was when I first awakened. What about my skills? But it didn't stop there. The system kept flashing. Ctrl+C level 1. Ctrl+V level 1. 1. Unidentified item available. He felt totally defeated. Could this get any worse? My skills are back to square one. Then that notification popped up again. 1 unidentified item available. Haruto was completely lost. He thought, what is this? But right then, blood sprayed everywhere. Takumi saw Haruto was distracted and emotional, so he took his shot. He attacked ruthlessly, dropping Haruto to the ground in agony. Seeing him wrecked like that, the guy loved it. He laughed. Look at that stupid look on your face. Your rank definitely got reset. Perfect time to die. Even in that do-or-die moment, Haruto tried to keep his cool. Calm down. That cursed skill is still there, and that unidentified item in the inventory. If that's the old me, I should play dumb and strike when he's off guard. But then something totally unexpected happened. Clang! The sound of swords clashing rang out. It was Mora. Haruto thought he'd already bailed, but he came back just in time to block the hit. Takumi saw him and started talking trash again. Aren't you that trash tier hunter from the International Association? You're still hanging around. Haruto panicked and screamed at Mora why. But Mora looked determined to protect him. He shouted back, Hunter, Sano run, leave him to me. You need to get out of here right now, but Haruto isn't the type to run away. He refused instantly. He couldn't leave him. This whole touching bromance moment just made Takumi sneer. He scoffed, you insolent brats. He felt insulted by Mora standing up to him. Looking down on me. Look at the rank gap. He unleashed his pressure and growled. You don't even have the right to fight me. What are you going to do? Mora didn't want to admit it, but the guy was too strong. He couldn't hold his ground anymore. His sword snapped in half and he took a slash to the chest. He was powerless. Takumi sent him flying. He couldn't fight back. But Takumi wasn't done. He rushed in shouting, not bad. I was planning to kick you trash out of the International Association anyway. Mora went pale thinking, too fast, I can't dodge. That hit would definitely kill him. But Haruto threw himself in the way to take the blow. It was a critical hit. Haruto collapsed into a pool of his own blood. Mora stared at him speechless. Why Haruto struggled to speak, he's my kill. I don't need your help, get out of here. But Takumi raised his sword again, yelling, you talk too much. Dai Mora fell to his knees in horror as he watched. Haruto was cut down. Takumi was so brutal that Haruto's body was barely recognizable. Sarah covered her mouth, sobbing in terror. Takumi finally got what he wanted. He held the heart in his hand and said, just as I thought, once he got reset, all his items dropped right back where they belonged. His malicious gaze swept over her, full of twisted excitement. He sneered. Sarah, look at you. I'm the only one you've got left to lean on now. Right. Seeing her trembling in terror, he just scoffed casually. Hey, don't give me that look. He hit a dead end because of your reset skill. Remember, I bet he'll be thanking me in his next life for sending him to the afterlife, for taking everything he had, just as the scumbag finished yapping. A familiar voice cut in. Then he gifted him a clean slash. That's right. Thanks for killing me, pal. Takumi froze in shock and agony. He clutched his wrist brain, not even processing what just happened yet. The searing pain finally hit, dropping him to his knees as his sword clattered to the ground. He screamed his lungs out. From the shadows, Haruto stepped out calmly, wearing a cold, mocking smirk. And here I was, worried you might actually forgive me. Sarah was sobbing so hard she couldn't speak, completely stunned by his move. She was so shocked she forgot to cry. Her jaw dropped, staring at him in terror like she was seeing a ghost. No way. She couldn't believe her eyes. Takumi, full of panic, whipped around and stammered, what the hell, I literally just killed you with my own hands. He scrambled to grab his sword mind, racing in confusion. What kind of skill was that? Ignoring the disadvantage, he lunged at Haruto like a maniac, screaming, you bastard, what the hell are you? But Haruto was already one step ahead. He instantly activated Ctrl+V. Giant spider threads shot out. Even in this situation, Takumi was still arrogant as ever, yelling, you moron. Did you forget I have Shadow Shift? But he never saw it coming. His Shadow Shift failed. The skill had been transferred and was locked. Takumi's face went pale as a sheet. He froze, then screamed. What, damn it? Sarah, reset the dungeon right now, and don't mess it up like last time. Sarah looked resolute, refusing his order. She wasn't going to save him from the spider threads tightening around him. He kept barking at her. "You damn rat. Did you forget the Adamus contract? If you don't want to die, do it now." Tears streamed down her face as she helplessly moved to obey him. Haruto's eyes flashed as he realized something. I was wondering why she'd listen to a piece of trash like him. He focused his gaze and finally got it. It's that bracelet. Without a word, Haruto burst forward, dashing straight toward her. Sarah looked up, startled. Seeing him suddenly appear right in front of her, she froze in shock. Haruto didn't say a thing, he just reached out and grabbed it. He gripped the bracelet on her wrist. Activating Ctrl+C, he utilized the resonance frequency, special ability he'd copied from Quia. In an instant, the bracelet shattered into pieces. Sarah's tears wouldn't stop flowing. She looked lost, her mind blank, seeing his plan ruined. Takumi shrieked like a lunatic. "Stop, you bastard, I'll kill you, Shadow Shift." He screamed in hopeless rage. "Damn it, why won't my skill work?" In stark contrast to his panic, Haruto replied calmly. "You see," he tightened his grip on his sword, staring him down. "That skill of yours, it belongs to me now." And that was it. Haruto didn't hesitate. He sent him straight to hell. It was exactly the ending that Trash deserved. Takumi got his instant karma for all the evil he'd done. Haruto, cold as ice, walked over to the golem's heart. He slowly picked it up, looking at it with disgust. All this chaos for this thing. Sarah stopped crying, watching him blankly as he spoke. "How many lives were taken because of you?" She stood there, dazed, not knowing what to do. Then she watched as Haruto activated Ctrl+C again. Using Quasia's resonance frequency, he muttered coldly, "Scum like you didn't deserve to hold this." He crushed it right in front of them. Ping, the system announced, "You have destroyed the Hidden Dungeon's reward item." Then, surprisingly, "Congratulations, you have received a divine tier item." Haruto stared at the diamond in his hand, totally confused. Another system window popped up. Hidden Dungeon. Snow Golem cleared. The massive gates slowly creaked open. The people waiting outside immediately peeked in. They peered into the darkness. Whoa, the gates open. Does that mean someone cleared the dungeon? They filed in, spreading out to search. "Hello, anyone here?" One hunter spotted Haruto and yelled, "Hey, it's Hunter Sano Haruto," hearing his name. Haruto turned around. The hunter rushed over, concerned. "Aren't Guildmaster Shirasaki and Hunter Nanase with you?" Haruto replied smoothly. "We got separated during the fight. But don't worry, I'm sure they're together right now." The group looked stunned. "Wait, so Hunter Sano, did you clear this dungeon all by yourself?" As they spoke, they glanced to the side. There was a man wrapped in bandages lying motionless on the ground. The hunters scattered to investigate. Haruto just smiled at everyone and said, "Well, I've cleared the dungeon. Let's go home." The next day at the Hunter Association of Japan, Masato and Haruto sat stiffly in their seats. The whole room was buzzing with gossip. Nene's was there too, eyes closed, locking in. Zen mode while everyone else was losing it. Guildmaster Shinoda Makoto rubbed his chin deep in thought. Once a dungeon like that gets cleared, the other dimensions feel the shockwave. Guildmaster Gao, who'd been quiet, let out a sigh and finally spoke up. "So that explains the jailbreak." Tokuo chipped in too. "Right now, the main issue is that the seal Hunter Nishihara set up, it's been shattered. A spatial dungeon, that's a sign of the Great Calamity from 15 years ago. The guy next to Nanis heard that and immediately started complaining. "Chairman, isn't it too soon to make an announcement?" The guy next to him nodded in agreement. "Yeah, the dungeon literally just collapsed. But someone else wasn't having it, mocking them. You guys said the exact same thing last time." The guy got triggered and snapped back. "The hell did you say, watch your mouth?" Nanase was so done with this. She let out a long sigh. Then she slammed her hand on the table, bam, silencing the whole room. She stood up. "Excuse me, I've got things to do. I'm out. We need to interrogate the Blood Tower Guild members. ASAP. A multi-spatial dungeon isn't something you fix overnight." Hearing that Gao slammed the table, glaring daggers at her. "You think you're special? Like you're the only one working while we sit here twiddling our thumbs? We're busy dealing with the jailbreak too, you know." Masato sensed the bad vibes and stepped in. "Chill out, guys. Who could have predicted this? I also heard the guildmaster." Takuchi and Shinoda worked hard to handle the incident. Hearing his name, Gao spun around and marched over, locking eyes with Haruto. He leaned in, getting right in his face. "So you're the star of the dungeon clear, huh? If you were actually cracked, I would have heard of you. So who the hell are you?" Haruto thought he was going to say something actually scary. He sighed in relief and shrugged. "I'm just a hunter." Seeing that attitude, Gao felt totally disrespected. "You know who I am, and you're still acting this chill." Haruto kicked his chair back and stood up. "So, you gonna do something about it?" Seeing a kid square up to him one-on-one, the guy looked shook. Haruto kept his cool. "We cleared the dungeon with minimal casualties." And we identified a high-threat multi-spatial dungeon. I thought we'd get a reward for that. Didn't think I'd get roasted instead. Am I right, Guildmaster Midas? Takuchi Gao was fuming, veins popping. He raised a fist covered in stone armor to threaten him. You got a big mouth, kid. You know who I am, and you still want to disrespect me. Masato saw things going south fast and jumped up. Everyone else saw that rock fist and backed the hell up. Yo, you're seriously popping stone armor in here. Gao didn't care. He was flexing his power like a maniac. Suddenly a voice cut through the air. Guildmaster Takeuchi Gao glanced over. Takuo had his hands clasped, staring him down with pure killing intent. If you take one more step, you can kiss your reward. For this mission, goodbye. The second he heard no reward, he powered down, face going blank. He stormed out the door, grumbling as he left, with everyone watching. I'm only doing this for the cash. Haruto caught that. He smirked. Stone armor, huh? Wonder if I can copy that skill. Later at the Hunter Association chairman's office, Takuo smiled. Hunter Sano right. Which guild are you with? Haruto scratched his head. I used to run with the Great Power Guild. But stuff happened. I quit recently. Nanase looked surprised. He was with Great Power. Takuo beamed. It's hard for solo hunters to rank up, yet you conquered a high-level hidden dungeon. Truly cracked. On behalf of the association, I want to thank you for going all out. Mr. Sano, getting hyped up like that felt weird. Thanks. Haruto thought, wait, the chairman knows who I am. Tokuo added, I also want to thank our two friends from the International Hunter Association. What are your plans now? Ares smiled. Well, we're getting ready to head back to HQ to file our repo before she could finish Mo cut in. I think I'm going to stay here for a bit. He looked at the chairman, and I'm quitting the International Hunter Association. That night at Haruto's place. Ares and Satoru were vibing, but Nanase, Mo, and Masato were squeezed onto the sofa. The vibe was super awkward. Haruto looked at the crowd invading his space. Yo, this is my house. Why are you guys crashing here in the middle of the night? Mo shrugged. I quit the association, and I've got nowhere else to go, so I'm crashing with you. Ares was still salty about it. Mo, why did you just bail on us like that? He just sighed and shook his head. Ares says sorry, but I can't spill the beans just yet. Satoru held the golem grinning from ear to ear. Me and the lil minion here. We're obviously sticking with big bro Haruto. The golem getting squished squeaked. Helped Nana cleared her throat awkwardly. Then she explained, I'm just here to pass on a message from Sarah. She shot him a look that screamed, don't you dare lump me in with them. Haruto suddenly remembered something. Wait, speaking of which, where are those two right now? Nana replied, keeping her cool. Since Sarah refused to use her skill to heal Kurosaki, that guy is currently admitted and getting treatment. At the hospital. The second he wakes up, he's getting transferred to prison for interrogation. As for Sarah, she's still being held in the association's interrogation room. She's been dead silent, refusing to answer anything. Her only request to see you. Hunter Sano. Haruto stayed quiet for a long moment, lost in thought. Seeing his reaction, Nana confirmed her suspicions. Knew it. He's definitely involved with them somehow. Nana rubbed her chin, then added, plus Sarah's a member of that famous girl group X5. Hearing that, Satoru immediately perked up, eyes wide. Ah, no wonder she looked so familiar. After thinking for a bit, Haruto finally spoke up. I think she was probably forced to sign some sketchy contract, and her ability was being exploited. I destroyed the binding bracelet she was wearing, so she shouldn't have any real ties to Kurosaki. I'll swing by the association to see her later. Saying that, he turned to look at the only person who'd been silent the whole time. By the way, Guildmaster Shirosaki, why are you here? Masato froze, sweating bullets the moment he heard his name. He paused, trying to look serious. There's only one reason I'd be in this cramped little room. Mon eyed him suspiciously. Is it for the giant golem's heart? If that's what you're after, Hunter Sano already crushed it back in the dungeon. Upon hearing that, everyone in the room went into shock, jumping up and staring daggers at him. Huh. Masato lunged forward, grabbing him by the collar and roaring, Are you insane? You destroyed a super rare item like that? Haruto broke into a cold sweat trying to explain, Hey, wait! Hold on. He pulled out a red crystal heart and dangled it right in front of Masato's face. Masato's eyes lit up instantly. Oh. Haruto scratched his head, explaining awkwardly, The one I wrecked in the dungeon was just a fake. In his head, he justified it. Technically, destroying the copy I made counts as a fake, right? Since I copied it, it's basically a fake. This time it was Mon's turn to be stunned, looking absolutely terrified. The one in the dungeon was a fake. No way. If that's true, how did the dungeon count as cleared? If it wasn't the real heart, then what the hell happened? Just as I thought, he's really something. Masato stood up, switching into full negotiation mode. 5 billion. You said you'd sell it to me, didn't you? 5 billion final offer. Haruto jumped, completely floored. 5 billion Nana slowly intervened. Hunter Sano, don't look so shocked. That item is worth way more than 5 billion. The association would pay you at least 8 billion easy. Suddenly, Satoru threw his arm around Haruto's neck. Glued to his phone, he yelled, "Big bro, Haruto, look at this." In the auctions, rare items like this start at 10 billion minimum. Watching the two of them whisper excitedly, Nana and Masato both sighed in unison. Why do you have to be so difficult? Masato gritted his teeth, growling. He thought, what did I even come all this way for? Besides, you promised to prioritize trading with me? Seeing Haruto still silent, his patience snapped. He shouted out an astronomical price, damn it. 20 billion. How about that? Haruto flinched for the second time. 20 billion. Masato was about to lose it, screaming, is that still not enough? Name your price, then. Later, when everything was settled, and Haruto was alone in the living room, he leaned back on the sofa, grinning with satisfaction. I can't believe he actually dropped 20 billion for that. As he thought about it, a devious idea popped into his head. So if I take the giant golem's heart that I copied and cloned and secretly smuggle it to foreign auctions, the more he thought about it, the more hyped he got, snatching up his phone to search. He imagined the possibilities and couldn't help screaming, I'm gonna be filthy. Rich Haruto rolled around on the bed, giddy with excitement. And best of all, I finally hit level 300. Suddenly remembering the diamond he looted, Haruto sat bolt upright. Oh yeah, I was so focused on the money, I totally forgot about that item. He picked up the sparkling diamond to inspect it. The system window popped up. Item is currently sealed. Break the seal by infusing mana into the item. Haruto read the prompt and smirked. Infuse mana, piece of cake. As he poured mana in, the diamond instantly began to glow. It shone as bright as the sun. Then it flattened into a golden triangle with the Roman numeral 5 etched in the center. The system continued with another notification. Collecting all multi-dimensional fragments will create a multi-dimensional key. Allows travel to any dimension. Multi-dimensional fragments possess the ability to attract one another. The rank and quantity of dimensions that can be opened depend on the rank of the multi-dimensional key. Haruto stared at the triangle, puzzled. Multi-dimensional fragment? So if I collect enough of these, I get a multi-dimensional key. 5 pieces, and I've only got 1, so I'm missing 4. Wait, why didn't this thing autocopy? He tried to use Ctrl+C, Ctrl+V. System alert item unavailable. Haruto was fuming, totally annoyed. You're telling me I can't copy this, so I gotta grind for everything myself. That sucks. Damn it, having a skill I can't even use is so frustrating. Suddenly a knock came from the door. He looked up. Come in. Mo opened the door calmly. Hunter Sano. There's something I need to confirm with you. Haruto looked surprised. Mo, you're not asleep yet. But the guy didn't answer. Noticing his weird gaze, Haruto instantly went on guard. And sure enough, a second later, Mo drew his sword, scaring the hell out of him. Haruto jumped up and shouted, Mo, what do you think you're doing? But Mo completely ignored him. He thrust the sword forward without hesitation, his eyes filled with danger and suspicion. The blade pierced Haruto's chest, making him scream in agony as blood sprayed everywhere. Scene shift, 15 years ago. Europe was in chaos. The streets were under attack by a dragon, a level 500 monster. Even though it's considered low tier for a dragon, its combat power rivals high-ranking species. After fighting it for a while, the hunters scrambled away from its fire breath, yelling, this dragon is fire attribute. Hit it with ice attacks first. Got it. Once they agreed, they turned back to take it down. They launched their ice attacks, but the dragon was too OP, the ice melted the second it touched its scales. Some hunters got yeeted away by its giant wings. The others stood watching in panic. It didn't even take a scratch. Who expects an S-rank monster to just spawn out of nowhere? We can't handle this. Just then, the dragon unleashed its fire breath again. Some unlucky hunters nearby got incinerated, their agonizing screams filling the air. 2 people were watching from a nearby building. One of them turned to run, yelling, we gotta run now. We're not strong enough to fight that thing. The world's gonna hell with all these monsters spawning. And I, a newly awakened hunter, had already accepted my death. Mo was frozen in place, stuck in a combat stance. The dragon's fire intensified, surging right up to where he was standing. Mo closed his eyes, accepting his fate. Suddenly a voice called out, you okay? Rookie Mo snapped his eyes open, thinking he was cooked. Standing in front of him was an incredibly powerful hunter. Mo suddenly realized this was the world's top-ranked hunter. Frederick Hill, I'm saved. The dragon that was just breathing fire got impaled by a spear right in its vital spot. Blood gushed out, splattering near Mo and making him stumble back. The dragon locked eyes on Mo, ready to attack. It let out a furious roar, its body bulging like it was about to burst. A moment later, the dragon actually exploded. The blast was so strong that hunters far away felt the shockwave. Frederick just stood there, calmly smiling. Mo watched with his jaw on the floor. Frederick is a beast. Then he looked around. But he didn't see anyone. He was shocked. He was just here. There was no one. What is going on? Suddenly a woman walked up from behind Mo and said, "Frederick, I explicitly told you not to use that move in front of outsiders." "Didn't I?" Mo spun around in surprise to look at her. He thought, where did she come from? Was she the one who saved me from the explosion? Turns out the woman had used a barrier dome to protect Mo from the shockwaves. Frederick finally appeared and said it was an emergency, honey. That was the fastest way to handle it. I didn't have a choice. The woman walked over to Frederick. She checked him for injuries, then, without scolding him, she said, "Fair point. That thing was basically a high-tier dragon. If we left it, this whole country would have been wiped off the map." Frederick turned to Mo. "What you just saw, you'll keep it a secret, right?" Rookie Mo jumped and answered immediately. Of course, the other hunters arrived to check the dragon. They stared in shock at its body, which had been sliced into pieces. Unreal. Who took down a dragon like this and chopped it into bits? Mo was standing on the other side, hidden by the dragon's head, so the other hunters couldn't see them. Frederick called out to his partner, "Time to go, don't you think?" Yes. Mo finally gathered his composure and stepped forward to introduce himself. "I'm a newly awakened hunter. My name is Mo from the Mo clan. Please remember my name." Frederick smiled and said, "I won't forget you." Hearing that, Mo couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Frederick Hill, the world's top hunter and wielder of the death displacement skill. Back then, I never could have imagined that I'd see that exact same skill again after he disappeared, back to reality. Mo needed to verify his theory. It was reckless as hell, but I had to see it with my own eyes again. Please let my hunch be right. Then Mo panicked, totally caught off guard. Haruto was already behind him, blade pressed against his throat. Quick question. "Mo, what's the meaning of this?" Instead of freaking out, Mo just let out a sigh and smirked to himself. Knew it. Hunter Sano really does possess a skill just like Frederica's. Finally, he spoke up. "Sorry, but I was desperate to see that skill again with my own eyes, whatever the cost." Haruto snapped back, furious. "So you just decided to stab me out of nowhere? That was your plan?" Before he could answer, a voice cut in. Haruto-senpai Satoru was standing at the door, trembling as he pointed at them. His face went pale. What just Haruto looked at him, nursing a headache. He sighed internally. "Oh God, why are you still here? This just got messy." Scene change. A bit later. Mo was bowing his head, apologizing nonstop. "I am truly deeply sorry." Haruto looked at him, completely done. "I told you that's enough. And who the hell taught you to dogeza?" Note, dogeza is a Japanese bowing ritual. The person performing it kneels on the floor before a superior, bowing their head low to the ground. It's used to apologize for a serious mistake or to beg for a favor. Seeing Haruto annoyed, Ares chimed in. "That was probably me. I heard that when people from the East mess up big time, they do this pose to apologize." Haruto turned to scold her. "You think killing someone and then just saying sorry fixes it?" Meanwhile, Mo kept begging for forgiveness. "I promise to make it up to you. I'll join your side," Haruto yelled back. Exasperated. "That's not for you to decide." Satoru interrupted their bickering, asking Haruto, "So does this mean Haruto-senpai actually has a revival skill like Frederica?" Haruto gritted his teeth. "Who gave you permission to name it?" Hearing that, Satoru's eyes lit up. "Peak. That's insane. I can't believe you actually died and came back to life. No wonder you're so OP. Haruto realized he couldn't explain it to them anyway. He sighed internally and stayed silent. Whatever, let it go. Letting them misunderstand might actually be good. Then he remembered something and asked, "By the way, Ms. Ares, you haven't gone back yet." Ares didn't answer. Instead, she pulled out a triangular metal object. "It's because I have something to discuss." Haruto stared at the object, surprised. "Is that scene change?" Everyone was seated. Haruto asked Ares your dimensional fragment. "Did it suddenly resonate?" Ares nodded. "Correct. I tracked its reaction, and it led me back here. It was surprising. My dimensional fragment is number 1, and your Sano is number 5. "How did you get it?" Haruto explained. "When I destroyed that giant golem's heart. It was a special reward item." Ares looked intrigued. "I see. A unique drop that's definitely worth researching." Then she explained the origin of her own dimensional fragment. "This fragment I'm holding was one of my mother's personal belongings, according to the records she left behind. These pieces resonate and attract one another, and just now that was proven true." Hearing this, Haruto thought to himself, "So finding the other dimensional fragments will be easier from now on." Suddenly, Satoru sat up straight, staring at the object. Looking at the fragment, he asked, "By the way, what exactly does this thing do?" Ares explained it to him. If we collect enough fragments, they can form a key to open a multi-dimensional gate. Haruto shot up from his seat, shocked. You can really open a multi-dimensional gate like that multi-dimensional dungeon that we discovered. Unlike his shock, Ares just calmly replied, yes. She reasoned, if a multi-dimensional dungeon like the hidden Snow Mountain Golem dungeon exists, then once we gather the fragments and complete the key, opening a door that allows travel between different dimensions is entirely possible. Hearing that Haruto figured out Ares' true goal. So you came to Japan not just to find traces of your mother, but also to hunt for intel on these dimensional fragments. Ares didn't deny it. She confirmed, exactly. My father and mother. I believe they're still alive in another dimension. Mo, sitting nearby, tried to comfort her. I think so too. I refuse to believe that. The two of them lost their lives that easily. Satoru, hearing this, pointed out a flaw. But if that's true, why haven't they come back? Is it because they don't have the dimensional key? Or maybe the gate only opens one way? The white golem let out a squeak. Ares voiced her theory. That's possible. Or maybe there's a specific reason they can't return yet. Haruto pondered. A reason to stay. What could that reason be? It might be a threat even bigger than the catastrophe we faced before. Ares then addressed everyone. Either way, as long as we have the dimensional key, we'll be able to close these multi-dimensional dungeons and stop the disaster from arising. Satoru stared curiously at the dimensional fragment, wondering, but how are we supposed to turn this thing into a key? Suddenly, the golem used its finger to push the two dimensional fragments back together. A light burst out from the two pieces, making everyone jump and cover their eyes as they stepped back. Satoru trembled, hugging the golem in his arms. What the hell, I thought I was cooked for sure. That was when everyone noticed the key on the table. Surprisingly, they had fused together. Ares picked it up and said, no way. I thought we'd have to gather every single piece and then turn it into a key. Turns out they just link up on their own to form the key. Now I'm sure of it. Just then, Haruto heard a noise. The resonant sound was even louder than before. These space fragments attract each other. The louder the sound, the stronger the pull. But we got to be careful when resonating with the remaining pieces. It seems anyone who has a space fragment isn't just some random nobody. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a guy holding a space fragment smiled sinisterly and said, looks like I can finally go home. By now, the sky had turned dark. At the European headquarters of the Starfield Guild, a voice spoke up. Michael, what are you laughing at? Those losers over at the Blood Tower Guild seemed to have failed. Michael was startled and looked behind him. Lord Michael. She then respectfully knelt on the ground to report. Finally, you have received the reward of the substitute Ctrl+H. Congratulations, sir. You are one step closer to becoming a transcendent being. Michael didn't care much for the congratulations and stated his current condition. Right now, I can only move within a short distance. After all, I can only upgrade if I get the power of the Ctrl+C skill. Michelle stood up, walked closer to Michael, and reassured him. That will happen soon, sir. Seeing her speak so confidently, Michael asked, what makes you so sure? Michelle explained her discovery about the space fragments. The space fragments have started resonating to merge. Two fragments have already linked together. The piece we have in our hands will point out the location of the others. Michael saw that she had looked into everything so thoroughly. Suspicious, he asked, are you saying all 5 space fragments have owners? Looks like you'll be going home soon, huh? Michelle didn't hide it and replied, yes. Michael continued, the dimension. Your homeland, doesn't it have a space key of its own? Michelle denied it and explained the situation. No, actually there is one. However, right now the space gate can only be opened from one side. 15 years ago, it was all because of that damn mage, Nishihara Tomoka. All space gates connected to Earth were sealed. On the other hand, the space key on Earth was split into 5 fragments and sealed in various scattered locations. Michael guessed and said, and we just need to collect those fragments to unlock it, and the space gate will open again. Michelle said, exactly. She continued explaining her plan. First, we go to my homeworld. We will open the gate to the sacred tree Isaiah. That place has something similar to that Ctrl+C skill gift. If you absorb it, you'll be able to upgrade your other skills. Michael was intrigued hearing this, but still asked warily, sounds pretty good, but is that thing really like Ctrl+C? You were clearly shocked the first time you saw my skill. Realizing he had seen through her plot, Michelle stammered. That Michael angrily walked over to Michelle to question her. You think I don't know what you're planning? Your homeworld, the elf dimension? The sacred tree there was corrupted hundreds of years ago and is known as Dark Isaiah, to make your world beautiful again. The tree that is on the brink of extinction. During the great disaster, 15 years ago, for the first time, Earth and the elf realm connected. And you elves tried to dump all that toxic pollution over to Earth. But you failed because Nishihara Tomoka stopped you. What do you actually plan to do? Are you elves still dead set on continuing? That failed attempt and connecting Earth's dimension with theirs. And you're using me to make that happen, aren't you? Michelle saw that her entire plan had been exposed. Facing Michael's interrogation, she didn't know what to say. Michael then continued, "But I don't give a damn," hearing that Michelle looked up in surprise. What Michael then revealed his own plan: "I just want to use you to open as many multi-dimensional dungeons as possible and absorb as many skills as I can to match that transcendent being. Whatever happens to this world isn't my problem. From now on, I will take action personally." Seeing that he intended to go out, Michelle stood up to advise him. "You cannot go right now, Lord Michael. You are the mastermind of the multinational Starfield Guild. If you leave without a valid reason, it could attract unwanted attention and put people on guard. I anticipated this possibility, so I ordered Lucas to deploy Plan B. Once everything is fully prepared, we will have a good enough reason for you, Lord Michael, to personally step in." Scene change. At the Death Forest, a high-ranking dungeon in Japan, there was a level 90 gnome. Gnolls, a nasty hybrid of goblin and wolf. Individually, their combat power is trash, but they're cunning as hell and hunt in packs, which makes them a serious threat. The pack charged straight ahead. Panicking, Satoru turned to Haruto. "Haruto-senpai isn't that way too many monsters." Haruto ignored him, but Mo chimed in, "Yeah, we need to fall back. Now." Haruto just smirked to himself, plotting, "Finally set foot in this dungeon after asking Hunter Nanis for intel. Dream on if you think I'm retreating. This is the perfect chance to level up the Golem boys." He turned to the other two, addressing Mo and Satoru with pure hype. "What are you two waiting for? Get your asses over here quick." The gnolls let out a terrifying roar. Satoru was shaking, practically crying, as he yelled, "Haruto-senpai, what the hell are you doing?" The gnoll pack lunged at the trio. Haruto fired up his ability. Ctrl+V, using mutated golem core to create Snow Mountain Golem. Ctrl+V, create golem. Ctrl+V, create golem. Boom. A massive army of Snow Mountain Golems materialized. Even Haruto was surprised by the sheer numbers, exclaiming, "Whoa, that's a lot of minions." Mo was just as confused. Did Hunter Sano summon this entire mob? Haruto turned back, flashing a confident grin. "One versus one, nah. It's a pack versus a pack, Mo," seeing how OP he was. Thought to himself, summoning this many mutated golems. What on earth is his skill, actually? The gnolls clashed with the golems. One gnoll sank its sharp, rock-hard teeth right into a golem's head. Satoru watched nervously. Even if the golem boys are tough, the power balance and rank difference is a bit. Before he could finish the Snow Mountain, Golem slammed the gnoll down and punched it in the face. Boom. Blood everywhere. The gnoll flew back like 10 meters. Seizing the advantage, the Golem army swarmed in. One by one, the gnolls got absolutely wrecked. Satoru doubted them at first, but not anymore. Looks like Haruto-senpai can clear this dungeon all by himself. Why am I even here? The Snow Mountain Golem in Satoru's hands let out a noise of agreement. A while later, every single gnoll was wiped out by the Snow Mountain Golems. Haruto walked up and patted one on the head. "Sweet testing complete. Check the durability and combat power difference between ranks." Haruto recalled the army and checked his loot. Inventory 4, Giant King Spider Silk times 10, Kalishia Longsword times 5, 4 King Bear Claws times 16, Mutated Golem Core times 10. He calculated on his screen. Not enough inventory space to build a golem army, and with their current size, it'll take way too long to make this happen. Is there a better way? Seeing him thinking, Satoru walked over to suggest something. "Why don't you ask Guildmaster Shirosaki?" Haruto brushed him off. "Why would I ask that guy?" Satoru chirped happily. "Well, he's a total dungeon maniac. He'll definitely know something." Haruto lit up. "For real." "Then let's go while the iron's hot. Mo, hurry up." Mo just shook his head and smiled at the two of them. All right, I'm coming." I probably shouldn't have left the International Hunter Association. The group headed back to the organization. Haruto asked Satoru, who was driving, "Yo, is this your car?" Satoru grinned. "Yep, Dad gave it to me for my birthday." Haruto was surprised. "I see." Satoru just kept smiling casually. "Plus, this ride is super convenient." Seeing his calm reaction, Haruto thought, "Now that I think about it, this kid is Chairman Shinoda's son, the head of that great power guild. This rich kid." Suddenly, Haruto got a call. He picked up. "Everything will go smoothly." "Ms. Nanis, you're heading to the association now." "Got it. I'll be right there." Satoru asked. Sudden call. "Something happened." Checking his phone, Haruto replied, "No clue." He thought, "Definitely about that Sarah girl. Well, I need to talk to her anyway." He turned to Satoru. "Satoru, can we speed up a bit?" "You got it. Scene change." Japan Hunter Association interrogation room. People stood in the observation room looking through the glass. Sarah sat in silence. Nana's told Haruto she insists on only talking to you, Mr. Sano. 3 days without food or water, yet she stays silent and refuses to cooperate. Haruto turned to ask Nanas a favor. Can we turn off the recording while we talk? Nanas replied, sorry, but the nature of this investigation doesn't allow that. Haruto sighed, calculating. Well, whatever. If the truth about my skill gets exposed here, I can just copy her skill to reset everything to the beginning. My top priority right now is copying it. He entered the interrogation room, placed a cup of water in front of Sarah. Haruto pulled out a chair, sat down, and said, Here's water. Help yourself. Sarah stared at him warily, then grabbed the cup and downed it. She said, Now I'm not dehydrated anymore. Haruto spoke first. You want to know about my ability, right? My infinite mana regeneration. Sarah looks at him and goes, If you're down to help, I'll cooperate with the investigation. Seeing things moving forward, Haruto hits her back with a reply. But hold up, I gotta confirm a few things first. Sarah, that ability to reset everything you're struggling with, that cursed skill too, aren't you? Is your skill basically Ctrl+Z? Sarah doesn't deny it. She just nods and says, Yeah. Haruto starts piecing it all together in his head. Knew it. I'm not the only one dealing with a curse here, which means if I can copy her skill, then literally every control skill can be copied and pasted. Up in the observation room, everyone's shook. That girl's skill isn't healing, it's resetting. So that's why the durability of the long dragon sword went back to 100%. A skill that can reset reality. That is actually broken. Satoru has zero clue what they're yapping about. So he asks Nanase reset, what curse? Ctrl+Z. Hey, what are they even talking about? Is there seriously a skill like that? Nanas ignores him and just keeps watching. Then Sarah continues, My parents, they're both in a deep coma. Please help me save them. The only person who can provide the massive amount of mana needed to save someone in critical condition is you, Hunter Sano. Haruto stands up to reassure her, Got it, I'll give you the mana you need. In exchange, I might be a little rough, so sorry, in advance. Saying that he grabs Sarah's wrist. Everyone in the observation room is shocked. Satoru yells out, Haruto-senpai, what the hell are you doing? A blinding purple light explodes out. Haruto's system. Pings a notification, Ctrl+C is copying target Ctrl+Z. The system screen pops up instantly. Copy failed. Haruto sees the text and freaks out, screaming at the top of his lungs. Are you serious? He thought this was going to be a breeze, but this skill just bricked the system. It's not like he never thought there'd be an ability he couldn't copy, but getting blocked on this specific skill, no way. Haruto grips Sarah's hand, his whole body shaking, face going dark. God damn it, is this actually happening? Sarah sees him tweaking out and asks suspiciously, what are you doing? Haruto suddenly realizes how weird he looks. Yeah, that's not a good look. He awkwardly lets go, looking at her with total panic. Oh, my bad. Sarah just stares at him, completely lost. But before he can even chill, another system notification pops up in his face. It's a red alert for Ctrl+Z. Special ability cannot be copied. However, if you eliminate the target, you will absorb the skill. Upon satisfying this condition, ability copy will proceed as normal. Just reading that line. Haruto's expression goes pitch black. Eliminate the target means killer. He's fighting a massive internal battle right now. So if I do that, I can copy it. Are you kidding me? He glances over at Sarah, who's still standing there, wide-eyed and clueless. He secretly curses this trash system. So basically, if I want to copy the skill that resets everything, I have to kill Sarah. You gotta be joking. Haruto's heart and logic are at total war, tearing him apart. But man, he really wants that skill. Is there seriously no other way? I can't exactly wait for her to get old and croak on her own right. Suddenly, Shinoda Satoru points forward and asks the girl next to him, Why do you think the window just popped open? Facing that question, Nanas is stunned and everyone else is just done. Nancy steps up and grabs the mic. She looks at Haruto and notices his face is suddenly super serious. She asks Hunter, Sano, is something wrong? Hearing his name. Haruto turns around, scratches his head and laughs it off. Nah, nothing. Everything's all Gucci here. Nanase hears that and decides not to press him. But behind that goofy grin, he's calculating hard. Haruto decides to slow down and wait for the right moment. All right, time to test my patience. First, I'll grant Sarah's wish and use that to earn her trust. Then I'll figure out a better way. Thinking that he immediately turns back. Miss Sarah, let's go see your parents right now. Sarah, eyes welling up with happy tears, replies yes. Seeing that look in her eyes, Haruto hesitates. And if I really can't find a better way, I'll just team up with her. Later that afternoon at the Central Hunter Hospital. The six of them walk down the hospital corridor, listening to Sarah's story. Haruto hears the details and asks in shock, mana poisoning. Sarah answers calmly. Yes, my parents were attacked by a mysterious monster during the Great Calamity. And this hospital is the only place that treats patients with mana poisoning. Haruto looks at the petite girl in front of him and suddenly feels a weird wave of sympathy. So that's why they're being treated here. She must have joined Takumi just to pay the hospital bills. Realizing this, he turns to ask Nanase. Takumi's being treated here too, isn't he? Nanase walks slowly and replies, correct, right now, he's in the hospital's underground ward. Once he recovers, we plan to transfer him to a prison facility to assist with the investigation. Saying that, she turned to Sarah next to her and asked with concern, you worried? Sarah gently replied, I'm fine. Right then, Mo seemed to spot something. A blonde dude in a beret just walked past him. Mo recognized this guy in a split second. He turned his head to look at the guy's back. Suspicious. That guy, why is he here? Meanwhile, at a specific room, where guards were standing, watch strictly someone was stepping closer. The guard saw him and quickly ran over to stop him. Halt, restricted area. Unauthorized personnel, keep out. It was the blonde man who just passed Mo. He just handed a paper to the guard and said, thanks for your hard work, boys. Here. The guard, confused, just took the paper. The small note said, cancel EP. The guard looked at it blankly. What's this cancel EP? Quit messing around. But a second later, black smoke suddenly burst from the paper, making the guard jump in shock. The black smoke got thicker, surrounding the two guards and slowly swallowing them. They only had time to let out one scream before falling silent. When the smoke cleared, their eyes were pitch black, looking soulless. The blond man took off his hat and ordered them, bring out the prisoner inside. Do whatever needs doing, then come back here. The two guards immediately replied, understood, sir, then ran inside together. The man walked into the room, approaching a strange object. He summoned a dark energy orb in his hand and looked at it calmly. He remembered Miso's earlier instructions. Mr. Lucas, I have a job only you can do, Lucas asked, surprised. Something. Only I can do. Miso summoned a dark orb, warning carefully. If the Blood Tower Guild plan fails, I want you to set this up at Tokyo Tower. Lucas covered his mouth in horror as soon as he saw it. What the hell is that? Miso held the plant and explained, this is an item I brought from my homeland. It is the fruit of the corrupted world tree Yggdrasil. After using this fruit to set a barrier, you can open a subspace. Lucas was surprised. Subspace. What's inside Miso didn't answer right away, baiting his curiosity. Well, you have to see to believe. Lucas's face started to change. His eyes widened in fear at the scene appearing before him. The fruit in Miso's hand opened, releasing a foul aura. Behind him was a giant, terrifying demon. Seeing his reaction, Miso smiled, quite satisfied. This is just one fruit, and I can only show you this much. I want to create a reason for Starfield and Lord Michael to operate in the light. Back in the present. Lucas looked at the fruit in his hand, thinking, so she wants to stage a jailbreak right in central Tokyo. Lucas typed in the password. Deep down, he still felt guilty. Because of that family now. He was too deeply involved with Starfield. There was no turning back now. In the hospital room, a patient snapped out of a coma. He held the ventilator, looking around confused. No way am I alive. What the hell's going on? He turned to look at the next bed. A child was sobbing, hugging her mother on the bed. Both of them were shedding tears of joy. The man called out, Sarah, honey. The girl replied brightly, Dad, hearing this, Satoru was crying a river. If this story continued, bro was going to flood the whole hospital with tears. While Satoru was emotional enough to cry, Nanase stood next to him with a look of disgust. She angrily bonked her brother on the head. Why are you such a snot-nosed mess, huh? Satoru cried while yelping in pain. Ouch! He wiped his tears and looked at Haruto happily. I knew your infinite mana was absolute peak, Haruto-senpai, but I never expected it could wake someone up from a coma. Bro was legitimately touched by Haruto. Don't know if the best healer in the world could even do this. Unlike Satoru, Nanase was thinking deeply recovery. This is unbelievable, just one small slip-up, and it would be, she has to force the guild to keep this girl. She looked at Sarah sobbing by the bed and thought, no, I have to experience it myself. Suddenly, Haruto realized the group was missing a person. Speaking of which, where's Mo at? Ares was surprised and turned back. Now that you mention it. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lucas was following a man walking slowly down the hospital hallway. The man had his hood up, walking calmly. Suddenly, a system notification popped up in front of Lucas. Found a control ability user near you. Lucas started sweating bullets. Suspicious, a control user in the hospital. The man walking in front heard that and immediately turned around. What? Then he remembered something. Right, Sarah's parents are being treated here. Don't tell me that guy's with her. At the same time, a voice came from behind them. Lucas. Lucas glanced back. Mo walked up coldly, adjusting his tie, wearing a hat to hide his face. Almost didn't recognize you there. Lucas turned and was shocked. Mo, He pointed at the two of them, mocking. I was wondering what would make a member of the Hunter Association international fugitive coming to Japan. So you're tailing Takumi now. That Stafford's lapdog Lucas wasn't having it either. He wasn't about to let that slide. He clapped back instantly. Heard you quit the guild. What are you even doing here? Draw your blade. With a dead serious look, he added, Takumi is a criminal. You help him bail, that makes you an accomplice. Hearing the commotion, all the patients nearby froze and stared straight at them. Lucas raised a hand, trying to chill the vibe. Still cocky as ever, huh? Can't you see we're in a hospital? Suddenly, Takumi stepped up all hype. Yo, toss me a weapon. My entire inventory got confiscated. You delivered yourself on a silver platter, so let me school you. What can a weakling like you even do? It's not about being first, it's about having perfect timing. Out of nowhere, Haruto appeared behind Mo, radiating insane killing intent. Don't forget about me. Recognizing that familiar power, Takumi lost it. You bastard, that's my skill, how dare you. A system notification popped up in front of Lucas again. The wielder of Ctrl+C, Ctrl+V is right before you. Seeing that alert, Lucas cracked a creepy smile. Finally found Ctrl+C, but before they could throw hands, a female voice cut in. What a shame, huh, one after another. First Takumi and now an international criminal too. A cold spear tip materialized. Takumi's face went pale instantly. Is that the Warblade? Lucas saw Takumi's expression and guessed exactly who just showed up. So the final boss finally stepped in to speed run this mess, huh? Nanas brushed her hair back, clearly annoyed. Just remembered my horoscope said I'd have trash luck today. She grabbed any excuse to blame for the day's chaos, then slowly walked toward them step by step. Nanas' arrival instantly drew a massive crowd, everyone gathering to watch the drama. It's Hunter Nanas. Yo, she's strapped, what's going on? Takumi glanced at the guy beside him and smirked. Looks like we aren't walking out of this one peacefully. Lucas stayed silent, ignoring him. Suddenly, 2 pairs of handcuffs were tossed onto the floor right at their feet. They stared at the strange metal rings, instantly recognizing them as suppression cuffs. With a poker face, Nana said, If you two put those on voluntarily, we can settle this peacefully. Got it. The sooner this is over, the sooner I can go home. But Takumi just laughed in her face. Hey, are you trying to humiliate me right now, saying that? He snatched a nearby girl by the collar, making her scream in terror. Truth is, Takumi didn't actually want to fight them head on. He threatened, Get the picture now, we're in a hospital. I can grab any random patient and boom, instant hostage. If you don't want anyone getting hurt, let us walk. But the moment the words left his mouth, Nanas moved like a blur, leaping up and stomping straight down on Takumi. With just one kick, he got launched like a missile to the end of the hallway. He smashed into medical equipment and the brick wall, instantly critical, coughing up blood right there. The patients nearby saw the brutality and started screaming their heads off. Hunters are fighting. Run. Lucas just stood there staring at Nanas, completely stunned. That attack was so fast his eyes couldn't even track it. Suddenly she turned to him. Lucas, you're not trash like Takumi, right? Help us settle this quietly. Hearing her offer, Lucas didn't know how to react. He lowered his head, avoiding her gaze. Then he glanced back at the wrecked Takumi. He and Takumi, they weren't the same. Looking down, he recalled a moment from the past. When Mitsuo asked him to take the World Tree's fruit to Tokyo Tower, he had asked, Why me? Mitsuo patiently explained. A corrupted World Tree produces black mana. Ordinary people who touch black mana get poisoned. He looked Lucas dead in the eye. But you're different, aren't you, Lucas? Just like the Guildmaster of the Blood Tower. Hearing this, it all clicked for Lucas. It meant Takumi also knew that Lucas had figured it out. Mitsuo continued, Exactly. He's banned by international treaties for a reason. He uses black mana to feed his own skills. And to make those corrupted World Tree fruits sprout, you need skills that run on black mana. Thinking about this, Lucas suddenly felt a wave of self-loathing. In other words, he thought about what he'd done to those 2 guards. He sighed, whispering, I'm no different from Takumi. With that thought, Lucas replied with guilt, I'm afraid I can't accept your offer. Nanas frowned, clearly not vibing with that. Lucas slowly drew his sword, speaking to himself, You see, I need him. I have to get him out of here no matter what. Seeing the weapon in Lucas's hand, Nanas' expression turned grave. That sword is behind them. Mo gritted his teeth in anger. Angelus Rapier. That guy Lucas, he's actually serious. Haruto was shocked. What did you say? Look. Lucas gripped the sword, looking ice cold. This is the heirloom treasure passed down through the Lucas family. The British Holy Knight clan owns the only holy sword in the world. Even though it's the same tier as the longsword Caliburn. It's built for thrusting, not slashing. Haruto was getting more hyped by the second. Serious, same tier as Caliburn. Lucas charged in, eyes locked on Nanase, ready to thrust. Don't stop explaining, right? It doesn't boost rank or raw damage like Caliburn, but that's exactly why it goes by another name. The Heretic Judge. It nullifies any skill or weapon it thinks is an anomaly. Hunter Nanas and her cursed blade are on the back foot. Lucas's blade is right in her face. She barely blocked it with her blade. They clashed hard, but Angelo Strapier definitely has the upper hand. That tip actually pierced the cursed blade. Nanas is shook. She got pushed back. Looks like she's cooked. Haruto screamed, "Hunter Nanase, Nanase." She used raw skill to parry that over her head. Just barely dodged it. She called back, "Stay out of this, Sano. We can't wreck the hospital." She shoved Lucas's sword away and broke free. Lucas froze up totally stunned. Nanas countered instantly. Lucas barely dodged that. "Holding back your skills because we're in a hospital. You think you can beat my holy sword like that?" Lucas is sweating bullets looking at his sliced tie. Nancy didn't let up. She kept pressing him. She strafed and swung at his side. Lucas couldn't dodge, just barely blocked. What is this power? Nanas's blade knocked him back, and he just coughed up blood. He's clutching his mouth, but it won't stop gushing. Took one hit, and his insides are totally scrambled. The swords might be different tiers, but the skill gap between them massive. That's a top 10 global hunter for you. Nanase made her offer again. So how about we settle this peacefully now? Lucas was stunned, but he was too deep in to quit. He didn't want to use skills inside a hospital, but Lucas gripped his sword conflicted. Suddenly, a familiar voice shouted, "Damn you, Shinoda Nanasa." Everyone spun around. Takumi survived that critical hit. He stumbled up, holding the bloomed, corrupted fruit of the world tree. Dark mana engulfed him instantly. Takumi glared with pure hate, gritting his teeth, and growled, "This trash hospital you're protecting. I'm turning it to dust right now." He unleashed all the dark mana from the fruit. Lucas screamed, "Stop, this is a hospital. Are you crazy?" Takumi sneered. "You were supposed to plant these in key spots in Tokyo, right? Well, this hospital deserves a share too." Dark mana flooded the building like it was trying to swallow everyone alive. Haruto braced himself. He asked nervously, "What did he just do?" Nanas gripped her sword tight. "That's dark mana." Haruto frowned, raising his guard. "Dark mana," she explained. "It belongs to those with dark attribute skills. Takumi must be one of them. But this amount, it's not normal. At this rate, the civilians here are going to get poisoned by the mana in the pitch-black darkness." Haruto's system popped up. Skill Arachne's giant web. Shadow King's stealth activated. Haruto gritted his teeth. "Tch, that scumbag." He triggered his skill and warped behind him. "Takumi, stop this right now." Takumi wrapped up like a mummy, turned with a twisted smile. Too late. Haruto froze. Say what the corrupted fruit had fully bloomed. Dark. Mana carried the fruit seeds like wind, planting them into the floor. Roots burst up from the ground. Haruto and Nanase leaped back to dodge. The roots were swarming everywhere, wrecking the whole hospital. Patients were screaming as roots attacked them. It was a total nightmare. From the outside, the skyscraper hospital was covered in roots, sprouting gloomy purple leaves. A massive trunk smashed through the floor, shattering the concrete. A patient slipped and fell through the crack. She looked up terrified. "Please save me." A doctor grabbed her hand just in time, but he was slipping. He lost his grip. She plummeted through the air, screaming, "A!" just before she hit the ground. Haruto caught her with his skill. She landed shaken, staring blankly at the threads wrapped around her. Haruto pulled her up. "You okay? Go evacuate with the others." She looked at him with pure gratitude. "Got it." She took off running, thanking him over and over again. Haruto just smiled back. He thought to himself, the patients who can still move on their own, they're not the problem. The real problem is, thinking about it made his face go serious. He looked down at the critically injured patients. Still relying on family and nurses, it left a bad taste in his mouth. The ones who can't move. He glanced over at his crew. Nanas was comforting a kid, and Mo was gently helping a patient drink some water. That actually calmed him down a bit. Thank God Nanas and Mo are looking out for them. But the whole hospital has been overrun by dark mana. At this rate, that toxic energy is going to cook everyone. Haruto looked up at the thick canopy above, and the thousands of twisted branches. Then it hit him. There's only one way to fix this. We have to reset the whole place. The world tree's dark energy totally wrecked the hospital, turning it into a pile of rubble. Lift it higher. The snow golem used its tiny body to barely hold up a massive boulder. Satoru grabbed the chance and yanked the survivor out from under it. "All right, try to head this way." Suddenly, Haruto appeared out of nowhere right behind him and shouted, "Satoru!" The kid turned around, supporting a patient with one arm, and asked in a panic, "Haruto, what's going on?" Seeing the survivor was safe, the golem tossed the multi-ton rock aside like it was nothing. Haruto walked over to check the situation. "You guys good here," Satoru replied. "Thanks to Ares. This area is holding up okay." Haruto looked surprised. "Ares." To explain, Satoru grabbed his little minion and led Haruto to a giant crystal pillar. Haruto tapped the crystal lightly with his finger. Confused, he asked, "Is this ice?" Just then Ares and the patients stepped out. She explained, "Yeah, it's an ice barrier." Ares reinforced the wall as she spoke. "We can keep this area from getting wrecked, but we can't fully stop the dark mana from spreading." Suddenly, chunks of ice on the outside shattered. Debris rained down on the golem's head, clearly annoying the little guy. Haruto saw that Ares, Sarah, and the others were safe, and he let out a huge sigh of relief. Thank God everyone's okay. He walked over to update Sarah on the situation. The hospital's totally wrecked because of that weird tree, and now dark mana is spreading at insane speeds. It's looking pretty bad. The best play I can think of is resetting the hospital back to its original state. Can you do it? Sarah looked him dead in the eye and said, I can. I warped space-time inside a dungeon, so I can definitely handle this. Plus, with you here, Haruto, I don't have to worry about running out of juice. Plan set. The four of them got right up next to the tree. Satoru held his golem, and they all stared with wide eyes. They were shook by what they saw. This is way crazier than I imagined. Is this the source of everything? Where the hell did it come from? Haruto turned to explain, it's Takumi. He escaped and summoned this thing. Hearing that name, they all froze in shock. Satoru couldn't help but yell, Takumi escaped. Sarah boiled with rage. Just thinking about him filled her head with pure hate. He knew her parents were in here, but he still pulled the trigger, so he really didn't care if they lived or died. Takumi Yuari seemed to understand exactly how Sarah felt. She looked down silent for a few seconds. Haruto stepped closer and whispered, let's do this. She nodded firmly. Got it. Haruto stood behind her, pumping mana into her to keep her stable. Sarah placed her hand on the tree trunk and activated her skill. Space itself started to ripple, and everything got a little distorted. Even Haruto felt the pressure, barely managing to stay on his feet. The tree sensed the threat and suddenly retracted its roots from the ground. Nana seemed to sense something was wrong too. Mo was the same. He froze, staring at the commotion. From the outside, the roots started shrinking back, revealing massive gaping holes. As the roots recoiled, they formed a barrier right in front of Sarah. Dark mana gathered from every direction, then launched straight at her. She gritted her teeth, trying to stop the dark mana from invading her body. Haruto sensed the danger immediately. Did the tree just shoot dark mana? Damn it. Sarah's in trouble. Seeing the relentless attack, Haruto didn't hesitate. He sprinted straight towards her. Moving fast as lightning, he activated his skill. Copy-paste. Ctrl+V. Using giant spider silk, he wrapped his arms around Sarah, using his web to tank the dark mana. The energy rebounded, blasting outwards in a massive explosion. The two energies clashed violently, forcing Haruto to use everything he had. Not long after, the dark mana faded away. Haruto held Sarah tight, collapsing to his knees from exhaustion. He gently set her down, then slowly stood back up. Dark mana was still pouring off him. Satoru ran over, panic in his voice. Haruto, bro, are you okay? Haruto looked at him and replied, I'm good. Sarah just passed out, that's all. Looks like the reset plan flopped. Ares and Satoru were a bit bummed out, but hey, at least they're both safe and sound. Sweating buckets. Haruto gave Satoru a serious order. Listen up. Until backup arrives, you got to make sure every patient gets evacuated. Move them out. Stall any longer, and they're all going to get hit with mana poisoning. Satoru might be a kid, but he knew what was at stake. He threw Sarah on his back and flashed away. Roger that, let's roll, little minion. His golem was tiny, but man, that thing could sprint. It took point clearing a path for him. Haruto turned to the international hunter. Ms. Ares, you know what this thing is, right? Haruto pointed at the mass of roots. Ares looked surprised he even asked, but she dropped the answer fast. According to my mom's notes, that's a plant from another world, a whole different dimension from ours. This vile fruit's job to funnel filth and toxic junk from its home dimension right into ours. And since the mother tree is in another dimension, reverting it to its original state? Yeah, that's impossible. Ares eyed the shape of the vile fruit and made the call. But this fruit also acts like a barrier, which means they probably planted these in 3, maybe 4 other spots across Tokyo. Haruto panic spiked the second he heard that. 10 minutes later at the Central Hunter Hospital. Outside looked like a wasteland. Just minutes ago, this place was packed. Now looking like an abandoned house. Rescue teams arrived and immediately started directing the emergency evacuation. Move it. Go, go. The others responded loud and clear. Inside, Mo wasn't catching a break. He used his skill alongside another hunter, working nonstop to filter the dark mana. Out of the air. A mage next to him kept yelling at the other guy, hey, hurry up and purify that dark mana already. The guy snapped back, totally stressed out. Shut up, I'm trying. But it wasn't doing squat. If we keep this up, we're just dumping mana everywhere. The whole hospital was wrapped in Mo's barrier to block the dark mana, but the amount inside wasn't going down at all. Tokuo watched the scene looking super uneasy. A defiled world tree right in the heart of Tokyo. Even seeing it with his own eyes, he couldn't believe it. Haruto's squad regrouped. Nana's walked up and bowed her head. "I'm sorry, Chairman Tokuo. We've issued a red notice for Takumi and Lucas." Gao, still in the mood to talk, Trash sneered. "Who would have thought?" Takumi had the guts to slip right past the world-famous Hunter Nanas. "Must be that Lucas guy's fault, huh? Oh well, if he's involved, we can file a direct complaint with Staffield or the International Hunter Association." Masato, who'd been quiet, finally spoke up to break it down. "Sure, this counts as an international crisis, but at the end of the day, Takumi and the Blood Tower still belong to the Japan Association. They'll use that as an excuse to dodge responsibility. Like, why are you grilling us over something? A Japanese hunter did." Gao turned his head annoyed. A second later, Masato gritted his teeth furious and added, "Well, don't worry. I'm going to drag Takumi back by the neck myself." Suddenly, the whole room started shaking violently. Everyone started panicking, sensing something bad. "Is that an earthquake?" That mage struggled to stay on his feet, confused. "Is the hospital collapsing?" Just then, someone rushed in with news. "Chairman Tokuo, we've got a massive problem." Tokuo snapped back. "What is it?" The man gasped out. "We just got a report. A second Dark World tree has taken root in Kita district." Haruto gritted his teeth in rage. He wanted to rip the guy to shreds. "Takumi, you bastard, you planted another one. Right in the middle of flashy Tokyo over in Kita district." A dark tree was bursting out of a skyscraper. Reporters from all over started broadcasting the chaos. Huge screens were all flashing news about the tree. Today, across different locations in Tokyo, 2 mysterious giant trees have appeared. The Hunter Association has declared that the dark mana released from these trees can cause mana poisoning. Everyone on the ground looked up at the screens glued to the news. Bit by bit, the reporter's voice echoed steadily. "In light of this situation, the government has issued an emergency evacuation order for the entire Tokyo area." Hearing this, the adults were all thinking the same thing. So where exactly are they shipping us off to? Some godforsaken wasteland. Meanwhile, the kids were actually hyped. "You think we'll get school off tomorrow?" "Somewhere else." Takumi was grinning like he won the lottery. He sat back in his car, totally chilled out, watching the chaos outside. "Look at this mess they're dreaming if they think they can catch us now." He turned to Lucas, giving him props. "You know you're actually ruthless. Even I never thought about using dark mana to brainwash people." Lucas just ignored him, bowing his head in silence. Suddenly, Tokyo's streets were gridlocked. The news kept blasting overhead. "As long as you shelter in place for 24 hours, you won't have to worry about mana poisoning. Residents, please remain calm and follow instructions." From police officers. Currently, the Hunter Association police and self-defense forces are coordinating and doing their best to handle this crisis. Takumi looked up at the driver, who was fully under the control of dark mana. Masato looked ahead, entertained. "Didn't think you'd corrupt people's minds and turn them into puppets like that." Lucas couldn't take another word. He snapped, shooting him a death glare. "You scumbag, quit acting like a know-it-all." Masato stayed chill, wearing that annoying, smug look. He said, "Bro, don't be mad. I'm literally complimenting you. I bet those guys are scrambling all over the place trying to find us right now. But as long as you're with me, we're ghosted. They'll never see it coming. Especially not us cruising in a cop car. Pass out more of those corrupted fruits. Let's move." Meanwhile, at the chairman's office of the Japanese Hunter Association, Tokuo gathered the squad to strategize. Basically, people are saying there might be 2 or 3 more corrupted world trees left, and they're going to pop up all over Tokyo. To form some kind of barrier, Ares looked at him. "Yeah, at least that's what my mom's notes say. There's proof these corrupted trees showed up during the Great Calamity, too. Back in the day, they acted as both a barrier and a gate. That's how those savage monsters flooded Tokyo." Nanase and Masato were shocked. Wait, these trees were around during the Calamity. But Haruto's mood shifted. He frowned, something clicking in his mind. The Calamity 15 years ago. Yeah, a strange tree sprouted back then, too. Right where that filth tree grew, its roots started spreading out, smashing into the pavement, blocking traffic and putting everyone in danger. His dad's car got attacked by the roots they barely squeezed through. Sitting inside, terrified, he looked up at his dad. "Dad, are we going to be okay?" His dad tried to comfort him while gripping the wheel. "We'll be fine, Haruto. Just stay in your seat and hold on tight." The car barely escaped death. His dad eyed the roots outside, nerves completely fried. Damn it, is this what Tokuo was talking about? Who the hell releases this right in the middle of the city? The roots kept gaining on them. If they slowed down even a little, the car would get skewered instantly. Suddenly, little Haruto looked up. He saw a root charging straight at them. The kid could only stammer before screaming in terror, so then the inevitable happened. That root snatched away his beloved father's life. It was a moment he'd never forget. Haruto went silent. Not sure why he remembered that now, but maybe it's linked to the curse. So, the thing that wrecked the car back then wasn't a monster, but a corrupted tree. Realizing this, Haruto couldn't hold back his rage. Pure hatred surged up. If the mastermind behind both events is the same person, I'll never let them go. Chairman Tokuo rested his chin on his hand, thinking. Now that you mention it, a giant tree did appear in Tokyo back then, but I was too busy dealing with the prison break incident. So I didn't pay attention. So it was a barrier. Ares pushed up his glasses, going full serious mode to explain. Correct. According to the notes my mother left, a barrier made of corrupted trees acts like a gate. It connects to another dimension, and it also opens up a subspace. Hearing this, Nanase flinched. She asked in shock. A subspace? Ares nodded. Yeah. Masato was getting more confused. He asked suspiciously. But if that's the goal, why build a barrier? Why would they accept the risk of summoning beasts from another dimension? Wait, isn't it to open the dark spirit subspace? The grimoire. Nanase followed his train of thought, adding, to open a dark spirit subspace, you definitely need to create a barrier with those corrupted trees. Or at least that's what I heard. A spirit subspace requires dark mana, that foul-smelling aura stuff. And one corrupted tree isn't enough. Ares voiced his concern. Current situation suggests that subspace is going to be opened. But in the worst-case scenario, a gate connecting to a corrupted dimension will also open up. Hearing that while everyone else was stressing, Haruto got strangely hyped. He just had an idea. Right, talking about subspace, doesn't that mean it connects to infinite space? Why didn't I think of that before? If I use this right, I can handle the situation with help from my personal inventory. I could basically create a whole army of mutated golems, right? Haruto wasn't letting this opportunity slide. I don't care about dark mana or whatever. I'm definitely finding the mastermind and taking over that subspace. Suddenly, Gao's voice snapped Haruto back. Why don't you guys discuss something more realistic? He sighed, looking unbothered. You've been yapping about space keys and whatever, but does something like that even exist? I've never even seen one. Annoyed by his attitude, Haruto couldn't hold back. Holding up 2 gold cards, you talking about these? Gao saw them and his jaw dropped. No way. He jumped up instantly. Is that actually the space key Nana's? Was just as hyped? He couldn't help but slam the table. Ares held it tight, explaining fast, this is a keepsake my mom left me. It's reacting to the piece Hunter Sano grabbed from Golem Snow Mountain. Gao was so shook he could barely stand. So it's real, but 2 pieces ain't going to do much, right? Ares kept spilling the tea on what he knew. According to my mom's notes since the calamity, a corrupted space gate opened up in England. I don't think the corrupted tree and these space fragments appeared together by accident. The guy who dragged that tree here from another dimension, he's holding the rest of the fragments. Masato looked conflicted hearing that, but Chairman Tokuo stayed chill. He spoke slowly like Ares said. The real nightmare starts if that corrupted space gate actually opens. This isn't just a Japan problem anymore. I'm filing a request immediately with the International Hunters Association, and the U.S. Hunters Association. To Cord Masato raised a hand, cutting him off. Nah, they don't have them. My guild's already got 1 piece. 1 hour later, in the future guild's basement. Masato led them to a massive room, just looking at the door. Haruto and Nanis looked up, totally stunned. What kind of dungeon door is this huge Gao still being a jerk sneered? Guildmaster Shirasaki, I knew you were a dungeon freak, but hiding a space fragment too wild. Haruto asked, how did you even get it? Masato stayed silent, obviously. Gao just couldn't shut up. Silent treatment, huh? Means you got it through some shady back alley deal, right, Classic? Probably a fake anyway. Haruto was the only one who knew the truth. He opened his inventory. He checked the key fragment's reaction. Nope. It's real, even from inside his personal inventory. The space fragments were resonating like crazy. Masato unlocked the door, and it slowly creaked open right in front of them. The vault was massive, but inside just a single pillar. Floating above it was an energy orb sealing the space fragment. That's the 4th fragment. It sensed the others nearby and started glowing blindingly bright. Gao stepped forward, still yapping. A room this big for just that one thing? What a waste of space. Haruto suddenly stepped in front of him, arm out to block him. Stop. Only Shirasaki and I go past this point. Gao instantly lost it, getting in his face. Who do you think you are, punk? Luckily, Ares stepped in to back Haruto up. Combining 2 space fragments is sketchy enough. Who knows what'll happen when we add a 3rd one? Masato nodded, turning back to them. They're right. Hunter Sano and I will handle it from here. My guild, my rules. Gao was fuming, totally salty about it, but he stepped back anyway. Check. I've seen it, so I don't care anymore, but if some weird dimension opens up that's on you 2, I'll kill both of you myself. Remember that. Haruto glanced through the closing door, shooting him a cold, deadly stare. Once the door shut, they walked toward the pillar. Haruto eyed it. Guildmaster Shirasaki, your fragment is number 4. Masato stood there, arms crossed, watching him. The system popped up a notification, space fragment 1 of 5. The 4th piece, Haruto wouldn't let it go. Can you tell me where you actually found this? Masato, of course, tried to dodge the question. He rushed him, quit the small talk, and let's get this over with. Haruto looked at him, totally done. He slowly walked up to the artifact. Don't worry. He reached his hand out toward the space fragment. He was about to touch it. Haruto still had his giant spiderweb and shadow exchange skills ready. He hadn't even taken the other pieces out of his inventory yet, but then plot twist as soon as he passed the barrier. The space fragment unleashed a crazy amount of energy. It flashed bright, shook the whole room, and blasted a massive hole in the floor. Masato was ready for it, but he still got blown back. The shockwave was so broken it even warped that giant metal door. Everyone outside panicked. Nanas immediately tried to rush in, screaming, "Something's wrong." The floor was ripped apart, and the door was caved in. Masato scanned the room, shouting in panic, "Hunter Sano." Luckily, a few seconds later, a voice came from behind him. Holy, I seriously thought I was cooked. Masato whipped around, stunned. The giant spiderweb was still wrapped around the spot. Haruto. Haruto looked at the 3 space fragments fused together in his inventory, sweating bullets. Can't believe it forced its way out of the inventory to merge. If I didn't have Shadow Exchange, I would have been dead meat. That firepower is absolutely insane. I've got to be extra careful when combining the 4th shard. Masato stared at the hunter, eyes wide with horror. How does this kid keep shocking him like this? What the hell? This guy, did he just use a high-tier stealth skill? Shadow shift. Who even is he? Full of suspicion? He shouted, "Hey." Haruto turned his head, deciding to crack a joke. "Whoa there, Guildmaster Shirasaki. Don't scare me like that, bro. Are you yelling at me? Like actually yelling?" But he didn't expect that the second he turned around. Masato snatched his throat before he could even react. Ugh! He slammed him straight into the ground. The impact was so hard the earth shattered and sent debris flying everywhere. Caught off guard, Haruto coughed up a mouthful of blood, completely confused why the guy attacked him. Cough why all of a Masato growled, gripping his weapon tight. Ready to strike him down. You can't use dark skills without dark mana. But you definitely just used Shadow Shift, didn't you? Explain yourself right now, pinned to the dirt. Haruto frowned in anger, staring back helplessly at him. How the hell is he supposed to explain that, cornered by Guildmaster Masato? Haruto tried to trigger Shadow Shift to bail out. Tentacles burst from the ground, locking him down tight. Haruto screamed internally. Not good. He really is a top-tier hunter. I can't escape. He stammered, trembling, I can't use dark mana. But the guy didn't buy it at all. Oh. One hand pinned his neck to the ground, while the other raised his weapon, charging up a crackling ball of lightning. You can use Shadow Shift, but you can't use dark mana. Yeah, right. The second he finished speaking, he slammed that mystic lightning straight into Haruto without hesitation. Dust and debris exploded everywhere. He sat there barely able to move after tanking that shot point blank. Haruto coughed up more blood, totally confused. Damn it, why couldn't I activate Shadow Shift? As if reading his mind, Masato sneered. Well, your favorite little trick stopped working. Losing patience, he explained. Mystic Lightning is the only skill that counters Shadow Shift. That's why I mastered it, hearing that a memory flashed back to him. So that's how Takumi escaped the golem on the snowy mountain. The guildmaster looked absolutely furious, determined to end him right there. I've been suspicious of you ever since the Quia hunt. Who the hell are you really? What happened between you and Takumi on the mountain? Was this whole thing a setup by you two? Under that intense pressure, he started regretting everything. Does he seriously think I'm teaming up with Takumi? Coming in here with just the two of us was a huge mistake. I have to find a way to stop. Guildmaster Shirasaki. Weighing his options, Haruto gritted his teeth through the pain and explained, just thinking about that makes me want to lose my mind. I couldn't even use any of my skills back then, but really that was just a stall tactic so he could unleash his giant spiderweb. Haruto frantically spammed Ctrl+V to duplicate it, then screamed right in his face. Are you trying to kill me or just make me wish I was dead? Did I murder your whole family or something? Masato. Caught off guard, Masato got wrapped up in the spider silk, forming a cocoon. Layer after layer rolled up fast until he was trapped in a massive ball. Haruto looked at it totally uneasy. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? Did I miss something? Suddenly a crack appeared. He could clearly see the crack spreading across the sphere, and then boom. The sphere detonated, blasting sand and rocks everywhere. Haruto covered his face, watching helplessly as it shattered. In the end, even the spiderweb couldn't hold Masato. When he ripped it open with lightning bolts flew straight at Haruto. Luckily, he managed to throw up a web shield just in time. But the mystic lightning was too broken, it shredded right through his defense. Masato stood inside his own spherical shield, staring coldly at Haruto. His hand was bleeding, and getting ambushed only made him angrier. If this is something you can't talk about, then it's Starfield, isn't it? If that's true, you're a dead man. Covered in wounds, Haruto stayed silent, terrified. He is actually absolutely livid. I might literally die here. I got so used to chatting and teaming up with him that I forgot who he really is. Masato was charging up a violent storm of lightning, reminding Haruto of a harsh reality. Guildmaster Shirasaki is a hunter above level 500, while I haven't even touched level 300 yet. There's only one option left. He frantically rummaged through his inventory. It's all or nothing, I don't have time. Praying the item he needed would show up instantly. There it is, a super high-grade potion. Effects heals 95% of all injuries. Cannot be combined and has 0 effect on targets who are already dead. On the other side, Masato obviously wasn't patient enough to wait, so he hurled a mystic lightning spear. Haruto didn't dodge. He watched it coming. Stone cold calm. Waiting for the perfect split second, he screamed in his mind. Praying nonstop, activate you damn skill. The system flashed a red alert, Ctrl+V. User HP has dropped below 25%. Notifications popped up one after another. Activating unique skill 2 of the Chaosian sword. Berserk Ctrl+V, equipping Chaosian sword to initiate skill. Instantly a sword materialized in Haruto's hand, blocking the guildmaster's lightning strike. Then slowly he raised the blade, aiming straight for his target. As Haruto swings down, the raw power of the strike creates a massive slash, blowing away sand and rocks alike. Bracing for impact, Masato pours everything he's got into holding his sphere shield together. Damn it, is that two forces collide, but the thunder shield finally gives out. Masato stares in shock as the massive energy from the longsword rushes straight at him. A deafening explosion rocks the sky. The epicenter is totally wrecked. Masato is in bad shape, coughing up blood with wounds opening up all over his face. Suddenly a memory floods back. A voice from the past echoes in his head. Hey big bro, about the guild name. It means hoping to become the strongest in the future. How about we call it the Future Guild? Masato agreed instantly. I love it. Let's make our guild number 1 in the world. The person he's remembering is his little brother, Shirasaki Suda. But first, bro, I'm going to help you become the top hunter in the world, he said, raising his glass. He really loved his brother. Masato laughed heartily at that. The world's strongest, huh? Sounds pretty good. 10 years ago, he and his little brother were inseparable. Whether the opponent was a demon or hell itself, they were never afraid, until one day, just like every other raid, Suda gave him a warning. Hey bro, do you get a bad feeling about this? That unidentified hunter over there is watching us. But Masato convinced his brother Suda, look, this dungeon isn't controlled by the Midas Guild or any big shots yet. It's a hidden dungeon, super famous and totally unclaimed. This is the key for the future guild. To finally join the list of the top 10 guilds in the country, he declared confidently. Why are you scared now? Your return skill can save us even from hell. Don't worry, I've got your back. Even though he felt that guy wrapped in bandages was suspicious, Suda couldn't stop his brother. Just as he predicted after they killed, the final boss disaster struck. Masato's voice rang out full of curses. Hey, you bastard, are you out of your mind? He held his brother who was being consumed by black mana just like that guy. What the hell are you doing to him? The freak didn't explain, just speaking in riddles to Masato. This is black mana addiction. The more mana they absorb, the more their consciousness gets taken over. Soon they'll turn into lesser monsters, even lower than trash demons. Masato demanded in a panic hand over the antidote, my brother is dying. But the guy didn't care, responding with cryptic words. You two were the most active in killing the poison bone right. You deserve a special reward, Shadow Shift, even if you don't understand. Masato's gut told him this was definitely bad news. As expected, the guy threatened him. Give it to me, and I'll show you how to save your brother. Otherwise, leave your life here. Besides, without black mana, that skill is useless garbage to you anyway. For his brother's sake, Masato didn't hesitate. Fine, I'll give you the skill. Now hand over the antidote. Immediately after getting what he wanted, the guy tossed out a sentence. Atlee of the UK Association. That family's heirloom sword brilliance. That is the only way to save yourself from toxic mana. Masato's face went pale with terror. Hey, aren't you giving me the cure? In the middle of the desolate wasteland, his voice echoed in hopelessness. You son of a bitch. The guy calmly looked at him, messed up by black mana addiction. There is no cure. Besides, this is a mobile dungeon. Once the purge quest is complete, it will move somewhere else and this entire space will collapse. As he spoke, he started to teleport. Even if there was a cure, it would be meaningless. If you can't make it out of here alive, Masato knew then he'd been played. You wanted to kill us from the very start. The guy smiled creepily, not bothering to deny the existence of black mana and dark skills. It is not yet time for the world to know about them. With that, the guy vanished, leaving the two brothers desperate in the collapsing dungeon. Suda, hang in there. Can you use your return skill? With his dying breath, he handed his brother a space fragment. I found this where the boss monster was. I don't know what it is, but it's definitely not some ordinary item. Tears streamed down Masato's face. He shouted, choking up, refusing to accept reality. Is this the time to talk about that? Hurry up and use the skill. But Suda just replied gently, the promise I made you. He shed tears of regret, leaving his final words. I can't keep it anymore. Return target, Masato. Masato panicked, trying to stop him. Wait, Suda. Why the light from the Matrix instantly appeared. Ignoring his brother's pleas, he let Masato go. Big bro, I'm sorry. Masato was forcibly teleported, screaming, Suda nonstop. The place Masato was teleported to was the guild office the two brothers had built. Tears of regret streamed down his face. He stayed in the exact position as when he was holding his brother unmoving. Masato sobbed in agony, filled with rage. The last item Suda gave him, he gripped it so tight it felt like it would break. His fury exploded. Masato roared, unleashing wild lightning that wrecked the whole room. Back in reality, after taking a slash from him, the two took a breather. Masato slowly continued. For the next 10 years, I scoured every single dungeon, but I never found that one again. He stood up and walked over to Haruto. I suspect my little brother is still alive. Haruto finally understood. So that's why you're desperate to find him, even just a trace. No wonder they call you a dungeon maniac. Haruto downed a recovery potion and sighed internally. But the price for pissing off Guildmaster Shirasaki is pretty steep. Luckily, thanks to the sword's berserk skill, I hit level 600 power for a sec. But my body couldn't handle the strain. Masato clarified his motive. That's why this time, I went back to researching dark mana and dark skills. To hell with international laws or whatever. Shadow Shift is a rare move, and dark skills have been banned. Now only that cripple can use them. Hearing this, Haruto couldn't help but sympathize with him. So you're asking how Takumi and I can use that skill, huh? Fine, I'll tell you. But in his head, he added, though I won't tell you everything. Surprisingly, Masato refused. No need. Haruto froze. He explained, that skill you just used belongs to the longsword Karison, right? How the hell did you swipe that one too? Where'd you learn to pinch stuff like that? Just like the longsword you stole, Shadow Shift. Didn't you... Sorry for accusing you of working with Takumi. Masato dropped a line, half apology, half mockery. Turns out you're just a skill thief. Haruto was fuming. If you're going to apologize, say it properly and quit calling me a thief. He didn't stop there. You swiped that during the Quia raid, didn't you? Haruto shouted back weakly. You're the thief. Suddenly, Masato changed the subject. Let me tell you two things. When the spatial key is complete, I'm joining you. The door opened, and whatever deal they made, they finally came back out. Seeing Haruto looking like a mess, Mo asked curiously, what happened? You look wrecked. He gave a vague smile. It's nothing. Just had a little trouble combining the spatial fragments. Nana's urgently announced, while you two were in there, I received news that the third corrupted tree has appeared. Masato was surprised for real. He gritted his teeth in rage. Takumi, where is that bastard hiding? Ares immediately replied. Based on the location of this third corrupted tree, we can predict Takumi's next route. He cut her off impatiently. Where is it? Spit it out. Despite Masato's rushing, she calmly laid out the plan. We need to gather the hunters in the Ginza district first. Judging by the scale and position of the barrier, the subspace they're planning in Ginza is massive. Nana sensed the terror of it and got worried. Just how big is it? If that's the case, the number of monsters. Pouring through that spatial rift will be astronomical. Listening to them, Haruto silently analyzed a monster invasion. If that happens, no matter how strong our hunter force is, it'll take a long time to stabilize the situation. It's going to be a pain if the monsters swarm us. I can't handle all of them with just my giant spider web. Masato spoke up. Members of the future guild will head to Ginza. I'm going after Takumi. I just need to catch him. Before the fourth tree appears, right, Nanas agreed. Then I'll return to the association and summon all the guilds. After saying that, she turned to Haruto and Mo and asked, Are you two planning to coordinate with the association's guilds? Haruto refused without hesitation. No need. I'll prepare what I need myself. Nanas thought she misheard. You're going to do what? He explained calmly. Miss Aries said the subspace is huge, so this is going to be a battle of scale. Hearing that, Nanas nodded and didn't pry further. Understood. Suddenly, Masato said vaguely, Good luck. I'm looking forward to seeing you in action. Ignoring him, Haruto turned to Mo. I need your help this time. Mo exhaled in anticipation. Finally realized my worth, huh? Haruto ruthlessly crushed his hope. What are you talking about? I'm just letting you come along to carry my stuff, Mo repeated in shock. Wait, carry luggage. Meanwhile, at the Stafford headquarters, the conference was taking place in Europe. Michelle reported we just received a request for support from Japan. It's clear they're finally coming to us for help. The time is ripe, a skeptical voice from Michael replied. Is that true? I heard the spatial barrier isn't complete yet. Will the subspace actually open successfully? Michelle confirmed, of course. It's guaranteed to open on a massive scale, and it's teeming with goblins and orcs. Another person chimed in. Goblins and orcs. Aren't you underestimating the Japanese hunters a bit too much? Guildmaster Masato Keiichi and Hunter Nanis from the association. Those two alone are enough to clear the whole map. Voices chimed in one after another. In agreement. If they're asking for our help, then no matter how chaotic it gets, they'll sort it out quickly. Suddenly, someone spoke up hesitantly. Besides, Mr. Michael might not be comfortable with it, right? Oh, I promise there's nothing to worry about. I've got our European HQ covered. That's exactly why I focused on planting these vile trees. She flashed a sly smile to rip this dimensional gate wide open. Hearing that put him at ease. Is it just monsters inside that dimension? If so, even with American aid, they won't be able to contain the situation. Michiel gave a shady grin. If that dimension opens up right in Tokyo, it's going to be a massive blow. Michael suddenly spoke up. Michiel, for the sake of your homeland and Jiris, we have to succeed this time. Michiel reassured him again. Don't sweat it. It's not like it's my first time opening a subdimension in Tokyo. Meanwhile, at the White House, the president and his inner circle were holding an emergency meeting. President James Raymond broke the silence. Secretary Logan, have you heard the news about the vile trees from another dimension appearing in Japan? The military commander Logan confirmed the intel immediately. That is correct, sir. They first appeared in the United Kingdom 15 years ago. They originate from the same dimension as the dark spirits. The president looked worried. So are we in danger? Logan tried to reassure him. The dimensional gate hasn't fully opened yet. So there's no immediate threat. However, we have received a request for aid from the Hunter Association in Japan. The president still seemed hesitant. How is the International Hunter Association reacting? Logan briefed him. Michael Staffield is the commander of the Japanese Hunter Association. I hear they're already en route to the scene. The woman who had been silent until now spoke up, confused. Why would a world-famous hunter like him need to personally step in? And he didn't have an answer either. Our intel is dark on that specific detail, so we can't see the full picture yet. Suddenly, she received a call. Say what? She turned to report, Mr. President. The chairman of the Hunter Association is video calling us. Raymond was surprised. The chairman. He ordered immediately. Put him through. She pulled up the screen. The U.S. Hunter Association chairman, Simon DeFrey, appeared on screen. Mr. President, we have a major problem. The president tensed up. If this is about the incident in Japan, I'm already aware. We only plan to send equipment and tools. But Simon cut him off. Well, the situation seems to have spiraled out of control. He dropped the bad news. We've received reports that the Ouroboros Guild's jet is heading to Japan. Commander Logan panicked. What hold on and... Turner isn't going there personally, is he? But Simon crushed his hope, struggling to speak. No, this is an unexpected development. Turner has geared up the entire guild. Logan held his forehead, feeling uneasy. His power rivals our entire military. Sending a hunter like him abroad is no different than launching a nuclear weapon. Plus, Japan is a pacifist nation. If this goes south, it's a disaster. He pressed on. What's the Hunter Association's take on this? Simon sounded helpless. There's not much we can do. Stopping Turner is basically mission impossible. President Raymond suddenly spoke up. This isn't just he dragged out his words before continuing Japan's problem anymore. Get me a list of our most elite hunters immediately and deploy them to Japan, but keep it off the books. The situation over there is looking grim. The vile tree was constantly radiating toxic mana. Directly opposite it, someone was standing on high ground watching. He gripped a knight's rapier, his expression rock solid. It's just like Takumi said, I'm just like him. I used to make excuses about protecting my dad and my family, but all of this, it's on me. It all started the day Lucas received the curse. Ctrl+F from some random deity. After that, every single piece of information from the media, human hatred and their deepest desires flooded into his brain like a tidal wave. Lucas could even feel the consciousness and death of monsters. After a week of living in a daze, unable to do anything, finally, Lucas tried to end his own life to stop the curse, but ironically, that was exactly when he found the will to live. The the Cooper lineage. Had a family heirloom displayed in the hall, the holy sword Angelo's rapier. Just holding it in his hand, pushed back the Ctrl+F curse. Now he could actually control the curse's power. And that saved Lucas from living in hell. Since that day, the holy sword has never left his side. Eventually, a gate to another dimension opened in the UK. He heard that Hunter Nishihara wanted to borrow the sword, but his father refused. Predictably, Lucas's country suffered a terrible loss. The Cooper family lost both their status and their power. Later, to master Ctrl+F, he tried countless methods until he discovered he could control it using dark mana. But since it easily made him lose control, he always needed the sword by his side while absorbing the dark mana. Then he met Michael and Michiel. Thanks to them, Lucas's family regained their power, but the price was way too high. When Michael found out about the Ctrl+F ability, he forced him to track someone down, every time he found a target. Lucas would kill them and absorb their power using Ctrl+F. For the family, and for Dad, that was the excuse he'd been using all this time. Truth is, he only listened to Michael, because he was terrified of getting wiped out. Obviously, even Lucas knew he was being a total coward. Standing on the roof, he muttered to himself, "The guy with Ctrl+C. I think it's Haruto. If that broken ability falls into Michael's hands, who knows what kind of mess we'd be in. I gotta see it with my own eyes." Suddenly, Lucas raised his blade, determined to steal the holy sword from the vault. As soon as he said it, a sharp pain hit. The massive info dump was too much. He screamed out loud. Lucas felt like he was falling into an endless abyss of data. After a moment, he instantly found what he was looking for. His eyes popped open in total shock at what he read. Then Lucas whispered, "Found Ctrl+C." Meanwhile, in the blue sky, a jet was cruising forward. Inside the cabin, a scarred black man was sitting in his seat. That's Turner Miller. Class shaman and tanker, nationality USA. World ranking #1, rank undefined. Richard looked at the knife in his hand and asked, "Guildmaster, if you wanted to go to Japan, why didn't we take a detour? Was the private jet really necessary?" Turner frowned, looking annoyed. "Richard, did you forget our guild's motto?" Richard panicked and waved his hands to explain. "How could I forget? The moment we let our guard down, danger strikes." "I get it. I'll be more careful next time." Turner didn't say a word back, just staring at the clouds through the window, lost in thought. He remembered the past, that catastrophe 15 years ago. Someone stood up to protect Turner, slaughtering all the goblins. Back then, I was just an A-rank hunter and barely survived. Hunter Nishihara was my savior. Memories of the slaughter flashed back. Not long after, I received a skill from the Messiah. Instantly, I became the world's strongest hunter. Back in reality, he clutched the pendant glowing with golden light and thought Hunter Nishihara gave me this before the catastrophe ended. Turner opened his hand to look at the golden triangular pendant shining beautifully. Until now, for the first time in 15 years, the spatial dimension is resonating. He gripped the necklace tight, frowning. His eyes filled with worry. What the hell is happening in Japan? This must be what Hunter Nishihara was afraid of would happen. In Ginza, Tokyo, purple dark energy was creeping through the city. A voice rang out. "That subspace they talked about is opening soon. It's definitely here, right?" Nanase replied. "Yeah, this spot has the highest density of corruption." Tokuo asked, "What's the response from the other guilds?" She quickly reported. Guildmaster Shinoda from the Dino Guild is neutralizing the corruption caused by the filth tree at the Hunter Hospital. At the center, guild members are dealing with the filth tree in the northern district and looking for countermeasures. Nanas continued. Guildmaster Takechi from Midas. Guild has sent members to support all areas. As for him, he's waiting alone at Chodori and Ginza. Whatever comes out of that subspace, he'll handle it. Tokuo nodded, satisfied. "Well, if it's Gao, we don't have to worry." "What about the other guilds?" She answered. "They're protecting and guiding the residents who couldn't escape yet." Suddenly he remembered something. "Speaking of which, I don't see Hunter Haruto here, do I?" Nanas said, "Hunter Haruto is currently on a different quest." Tokuo rubbed his chin, puzzled. "Why is he doing another quest now?" Nanas was confused too. "I'm curious about that myself. Hunter Haruto always surprises us like a skilled magician." The porter nearby was eavesdropping on the tea. He thought Hunter Haruto, "Oh, that's Ikanaga Aoi-sano's junior hunter." He was shocked when he heard that name, thinking to himself, "Wait, do they mean Senpai Sano?" The bald guy next to him pointed and yelled, "Yo, Aoi, what are you doing?" "Move it." Aoi snapped back to reality, startled. "My bad." But inside he was totally stressed out. No way are they talking about Senpai Haruto. I haven't seen him since then. I'm so worried. At the Ginza Store Mall, night had fallen. Satoru was lugging 3 backpacks and yelled, "Senpai Haruto, I can't take another step." Even the tiny snow golem had to shoulder a backpack as big as itself. Dragging its feet, the fluffy sheep agreed, "I'm done too." Haruto was glued to his screen, tapping furiously. A notification popped up. Ctrl+V user has insufficient mana to unlock the dragon sword. Haruto gritted his teeth, annoyed. Damn, it's still not enough. No way it's enough. Satoru ran over, sweating bullets. One bag holds 100 items. And we have 13 bags here, meaning we have 1,300 items. And that's still not enough. Haruto looked blankly at him. Basically, yeah, not enough. Mo asked, "Is this enough for you to stop it, though?" He replied, "Maybe, but it's not perfect yet. But there's definitely a success rate here." Haruto tensed up, wincing a bit, as he thought to himself, I need that inventory space no matter what. I'm going to copy and paste that thing, whatever it takes. Suddenly he stopped in his tracks. The three of them, plus that snow mountain golem, froze. There was a figure standing right in front of them holding a sword. Someone gasped in confusion. Lucas Mao frowned and asked, "How the hell did you find this place?" Lucas scowled. "Shut up, I need to talk to him." Haruto kept a straight face. "If you want to chat, put the sword down first." Haruto smirked. "What's the meaning of this?" He thought to himself, wait a sec. According to the lore about Guildmaster Shirasaki, then dark mana can be purified by a holy sword. This is the perfect chance for me to copy and paste it. Haruto spoke up, "Bro Mao, hold on." Mao turned back confused. Huh. He dropped his backpack and vanished instantly. Haruto had somehow flashed through the smoke, appearing right behind Lucas, reaching for the sword, full of confidence. My skill rank for copy and paste has leveled up like crazy, so this time it's going to work for sure. Lucas sensed him too and grimaced. He teleported away, neither too fast nor too slow, dodging the move. "Don't try anything funny, Mr. Ctrl+C. I already know all about your skill." Haruto was a bit surprised hearing that. He tensed up, thinking, how does he know about my Ctrl+C skill? How should I play dumb? Haruto scratched his head like he was clueless and asked, "What are you talking about?" Lucas instantly jumped back, then lunged forward. He swung his sword straight at him and shouted, "Stop playing dumb. My family and I risked everything for this." His mana was already right in front of Haruto's face. Before he could react, an earth sphere rose up to protect him, making Lucas freeze. Haruto dodged and appeared right behind him. Lucas glanced back. "So you can use dark mana too, huh?" His sword suddenly radiated a dark aura. Lucas warned him, "But remember who you're using that on." Lucas swung his sword in rage, the dark aura flaring up even stronger. A blinding light burst out. Haruto covered his face with his hand, gritting his teeth and peeking through one eye, groaning in pain. He was rooted to the spot, helpless. "What is this? It feels just like Guildmaster Shirasaki's Dark Thunder move from before. I can't activate Shadow Shift." Over on the side, Satoru wondered, why isn't Haruto Sr. using Shadow Shift? Mao explained it's because the holy light from that sword purifies all corruption within a 10-meter radius. Shadow Shift is a dark skill, so it's useless. Lucas lowered his sword and walked over, saying, "You can't use your skills. That means every skill you've copied so far." "Are all dark skills, right?" Haruto chuckled softly. "Wow, guess I'll have to copy skills with better compatibility from now on." He was fuming inside, damn it. Because of the sword's holy power, I can't use Shadow Shift. I won't even get a chance to touch the sword. Haruto looked at Lucas, calculating, should I pull out the long dragon sword or copy and paste myself like last time? Should I take the chance and stab him? Lucas frowned in frustration and scolded. That Ctrl+C skill is exactly why I'm stuck in this mess. Do you have any idea? How am I supposed to control the skill without using Ctrl+C? Haruto immediately replied, "Got it. So you know the origin. And where I got stuck with this thing, don't you? Looks like you're a control user too. Planning to kill me to steal my skill, huh? That's why you teamed up with Takumi to cause this disaster, right?" Lucas looked like he snapped. Furious, he lunged forward, swinging his sword, and screamed, "Shut your mouth! Don't you dare lump me in with that piece of trash!" He rushed in and drove the sword straight through Haruto's chest, making him cough up blood. Lucas was shocked too because Haruto just stood there and took the hit instead of dodging. Haruto coughed up blood but smirked internally. Nice. He had gotten exactly what he wanted. The system popped up. Ctrl+C, the Angelus Rapier has been fused with the Ctrl+C user, able to copy and absorb the Angelus Rapier. Suddenly the system turned red and alerted Ctrl+V. Shadow Shift cannot be used while copying and absorbing the Angelus Rapier. Haruto stumbled, thinking, wait, what the system spawned a bright red potion and he quickly downed it. He was still wondering, is it because of the sword that I can't use dark skills? I thought since I wasn't using dark mana, I'd be fine. But because the holy sword rejects Shadow Shift, I can't do it. Lucas wondered to himself, did he get stabbed on purpose just to copy the holy sword? Haruto also told himself, just as I thought, I can't copy it using Ctrl+C, even when I get stabbed. Lucas gripped his sword tight. I'm asking you one last time. What do you plan to do with that Ctrl+C skill? Haruto replied firmly. Isn't it obvious I'm going to become the strongest hunter? A hunter who stands above the Almighty. Lucas rushed in, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Hey, is that all? He thrust his sword straight at him. He dodged the attack effortlessly. Haruto said, Exactly. Even before I became a hunter. It's the curse. It keeps stealing time away. Lucas was confused. Time. He shouted, Wait a sec. Bro, didn't you hear that when the curse hit? Only 5 years left until the apocalypse? Lucas was even more confused. Only 5. What apocalypse? He frowned, glancing at the hourglass tattoo on his neck, thinking to himself, this is way too much info dumped on me at once. I don't have time to worry about that. Does this hourglass show my time left? It's literally counting down. Counting down to the next catastrophe. Suddenly a system screen popped up in front of Haruto, making him jump. What are you trying to do? The system announced, cancel copy. Copy duration has expired. Please approach the target again. Haruto frowned, clearly annoyed. I literally let myself get stabbed just to copy that. Do it again. Seriously. Suddenly purple mana started gathering in the sky. Beams of light rained down slowly. Haruto looked up, startled. Satoru and Mio looked up too. Satoru's face was full of panic as he stammered, It's starting. Lucas watched, confused. A red system window popped up. A separate dimension, the dark spirit dimension, has opened in Tokyo. When the subdimension opens, a pollution zone will form. Hunter HP and mana will decrease by 30%. Mana-based skills will also be restricted. Meanwhile, in Shinagawa District, right before the subdimension opened, purple smoke spread everywhere. Massive wooden vines pierced through buildings, wrecking everything in sight. A red system alert appeared. The corrupt tree spatial barrier has completed one-way synchronization. The alternate dimension, dark spirit dimension, has opened in Tokyo. Once active, the pollution zone will drain HP and MP from all hunters by 30%. All mana-based skills are now restricted. Takumi looked at the screen, a satisfied smirk on his face. If this dimension opens fully, Tokyo becomes literal hell on earth. That elf's mission is finally done. Should I go report this? Suddenly red energy tendrils crept towards him, and a voice boomed, I won't let that happen. Takumi jumped, startled. The red energy slammed into the ground right where he was standing. Terrified, he scrambled back, dodging every strike. Masato and Ares stood safe inside a protective sphere. Masato said, Because you're going to die right here. Takumi shot back. Masato, you worked so hard chasing me all the way here. He smiled sinisterly. But it's too late. The corrupt tree barrier is up. Tokyo is cooked. Masato angrily split the protective sphere in 2 startling Ares. He shouted, So what? My target is you, Takumi Crimson. Mana, radiated from Masato. He yelled, Looks like your dark mana can't touch me. Takumi wasn't backing down either. He pulled a sword from a void gate and smirked. You think you're the only special one? Purple dark energy blazed around him, his eyes turning pitch black as he mocked Masato. Let me show you what real dark mana looks like. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the city, system screens popped up for all the hunters. They started whispering, confused. I've never seen a debuff this strong. Restricting all mana skills. They're basically forcing us to fight with our bare hands. A bald guy with glasses tried to cast a spell, but nothing happened. You're right. None of my mana skills are working. A girl with short hair tried to cast a spell and gasped. No way even my healing skills are blocked. Another guy explained, Potions are useless in a zone like this. Our strength and magic power are literally leaking out. 1 hit and we're dead. Over by Nancy, she looked up at the sky, stunned. Chairman, what is this? Tokuo looked up, his face grim. This is completely unexpected. We have to deal with the bigger monsters first. A massive tornado swept through the city, destroying countless buildings and filling the air with smoke and dust. Chaos took over. A purple spatial gate appeared, slowly opening in the sky. Someone shouted, Look up there! A foot stepped out of the gate. Nanase froze, and Tokuo was just as shocked. Their eyes went wide. A blonde figure flickered into view, his mana radiating out and dominating the sky. It was getting stronger. The hunters down below were confused. What is that? Mitsuo slowly stepped out. Is that an elf? They stared up. Just one elf came out of that chaotic dimension. Someone else pointed forward, terrified. No, you're wrong. Look down there. Elves of all shapes and sizes started stepping out. Big ones, small ones, flying ones. Crawlers, humanoids, beasts, they had it all. And their eyes were glowing red with pure hatred. The hunters stepped back in fear. You gotta be kidding me, damn it. There's too many of them. Mitsuo glared down, smiling arrogantly. Been a while, huh? The last 15 years have been boring, right? Well, then today, let's go absolutely wild. The elves below acted like beasts off the leash, their predator eyes glowing as they growled. The aggressive elves charged straight at Gao. He gritted his teeth in fury. So it was you who debuffed us and tried to overwhelm us with numbers. Don't look down on us. System alert stone armor activated. Gao's eyes are blazing with rage as his whole body slowly gets covered in a layer of rock-hard armor. A few goblins lunge at him, mouths wide open to bite. Suddenly, a huge hole appears. Right in front of one, it screams in terror. Gao just swings his arm and boom, two dead instantly. Bodies drop. Standing there in front of the pack, Gao looks absolutely furious. His eyes are practically shooting sparks as he clenches his fist. Too bad for you losers. My stone armor skill. It doesn't cost a single drop of mana to activate. The other goblins screech when they hear that. Then the whole swarm rushes him. Gao doesn't even flinch, no fear at all, as he shouts, "Killing you runts one by one is a pain. Just come at me all at once." The air turns chaotic. Gao moves so fast he vanishes just a blur. But the goblins are dropping like flies. One gets sliced in half, another loses its head. More and more of them just get wrecked. All you can see are slash marks and rocks flying everywhere. The city defense hunters can't help but fanboy. That's Chairman Takaichi for you. He's built different. Someone else yells, "We'll handle the small fry left over." Another hunter drives his sword into a goblin, making it screech in pain. GYA. The guy curses, "Damn it. My skills are locked, so stabbing this goblin manually feels absolutely disgusting." A city defense hunter shouts a warning. Watch out. These things are leaking pollution energy. Watch your HP bar 1 slip up, and you're respawning in the afterlife. He swings his sword, slashing a small goblin and making it squeal. Ananas isn't just watching either. She charges in hands, moving like lightning as she slashes her blade, taking down 2 goblins instantly. Suddenly a loud roar erupts. Ananas snaps her head around to look. A massive goblin steps up to Tokuo, raising a wooden club to smash him. He doesn't panic at all, just frowns slightly. System alert. Activating Giant Shield of the Immortal. Tokuo grips the massive shield that just materialized. He raises it to block the goblin's strike, snapping the wooden club in half. Tokuo shifts the shield horizontally. Calm as ever, he flicks his arm, triggering the shield's ability. The goblin right in front of him gets sliced clean in 2. Tokuo immediately adjusts the shield again. It fires off a beam of energy slicing through. Several giant goblins standing in a row. Ananas watches. Thinking, that giant shield, it acts like a sword and a shield at the same time. Even without using active skills, it's strong enough to dominate the battlefield. We can leave the big monsters to the chairman and Gao. She glances over at a hunter, struggling to block a goblin with his shield. Ananas thinks, but for the rest of the hunters, their combat power has tanked because of the dark mana. The goblin numbers are down, but there's still a massive swarm left. She analyzes the situation. No matter how many monsters Feta takes down, it feels like they're endless. At this rate, even if backup arrives, we're cooked. Suddenly, a gigantic bird flies right over Ananas's head. She flinches, eyes wide, looking up in confusion. She doesn't hesitate, and immediately chases after it. A massive, aggressive hawk lands on the ground. Ananas is caught off guard. She stares at it, thinking, a hawk. Is this a boss-rank monster? The bird's red eyes are glowing intensely, and its breath glows a blinding gold. It's a level 150 hawk, a boss-type monster. This is nothing like the trash mobs we've seen. Ananas drops into a combat stance, telling herself, a single hawk isn't a problem, but that blaze breath, that's the real nightmare. That hawk and its scorching breath, it won't stop until its target is completely incinerated. Ananas doesn't hesitate. She leaps up, swinging her blade and charging straight at it, calculating. With healing skills locked, if it targets any of the hunters, they're dead in one hit. I have to stop it. Before it unleashes that blaze breath, the hawk sees her jump and immediately blasts a brutal wave of fire right at her. A massive fireball explodes, spreading out and raging furiously. Ananas is nowhere to be seen. Haruto looks up and sees the sky has turned pitch black. Satoru screams in panic, while Mao grits his teeth. It's starting. Lucas stares at the sky, worried sick. The system panel is flashing red nonstop. A different dimension, the dark spirit space, has opened up right here in Tokyo. Once this thing opens, the polluted zone tanks every hunter's HP and MP by 30% and restricts all mana-based skills. Satoru stares blankly at the new notification. A debuff. This isn't even a real dungeon. Mao. Sighs. Well, it's not totally impossible. This kind of thing can happen inside a dungeon boss's territory, but the odds are super low. He grits his teeth, frustrated. But why target mana skills specifically? It's too dirty. Where the hell did Takumi get this twisted idea? Just then, Haruto snatches his backpack and says, I don't have time to mess around with you, Lucas. Lucas tries to stop him, annoyed. Hey, I'm still... Suddenly the sound of wings flapping cuts through the air. From the sky, countless dragons appear diving straight down to wreck everything in sight. Satoru runs for his life, carrying all his gear, yelling, "Woe are those wyverns," Mao answers calmly. The real nightmare is when they start spreading out. Real talk, we don't have the luxury to waste any more time. Meanwhile, Haruto was dead serious, warning Lucas, "Do you even get it? We'll talk about the rest later." Seeing him stay silent just made him mumble in rage. Hey, at least say something. He was low-key panicking inside. Right now, he didn't even have time to copy-paste the Holy Sword. Lucas stared at his back, thinking he still hasn't used his Ctrl+C skill. Should he report Hunter Haruto to Michael? Haruto was fuming. Now, we wasted all that time because of you. Lucas got a bit curious and asked, "I don't know what you've prepared, but what if you used it right now?" Haruto shouted back, "I want to, bro, but this thing has a specific process." He thought while running. Originally, Haruto wanted to upgrade based on the monsters from the simpler lands, but over to Nanis, she was charging straight into the blazing fire. Thoughts kept racing through her head. Nanis was too slow. It already used flame breath, but at this level, she could tank it and take minimal damage. However, with Hellfire, Nanis would win. Suddenly, a figure dashed past Nanis, catching her off guard. That griffin saw it and launched another wave of fire. Before she could react, that person was one step ahead and stopped. Right before Nanis' shocked eyes, the person pulled out a massive shield. It blocked the griffin's attack perfectly, protecting her with ease. Seeing Tokuo's imposing figure clearly, Nanis shouted, "Chairman Tokuo!" He looked back and ordered seriously, "Hunter Nanis, cut off its head to stop the flame breath." Her eyes instantly sharpened. Understood. She dashed forward, closing in on that griffin fast. It used flame breath again to attack Nanis, trying to keep her away. The flames from its mouth came in waves stronger than before. The fire almost covered Nanis' entire field of view, but then she tapped her toes on the ground. Using the momentum, Nanis jumped high into the air unexpectedly. She swung her weapon down hard, but it just grazed the griffin's head. Seeing blood spray in the air, she was surprised. To avoid getting beheaded, it intentionally shifted the slash to another part of its body. Before Nanis could attack again, the griffin swiped its claws right at her face. Nanis quickly raised her spear to block, creating a piercing clang. She gritted her teeth, trying to push its claws away, but it opened its mouth to spit pink fire again, trying to finish her. But then something unexpected happened that made it wary. A spinning shockwave cut between Nanis and the griffin, forcing it back. That wave came from Tokuo's shield. Nanis recognized it immediately. He landed calmly from the air and asked, "You okay?" She spoke softly. "Thank you, Chairman." "Tokuo." He didn't reply, just remarked, "I meant to help. But seems I made things worse, huh?" He looked up at the griffin and said calmly, "It's entered high alert mode. Probably won't land again. If I throw the Gigant shield and it dodges, we're screwed." Suddenly the griffin opened its mouth and spewed a massive fireball. Tokuo lowered his voice. "It's airborne, meaning it'll only attack with flame breath. Hunter Nanis, get behind me." But she charged forward, leaving him with one sentence. "No need, just throw the Gigant shield." The corners of his mouth lifted in a trusting smile. "Got it." He decisively threw the shield in the direction Nanis was running. The shield hit a wall and bounced back toward the griffin, while Nanis jumped up, appearing right behind it. She swung down hard, aiming straight for its head. After a sharp slash, the griffin's head was severed by Nanis. She landed successfully after that spectacular attack. Tokuo looked at the griffin's corpse on the ground and sighed. That was precise. Nanis glanced at the purple gas leaking out and said softly, "A massive amount of polluted air is leaking out of the griffin's body." Tokuo stood beside her and replied, "Is it a boss monster?" Suddenly she remarked, "The higher the monster's rank, the more pollution I think it emits. In other words, the more we kill, the more danger the hunters will be in." In another corner of the city, a monster was relentlessly attacking a group of hunters. AI's teammate turned around and shouted, "Just because you can't use skills, you chose to fight these weaklings. Don't be stingy with items, use them." His teammate replied, annoyed, "We aren't saving them for nothing. This is my last magic scroll. Everyone get down." Just as he finished speaking, the monster was sliced into 4 separate pieces. The magic scroll in the glasses-wearing guy's hand turned to ash. I happily said, "See that? With items, it's a one-shot kill." The glasses guy gritted his teeth. "What are you talking about? We have 0 items left now." Suddenly, a terrifying sensation welled up in the air. AI's teammate suddenly grabbed his throat and coughed dryly. I was surprised. "Hey, you good?" But as soon as he spoke, a metallic taste filled his mouth. Cough. Everyone in the squad fell to their knees, coughing up blood. Cough. The glasses guy covered his mouth. "What is going on?" "Wait, what?" No way is this pollution. Mitsuo finally shows up, taking her sweet time. Too late to figure it out now. Her eyes light up, enjoying the show. Every single monster in this dark space is packed with dark aura. The second they die, they leak pollution gas. You guys thought killing them would keep you safe. Nah, their deaths are going to take you down with them. She pauses for a sec, then keeps going, with all these other monsters showing up. It's too late to quit now. Mitsuo laughs like a maniac, the sound cutting through the air. This dark space is still crawling with monsters. You're just going to struggle until you slowly die off. Aoi's face goes pale. So that means Tokyo, no, the whole country is cooked. Suddenly a voice cuts her off. It's not over yet. Haruto and his squad step up from behind, looking absolute badass. This is just the beginning. The Snow Mountain Golem lets out a soft squeak. Q. Aoi sees their hype energy and stares at them, then suddenly realizes something. He speaks up confused. Senpai, why are you here? Haruto recognizes him too and grins. Long time no see, huh? Aoi asks. Then Haruto hands him a weird-looking blue potion. Aoi's clearly thinking the same thing. He looks confused, but takes the potion anyway, his voice serious. Why all of a sudden wait more importantly? Senpai, we gotta get out of here right now. But Aoi's staring at Haruto's back. Haruto turns away, dropping one line. Don't worry about it. Aoi freezes. He stares at the potion and mumbles. Is that really the Haruto senpai I know? He wants me to drink this crazy expensive potion. Thud, 3 massive bags hit the ground thrown by Haruto. He mutters, gotta deal with this trash suppression first. He gives a sly grin and starts spamming the system interface. The system quickly gathers power, forming a cold blue light that swirls around Haruto like a hurricane. Everyone backs off, but then a girl notices something. This is Mana. The guy next to her nods. You're right. We can use our skills. We can even put up barriers. Turns out this energy is insanely potent. Everyone excitedly checks their power. Still weak, but it works. One guy looks confused. Hey, is that Haruto? It's Haruto, right? They finally realize it. They stare at the tall, capable guy over there and whisper, the errand boy. They start gossiping again. That's him. I thought he got kicked out of the Grand Guild. Did the errand boy actually do something? They whisper in disbelief. Over there, Nanase and Tokuo are pumping out mana too. The others see this and start to get the picture. The suppression isn't gone yet. Does that mean this constant mana supply is letting us use our skills? And it's an AoE mana supply skill. Unbelievable. They realize they can't just rely on Haruto's team. They gotta be useful. One guy speaks up. This much mana is enough for me to make a move. Everyone gets fired up, ready to take down that golem. Mitsuo watches in panic. She gasps. Supplying enough mana to overpower the dungeon's suppression, is that even possible? Mitsuo's thinking hard, then it hits her. Wait, something's wrong. She looks at Haruto, who's running like crazy. She realizes in shock. Are you Ctrl+C? This golem is fighting like it's on steroids, super strong and attacking fast. Even with the mana buff, they can't beat it. They shout helplessly. We have mana now, but why are there so many monsters? A guy who just got wrecked by the golem shouts angrily. At this rate, we're cooked. Suddenly he hears something and turns around. He's shocked to see Haruto's team, Lucas and Mo, still running around pumping out mana. They rush straight at the golem like they don't know the meaning of fatigue. Confused and worried, he wonders, what are they thinking? Just charging straight into the mob. Yeah, they must be crazy. 4 tiny humans facing off against a horde of golems with insane power and attack stats. They're massive compared to them. Aoi looks terrified, his face blank. He stammers, Senpai, they look even bigger up close. Are we seriously going to be okay? Unlike him, Haruto just smiles calmly and speaks slowly. Don't worry. Get everything out of the bags, he screams. Dump it all out now. They follow orders, immediately spilling everything. Inside, hundreds of glowing gem-like orbs roll onto the ground. The little golem helps too, still mumbling Q. Everyone around them freezes. They have no idea what's happening. Someone stammers, you're throwing balls in this situation. What are you thinking? Haruto ignores them and shouts the hype. Let's go upgrade as much as you want, get 'em boys. He and his minions take the lead. They toss the orbs. The system activates instantly. Command Ctrl+V, using golem cores for transformation. Nanis asks, confused, Uncle Tokuo, what are those things? But Tokuo stays silent. He doesn't know either. Lucas looks at the scene, totally lost. He doesn't get it. Are those the orbs he risked his life to bring back? What the hell is he planning? But the shocker is those balls looked useless, but once thrown, they unleashed some insane power like a storm tossing pebbles aside. Felt like they carried the force of an erupting volcano. The golems were instantly shredded at hurricane speeds. Nana suddenly realized those are mutated golem cores from the Snow Mountain. For golems, the core is usually buried deep underground, making them hard to wreck. But she was still wondering, Why are there so many of them? The rest of the enemy golem herd is still rushing in like they're on drugs, totally berserk. They flew in, tearing up the ground, trying to wreck everything in sight. The crowd started whispering again. One guy said, "Bro, I thought we were outnumbered." Another analyzed. "That destructive power is cracked, but I don't think those cores are safe yet." The monsters rushing in are suddenly getting counterattacked by the very things they destroyed. Thought they were just useless rocks, turned out to be the snow core golems themselves charging in. They were like drills digging deep into the monsters' weak points, inflicting major pain. The monsters started panicking and flailing around, which just gave the snow golems a massive advantage to hit their crit spots. Pinned them down completely. Seeing the situation turn around, everyone's morale shot through the roof. "Looks like thanks to those kids we actually have a shot at winning." A guy rushed out to help, hyped up, saying, "I'll cover these baby golems." On this side, Satoru and the crew were also gearing up. Raimu replied to Haruto's announcement with a serious face, "Me too." System notifications were spamming, thanks to their fighting and everyone's burning passion. The golems are leveling up, getting bigger and stronger. Haruto couldn't help but grin, exclaiming, "Sweet." The synchronization rate with the golems just spiked. I can even give them specific commands now. This is absolute peak mastery. The system chimed in again, "Golem transformation available. Can be used to reshape golems into any form I want." The golems looked cramped, getting restless. Haruto saw it all, laughed loud, and muttered, "Time to go. Let's take down that flying dragon." Immediately, from the blood-red sky, flying dragons dove down like they were tearing the heavens apart. They let out a screech that could burst eardrums, flexing their invincible power. Their eyes looked like they could pierce through solid rock. And they are the highest tier variants of wyverns. Everyone panicked. They turned into wyverns. Can he even do something like that? And it's flying perfectly, too. Someone added, "It's even crazier than the rumors those wyverns have unmatched power." They breathed out scorching fire with maxed out power. The golem trapped in the massive flames screamed in agony as it was slowly charred black. It could only cry out for help. Seeing this, the wyvern dove straight into the fire, stomping hard on the golem's body. Then the wyvern soared back into the air and the sea of fire exploded, shattering the golem into 100 pieces. People nearby raised their shields to block the flying debris. The guy in the hat spoke up. "I feel like I'm hoping for the impossible right now." The other guy was worried too. Can it even tank that flame breath? Haruto realized something and immediately opened his screen to check. Sure enough, a head-on clash with a wyvern is impossible. All right, switching to plan B. The notification panel popped up. He hit cancel plus reshaping revive. The shards started moving and piecing themselves back together, forming into sharp golem birds. The armored guy was shocked. It's smaller than before. This is even more hopeless. Everyone was anxious watching it fly past, thinking it couldn't match the wyvern's strength. But if you looked closer, the golem bird's beak was long and sharp. Pointy as a knife looks, just like a bullet, doesn't it? The wyvern, sensing danger as the enemies flocked toward it, it spewed defensive fire. Nanas watched in shock. Even if you change their size and beak shape, the result won't be any different. The golem bird still rushed into the sea of fire, eyes glowing. It spun its body, creating a small tornado, quickly dispersing the fire into sparks. The sparks swirled, pressed tight together, still radiating heat. Sharp blue lines extinguished the flames from before. The wyvern was surprised and roared, before it could even react. Blue lights pierced right through its body, leaving massive wounds. It roared in pain, as the streaks of light attacked harder and faster. One by one tearing through the bodies of the other wyverns. They screamed in agony, the birds. The golems all rushed in to attack like a tornado, spinning fast, sharp, closing the distance in an instant. Those aggressive wyverns from before. Now just 100 scraps beneath the hardened flock of golem birds. System screens popped up one after another. "You have leveled up. You have leveled up." Haruto smirked with satisfaction. "If I take them all down, will I level up even more? This is so satisfying." Everyone looked up at the silent sky, whispering in shock. "He defeated all the wyverns. I saw it with my own eyes and still can't believe it." Nanas grabbed her spear and ran forward, rallying everyone. "Let's wipe out the rest of the monsters." Everyone responded. "Roger." Meanwhile, Haruto crossed his arms and summoned small golems. He ordered, "The sky is pretty clear now. Time to handle the trash mobs on the ground." Haruto grinned, looking totally pleased. From this moment on, let the auto hunt begin. Gao charged straight in, landed a painful punch right on the monster, making it roar loud. He jumped down. His body looked jacked and healthy, connected by veins of red lava. Over here, the small golems started making their move. His footsteps were frantic. Gao noticed the little ones swarming forward in packs, he commented. "So those are the golems Hunter Sano summoned. Look kind of small, but they're actually cracked." Suddenly, a massive crash rocked the place. Like something just flew in, Gao whipped his head around. Turns out a mini golem was climbing his back. The other little guys jumped up just like it, lunging right at him, totally caught off guard, having them hang off his body. He blurted out, "What the hell?" While Gao was still freaking out, Satoru pulled up with the rest of the mini golems. He explained, "The little guys are wearing stone armor, just like you. Guildmaster Gao, so they think you're on their team." The man was speechless. Gao asked, "Is that shield of yours a golem too?" Satoru held up his hand covered by the golem and replied, "Yeah, this is the first golem senior Haruto gave me. If I level it up even more, it'll turn into full body armor." Hearing that, the older man went quiet, thinking to himself, that golem armor looks nothing like my stone armor. Suddenly, a ferocious beast closed in. Gao glanced at it and wound up. With one jump, he sent the little golems flying everywhere and drilled straight through the monster's body. He declared, "Don't lump me in with them." Having said that, he unleashed a flurry of dashes, slicing the rest in half. The horrific monsters from before dropped dead instantly. Satoru, seeing them get one shot, was a bit shook. "My bad, I didn't mean it like that. I was just rushing to catch the golems, so I spoke without thinking." Scene switched to the outskirts. Lucas was surrounded by wyvern corpses. He stared at one's crushed head. Thinking to himself, he copy-pasted to evolve his golems and even wiped out the wyverns. So this is the true power of Ctrl+C. It's leagues above us. His expression went dark, anxiety setting in, the evolution of the curse. If Michael gets his hands on this ability. Before he could finish the thought, a voice called out Lucas. He flinched and whipped around to find the source. It was Haruto running over. He immediately asked who opened this subspace. Lucas gritted his teeth, his face twisting. "I risked everything. My family is hanging by a thread. You think I'd betray them?" Hearing that, the boy stepped closer to him and affirmed, "Exactly. You don't want to do this either. I could tell from the moment you faced me." Lucas jolted at those words. Haruto continued, "You looked like you were anxious, burdened by something." Thinking back every word the boy said silenced him. Haruto asked again, "Opening the subspace only benefits the villains, right? It's fine. You guys didn't know anything." Lucas just scoffed. "The real chaos hasn't even started yet." Suddenly he screamed, "Ugh, what is this?" Just then the ground where they stood started shaking and cracking apart. Purple vines burst from the earth, one after another, knocking Lucas back. Meanwhile, Haruto was wrapped tight by the vines, only able to flail his hand. Lucas leaped up and shouted, "Miso's skill branch of filth." He calculated rapidly. If those filth branches catch you, the poison mana spreads twice as fast if Miso is casting this skill. Then before he could think, a vine shot toward Lucas. All he could do was watch its path and keep dodging. The boy saw this and tensed up. "This isn't looking good. It might chuck me right out of the subspace." Lucas had an idea. "Is his ability different from my sword?" He gripped his blade, making a decision. "I'll use light to purify this place." Hunter Sano. Suddenly, Lucas froze. Hey, what's going on?" Two vines twisted and knotted together, combining as they lunged at him. It snagged Lucas's arm. His face went dark with shock. More vines swarmed in, locking his legs down. Lucas's pupils dilated, totally stunned and confused by the sight. He summoned the last of his strength to raise his sword for a counterattack, but unfortunately the vines were faster and constricted Lucas's body. Back in the city, a massive knot of vines held its prey tight. The others panicked, seeing it. "Didn't we already deal with them all?" Someone replied, "This isn't just a barrier." Nana's arrived to assess the situation. "It's not fixed in one spot, it's constantly shifting." She widened her eyes in shock. "The one controlling this is nearby, right in front of Nana's." Was the silhouette of a cloaked figure standing on a vine branch. She was even more surprised when she saw the person's face, and gasped, "An elf. So I wasn't wrong. But why is he in this dimension?" Over on this side, the mystic thunder activated, causing a massive tremor. But unexpectedly, the dark mana from Takumi shattered it completely. Masato felt a sudden chill from this demonic energy. He muttered in disbelief, "My mystic thunder." Takumi grinned, clearly enjoying his spectacular opening act. He slowly explained, "There's only one way to wield dark mana. You must overcome the addiction to it and touch the abyss. After that, you too can control the dark mana." Hearing this strange concept for the first time, Masato hesitated. Lightning flickers. Say what he called out from afar. Bingo. Then, bam, he rushed in like a bolt of lightning, totally reckless. Then he dropped a bombshell just like me. Masato got jumped out of nowhere. But his reflexes were insane. He managed to throw up a solid shield just in time to tank that hit. But that dark mana, it's no joke, the shield was solid 1 second. But the moment they touched smash, shattered into pieces. He blinked, staring at that sharp blade inches from his face. Total shock. but luckily right at the clutch moment. He barely dodged death by a hair, even if he almost got wrecked and poisoned in the process. But Masato's mind was racing. Is there actually a way to survive dark mana poison? He started thinking about Suda deep in thought. Wait, so Suda might actually. Glancing at the cut on his cheek bleeding out, Masato locked back in. Focus up. Takumi was clearly dominating the pace, taking every chance to flex his skills. Total opposite of Masato's silent vibe. He taunted, I don't know what's in your head, but not just anyone can pull this off. When you have a dark skill, you can absorb dark mana. Saying that, he went dead silent, then boom, exploded all that demonic power from inside. He looked ready to risk it all for a deathmatch. Ares rushed in to back him up just in time, and she didn't forget to pop a shield and cover herself. She turned to Masato, sweating. This huge amount of dark mana, no way. He was already over the shock, so he stayed cool. Looks like my mystic lightning got absorbed. Takumi saw his chance and went berserk, wrecking everything in sight. The battlefield was total chaos. He charged in like a storm. The two of them could only turtle up behind their shields to survive. Masato yelled, dodge. Seeing the blade fire a shockwave like a cannon, they split up perfectly to both sides. Rocks were clashing and smashing everywhere. The dust cloud was so thick you couldn't see a thing. Masato slickly weaved through the boulders, eyes scanning for the enemy. Takumi was just spamming attacks like a maniac now. His power spiked so hard his eyes and hair changed color, he smirked. Now that annoying skill of yours is useless. He completely ignored Masato and switched targets, rushing straight for Ares and her four-way shield. But before he could get close, frozen. An ice bind caught him, rooting him in place. Ares saw he was suppressed and seized the moment, spamming even more ice binds. Masato stepped up. Did you buff your crowd control? She answered fast, but kept her guard all the way up. Now, I think that's Hunter Sano's doing. He's feeding me infinite mana so I can stack layers and layers of ice on Takumi. That's why he hasn't been able to cast a single move. Ares calmed down a bit and added, and that was only like half my real power. Looks like we can hold him for a second. Takumi was locked down, but when he heard that, he mumbled. Infinite mana, that guy. He didn't let her gloat for long. He just flexed a little and cracks started appearing on the solid ice. Crack, crack. Finally, that massive block of ice turned into shaved ice, exploding everywhere. His dark mana surged even harder. Ares had to go back to full focus mode, but she wasn't planning to counterattack. She just kept spamming shields. She started sweating, thinking, just as I thought this much, mana isn't going to cut it. Takumi couldn't even close the gap before getting spammed with sharp ice spikes. He was losing his patience. That chill hunter expression, gone. Now veins were popping out of his face in pure rage. Humph, is this half-baked ice bind all you got? No matter how hard you try, the result's going to be the same. The ice could barely slow him down. He shattered it before it could even lock him. This time, Takumi actually got to her. He was close enough to slap her. He grinned. Who do you think I am? I'm the guild leader of the Blood Tower. Ares gritted her teeth, focusing 100% to buy as much time as possible. Her hands were flying, weaving a new formation. By the time they were face to face, the shield was up, but there was one big worry. Could it actually hold him back? He smirked like he already knew this was just child's play. I'm on a barrier. Looks like you're clueless. Let me school you real quick. Dark mana absorbs normal mana to buff itself. Takumi didn't even need to punch it hard. He just slid his sharp sword right into the shield. His mana spiked again. Ares panicked as she watched her shield dissolving right in front of her eyes. It was over for her. She didn't freeze up for long, though. She reached into her coat, grabbed a hidden item, and ripped it in half. Instantly, magical runes poured out, forming a massive barrier right in front of her. Just to try and tank that demonic power, Takumi scoffed. The surrounding power flared up even more viciously. Huh, another barrier. Is this seriously your fighting style? Embarrassing. That thing looks weak as hell against my dark mana. The moment he finished speaking, he rushed in to prove it to her. A massive impact shook the sky. Inside the barrier, Ares finally felt the crushing pressure of that ability. Watching her brand new shield shatter instantly, the sharp blade was pointed right at her in that critical moment. A matter of life and death, Masato rushed in to save her. His blood lightning attack was nothing to scoff at. It erupted with destructive power that rivaled the dark mana. Takumi grimaced as he watched the streaks of blood lightning charging right at him. He was absolutely furious that he couldn't finish off his prey when he was so close. Masato's power surged forward, dragging massive boulders with it. It felt like a single touch would crush bones to dust. Takumi struggled to retreat and defend the sword in his hand, moving non-stop, skillfully blocking every side. Ares seized the opportunity to activate her ability, setting up a new formation. Like she wanted to end this battle once and for all. The formation activated, and she slammed her full strength into the ground, blasting a massive crater into the pavement. Tremors and ice shards shot up like a giant spear, driving Takumi back. He didn't even have time to react. His arrogant smirk vanished, being suppressed by an attack of this scale. It would be hard just to stay alive. The pain forced an involuntary groan out of him. Finally, the battle had reached its conclusion. He was helpless, crushed by ice blocks from all sides. The upper hand now belonged to Masato, who walked up smugly and asked, "The leader of an assassin organization, beating his chest and calling himself the guildmaster, isn't that a bit premature, huh?" With his hot-headed nature, Masato didn't have the patience or mood for sarcasm anymore. Kurosaki Masato got straight to the point. Shadow Step. Where did you get that skill? If you want a quick death, answer me now. Takumi looked up, still acting nonchalant, avoiding a direct answer. You chased me all the way here just to ask that. Even staring at an enemy ready to kill him, he still beat around the bush. Maybe I'm the only one who noticed, huh? That mocking attitude completely pissed Masato off. He gritted his teeth and threatened, I told you to answer me, damn it. Where did you get that skill? Who taught it to you? Answer me right now. The guy just took his time and started spinning some old story. You know, I heard some interesting things from Lucas, hearing him mention that name. Masato immediately asked in surprise, why are you suddenly... He couldn't even finish his sentence. Takumi had stalled for enough time. He shot a cunning look at him. Dark mana suddenly flared up all around. Without saying a word, he blasted a massive amount of mana straight at Masato, catching him off guard. He felt dizzy, then slowly sank into an illusion. After that magic burst, Masato suddenly found himself somewhere else. Lying below him was the motionless figure of a familiar boy. He glanced down and recognized the boy, immediately leaving him speechless with shock. It was none other than the paralyzed boy lying there dying. It was Suda. He was struggling to breathe, his consciousness fading, clearly shown in his vacant, unfocused eyes. Masato's heart screamed out Suda. In another place, a different scene unfolded. Mitsuo walked slowly through the formations she had set up all over the place. She stared straight at Lucas, and without a word, she closed in. Abruptly, after the thunderous attack, Mitsuo smiled and asked him roughly, Lucas, I didn't realize that you'd already teamed up with that Ctrl+C guy, did you? Lucas thought in shock. She knows about Ctrl+C's existence. Seeing he wasn't answering, Mitsuo snatched the holy sword right out of his hand. She admired the blade shining as if it was sharpened from moonlight itself, and said with satisfaction, I thought it would be a long time before I could touch this sword. Lucas finally opened his mouth to speak. Did you approach me from the very start just for the holy sword, seeing the boy helpless amidst the monstrous vines she knew she had won? She slowly explained, the power of Ctrl+F is capable enough of finding Ctrl+C. Watching the sword gradually harmonize with her ability, Mitsuo continued with even more satisfaction. If the sword and Ctrl+C combine, we will be able to save this planet. With victory and the spoils of war in her hands, Mitsuo looked maliciously at Lucas. Now that I have the holy sword, let me give you some good news. In the elf dimension, a few of us were hit with a curse. She slowly delivered the punchline, and I am one of them. Lucas trembled, unable to believe it, and asked hesitantly, Mitsuo, you're under the curse too. No way. Wait, are you trying to absorb Ctrl+C's power? Hearing that, she curled her lips into a faint smile. Unfortunately, I have no way to absorb a curse from another dimension, but you do. Then she added one more thing, making even Masato fall into deep thought. If I kill him now, the curse will be transferred to you. When a carrier of the control curse dies, the curse shifts to the nearest control carrier. Then Mitsuo tightened her grip on the sword, stepping closer to reveal her next plan. That is why I'll let Lord Michael come and kill you off. 2 birds, 1 stone, snagging double the power in one go. Lucas finally clocked the truth, gritting his teeth as he thought. So that means from the jump, my family and I were nothing but pawns, cannon fodder. Just when Miso... She was busy laughing like she won, but then a familiar voice popped up right behind her. Whoa, just heard something super interesting. It was Haruto. He's him. Bro teleported behind her before she even knew what hit her, ready to strike. But Miso, she didn't even flinch. Zero panic on her face. She just tilted her head back and glanced at him. He swung, but it was like hitting a ghost. She took absolutely 0 damage. Miso already read his moves. She smirked coldly. Oh, so you copied Shadow Shift too, huh? In that moment, he only had one question burning in his mind. He asked straight up, it was you, wasn't it? The one who popped that subspace and wrecked the whole of Tokyo, Haruto, didn't even wait for an answer. He instantly triggered his skill. Ctrl+V, giant spiderweb. He sat down, cool as a cucumber. Then suddenly, from right behind him, countless massive spiderwebs exploded out, swarming toward Miso. But she didn't even look at him like a threat, just a cold, mocking smirk. This is the skill you copied after getting cursed. Is this really the best you can do? She swiped her hand, instantly destroyed his setup, and laughed in his face. But Haruto wasn't quitting. He kept going, spinning up another trap. She looked at him like he was an idiot. These trash tricks won't work on me, but this time he wasn't backing down. He clapped back. Trash hardly. Depends on how you use it. Even a garbage skill can become a weapon of mass destruction. I can still cook with this. He stopped talking and instantly popped 2 skills at the same time. Ctrl+V, activate giant spider web and bear king claw. Ctrl+V, unique skill. Kalishia, blood drain longsword. In a split second, Haruto's trap got buffed. The power level spiked like crazy. Not just that, those claws growing out got even more savage as they clashed straight into Miso's dark energy. Watching her aura get eaten away, Miso actually started to panic. What the... She never saw this coming, not in a million years. Finally, it clicked for her. He's not just merging moves, he's buffing them too. So that's the power of the ultimate curse. Makes sense. While she was distracted, he rushed her again, smirking like a demon. You were talking real big a second ago. Why so quiet now? Did my skill fry your brain, but Miso? She still looked down on him. She gave a cold, contemptuous laugh. Please, you're just making me want that power even more. But Haruto lunged, grabbing her shoulder tight. He gave a creepy smile. I should be the one saying that. He did it because he was plotting something. I'm taking your space. He triggered the skill. Ctrl+C. System searching for keyword subspace from target. But the system threw an error. Ctrl+C failed. No copyable target found. Haruto thought he had this in the bag. But with that result, he froze, totally shocked. What the hell is going on? Miso crushed his wrist, warning him. You can't copy anything from me, boy. Then she shoved him back with insane force. Just that one move caused a massive earthquake. The ground literally exploded. Lucas was standing on the sidelines, but the shockwave nearly took him out. He covered his head, terrified. He was freaking out. I got lucky thanks to Ctrl+C, but now the sword's gone. I can't control the power of Ctrl+V. Suddenly, weird images flashed in Lucas's mind. Hallucinations he couldn't fight off. Blinding lights kept flashing. In his panicked eyes, he didn't get why, but inside his head. A million questions popped up. Ctrl+C and Miso. How is this linked to her? Information kept flooding in, hijacking his brain. Lucas felt like he was going to explode. Then in a split second, a thought hit him. Is it Miso's subspace, but how are they connected and why? Even though I can see the skill and its stats, I can't see the full picture because of the curse. Memories of the sword came rushing back, making him think hard. If it's considered a living entity, then an item like the Holy Sword. No way. Lucas was spiraling, doubting everything. Does that mean Miso's subspace is actually an item? Finally it clicked. Hunter Sano must have tried to copy Miso's skill, so the only way to do that is... There's only one option. Meanwhile, Takumi, with eyes as black as the void, unleashed a stream of insane magical power that made everything feel like it was exploding. Ares was caught off guard by the sudden entrance. Eyes wide, totally shook. He looked at her and curled his lip into a smirk. Unless I finish this first. Masato, enjoy rotting in that abyss forever. I'm gonna wreck this annoying witch first, then I'm coming for your head. He didn't waste a second, dashed forward and growled, You're Nishihara Tomoka's daughter, aren't you? Swinging his sword with a vicious look, he sneered, I bet you inherited. A bit of mommy and daddy's talent, huh? Too bad that nasty attitude's gonna get you killed before you even show what you can do. Right before the blade connected, Ares threw up a barrier. Clang, that single impact. Shattered everything around them. Takumi was shook, shouting in disbelief. Another barrier. Seriously? Fine, let's try something else. The second he shut his mouth, a crazy, violent energy erupted around him, looking ready to devour Ares whole. Faced with that sudden burst, she moved fast, weaving through to dodge. Takumi smirked at her struggle. Useless. You can't run. Just die already. Ignoring his trash talk, Ares kept focusing on her defense, stacking those barriers. The harder he hit, the harder she tanked it. She wasn't giving an inch. Takumi watched her struggle and couldn't resist. A sarcastic jab. Oh, look at you, trying so hard. I'm literally crying over here. Ares finally snapped back, disgusted. Small-minded creeps like you are the absolute worst scum on earth. Only those who master a single craft become true powerhouses. Then she flexed her skills again, declaring loudly, and looks like I'm the only one here who can pull that off. Takumi stood there, totally stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes. He never thought she had that kind of dog in her. Her mana formed a massive ice sphere, crashing down on him. Shaking, he gasped. I didn't see it coming. Boom. The sphere slammed down, triggering a massive quake that felt like it would blow the whole place apart. Takumi was dazed, throwing his arms up to shield himself. He was completely blindsided. By the sheer scale of her AoE, the pressure was so intense he had to scramble on all fours just to get back up. Cursing under his breath, he struggled to his feet and wheezed, "Hey, are you out of your mind? Dropping a nuke like that in the middle of the city? We kept the civilians alive for a reason." Takumi was losing control of the situation. His eyes wide with shock. Ares just stood there cool as a cucumber and said, "Everyone's already evacuated. 0 casualties. And Guildmaster Masato is just like me, he's the best at exactly one thing." Hit with surprise after surprise, Takumi couldn't believe his ears. What are you yapping about?" He looked up at Masato, who was radiating dark energy, and shook his head in denial. "No way. This wasn't part of the plan." Panicking, he yelled, "You couldn't have escaped that place. Impossible." But Masato just stared back, his eyes colder than ice, his killing intent spiking through the roof. Takumi froze. Wait, did he absorb the inner demon? Seeing his reaction. Masato didn't bother denying it. He just stated coldly, "I promised I'd end you with my own hands." And as the last word left his lips, the ground shook violently, drowning the entire area in Masato's pitch-black aura. One heavy hit later, Takumi was face-planted on the dirt, blood gushing from his head and mouth. Masato wasn't done yet. His rage radiated off him like a swirling mystical blue storm. His eyes were glowing blood red with fury. After a tense silence, Ares finally spoke up. "Didn't you have questions for Takumi?" Masato replied, his voice dripping with icy malice. "Doesn't matter. I already got what I needed. Pushing me into that mind prison was a massive mistake." Suddenly, a purple light flared from Masato's body. He had pieced it together. He realized he'd found the clue to curing his dark mana addiction right there inside the abyss. Masato deduced the key is the dark skill itself, and how to tame it. Flashback to the past. Shirasaki Suda held a dark grimoire talking to his big brother Masato. "Big bro, I'm going to start practicing this skill. What do you think?" He tried to convince him, "It's dark magic, I know, but if I master it, it'll be super useful." But Masato shut him down, immediately knocking it off. "Don't you know how dangerous dark skills are?" Hearing that, Suda looked a bit down, staring intensely at the book. It was giving off this weird vibe, like it was tempting him to open it and uncover its secrets. Suda quietly argued back, "But I don't see what's so bad about learning it. If we don't use dark mana, how are we supposed to use skills? That's something I think is worth considering." Masato silently pondered, evaluating his little brother, the person he trusted and took pride in the most. Suda was brilliant, so Masato was sure back then. Bro actually picked up some dark skills for himself. The kid must have been grinding hard, probably figured out a way to beat that dark mana thirst on his own. A red circle wrapped around Masato's body as he turned to tell Ares. "Ares, let's go link up with Haruto's squad. We need to end this mess ASAP." She looked at him curious. "What exactly did you see inside that inner demon?" Masato gave a mysterious smile, his eyes teasing a secret. "I'll reveal that to you later." Suddenly, just when it felt like it was all over, Masato shot up into the air. His body stretched out, those cold eyes now sharp as knives, reflecting the light with zero mercy. No trace of that rage from before, just pure focus and a strange, overwhelming aura surging up. He smirked coldly. He'd found hope, a positive possibility on this side. Then, when Haruto showed up, flashes of purple and blue light exploded. Debris flew everywhere, dust blinding the air, creating a chaotic scene. He gripped his sword-tight eyes, full of hate, and launched a full-power strike straight at Miso with zero hesitation. But the enemy wasn't just standing there. She countered instantly. Neither side was backing down. Miso didn't flinch. Instead, she raised her voice, mocking and looking down on Haruto. "That annoying skill, let me seal that for you." Suddenly, she struck right at Haruto's feet before he could react. The sword emitted a blinding blue light, mixed with mysterious streaks of dark purple. It looked totally cursed. Haruto felt maximum tension panic setting in his mind, a mess not knowing what to do. Cold sweat poured down his body, shaking, losing all composure. Miso sheathed her sword and looked at Haruto. "Your dark skills are useless now. The holy sword has suppressed them for too long. You can't control it anymore." Suddenly, Haruto shouted, "So your skills are just mid too, huh?" As he was about to rush in aggressively to attack, Miso remained strangely calm and said, "The nature of dark mana has been nullified, so controlling it is no problem." He ignored her words and attacked without mercy. Everything around them shattered. On the other side, Miso launched a powerful raid, suddenly overwhelming him. Haruto couldn't react in time, only able to grip his sword with all his might. Facing slashes as violent as a raging tsunami, unable to predict the defense, his sword suddenly snapped in two. To his shock, a normal sword really stood zero chance against a holy sword. The system popped up. Ctrl+V, content use longsword Callison. At that moment, the sword in his hand instantly transformed into the Callison's sword black, with red stripes looking absolutely overpowered. Miso's eyes went wide in panic. Staring at that blade, it was a copy of Frederick's sword. Haruto stood there, eyes cold and confident. Like he predicted everything. A slight smile appeared on his lips, full of arrogance and satisfaction. He swung his arm, and in a split second a blinding golden light shot through the air, streaking like lightning. Nailed it. Instantly, the gloomy dark space around them shattered. As the dazzling light from the sword flared up, illuminating a huge area, Miso held her sword strong, standing her ground, every slash cracking the earth. Blue light from the blade shone like a challenge. Miso grinned cunningly, her eyes steel-hard as she told Haruto, "Long sword hits different. That power's insane. If I didn't have this holy sword, I'd be cooked." He screamed in rage. "Don't think it ends here." Haruto launched himself up, determined to take her down at any cost. But it seemed his strength and the sword weren't doing much, so Miso just watched and laughed casually. Her whole body seemed wrapped in a shield of fire. Haruto stood frozen for a second, confused by the scene unfolding before his eyes. Haruto's last attack only hit the surroundings. It didn't affect Miso at all. From inside that mysterious fire shield, a sword thrust back out instantly. A stab went straight and deep into Haruto's left chest. Blood gushed from the wound, and he clutched his chest, collapsing to the ground. The elf Miso stood there with a cruel look, watching Haruto in pain, speaking with disdain. "Even if your rank got boosted by the longsword, you still lack combat experience." Suddenly he shot up like he remembered something. Haruto thought to himself, "Space can be used as a teleportation gate. I want that ability so bad now. What the hell do I have to do to copy and duplicate it?" And then Haruto pulled out a mysterious blue potion bottle decorated with turquoise beads from out of nowhere. Ignoring his bleeding wound, Haruto chugged the potion down. The system displayed, "Using high-grade potion will heal 100% of injuries." Strange green smoke rose from the wound, but Haruto didn't look good. His brows furrowed in intense pain. Miso watched the scene and confirmed, "That potion is made from holy power, so using it won't heal you 100%. That damage, that's exactly what makes the holy sword so broken." Seeing Haruto on the back foot, "Miso," the goblin seized the moment to strike. "Well, can you still copy anything else now?" Miso smirked cunningly, looking down on him like trash before asking, "Run out of options already?" Haruto replied with full confidence, "Not even close. But looks like you will be soon." Suddenly, from out of nowhere, a sharp blade slash flew straight at Miso with insane speed. Miso was too stunned to dodge the surprise attack. The blade slash tore through like lightning, instantly overpowering him and knocking Miso to the ground. The sword swung up, but in a surprise twist, it got knocked from his grip, flying through the air and landing far away from Miso. Miso just stood there, frozen, staring up at the blue flames erupting violently. Debris flew everywhere. It looked just like hellfire. Without a weapon, Miso was helpless, instantly put at a disadvantage. Those vicious monsters started twitching and contorting their bodies, preparing to unleash their attacks, forcing the tiny Miso to just cover up and brace for impact, seeing that the overwhelming power was too much. Miso thought, "I'm out of my league." The blue light from the flames instantly engulfed the entire corner of the street. Out of nowhere, Nene stepped out holding an iron blade with a badass aura. She turned to check on Haruto. "You okay?" he replied. "Yeah, thanks a lot." She raised her blade and told Haruto, "Thanks to the golems. Most of the monsters have been cleared out. Guildmaster Takaichi and the chairman will be here soon." Haruto had already guessed it, thinking I knew it, because my experience points just keep going up. Lucas also appeared wielding a majestic sword embedded with a green gem, radiating a mystical glow. He was fuming with killing intent, raging internally. "Miso, I'll make you pay for using my family, like pawns." Miso's dark energy began to radiate throughout the area. Witnessing Nancy's power, she couldn't help but be impressed. As expected of Hellfire, that power is truly terrifying. But let's see how long it lasts. Miso then counterattacked Haruto's group. Nanase instantly blocked her strike. "I told you Hellfire destroying the filth trees is no problem." Seeing her confidence, Miso was amused. "Is that so?" Nanase suddenly realized something was wrong. Before she could react, Miso used the filth trees to surround her. The trees completely covered Nanase's defensive circle. Miso watched smugly from the outside. "Let's see you use your Hellfire now," just when she thought Nanase was easily defeated. A moment later, light burst out from the mass of filth trees. She slashed through all the roots with her blade. Nanase stepped out and said, "Oh, I don't just have Hellfire." Miso was furious to see Nanase still standing. Haruto then charged in from behind Miso, shouting, "Don't forget about me." He slammed a powerful attack right where she was standing. Both Haruto and Nanase stayed on high alert, knowing Miso wouldn't be defeated that easily. Sure enough, Miso stepped out of the smoke and dust through a spatial portal. Miso waved her hand and said, "Enough playing around. Now it ends." The ground around Haruto and Nanase cracked open. It looked like giant filth flowers were sprouting from beneath the earth. They were completely surrounded by the filth flowers. Nanase couldn't break the encirclement, so she jumped up for a decisive strike Hellfire. The attack was powerful enough to wipe out most of the filth flowers in one hit. However, some of them withstood the blast and started to bloom. As they opened, they released a dark, toxic pollen into the air. Sensing the danger, Nanase and Haruto immediately covered their noses. Miso gloated, "The amount of dark mana that these filth flowers release is 10 times stronger than the filth trees. One touch, and you'll be instantly addicted. The more you attack, the more the spores will spread." Haruto thought anxiously, "This is bad, damn it, I should have copied the holy sword." Even if it meant giving up Shadow Shift. Suddenly a pillar of light beamed down from the sky. Lucas appeared, activating his ability, the Aura of Light. Emanating from him suppressed the pollen in the air. Haruto and Nanase could finally move again. Looking back at Lucas, Haruto was surprised. He called out suspiciously Lucas. Miso saw Lucas and raged. "Lucas, what the hell? What do you think you're doing?" She summoned filth trees to attack him. Lucas didn't back down and charged straight at her, yelling, "You were the one who betrayed me first. So whatever I do now is fair game, right?" He trampled over the filth trees and charged forward. Seeing Lucas so determined to kill her, Miso threatened, "You don't care what happens to your family?" Lucas ignored her and shouted back, "From the very beginning, the holy sword, the curse, I was just a tool to you, wasn't I?" He closed the distance. Lucas unleashed his holy sword's divine lance, stabbing wildly at Miso. But she dodged every hit. She used the filth trees to block his attacks, mocking him with a smirk. "Aw," as he said, "even your holy sword couldn't put a scratch on me." Lucas didn't get tilted. He just clapped back at Miso. "Normally, yeah. But you said that subspace and the dark spirit is part of Grima, right? So I'm dying to see what happens when I stick this holy sword in you." Miso finally realized something was off. Lucas's holy sword grazed her face, catching her off guard. "You're annoying," Miso countered, using the corrupt tree to jump scare attack Lucas. He couldn't react in time. The corrupt tree stabbed him, sending him flying. The space behind Miso cracked open. She screamed in rage. Cheap trash. Nanase still had stamina, rushing straight at Miso. "Looks like you've got nowhere left to hide, huh? This is the end for you." Miso was shocked to see Nanase, thinking, "Damn it. If I take a Hellfire hit now, I'm cooked." Nanas blasted her with Hellfire. Miso didn't give up, resisting till the bitter end. Both Nanase and Miso were going all out, attacking each other. Haruto and Lucas stood back, watching their fight. Lucas spoke up. "Hunter Sano," he asked, "you can't copy Miso's space, right?" Haruto was surprised. Lucas explained that it was because her subspace wasn't a skill. It's an item just like the Holy Sword. Lucas explained that the subspace is an item used to connect to that dimension. Besides, Miso is an elf from that dimension. Nanase stepped in, asking, "So exactly how does she manage to stay in this dimension? Even if she used the dungeon breaks to cross over, staying here would still drain a massive amount of mana." Lucas agreed. "Exactly. Being here takes a huge toll on her. That's why I think she converted her skill into an item for easier use. I don't know how she did it, but using an item won't cost her a single drop of mana." Hearing that Haruto started calculating his own moves, he smirked, thinking, "I get it. No wonder I couldn't copy it before. I have to touch the item directly." Then he asked Lucas, "Why team up with us all of a sudden? You were planning to kill me at first." Lucas sighed. "True, I really did plan to kill you. But when I was trapped by the corrupt tree, you didn't take my life. Even though doing so would have given you my control ability, you still didn't do it. So this is just me showing my gratitude." Haruto looked at him helplessly, not knowing what to say. He thought to himself, "That's just because I don't kill people to steal their skills, bro. No time to chill even after fighting." Nanas walked over. "Sorry to interrupt your little chat, but what is control? And what did you guys mean about copying the subspace earlier?" Haruto panicked a bit. She stared at the sword in his hand, asking, "And this sword too?" "I clearly remember returning it to Miss Ares." Flustered, Haruto tried to change the subject. "Oh, that I just borrowed it again for a sec." Meanwhile, the defeated Miso started waking up, emerging from the ground. She used the corrupt tree to shield herself from Nanase's attacks, so she only took minor damage. Haruto warned, "Something's weird about her." Lucas noticed it too. "Looks like she's absorbing dark mana from the corrupt tree. This might be Miso's final trump card." Miso was furious. Her face aged rapidly and turned purple as she hissed, "I was planning to toy with you until Lord Michael arrived, but I shouldn't have underestimated Hunter Nanas." Then she screamed, "I'm getting serious now." Giant corrupt trees attacked where Haruto stood. Dodging, he asked, "Nanase, can you still cast Hellfire?" Nanase said yes. Lucas joined in. "I can use light again if needed." Haruto shouted at them, "Use Hellfire to block her vision first." Nanase immediately blasted the corrupt tree with Hellfire. Haruto observed, thinking, if she turned her skill into an item, what if I just copy that thing? He jumped onto the corrupt trees to copy it, praying silently, "Please work." And it actually did. Ctrl+C. Copying corrupted Isaiso branch. Ctrl+C item. Found 1/3 of Isaiso seed. Item will be copied and merged into user's body. Preparing rank up. If complete seed is collected and cultivated, you will receive the blessing of Isaiso's vitality. Ctrl+V can be used simultaneously with giant spider silk. Ctrl+V. Since you stole the Isaiso seed from the original owner, they can no longer use Isaiso's branch. When target's HP drops below 15%, skill is automatically absorbed. Haruto smirked. Just like Lucas said, she must be totally drained. Ctrl+V. Isaiso seed is starting to sprout within user's body. Haruto successfully copied the corrupt tree. It shifted from dark purple to blinding gold. Miso was shocked by the light. Even the vile tree under her feet got copied and converted. Miso was shook. You copied the vile tree. Lucas ambushed her from above, shouting, "No time to think about that now." Miso fought back, not giving an inch. You talk too much. Miso realized her body was glitching. She couldn't use Isaiso's branches. Why Lucas's holy sword shaved right past her head? Miso reacted fast, ducking just in time, but Lucas didn't stop raining down combo attacks. The holy sword finally slashed into Miso's body, gashing her chest. Miso cursed, damn it. Lucas immediately shouted for Haruto. Hunter Sano. She's trying to bail into the spatial branch. Haruto touched Isaiso's branch, activating Ctrl+C. Ctrl+C active Isaiso's branch plus giant spider silk. The silk bound Miso's legs while the branches locked her down. Miso realized she couldn't win this. Haruto said, "Elves who jump dimensions aren't like normal monsters. My duty was to handle monsters to protect my people, yet you treat me like a monster." Nanis didn't care what she said. She coldly stated, "Please stop resisting. I have no interest in torturing trash." She unleashed a hellfire slash. The flames scorched Miso, making her scream in agony. Nanase scoffed. "She's still alive after that." "You're seriously stubborn." Miso just laughed. "No, my time has come. It's a shame I couldn't purify my homeland with my own hands." But in return, Miso let out a horrific scream. "I will make your world just like mine." Let me give you a taste of despair. Lucas suddenly noticed something. Michael. Dark energy summoned from the sky slammed into Michael, pushing back Nanasee's hellfire. Lucas tried to stop him. "Stop it. Michael, you can't handle that burden. You're putting Tokyo, no, the whole world in danger." "I still don't care." He tried to absorb the power. Suddenly, a yellow light shot straight into where Miso was standing. Nanas guessed who that light was immediately. Hunter Sano Lucas stood there, frozen, watching Haruto, who had already entered Miso's consciousness. He looked around. "So this is what a spatial branch looks like. And you turned this into an item, Haruto touched it. Guess I'll copy this real quick." The system lit up Ctrl+C. Black spirit space copied. Ctrl+V. Spatial key required to unlock foreign dimension branch. Continuing command Ctrl+V. Notification syncing user warehouse with subspace. Items stored in the warehouse can now be retrieved from the space. Still Ctrl+V. Notification. Transferring 3/5 of the spatial fragment to subspace. Operations complete. Haruto chuckled to himself. Looks like I can actually use this as my personal inventory. System notification. 2 commands. Ctrl+V level 3 and Ctrl+V level 5, all copied items and skills, are now stored in the subspace regardless of durability. Haruto grinned. Sweet. He kept copying furiously, thinking if I copy Lucas's holy sword and stash it in the space, then I won't have to give up Shadow Shift. But suddenly a voice from behind made Haruto jump. Alert. Ctrl+C. That was unexpected. The elf Miso looked down, sounding slightly surprised. I didn't think it could copy items from another dimension. Haruto looked pensive, replying, "Yeah, even if it's just a small part," Miso replied bluntly, her face darkening. "Then why was only a part of the subspace brought here initially?" Haruto sighed, finding it a hassle. Why's everything got to be so complicated? Miso stared coldly at Haruto. "It doesn't belong to me. Like I said, it was brought to this dimension. It was stolen by the one who pushed my homeland to extinction, the fallen spirit king Rima." Haruto tilted his head. "So to end this, I gotta clap that guy first." Miso scoffed at Haruto's dumb question, replying, "Defeat him. You want to defeat the one who, with the power of just one person, brought my homeland to its knees? I was extremely lucky. A spatial gate opened right before he took my life. And so I escaped to this dimension. I had to trade everything just to bring a part of the subspace with me." Haruto paused, confused. "Hold up then. How were you able to turn it into an item?" Miso answered confidently, "By the power of the curse I received in my dimension." Haruto's brain practically short-circuited. His jaw dropped. "Say what? Other dimensions have curses too." Miso smiled sinisterly, her eyes sharp. "The curse ability I received is conversion. Meanwhile, outside the space, Nanis and Lucas stood frozen weapons in hand, watching the raging tornado. That so-called subspace. A giant foot with thick, sharp claws stepped out of it. Radiating murderous intent, it ran wild. Electric currents and hot sparks ran down its body from head to toe. Trailing behind it, a mob of Snow Mountain golems limped forward. Shinoda Satoru popped out of nowhere, waving with a big grin and shouting, "You good hunter!" Nanase, hearing her name, Nanase turned around. Seeing it was Shinoda, she just gave a small smile instead of a hello. Over there, Chairman Fukuda was walking up, gripping a massive shield. Nanis rushed over to him full of gratitude. "Thank you for your hard work, sir." But he brushed off her thanks. He just reassured her, "We've cleared out every single monster in this zone," but then Gao stepped up and spoke. "The other hunters should be strong enough to handle a few leftovers." Wright, Masato, and Ares walked over from the red circle just in time to hear Gao's skeptical question. "We already wrecked them on our way here." Seeing Masato show up, Nanase asked him, "Guildmaster Shirasaki, what happened to Takumi?" He ignored her question, just casually saying, "I wanted to take him alive for the guild's sake, but he refused to play nice, so I sent him to meet his maker." Nanis looked at his calm face, and that answer just whispering, "Oh." She thought to herself, Guildmaster Shirasaki, his aura feels completely different now. She didn't pry any further, just processing what she needed to know. "Is that so? Thanks for the hard work." Satoru looked around and realized someone was missing, so he asked, "By the way, where is Haruto?" Nanis replied, "Haruto has..." She looked up toward the beam of light and said, "He went into the subspace with that goblin. We're standing guard out here just in case." Satoru panicked when he heard that, asking anxiously, "So that means Haruto is in danger?" Nanase got a bit ticked off at his casual tone, thinking this brat don't talk to me like we're equals while we're on the job. But she calmed him down anyway. "Satoru, that goblin is already on death's door." Seeing them talking, Lucas walked over to warn them. "Aside from where Mitsuo is, we need to close the subspace ASAP. Things beyond your comprehension are about to show up." Seeing Lucas, Gao asked, "Who are you?" Gao eyed the sword in his hand. "That holy sword, or you a Cooper?" "Were you sent here as backup?" Nanis immediately shot that down. "No, he's Mitsuo's accomplice." Gao's jaw dropped in disbelief. What seeing Lucas didn't react, Gao grabbed him by the collar, shocking everyone. Gao hoisted Lucas into the air, growling, "Why the hell would a member of a noble family team up with scum like Mitsuo? How do you plan to take responsibility for this?" Seeing Gao's rage, Lucas answered immediately, "I'm going in there too. I've decided to take responsibility, so please let me go." Fire burned in Gao's eyes as he stared him down. Then slam. Gao didn't hold back, throwing Lucas straight into the dirt. He turned his back, ignoring him, and said, "Do whatever the hell you want. When this is over, I'm holding you and your clan responsible. I swear it on the honor of the Midas Guild." Lucas didn't say a word after hearing Gao's vow, just thinking to himself, "That's assuming I even survive." Suddenly, he dashed off, looking incredibly tense. "If that thing gets out of the space, we're cooked." Lucas had to seal it before that happened. Meanwhile, inside the subspace, Haruto was still in shock. So curses exist in other dimensions, too. Mitsuo slammed his hands on the ground, his face twisted in malice. His whole body radiated a blue light. I was shocked when I found out, too. But I realized I can't absorb curses from the cursed ones in this dimension. At least not with my conversion. He looked at Haruto and added, "But if I had your Ctrl+C, I bet I could even copy curses from other dimensions." Haruto's expression darkened. He glared at Mitsuo. "So you did all of this just to jack my Ctrl+C?" Mitsuo gave a cryptic smile. "Lord Michael is going to kill you and take Ctrl+C himself. Once I open the spatial gate and link it to the home planet Rima, will definitely come to Earth." Mitsuo's voice was dripping with years of pent-up rage. "If it wasn't for Nishihara Tomoka, I would have succeeded 15 years ago." Hearing this, Haruto scoffed. "But in the end, you failed again. Are you sure you should be spoiling your whole plan to me?" Mitsuo laughed maniacally. "You're dead meat anyway." Mitsuo's eyes bulged as he grinned, baring his teeth. "Even if I die here, the plan doesn't change. Struggle all you want. It won't matter." Before he could finish, Mitsuo morphed into a ferocious beast, launching a barrage of attacks at Haruto. Haruto could only block with his bare hands. He was panicking, sweat pouring down his face. He looked up, unable to believe his eyes. It was a monster with teeth as sharp as razor blades, terrifying enough to make anyone shiver. Haruto fell to his knees in terror, his face pale. "Is that a dragon? And why the hell is something like that in a subspace? Wait, was it sealed in here?" The dragon raised its massive claws and thrashing wildly as it closed in on Haruto. He thought to himself in horror, "This is insane. Were they planning to unleash this thing on Tokyo?" Sweat was pouring down his face. He told himself, "You gotta be kidding me. If that thing gets out, we are absolutely cooked." It looked at him like he was a snack. Haruto ran for his life, terrified, not daring to look back even once. But he couldn't find the exit, no matter how far he ran. Frustrated, he cursed, "Damn it! Where's the way out?" Behind him, the monster roared. Suddenly, someone rushed in from nowhere and attacked it. Haruto was shocked. Who was that? He looked toward the flash of light. It was Lucas. Lucas swung his sword to counter the beast while shouting at Haruto to move. "Did you copy the subspace yet? That's the dragon Mitsuo imprisoned here. If this place collapses, it'll damage the holy sword. I'll hold it back. You get out and close the subspace." Now Haruto listened and ran, but he panicked. How was he supposed to do that? Worried, he turned back and shouted, "What about you?" The dragon let out a massive roar and swatted Lucas away like a fly. The holy sword flew out of his hand, landing out of reach. Haruto watched in horror, then grit his teeth and grabbed the sword. Seeing Lucas defenseless, the dragon spread its wings, eyes burning with fire, and dived straight at him. It was pure chaos. Lucas lay unconscious on the ground in pain. Any second now, the dragon was going to snatch the holy sword. His face hardened in anger. Damn it. Suddenly the system flashed. Ctrl+V activated. Skill giant spiderweb. Flashback to 10 minutes ago. Nana stood in front of her system panel as the same log scrolled by repeatedly. The notification read, "You received 50 experience points." Nana's touched the screen thinking, normally a high-rank hunter like me wouldn't get any XP for killing a monster at this level. That elf must be dead by now. Miso seethed with rage. How dare they treat me like a monster? She was losing her mind over the disrespect. But since she came from another dimension, the system on Earth just classified her as a generic monster. The system displayed the kill log. Target Miso Elf. Level 354, status eliminated. Contribution 75%. Experience points 200. Just then Mo walked up. Satoru saw him and asked Mo, "You good man?" Mo looked worried. What about Hunter Sano? Satoru looked toward the subspace gate and replied, "He's still inside." Suddenly, a strange light blasted out from the subspace. Everyone outside jumped. At the gate, Lucas and Sano were flung out. Sano was gripping a rope tight. He had wrapped the rope around Lucas and tied it to the holy sword. The hunters outside watched in shock and panic. Sano. The scene was chaos, debris flying everywhere as they slammed into the ground. Satoru watched, terrified for them. He screamed Haruto, but they weren't safe yet. Sano yelled a warning, "Everyone get back. Now." Sano sprinted back toward the subspace gate, trying to seal it. The system flashed. Ctrl+V. Closing dark spirit dimension. Sano pushed with everything he had. "I can do this. Come on." Close. Finally, the gate shut. The blinding light shrank down, fading away. Only a few faint rays of light slipped through the cracks. Gaoni, confused by his actions, asked, "Is he closing the subspace manually?" As the gate sealed shut, Sano let out a breath. "Done. It's closed." But suddenly, the system screen turned blood red. Warning control. +V error. External force detected inside subspace. Closure failed. To preserve structural integrity. The subspace will now reopen. Haruto froze. His eyes went wide, breath hitching in his throat. What the hell? Wait. Stop. Before he could react, the gate slowly creaked open again. An eerie light spilled out from the darkness. The ominous aura spread. A massive monster emerged, its body rippling with bulging veins and scales as hard as rock. Its burning red eyes were full of hate and a hunger for destruction as it forced its head through the gap. Its roar ripped through the air, shaking the very space around them. The hunters panicked. "Hey, what's happening?" "It's the dragon." The beast stomped a massive claw out of the subspace as its foot hit the ground. The earth shook violently. Realizing they were doomed, someone screamed, "We don't stand a chance against that thing. Run, go." They recognized it instantly. It was a dragon. 15 years ago, a single dragon had wiped out the entire United Kingdom. If that thing gets out, we're all dead. The dragon unleashed its full power, its massive strength exploding outward. The shockwave sent Sano flying, slamming him into the dirt again. Rage boiled inside him, mixed with a crushing sense of helplessness and regret. He felt like he'd just blown his one and only chance to stop this apocalypse. Damn it, I was too slow. The dragon was almost completely out. It was a matter of seconds. Haruto forced himself to calm down and focus. Think. There has to be a way to stop it. He slammed one hand onto the ground. System report confirms it. The ISO branch actually works. It starts glowing slowly, wrapping around the dragon. It completely stopped its movement. Everyone's staring in disbelief, like what the actual hell? Those ISO branches are squeezing tighter and tighter. The vines seem to come alive, twisting together like they're being controlled by some invisible force. They slither through, shooting toward the dragon. The branches start multiplying, doubling, tripling until they totally cover it. It can't move. Haruto lets out a sigh, feeling that wave of relief hit his chest. It worked. Satoru is fangirling hard, shouting, "Wow, Haruto-senpai, you're the GOAT," but Nanase senses something weird. She doesn't feel a bad aura from it, but she deduces, this looks exactly like the skill Miso used. Everyone's hyping it up. That is peak. A branch stopped the dragon, but it's not just Nanase. Mio feels off too. Wait, it's not the dragon or a monster, just a single branch stopped it like that. But surprise, surprise, Mio's face goes pale with terror as she looks up. The dragon just bit through the branch. It broke free. Its whole body is leaking terrifying power muscles, bulging out like rock-hard stones. And when it roars, the whole place shakes, screaming in fiery rage. Haruto is shook, staring at it like, damn it. It's going to use Breath of Fire. Everyone dodge. Fuwa raises his shield, and a protective circle lights up around him. He yells, "No time, get behind me now." Over on Masato's side, he's shouting too. "The rest of you, come here." He unleashes a red circle that ripples out like a massive wave, forming a solid barrier to protect the whole area. The circle keeps expanding to let everyone in. Every swirl seems to suck up all the energy, growing bigger and bigger around them. But right then, just as everyone is hiding inside the barrier, a cracking sound booms like thunder. The dragon roars furiously. Its razor-sharp fangs pierce right through the branches that were strangling it. The dragon hisses, its giant head twisting around, eyes glowing blood red and overflowing with pure rage. Some people are still shivering, teeth chattering, staring at this terrifying mythical beast standing right in front of them. Unbelievable, one girl says, "We're saved." A guy looks at the scene and asks about the blue shield protecting hundreds of people from that evil force. That evil thing over there, standing behind him, behind that shield, felt so safe. That guy was hyped. A whole ninja zone just got nuked, but we're still standing in one piece. Someone else chimed in too, as expected of the chairman and guildmaster Shirasaki. Suddenly Satoru remembers, wait, is Haruto-senpai. Okay. Haruto is sitting there dazed in the middle of burning trees. He brushes off the soot and scorch marks from his clothes. He sighs, frustrated I couldn't stop it completely. Suddenly a voice startles him. "But you still blocked that fire breath. Not bad, honestly." He looks back, it's Lucas. Haruto yells, "Lucas. Who said you could sneak in here?" Lucas replies innocently, "I just happened to be napping nearby. He looks just as moody." Haruto says, "It still got loose. We need to evacuate the normal hunters first. Even S ranks are going to struggle with this thing. Its scales are hard as real dragon scales. Weapons and magic aren't doing jack." He stands up abruptly annoyed. "That witch Miso, she planned to destroy this place from the start, didn't she?" Lucas replies, "He has a plan. Michael's curse can wipe that thing out." Haruto looks confused, asking blankly, "Michael, wipe it out." Lucas explains, "He has the control curse just like us, and he's the guildmaster of Stafford. Also, he's someone you should never cross paths with." Haruto flashbacks to old memories, a gun, or that conversation he overheard from those mysterious masked guys. On the subway, they said, "Hey, dragon, should we take it out now?" "No, not yet. Wait until the resonance of the space fragment is stronger." Meanwhile, somewhere else, Michael is silently staring at the space fragment floating in his hand. Miso hesitates. "I will hand it over to you." Michael watches it glowing. He rests his chin on his hand, asking coldly, "What are you planning?" Miso immediately kneels and reports, "This way. You will be the only one who can open the dimension gate." Without waiting for questions, Miso quickly analyzes. "I'm afraid Nishihara Tomoka did something to prevent the gate from opening again. She tried to link this dimension with the spirit world because she found out what I did." It sounds logical, so he replies, "Fair enough. It's just part of the plan anyway." He takes the space fragment from Miso. Miso bows respectfully. "Thank you, sir." Then Miso presents a sparkling purple crystal to him and adds, "And also, this is the guardian stone passed down to the elves of our clan. When I die, it will glow and let you know who took me out." She thought to herself, this would be the perfect time for Lord Michael to kickstart the plan. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the ground is burning up like crazy. Smoke is billowing everywhere. Quia, the strongest monster of the rainbow dungeon with those glowing red eyes, is non-stop spitting out fire breath. Up in the sky, a battleship is flying by, and Masato is sitting inside. His face is totally dark, holding a purple crystal in his hand. From that crystal, a beam of light shines down, showing the image of Japan's top 500 nanas. A thought pops into his head. "I guarantee this plan will get revenge for you." On the other side, Quia is attacking nonstop. Every time it roars, the ground just shatters. The hunters, clutching their swords, are screaming and running for their lives. One of them suddenly shouts, "Damn, that thing is terrifying. We can't do anything to it." Suddenly, with sizzling sounds, black lightning bolts appear and gather in one spot. It's the black lightning. Masato is casting a spell. A bolt of lightning booms down and hits Quia, making the whole place go silent. But it looks like that hit didn't affect it at all. It turns those blood-red eyes toward him. Ares Hill, standing behind, breaks into a cold sweat and speaks up. Looks like magic is totally useless. Masato looks at her angrily. If that's the case, then we're stuck. Ares Hill, with a serious face, makes a judgment call. Given the situation, physical attacks might work better, but the power gap is just too massive. Right then, the monster seems to have gone insane. It roars, baring sharp fangs and attacking the tiny humans holding weapons. Standing down on the ground, facing this deadlock, Masato feels furious. If ordinary hunters try to brute force this, the casualties will be huge. Damn it. If Chairman Gao was here, he'd have a way to control it. Where did that old man go? Saying that, he turns his head looking for him. One of the hunters shouts out, "Hey, over there!" He looks at a pile of black, gooey sludge and says the chairman was standing right there, wasn't he? Another person replies, "I think so too. No way did he melt. That can't be possible." He looks in disbelief at the thing flowing out that doesn't look human anymore. The two of them are trembling with fear. One speaks up. "The fire breath didn't hit him directly though, right?" The other guy doubts it, saying that's true. But before he can finish, he realizes something. That pile of sludge from earlier suddenly moves. It squirms like it's alive, then suddenly explodes. A person emerges from within with glowing red eyes, looking absolutely furious. It's Chairman Gao. He roars, "That damn lizard!" The two hunters from before cheer, happily. "Chairman, I knew it. There's no way a breath attack could melt him down." Gao looks toward the monster. By now it's completely out of control, constantly attacking the crowd of hunters. While swinging his fist forward, he exclaims, "Damn, why is it so huge?" Suddenly hearing a noise. Gao stops and turns back to look. On the ground, the shattered rocks from before are moving. Then they merge together to form golems, emitting strange sounds. He looks at them, totally speechless. At the same time, Nanis is still fighting. The attack is Unleashed Blade Dance. Her attack rushes in and hits Quia, but it seems to only make it angrier. Seeing it rushing right in front of her face, she immediately activates the branch of Ctrl+V. Instantly, countless giant tree branches sprout up from the ground, wrapping tightly around the monster. It roars and struggles, using its teeth to bite through the branches, escaping the bind. In a split second, Haruto looks at it and remarks, "The branches aren't strong enough to hold it down. Its HP has dropped 25% already. Using the Dragon Slayer sword now would be too dangerous." Lucas rushes in and suggests, "What if you push it back into the dimension?" Haruto gets angry. "If I do that, I won't be able to use it anymore." Lucas states with a serious face, "We can take it down if we use the sword." Haruto immediately counters, "I don't know what you're thinking, but that precious holy sword of yours is no different to it than a toothpick." Saying that, he looks toward Quia, clearly feeling that this monster's power is no joke. He turns to call him out. "The moment we escaped that subspace, I knew you had already copied the sword." Haruto feels guilty, that was just Ctrl+C activating automatically. Lucas looks away and laughs. "I'm not blaming you. If it weren't for you, I would have died inside there along with the sword. I owe you one." Haruto smiles awkwardly, breaking into a sweat. Feels like this misunderstanding is going a bit too far. Changing the subject, he asks, "So we stop it and then what?" He replies, "Use your cursed skill copy that sword and turn him into Swiss cheese. One shot ain't gonna cut it right." What if we had 10,000 swords, just as he said that the image of thousands of blades raining down on the monster flashed in his mind. Haruto was caught off guard by the suggestion and gasped. "That sounds like a plan, but how do we shove it into the subspace?" He turned around about that, but before he could finish, he sensed a presence behind him. Haruto spun around to see Gao standing there. The big guy spoke up. "Hunter Sano, let me borrow those golem buddies of yours for a sec." Haruto blinked, confused. "My golems. What's Guildmaster Takechi planning to do with them?" Gao stayed silent for a beat, then growled, "I'm gonna make the trash that dared point a blade at me pay." He stared daggers at the monster. Haruto still didn't get it. "If you use the golems, can you actually deal any real damage to it?" Gao clenched his fist. "Damage? Nah, not just damage. I'm gonna kill it." Haruto didn't ask anything else. He seemed to trust the guy's plan. He replied, "Got it. Then I'll open the subspace. Please drive that thing inside." Gao's massive frame loomed over him as he leaned down. "Done. I want to see how you pull this off anyway. Let's talk later." Haruto shouted. "Execute hundreds of commands. Use golem. Core transform control. V." Instantly, countless red stones materialized, and shattered rocks on the ground began to move. They fused together, and in a split second, an army of golems was born. Gao slammed the ground, causing a massive explosion. Debris flew into the air as the golems charged straight at him. A giant stone entity emerged from the smoke, and fire, leaving Haruto completely shook. The heated battle between Gao and the monster Jack raged on, while the Snow Mountain golems formed a circle, gathering rocks with all their might Gao prepared his massive hand to sucker punch Jack. The monster spotted it, instantly let out a roar, and dodged. Gao missed and yelled in frustration, "Just you wait," then channeling 100% of his power. He unleashed a god-tier punch. Gao aimed straight for Jack's head and slammed down, knocking its face to the side, safe inside the barrier. Masato cheered. Now that was a hit. Standing nearby, Haruto thought, "Stone armor. It's the perfect combo with my golems. I'm definitely copying that skill later," but Jack recovered fast. It glared at its attacker. Gao thought to himself, one punch wasn't enough, huh? So he decided to go for round 2. Haruto chuckled, thinking everything's going exactly to plan. He immediately issued the command. The pile of rubble in front of Jack suddenly exploded, startling it. At the same time, from the sky, a squad of Snow Mountain golems rained down. They screamed, "Save me," as they flew straight into Jack's mouth carrying the crystals. Jack chomped down in a rage, crushing the golems. Haruto gritted his teeth. "Counting on you guys, my little minions." The golem struggled violently inside its jaws before triggering a massive explosion. Jack roared in pain. Stone dust spewing from its mouth. The area was blanketed in white powder. With a loud thud, the monster collapsed out cold. Seeing this, the soldiers below cheered in victory. Their faces lit up with joy. Were those Hunter Sano's golems? We owe them one. Hearing this, Gao shot Haruto a not-so-friendly look. Hunter Sano. So that's why you handed over your golems so easily. Haruto didn't notice the glare. He was deep in thought. But an attack of this level isn't enough to deal real damage. Suddenly, he dashed forward. I need to get it into the subspace now. The soldiers near Jack were hyping each other up. We can beat it now. Keep attacking. Haruto got close and manifested his circle. His hands weaved the skill, activating the Black Spirit subspace. The air behind Jack split open into a portal, crackling with purple light and terrifying lightning. The soldiers panicked. Why is the portal opening? Is another monster coming out? Haruto reassured them. Chill out, I'm just opening it to send the dragon inside. The soldier nodded. Oh, really? Haruto looked at Gao and asked Guildmaster Takichi, "Can you throw another punch?" Taken aback by the request, the big guy answered honestly, "All the golems self-destructed, so I can't hit as hard as I did before." Haruto's face filled with worry and caution. He hesitated. Should I copy and paste more golems? No, to get that same effect. The rank of the new golems is way too low. Suddenly, Nanase appeared from behind him. How about using Hellfire? Haruto jumped. Hunter Nanase. All right, let's do it. Just then, Mio ran up to them. We gotta move while it's knocked out. Phase 2 is about to start. But before they could act, the massive object behind them shook violently. Zack stood up, shaking off the stun, and oh boy, it is pissed. It swept its burning gaze down at the soldiers. Mo screamed, "It's awake! Everybody run!" As if answering his call. It unleashed a stream of fire, trying to incinerate everything in sight. The soldiers finally snapped out of it, scattering in a total panic, leaving behind terrifying screams. Nana was stressed, thinking, at this rate, that flame breath is going to wipe us all out. I gotta minimize the casualties right now. Without wasting a single second, she solo charged straight at Zack. That sight freaked out both Haruto and Mo. He shouted, "Hunter Nana!" On the side, Tokuo barked orders, "All hunters over here now." He threw up a barrier to protect his subordinates. Meanwhile, on the other side, that monster Zack spewed out a massive wave of flames. Nana charged right in to face it head-on. She launched herself towards Zack, with full force hurling her blade forward. She activated the skill Inferno Blade. The moment she spoke, a colossal surge of power erupted from the weapon. Blue and red lights smashed into each other head-on. You couldn't see anything but debris flying everywhere. Zack blasted a stream of fire that looked like it was going to swallow Nana whole. While she stood there in shock, the flames engulfed the entire building in a sea of fire. Seeing that Haruto was furious and terrified, damn it, he executed a combo of moves activating Shadow Branch Shift. The fire completely consumed Nana. Haruto dove right into the inferno, reaching out to grab her. They were wrapped inside a wooden sphere, keeping the flames from burning them to a crisp for now. The sphere tumbled out of the fire. With the outside burning fiercely, the sphere plummeted down, helping them escape death by a hair's breadth. Nana grunted, softly, clutching her arm in pain. Haruto asked with genuine concern, "Hey, are you all right?" Nana looked at him anxiously. "I'm fine, but..." "My battle blade," Haruto reassured her. "Oh, the blade's intact, not a scratch on it." Then Haruto heard his copy system activating. It was copying Nana's battle blade. He thought to himself, I didn't even touch it directly, though. Wait, so touching it with the giant spider web counts for copying too. He handed the blade back to Nana. She reached out to take it and thanked him quietly. She told Haruto, "But if it uses that flame breath again, we're cooked." They both looked back at Zack. It was going berserk, searching for its next target. Suddenly, a decisive voice rang out. Now this is our golden chance. Haruto immediately used his skill, Sever Target. The system interface began to envelop Zack. Haruto and Nana watched the scene unfold, a mix of panic and total shock on their faces. Haruto's expression darkened. What is this feeling? Before he could process it, the system flashed a new message. Ctrl+F. The owner of Control has executed Ctrl+10. Lucas stared at the system stream and one name popped into his head. Michael, the guildmaster of the multinational Staffield Guild in Europe. Lucas screamed at Haruto-sano, "Get out of the barrier!" Now, Haruto turned to look at him. Suddenly a purple light crystallized from the system and Zack, stopping Haruto from replying. He snapped his head forward, having only one thought: I have to get Nana out of here too. The system updated again. Ctrl+V. Giant spiderweb deployed. It looked like Zack's speed and power just skyrocketed. Instantly, dark energy crystallized, wrapping around the beast. The evil aura grew massive, causing the center of Ginza to explode, leaving a massive crater. The cracks in the ground were spreading fast. With the dark energy lingering, the explosion definitely caught everyone's attention. A soldier looked down, too panicked to speak clearly. What just happened? A brown-haired guy spoke up. A huge pit just appeared out of nowhere, right in the middle of Ginza. Tokuo frowned. Who did this? Suddenly a voice screamed out, "Big sister." That got his attention immediately. Nana was lying on the ground, coughing up blood. Haruto and Satoru rushed over, but looking at the scene, they knew they were too late. Nana was missing her right arm. Blood was gushing everywhere, and she looked critical. Tokuo, Gao, Shirasaki, Masato, Ares, Hill, Lucas, and Morgan all looked in one direction, terrified and shocked. Satoru, eyes welling up with tears, looked at Nana in horror. He wanted to speak, but couldn't get a full sentence out. "Ah, sis, your arm!" Looking down from above, a bystander stammered in fear. "Her right arm, it's gone," the girl next to him added. "But she still looks conscious." Satoru grabbed Haruto by the shoulder, shouting, his voice trembling, "What happened to my sister?" "Wait, Sarah can heal her, right?" Haruto looked at him and answered quickly, "Yes, I'll go find her right now." Then Haruto's voice dropped, shaking as he spoke. "I'm sorry if I had just gotten you out of the barrier sooner." He activated his ability and lifted Nana up, covering her injury with a jacket. Her face was twisted in pain and exhaustion. As Haruto prepared to take her back, Satoru shouted, "Haruto-senpai, please, you have to make sure her arm gets healed." Haruto replied, "Leave it to me," and then he vanished. Suddenly, a helicopter took off, creating a massive gust of wind that scattered the remaining debris. The two teammates looked at the chopper in total confusion. Huh, when did that get here? Back up. The helicopter descended, a massive logo looming over them. Yo, look at that crest, it's the Starfield Guild. Michael stepped out, flanked by his masked squad, red, white, green, blue, purple, yellow, all radiating murderous intent. "I am Michael, Guildmaster of Starfield." He continued, voice flat, "I'm here to answer your SOS." Michael glanced at the ruins surrounding them. "Since this is urgent, I'll make it quick." He looked at the massive crater in the city center. Looks like the incident caused a minor little mishap. Gao stepped forward, bristling. "Minor? You call that minor?" Michael smirked at him. "That monster was a nation-level threat, which is exactly why I stepped in." Watch your tone." Gao growled, his voice low and dangerous. "You're crossing a line. One of our hunters lost an arm taking that hit." Michael just let out a scoff of contempt. "I wiped out a dragon-tier beast, losing some trash. Hunter's arm, small price to pay." Gao instantly exploded with rage. His aura flared, crushing the air around them. "You think this is funny?" Michael looked at him, eyes full of provocation. "This situation reminds me of a Japanese idiom, returning kindness with ingratitude. Wasn't it?" Tsukuo rushed in to de-escalate. He bowed slightly. "Forgive the delay, and thank you for handling the dragon. I am Tsukuo, chairman of the Japanese Hunter Association." "Don't thank him!" Lucas shouted, marching forward with his Angelus rapier drawn. "He's the one behind all of this." Tsukuo and Gao froze. "What did you say?" Lucas's face was dark. "Michael unleashed those monsters. He reports directly to him." Tsukuo frowned. "Wait, aren't you a member of Starfield too?" "Why should we trust a word you say?" "That's in the past," Lucas shot back, glaring at Michael. "I was tossed aside. They said I had no value left." Michael heard him and smirked, a creepy look in his eyes. "Lucas, you're rambling nonsense again. Is this really the time for chit-chat?" Gao's spirit flared. "I don't trust the kid, but you're acting shady too. Explain yourself." "Explain." Michael waved his hand dismissively. "I don't owe you an explanation." He gave a haughty, mysterious smile. "Since I'm about to wipe you all out anyway." Michael activated the system. Ctrl+A. Select all. Meanwhile, Haruto was frantically searching for a way back. He spotted an open door. This has to be it. Found it. The door swung open, revealing the hospital ward. He sprinted inside. Knew it. Spatial movement lets me bypass the barrier. Slash. The door transported him straight to the patient room. Sarah spun around, startled by the noise. The patient in the bed looked just as terrified. Sarah Haruto gasped, "Can you heal Nanase?" Slash. She stared at him, eyes wide with panic. She was frozen, unable to speak. Haruto instantly activated the system to boost her. Ctrl+V, infinite mana replication. System repeating process / Sarah rushed to check Nanase's wounds. Haruto watched anxious. "She's lost so much blood, will she make it / Sarah nodded. "If I have enough mana, she'll be fine." She immediately cast her spell. Ctrl+Z, restoring target's arm / Suddenly the system flashed a violent red warning. She stared at the red alert, voice trembling. What is this? / system alert error? Object deleted by Ctrl+X cannot be restored via Ctrl+Z. She turned to Haruto, terrified. I'm sorry. / Haruto froze, seeing the color drain from her face. Her panic was undeniable. "It's not working. I can't heal it." / Haruto felt like he was going to explode. "Why / I don't know. The system just says it's impossible / then it hit him. If the wound was caused by Ctrl+X, Nanase is in critical trouble." She was barely breathing. Sarah couldn't do anything else. She could only guess. Someone else out there, they have control codes too. Haruto clung to hope. "Please, can you try again?" She shook her head. "It'll just waste mana." / Haruto clenched his jaw, refusing to accept it. Damn it. He frantically checked the Ctrl+X logs, so anything deleted by that code is gone for good. Wait, what if I clone it / Ctrl+V, duplicate warblade / he successfully cloned the weapon. Sarah gasped. "Is that Nanase's blade / no?" Haruto explained. "It's a copy I made before the original was erased." Sarah's eyes lit up. "Then can you copy her arm / Haruto looked away, pained. "I can't copy other people. Only myself." / He tried Ctrl+V on the warblade again to test it. It shattered into dust instantly. / system alert, error. Object deleted by Ctrl+X cannot be pasted. He thought he found a loophole, but the system played him. The item vanished. / Damn it. I copied this before it was deleted. He kept spamming copy on 3 more witchblades, and the command was running smooth as butter. The clones popped up instantly, but the moment he tried to hit paste, every single blade just vanished into thin air. The system started screaming warnings at him. Ctrl+V item deleted by Ctrl+X cannot be pasted. Haruto completely lost it, frantically spamming the clone command like 100 times. Damn it, you want to see who breaks first, huh? The system was forced to keep copying, leaking so much energy. Sarah felt like she was going to get blown away. 100 cloned witchblades appeared all at once. But when he hit paste, the system just kept flashing red warnings. He went full psycho mode, spamming clone and paste. The pile of witchblades kept disappearing and reappearing. It was total chaos. Haruto wasn't stopping for anything. The patients in the hospital saw him tweaking out and started panicking. What the hell is he doing? His actions were literally crashing the system, making it glitch out with error, error, error. But then somehow one blade actually successfully pasted. The system popped up another notification. Ctrl+V encountered an unknown error. Item deleted by Ctrl+X can now be copy-pasted. Haruto walked over and calmly picked up the complete witchblade. He was sweating buckets, but holding that blade, he finally felt a wave of relief. All right, I just need to give this to Nanase when she wakes up. Having successfully bugged the system, he turned and shouted, "Sarah, run it again." She understood immediately. Got it. Meanwhile, somewhere else. The whole place was buzzing as everyone freaked out about a mysterious arrow mark suddenly appearing over their heads. One guy asked, "What's up with this mark?" His friend was terrified. "Is this a target lock for an AoE attack?" Michael showed up looking down on them like trash. "Guess you guys aren't totally brainless." Suddenly massive lightning bolts crashed down all around him. A huge mob appeared, surrounding Michael. The energy pressure was getting insanely heavy. The system announced Ctrl+H moving target to proximity. A massive shockwave blasted bricks and rocks straight at him. Michael stayed calm, warping to dodge the debris effortlessly. From above, a figure radiating pure power slowly descended, bringing down lightning bolts that kept smashing into the ground, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Michael had smoothly teleported to safety. Masato appeared looking ferocious, growling, "AoE attacks are kind of my signature move. I don't know what you're plotting, but stop right now." Michael just smirked. "Shirasaki from the Future Guild, your Dark Thunder, is actually kind of cracked." The second he finished, he snapped his fingers. "I'll delete you first." Masato was completely caught off guard. He couldn't react to Michael's sudden attack. Black vortexes started spawning like bullets, rushing at him with insane speed. Masato tried to scramble and dodge, but they closed in on him instantly, finally crushed by that broken, destructive power. His limbs were completely severed. No one could survive a hit that brutal. He started free-falling to the ground. Everyone watching was paralyzed with fear. Even Guildmaster Shirasaki got cooked. What the hell is that skill? Seeing this, Gao completely exploded, screaming in rage, "You bastard!" He charged up and rushed straight at Michael and swung a massive punch. Boom! A huge sound rang out. Rocks got blown away like dust. Michael didn't even blink. He looked at Gao with a mocking smile as a protective wall materialized, making his punch completely useless. His stone armor shattered like glass. Gao couldn't believe his eyes. He stared in shock at his ruined arm. Takuo watched, face pale with fear. That stone armor could tank a dragon's attack, and yet Michael looked down at the terrified crowd with pure contempt. Don't look so shocked over something this trivial. He didn't hesitate. Ctrl+X, eliminate target. Right before their eyes, a massive black vortex launched out. It carried power so scary it gave everyone chills. The vortex kicked up a blinding cloud of smoke, showing just how destructive it was. When the smoke cleared, a deep crater was left in the ground, the aftermath of that strike. Michael looked up, his smugness replaced by a flicker of surprise. He thought Gao had been blown to bits. But Tokuo had managed to deploy a giant shield just in time to save him. Even after that close call, Gao still had a sharp tongue. "Get out of the way, old man." Tokuo was drained from blocking that hit. That skill, it's not normal. I can block it. But right then, the shield that seemed unbreakable couldn't hold on and started to crack. The great shield is cracking. Seeing that Gao actually felt true fear, Michael scoffed, his arrogance peaking. Indestructible by any weapon or skill, huh? A shield made from the bones of the legendary behemoth, truly worthy of the name Great Shield. Takuo was panicking inside, but he tried to stay calm and reason with him. "If you know that much, then stop this attack, Guildmaster Michael. You're crossing the line. If the International Hunter Association finds out your guild is finished," but he basically didn't give a damn. He ignored the noise popping his signature move. "No witnesses, no crime, right?" Michael ran the numbers. Goal wreck that giant shield. Ctrl+A, select all targets. He locked onto every weak point scattered across the shield. Then the command dropped. Ctrl+X, delete selection. A barrage of black vortexes shot out, homing in instantly. Boom. Ear-shattering explosions everywhere. Takuo was barely holding on, but Michael showed zero mercy. He unleashed the finisher. "Let's see how long you can last, old man." Ctrl+X, delete. The attacks kept coming, non-stop. The whole place was shaking violently. The shield couldn't take it anymore. Massive cracks formed. Tokuo just stood there watching his defense get absolutely wrecked. Cover gone. That vortex was heading straight for him. He froze up, couldn't react in time, but Gao moved fast. He grabbed the old guy and threw him to the back line. Gao tanked that black vortex with his own body. Tokuo stumbled, trying to regain his balance. His shield was dust, completely unrecognizable. Once he snapped out of it, he panicked for Gao. "Hey, you okay?" Gao collapsed. Half his body was totally shattered. Michael walked up smirking. "World's top 5 hunter." What a joke. Ending up like this, pathetic. But Gao wasn't done yet. His fighting spirit was insane. He struggled to get up. "You think you've won, even if I'm blown to bits?" Everyone watching Gao right now was freaking out. Pure hopelessness on their faces. Gao gritted his teeth. "My stone armor, it's not finished yet." But the stone on his body was crumbling, pieces falling off one by one. Wait, the Midas Guildmaster's armor, it was regenerating Gao's stone body, was towering over Michael again. There was a reason he suddenly got so massive. He was absorbing all the surrounding rubble to expand his size. This was his ultimate move. Gao threw a devastating punch at Michael. But Michael, he didn't even flinch. Just as that massive fist reached his face, Michael activated his skill. In a split second, boom, the ground exploded. Debris flying everywhere. The system pinged Michael again. Ctrl+X, target deleted. He vanished. Suddenly he was right behind Gao, pointing at that giant stone arm. A black hole opened up, smashing Gao's arm to pieces. The stone couldn't handle Michael's power. It shattered instantly. Sure, the stone armor gets unstable after a long fight. But it's also broken because, unlike mana rocks are infinite, Gao immediately used his power to pull the stones back together, regenerating a new arm. But the second it healed, Michael used his dark skill to wreck it again. Gao saw this and just regenerated the arm again. Rocks were flying all over the place. Michael stared at him. "An infinite golem, huh? Guess you really are the world's number 5. The Guildmaster's arm was back. Gao swung another massive punch, shouting, "You talk too much? Shut the hell up." He charged in. Using that colossal body, he tried to crush him. Gao lunged, trying to grab Michael with that giant hand. Michael braced himself, lightning crackling in his eyes. He frowned. But I'm number 2. He triggered his control skill. The system flashed Ctrl+X, delete target. Instantly, another black hole spawned and obliterated Gao's stone arm. Gao glared at him, eyes sharp. Useless trick, he shouted, and just like that, his arm started reforming again. Red lightning bound the stones together. Michael saw this and started spamming his delete skill. Dozens of black holes popped up around the stone giant's chest and face. Instantly, parts of Gao's head and torso were just erased, but he kept going, swinging a fist at Michael. Take this. Michael just used his skill again, erasing another chunk of Gao's arm. But thanks to that stone armor, Gao healed instantly. Michael wasn't backing down either. He kept spamming delete. Neither side was giving an inch, but then something changed. Gao's entire stone body vanished. Nothing left but dust floating in the air. Pebbles rained down slowly. Gao reformed his armor again, but he realized something was wrong. Michael saw it. He smirked. Finally figured it out. You're getting smaller, aren't you? Gao's stone body was definitely way smaller than before. Michael knelt down, picked up a piece of rubble, and spoke. "'Cause there ain't enough stones left to fuel that massive body." Michael reaches out, opening a purple space gate, and continues. "I used this to warp all the stones away." Michael slowly stands up, hitting Gao with a mocking stare. Smirking, he says, "And I'm gonna wipe your existence off the map," hearing that Gao loses it, going into absolute rage mode. He screams, "Shut your mouth," as Gao rushes Michael, he thinks, with unlimited stones. My growth would be infinite. That's why I wasn't scared of the dragon. But what if he actually deleted all the stones I need? No way this guy has a skill that broken. Who even is he, seeing Gao charge at him? Michael just puts a hand out wrapped in dark energy. Instantly, one of Gao's arms just explodes. Boom, leaving him stunned. Then Michael uses his skill to spawn countless black void holes and says it's over. He launches a direct hit right at Gao. His entire stone armor body just blows apart. The armor is wrecked, part of the head shatters, exposing the real Gao inside. The stone shell slowly crumbles away, revealing his face bleeding like crazy. Right after that, his body hits the ground with a heavy thud. Michael just stands there watching. The guild members, seeing this scene, are absolutely shook. Nobody can speak. One guy, face pale, stutters. "Look, Guildmaster Gao, he lost." Michael turns around, walking with full swagger, saying, "Anyone else want a piece of me?" But before he can gloat, a voice rings out, catching Michael's attention. Still here, it's Ares. She powers up her ability and shouts, "International Hunter Association Chairman Michael, as captain of the research division." She's hovering in midair, raising one hand to create a massive block of ice energy. She floats there and boldly declares to Michael, "I will punish you." The future guildmaster, lying on the ground, sees this and says, "So this is why you made that request, huh?" Masato remembers, before he jumped in, she turned and asked, "Want me to stall for time?" hearing that Ares analyzed, "Seems like this Michael guy isn't good at AoE attacks." As she cast her magic circle, she told Masato, "Triggering a wide-range attack takes too long, so I need you to buy me some time." Guildmaster Shirasaki snaps back to reality. Right now, a massive ice block is hurtling toward Michael. He looks up, frowns, and judges, "Punish. Looking at this, I don't see how you'll pull that off. Even missing your mommy has limits." Ares Hill launches an ice sphere mixed with lightning. Hearing him, she snaps back, "You dare say my mother's name so casually?" The ice sphere is inches away from Michael, but he just stands there not moving a muscle. Michael smirks, his voice full of swag. "You think you can beat me with a block of ice? You've already seen my power, and this is the best counter you could come up with." He raises a hand, instantly spawning countless cosmic black holes. Just like he did with Gao, Michael instantly uses the black holes to intercept Ares' attack. Instantly, massive explosions light up the sky. The ice sphere gets sliced in half by Michael. But right away, another giant ice sphere spawns right in front of Michael. He just glares at the orb about to crash into him. Michael's reflexes are insane. He instantly summons more black holes, causing explosions. Ares sees this, but she keeps spamming her ability, launching ice spheres at him, and says it's going to hit the ground before you can delete it. An ice sphere is right in Michael's face now. He puts a hand out to catch it. The sphere still crashes down, causing a massive explosion. The ice sphere slams into the ground. The earth shatters, sending debris flying everywhere. Sotaro, standing with Mori, instantly comments, "That damage output is insane. Even he has to be knocked out right." Ares Hill is hovering in the air, shielded by a protective circle. The ice sphere keeps radiating intense cold. But suddenly, Ares Hill flinches at what she sees. Michael is completely fine. He's still standing there menacingly while the ice sphere lies shattered. He conjures a dark void hole in his hand and speaks. "Ares, the price for not knowing your place and fighting me is going to be high." Instantly, countless dark void holes surround Ares Hill, cutting off every escape route. seeing that she instantly casts her power to fight back against his dark voids. Too bad it's all useless. The black holes around her explode all at once, immediately after that. Ares' protective barrier shatters into pieces. She can't hold out anymore. Her body gets blown back as she raises her arms to shield herself. Michael has no intention of letting her slide. He raises his hand again, controlling something, and a massive black hole appears, ready to swallow Ares whole. She looks terrified, helpless to do anything but wait for her destruction. The dark energy is slowly swallowing Ares whole right now. Mori is watching from the sidelines, absolutely shook. He immediately screams out, "Miss Ares." Right at that moment, a blue magic circle covered in runes pops up out of nowhere. It instantly draws itself all around her, forming a protective sphere over Ares' body, and it pushes that dark power back. Ares gets launched away, escaping Michael's dark circle. Her body slams right into a building's glass window. Bam! Massive explosion. The glass all around shatters. Michael sees this happen, but bro isn't even surprised. He just snaps his fingers and says, "The indestructible cloak, huh? You must have got that from Nishihara Tomoka. But I wonder if it can tank this." Immediately, Michael activates his skill. The system pops up Ctrl+X, eliminate target. Instantly, a ground-shaking explosion goes off. Ares is out cold, but her body is still wrapped in that protective sphere. The dust starts to settle. She is still perfectly safe inside the barrier. Seeing this right in front of him, Michael purses his lips in thought. Curse nullification. Looks like the rumors about Nishihara Tomoka engraving the cloak with a skill from another dimension were true. If I don't delete this now, it's going to be a disaster later. Just as Michael is about to raise his hand to launch the next attack, Mori rushes in from behind him. He raises his sword to slash and yells, "Stop it, you damn bastard." Michael's reflexes are god tier. He shoots a cold glare back and barely turns his body. Then he casts a black hole right at Mori. His arm gets swallowed by the void and blood instantly sprays everywhere. Mori screams out in agony. Sitaro runs over in a panic, shouting as he goes, "Mori." He's already collapsed on the ground. Michael raises a hand and a beam of light flashes from his eye. Streams of dark power appear as he says, "Maybe I should deal with this trash first." Every hero present is targeted. Above their heads, a notification pops up. Ctrl+A select all targets. One guy yells out in fear. This mark appeared again. Michael clenches his fist tight. He is absolutely ruthless. Instantly, the heroes who were just targeted get swallowed up by dark black holes. Sitaro is helping Mori up. He sees the black hole mark above his own head, gets terrified, and ducks down. Right at that moment, the stones gather into something and let out a roar. One guy gets completely covered by these stones instantly. He just screams in terror. The dark black holes start appearing too. The targeted heroes see this and scatter in a panic. Everyone is screaming their lungs out. "Help us," Michael sees the chaos and looks totally hyped. He raises his hand and snaps his fingers. Boom. A chain of explosions from the black holes goes off immediately. Just then, someone slowly opens their eyes, realizing they're still alive. There are 3 people sitting on the ground looking totally shocked. It turns out to be Mr. Fuwa Tokuo. He used his shield to save them. They gasp, Chairman. He immediately turns around and shouts orders at everyone. "Anyone still alive, get out of here right now. I'm not sure if I can block the next attack." Hearing that, everyone scrambles to leave. Lucas walks up to Fuwa Tokuo with his sword. He's gripping the hilt so hard his hand is shaking. Seeing him like that, Fuwa Tokuo glances at him and says, "If you're scared, you should run too." Hearing that, Lucas freezes in place. Fuwa Tokuo stands up, turns back to look at Lucas and speaks. "But you still have to admit your fault for conspiring with them. You have to let the International Association know. Tell them about his brutal acts. With the Cooper family's influence, it's totally possible. You have no obligation to protect this country." Lucas listens to Fuwa Tokuo's words and falls into deep thought. He remembers a scene from the past. Back when he was just a kid, he followed a woman, Hunter Nishihara, and asked, "Why do you have to fight? You even had to come here to borrow the holy sword. This isn't even your country." The woman heard that, turned around to look at him and said, "So the reason my request to borrow the sword was rejected was because of you." Facing her gaze, Lucas felt incredibly guilty back then. He could only stammer out 2 words. "What?" Nishihara continued. "Soon enough, borders and race won't matter anymore. An era where we all have to fight side by side is approaching. And when that day comes, I will need to mobilize every single force that can fight. When that happens, you will also realize the importance of the Holy Sword. At that moment, even if you are scared, you must not hesitate." After recalling the words Nishihara said to him, Lucas didn't even flinch. He bolted right past Fuwa Tokuo full send. The old man was actually low-key surprised. Channeling power into his blade, Lucas charged straight at Michael. Seeing this, Michael just calmly reached out his hand. He popped his ability. Instantly, the system flashed Ctrl+X. Selected target deleted. A pitch-black void opened up, trying to swallow him whole. But Lucas didn't freeze. He kept charging and roared. Flash. Unbelievable. His sword actually shattered Michael's void. Two massive powers just collided head-on. Lucas was thinking fast. Lord Michael absorbed Ctrl+H, the teleportation effect. Think he's perfect now? Hell no. Lucas flashed back to when he asked me so. Why, though? When she heard that, she just smirked and spilled the tea. Because of the Holy Sword. Specifically, the light skill. That ability blocks all sneak attacks and dark attribute damage. And a curse is basically just a dark skill. So light is going to mess with it even if just a little. Back in the present, Michael's dark void got completely wrecked by Lucas's blade. He didn't stop there. Lucas swung his sword again, slashing straight at Michael. The old man saw it coming and instantly drew his own weapon. Blocking the hit, Lucas pushed the blade harder against Michael. His mind was racing. Light and the curse are canceling each other out. This is the first time Michael's actually drawn his sword, seeing Lucas's guts. He smirked and scoffed. Never thought a coward like you would force me to unsheath my blade. Lucas parried Michael's sword away and shouted in his face, "Shut the hell up, you bastard!" They kept clashing trading blows. Lucas was calculating. Since we're this close, he can't just spam his curses. And in pure swordsmanship, I'm better. I've actually got a shot at winning this. Just gotta buy time until Sano gets here. Suddenly, Michael spoke up, cutting off his train of thought. You've probably overthought this, but honestly, this is the worst plan you could have possibly come up with. Lucas froze, confused. The old man continued, a fatal error in judgment. Suddenly, Michael popped his skill, cancel the system flash, Ctrl+X. Delete everything in the surrounding area except the user. Dark energy exploded around Michael. He raised a hand, summoned a black hole, and sneered, "At this range. That little attack you're pinning your hopes on won't save you." As soon as he finished speaking, Michael's dark power practically devoured Lucas. He stood there paralyzed, staring into the void. It was consuming everything. Just as the void was about to swallow Lucas whole, a shout rang out. Light. Instantly, beams of light pierced the void. The power from Lucas's sword yanked him back. Michael's darkness tried to claw him back, but Lucas escaped. He stared at the glowing blade in his hand. But before he could even catch his breath, snap. The sword shattered. The blade clattered to the ground. Michael stood there looming over Lucas, his body radiating power. Lucas looked up, his voice totally drained. "Delete everything in the area, huh? So that's how you survived the attack from Ares." Michael just smirked. "Your precious holy sword is shattered, yet you don't seem too broken up about it." Hiding a copy somewhere nearby. Suddenly, Michael lunged at Lucas, his eyes glowing dangerously. He smirked. "So, you're teaming up with the Ctrl+C user, aren't you?" Lucas scrambled backward to dodge, but he was too slow. Michael grabbed him by the throat. Lucas couldn't even struggle. The grip was iron tight. With his free hand, Michael summoned another black hole. "I don't care about your damn holy sword anymore. I'm going to completely erase your existence." Suddenly, a spatial rift tore open right behind Michael. It was Haruto. He leaped out, sword raised, channeling full power to slash Michael. Michael sensed the ambush and braced himself. He twisted to dodge Haruto's heavy slash, but that forced him to drop Lucas. Haruto's blade came down hard. The ground cracked open in a massive fissure. Michael jumped aside just in time. Haruto landed glaring at Michael with pure rage. "Killing people to steal their curses usually makes me feel guilty, but killing you I won't lose a wink of sleep over it, Michael." Michael stood there, opening his system interface, frantically searching for something in his mind. He thought the space fragment is resonating, so this kid is holding a space fragment too. Michael stood his ground. He watched Haruto in silence, seeing him completely coated in an aura of pure power. Michael scanned him from head to toe. Then boom, he flinched like he just realized something, staring right at that sword in Haruto's hand. It hit him instantly. Michael thought, Galaxia Greatsword, is this guy a Ctrl+C user? Michael made his move. He activated his skill. The system flashed Ctrl+X, eliminate selected target. Michael raised his hand and conjured another dark black hole, getting ready to end Haruto. But right then a flash of blue light caught his eye. Michael glanced over at the hellfire. That blue flame was raging, burning way too close for comfort. Michael instinctively stepped back. In a split second, the blue fire erupted, incinerating everything. Michael saw it coming. He flew straight up to dodge the hellfire, and guess who's back? Nancy turned around, and her missing arm fully restored. She was gripping her spear, radiating pure intensity. Satoru saw his big sister was back safe and sound. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he shouted, "Sis!" Fuga stood there with his shield. He froze when he saw her. Hunter Nanis. Then a thought crossed someone's mind. Even Guildmaster Shinoda's healing skills couldn't restore someone to this level. That injury, caused by Ctrl+X, can't be fixed with normal healing. This has to be Her wound was reverted to the state before she got hit. In other words, Michael stood there stunned that Nanis had recovered like that, but then he spotted something else. It made him jump. While he was hovering in the air, he saw Sarah had made it there too. She was channeling her skill into another energy source to heal Masato. Ctrl+Z. After watching for a bit, Michael finally locked onto Sarah. A thought crossed his mind. I have to take her out first. But while he was distracted, Nanis launched a massive attack right at him with serious destructive power. Whoosh! Michael turned around and saw Nanis's slashes rushing toward him, but he just stood there. Didn't even flinch. A split second later, Michael popped his unique skill. Ctrl+X. Eliminate selected target. He raised his hand to the sky, and that dark void appeared again. Michael used the void to block the attack. Nanis frowned, super annoyed that it wasn't enough to hurt him. Meanwhile, Haruto was attacking using spider silk combined with his skill. The system flashed Ctrl+V, use branch of Irazu. Haruto took control of the spider silk. It shot straight at Michael. In a flash, the threads caught him and wrapped him up into a giant ball. You could only hear screaming coming from inside. On the other side, Sarah was using her power. She was reconstructing Masato's missing arm. He was actually shocked to see it. Masato's arm was reforming incredibly fast. He stared at the power healing him, completely dumbfounded. Even my equipment returned to its original state. This is no ordinary skill. The spatial interference is gone, but the mana in this area is still limited. As he watched, something caught Masato's eye. His eyes went wide when he saw the red stone in Sarah's hand. Masato asked, "Hey, isn't that the giant golem's heart?" Sarah heard him. She paused for a second. Clutching the red stone to her chest, she answered him. "Yes, Mr. Sano gave it to me." Masato flinched and clenched his fist, thinking, did that guy seriously copy it before selling it to me? Sarah cut off his train of thought, speaking up. He told me, "The first thing you have to do is heal Guildmaster Shirasaki." Holding the golem's heart with both hands, she looked at Masato with determined eyes. "By using your barrier and moving into the subspace, we can ensure safety for everyone else." Sarah remembered her conversation with Haruto. Hunter Sano. "I have a question." Back in the hospital room, she had asked him. Standing in front of him, hand on her chest, she spoke sincerely. "I want to help the dependent members return to full health. Could you share some mana with me?" Haruto looked at the people on the hospital beds, breathing through oxygen masks, and asked, "Are they in critical condition right now?" Sarah replied, "Their lives aren't in danger." Haruto didn't hesitate. He reached out to her and asked, "Can you do me a favor first?" Sarah replied instantly, "You got it." Haruto pulled out the golem's heart and held it in front of her face. "Take this." Sarah froze. Hand flying to her mouth, she gasped. "Is this the giant golem's heart?" "No way. You're seriously trusting me with something this broken." Haruto replied, "You're not a hunter, but I'm dragging you into a situation way more dangerous than that. This is the least I can do. When this is over, please heal everyone up." Sarah listened, letting out a soft cry. Haruto saw her reaction. He raised a finger, signaling her to listen. "Just so you know, it only works for 10 days. I can set the expiration date on copied items. Could be 1 day or 10,000 years. I'll adjust the timer based on how much I trust you. So I'm counting on you, back in the present." Sarah was channeling her skill, boosted by the mana. From the golem's heart to heal the squad, she thought to herself, "I'm going to earn that 10,000-year heart. For sure." Meanwhile, Haruto's spider cocoon reached its limit. Crack. It burst open. Michael's dark void shredded the silk. Brutal. He stepped out of the cocoon, looming like a giant. Pure energy radiated from him, crushing the ground beneath his feet. Haruto stared at the monster in front of him. Grip tightened on his sword, ready to throw hands. Michael's eye, glowing completely bright. He shot Haruto a twisted grin. "You even copied Miso's corrupted tree wow. Didn't think. You could copy an item from another dimension. Now I want that power even more." He drew his blade. "I'm going to end you, and that curse, it's mine." Michael pulled up his system interface. He scanned the code. Ctrl+C, Ctrl+Z, a space fragment. So that's it. That's why Miso was so obsessed with this country. Then his system flashed a new command. Ctrl+A, select all. Haruto saw the prompt. Fury spiked. He gripped his sword so hard his knuckles turned white. Sarah still healing. Someone looked up in alarm. Meanwhile, Nanis swung her spear, locking onto Michael. With pure hatred in her eyes, power exploded from her body. "Same old tricks won't work on me." She slashed twice at Michael. Instant strikes. A wave of energy hurtled straight for him. But Michael, he didn't even flinch. The slash closed in, and he just raised a hand to block it. Useless trash. Again. Next second, Michael activated his skill. System alert Ctrl+X. Delete target. Instantly, a massive black hole materialized in front of him. Michael lowered his hand, but Nanis was already in his face. Too fast. She unleashed her power again, shouting, I'm just getting started. Blue flames erupted, blasting toward Michael. Hellfire. Unimpressed, he triggered the skill again. Ctrl+X, delete target. Michael's dark void sucked Nanis's flames right in, absorbed, but it wasn't enough. Michael summoned 2 more black holes to kill the flames, but Nanis, her power was too crazy. He couldn't snuff it out. The fire was about to swallow him whole. Boom! The flames slammed into the ground. Michael managed to fly up just in time, dodged it. He looked down at the raging inferno. He thought that hellfire annoying. He aimed his hand at Nanis, who was still channeling her power. Gonna wipe her out first. Ctrl+X, delete target. A void shot straight at her. She froze, stunned. Suddenly, Haruto's spider silk shot out. Ctrl+V, paste giant. Spider silk. The threads wrapped around Nana's, yanking her back, dodging the fatal hit. The spot she was standing on exploded. Haruto saw she was safe and retracted the silk. Nanis whipped her head around. Her eyes were cold, her voice fierce. She glared at Haruto. Sano, stay out of this. Haruto stepped up beside her. Listen, his skill is too dangerous. If you get hit again, I can't guarantee you'll heal. Get the wounded into the dimension space. Now. Nanis hesitated. Haruto locked eyes with her. My skill. It's the only thing that can match his. He didn't wait for an answer. He charged straight ahead. Nanis watched his back, thinking, Sano's skill, he's on another level. She glanced over at Gao lying on the ground. Decision made. Right, gotta prioritize saving people, thinking that Nanis turned her back and ran. She didn't forget to look back and tell Haruto. Then I'm leaving it to you to handle. As Haruto rushed forward, he checked his system and said excitedly, now I can really go all out. The system immediately displayed Ctrl+V, using giant spider silk while activating shadow shift. Immediately, his spider threads appeared. He dashed at Michael from behind. Synchronizing with the spider threads, Michael seemed to sense his presence too. Michael immediately tilted his body to dodge to the side. Avoiding Haruto's attack, then said, you copied this move too, seeing him dodge it. Haruto couldn't believe his eyes for a second. He immediately reacted, slashing a wave of power at Michael standing behind him. He drew his sword, blocking Haruto's attack skillfully. The two immediately clashed. Dust swirled around them. Suddenly, Haruto managed to graze Michael's cheek with a slash. He immediately glanced and saw blood spurting out. He reached up to wipe the cut Haruto just inflicted, then smirked and said, not bad for a cheap knockoff, but you're gonna die anyway. As soon as he finished speaking, Michael used his skill again. The system displayed Ctrl+X, deleting the entire surrounding area except for the user. Dark power surrounded both him and Haruto as if to swallow them whole. Haruto smiled with a hidden meaning, then told him, jealous much. Get ready for a present. As he spoke, he opened his system to input something. Haruto's system displayed Ctrl+V, cloning the holy sword. Immediately, thousands of holy swords were cloned, all pointing at Michael. He looked at the swords, about to pierce him, and said, planning to take me down with you. Hearing that, Haruto shot him a cold look and replied, you're not the only one who knows about the curse. Did you forget mine? Michael frowned, looking at him in confusion. Before he could say anything, an explosion rang out. The area where Haruto and Michael stood instantly blew up, sending debris flying everywhere. A massive fire erupted right after, with smoke, blinding the entire space. Satoru was helping the wounded into the dimension. Hearing such a loud noise, he looked back and muttered, if this explosion is from a dark art, we're cooked. I wonder if Haruto Sr. is okay. Mori, carrying a girl in his arms, walked up to Satoru and told him, if it's Sano, he'll be fine. Hearing that, Satoru felt a bit relieved and replied true that. Masato was shielding others inside his protective sphere. He looked down below and told everyone, it's way too dangerous here. Get the wounded into the dimension quick. Hearing him say that, Satoru turned back, looked up, and replied, got it. Over on Nana's and Fuga's side, they were helping the wounded into the dimension. Fuga Tokuo noticed she was still watching intently. He turned around and spoke to Hunter Nanis. You planning to go back there and fight? Hearing his question, Nanis replied, no, I'm going with everyone. Nanis gripped the spear in her hand tight. She stared at the spear and thought, the power of the hellfire just now was definitely weaker than before. Is it because I haven't fully recovered? Back with Haruto, and Michael Haruto's sword was stuck in the ground. Countless holy swords lay scattered around. Just then someone reached out to pull Haruto's sword up. It was Michael. He was trying to use both hands to pull the sword out. Realizing it was impossible, he held up his hand to look at it. Before he could think, Haruto appeared right behind him. Michael turned his head to look. He had grasped Haruto's sword and turned to tell Haruto, you can even clone yourself. You turned the Ctrl+C curse into this. He rested the sword on his hand, smirked, and said, so if I destroy it, will everything go back to normal? Hearing Michael threaten him like that, Haruto reached out his hand and replied, not sure about that, but go ahead if you want, it's about to expire anyway. Michael used his power on Haruto's sword and spoke up again. So you can even set a time limit for the copies. Can you actually control that? He quickly destroyed the boy's sword and said in a provoking tone, "Then your body has an expiration date too, right?" Well, I guess I'll find out soon enough. Hearing that Haruto smirked, raised his hand, and told him, "What are you yapping about? Your curse can't kill me." Michael sighed and replied, "My curse can wipe out your existence, and it cannot be restored." He looked at Haruto's arm, which was being damaged by his dark aura, and said, "I was a bit shocked you could pull this off, but looks like it has its limits. Once I kill you, even if you clone yourself, you'll just be a weaker version. The more I kill, the better it feels, and the less you can fight back." Haruto glared daggers, grinding his teeth, because Michael hit right where it hurts. The dark aura was swallowing him whole. Looking at his hand, he thought, "Dude's right. I can't clone myself 100%. Drag this out and I'm cooked. Gotta end this now." He popped open his status window. Tap the screen. Name Haruto Sano. Base defense. 245 plus 35%. Skill level 7. Mastery level 10. Reading that Haruto started plotting inside his head. When HP drops below 25%, Berserk activates. That guy's at least level 600. He crouched down low. Eyed Michael and thought, "With Berserk active, I can land a critical hit. Let's run it." Hand hit the ground and bam, spider threads shot out instantly. System popped up. Ctrl+V using Branch of Irizu. Threads launched, trying to snag Michael, hovering in midair. Old man dodged and teleported right behind him. Haruto snapped his head back on high alert. Michael's sword thrust forward. Haruto couldn't dodge in time. Blade grazed his neck, sending blood spraying everywhere. Haruto gritted his teeth through the pain. Right then, system flashed Ctrl+V. HP under 25%. Berserk mode activated. Flames exploded around Haruto's sword instantly. He pulled out the blade, now blazing with roaring red fire, spun around, and unleashed explosive slashes right at Michael. The old man watched stunned. He froze for a split second, but Michael reacted fast, activating his skill Ctrl+X. Delete all surrounding areas except user. Haruto's slash came in a straight line of blinding red power. Michael blocked the hit, dark energy swirling all around him. Wiped the dirt off his face and muttered, "Berserk longsword, huh? Dangerous stuff. Was this your plan all along?" Dark aura started clinging to Haruto heavier and heavier. He gripped his sword, glaring. A light flashed in Michael's eye. He summoned a black hole with one hand and spoke. "So you're down to just the curse. Let's see if it can beat mine. This'll be fun." System flash Ctrl+X. Target deletion. A ring of dark power closed in on Haruto. He looked around frantically. Michael's darkness was slowly swallowing him whole. Haruto glared at him. A split second later, he triggered his skill Ctrl+V. Giant spiderweb deployed. Shadow shift activated. The black hole appeared, but Michael didn't notice a thing. Haruto's spider threads had already snuck up right behind the old man. While Michael was still staring ahead, Haruto appeared right behind him, sword in hand. Michael sensed it instantly, snapping his eyes back in alarm. Seeing Haruto there, he fired off his skill again, Ctrl+X. Delete all surrounding areas except user. Haruto was right there, blade ready. Dark power started eating them both alive. Michael tweaked his skill and the system lit up. Ctrl+X. Retain deleted area for 10 seconds. The black hole manifested again immediately. Haruto looked like he was about to get consumed. He screamed out loud. At the last second, Haruto popped his skill Ctrl+V. User clone Michael saw the clones and summoned the black hole. But Haruto had already spammed Ctrl+V a million times user clone. Scene switch. Meanwhile, inside the space, Lucas was sitting in a corner, crackling with electricity. Green sparks everywhere. Lucas had his head in his hands. He looked totally wrecked and panicked. He thought if he has a copy of the Holy Sword, then... Just as he was spiraling, something caught his eye. Lucas looked up, frozen in shock. It was Oresco. He walked over and draped his cloak over Lucas's shoulders. Then he said, "This is the immortal cloak my mom left me. No clue how it was made. But it nullifies all curses and skills. You gotta survive. You still have to take responsibility for all this mess." Lucas thought to himself, "The curse, it's gone. Don't tell me this is..." He stood up slowly. He reached out, touching Ares' coat. Suddenly, a voice called out to Ares. Lucas looked up, surprised to see who it was. Nana's. She stood there, spear in hand, looking straight at him, and spoke. "The skills Sano and that guy Michael used, they aren't normal, are they?" Lucas froze, not knowing how to answer her. He stood before Nana's, clenching his fist, and told her about Hunter Sano. "You'll have to ask him yourself. I can only tell you about Michael's ability. You're right, that's no ordinary hunter skill. Michael's skill makes the target vanish. In other words, their very existence gets completely erased. When you showed up with Sano, I was shocked. I saw hope, but I'm worried about your spear. You've noticed it too, right? Its combat power isn't what it used to be." Hearing Lucas say that, Nanis lifted her spear, staring at it in silence. Lucas didn't stop there. It seems it got weaker during the restoration process. If Sano keeps copying things, he might not be able to maintain his own existence. Hearing this, Nanas frantically asked Lucas, so Sano's skill can't defeat Michael either. Lucas looked at her and replied, he only has one single weakness, and to fix it. He's desperate to get the giant golem's heart. Scene shifts back to Haruto and Michael. Michael's dark dimension exploded outward. Immediately his system flashed Ctrl+X. Surrounding mana depleted, unable to use Ctrl+X. Haruto stumbled, barely able to stay on his feet. The stone ground beneath him crumbled. Haruto's entire body was engulfed in Michael's dark energy. He looked like he was about to collapse, but then Haruto noticed something. He snapped his gaze up to Michael. Seeing this, Michael just frowned, staring down at him. Haruto struggled to force himself back up. He looked at him and said, your curse, it wiped out the mana in the area, so that's why you're thirsty for the golem's heart. Michael didn't panic. He just stared back and replied, figuring it out now. Too late. What can you even do? You can barely stand, Haruto thought to himself. He's right. I can't do anything right now. The system immediately flashed a red warning. User critically injured. Unable to activate control. Haruto gritted his teeth and pulled up his system interface. Is there anything in my inventory I can use? Suddenly, Haruto noticed a glowing slot. Space fragment 3 out of 5. Haruto realized the space fragments are resonating. He glanced over at Michael. Seeing a glow coming from him too, Haruto thought he definitely has space fragments too. Michael saw the resonance on his own system. He smirked. This resonance, you have them too. Hearing that confirmed it. That's it, no doubt. Suddenly, Haruto remembered something crucial. His eyes went wide. Wait, the one who possesses more space fragments can combine them. I have 3, which means he only has 2. The explosive power of 3 fragments is already insane. It's worth a shot. Plan set, Haruto pulled a sword from his inventory. Michael saw this and smirked, mocking him. What is that trash sword? Your skills might be scary, but look at you now. You're too weak to do anything. Haruto didn't back down. You can't use mana either, so what's the difference? Hearing that, Michael launched an attack, shouting, even without my curse, you're not on my level. He lunged forward, driving his sword straight through Haruto. Blood sprayed everywhere. He smirked with pure contempt. Hand over the space fragments before you die. Haruto was fading fast, but he mustered his strength and shouted, you want 'em, take 'em, hope you can handle it. He threw the 3 space fragments toward Michael. Immediately, they hovered in the air, glowing intensely. Haruto's 3 fragments flew straight to Michael's and combined. Michael froze. But you accessed my personal inventory without permission. Haruto was kneeling on the ground, blood dripping from his mouth. He grinned. My bad, forgot to mention. The one with more space fragments can summon the rest no matter where they are. Instantly, Michael's space fragments were ripped out by Haruto's 3. The fragments merged and flared up. Haruto looked him in the eye. And when they combine, the explosion is massive. You can't copy it, so what are you going to do now? Michael's face turned to pure terror. He gritted his teeth, watching the spatial shards fuse together. Once all the pieces had combined, a massive explosion instantly triggered. In the aftermath, a gigantic crater was left behind in the ground. Smoke still lingered in the air. Michael was completely stripped of his armor, left with nothing but tattered rags. He muttered to himself, I didn't expect it to detonate. Michael darted his eyes around, frantically searching for something. Amidst the rubble, Michael finally spotted the spatial shards that had fused together, emitting a faint glow. Michael immediately used his teleport ability to warp straight to them. He whispered to himself, only the spatial shard remains. Wearing a smug look, he reached out to grab the shard and scoffed. Looks like he hit his limit and vanished into thin air. But right then a voice rang out, freezing him in place. No way, that's impossible. Michael's hand hadn't even touched the shard yet. Haruto appeared out of nowhere, snatching the spatial shard before he could blink. He was bursting with vitality, clutching a long sword as he smirked at the old man. Things aren't looking too good for you, huh? You good, old man? Michael frowned at the sight of the longsword, cold sweat dripping as he thought, how does he still have that sword? Before he could even finish the thought, Haruto swung his blade. The slash carried an insane amount of power. Michael quickly jumped back to dodge the attack. Haruto didn't let up, unleashing a second slash, this one packing even more destructive force. He slashed right across Michael. Instantly, a massive trail of energy from Haruto's swing ripped through the air. Haruto stood there, sword in one hand, spatial shard in the other, panting heavily. Then commanded add spatial shard to inventory. The system instantly stored it, displaying spatial shard 4 out of 5. After stashing the shard, Haruto suddenly realized something, thinking back to the Golem Snow Mountain. Haruto survived thanks to that guy, Kurosaki. It was the same when he tried to kill him, and same thing now. Seems I haven't fully copied the sword yet. Michael's voice suddenly cut through his thoughts. You really are a nuisance. He instinctively looked up. Michael was standing right in front of him, his clothes in shreds. His entire body radiated power. One of his eyes glowed as he glared at Haruto and snarled, "I will erase you, so you can never respawn again." As he finished speaking, he activated his skill. The system displayed Ctrl+A. Select all within range. Michael was absolutely furious, roaring, "I'm going to wipe you out of existence." Massive surges of dark energy erupted from the ground, aiming straight for Haruto. Seeing this, he gripped his sword tighter, bracing for battle. Michael's system then displayed Ctrl+X. Cut selected target. Haruto gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, does he really have enough mana to pull this off? Michael had lost all control, the dark energy, engulfing his entire body and flaring up. Haruto watched and realized he's not drawing mana from the environment. Is he burning his own life force? The attack range is too massive. Even my shadow shift won't get me out of this. Haruto looked up, the dark power about to swallow him whole. A pitch-black void summoned by Michael materialized. Scene change. Tuner was now on the field, staring at Michael's dark void, stepping right into it as he muttered, "So that black sphere is Michael's skill, huh? Well, backup's here." The country's trying to weaken the military and things are spiraling out of control. Makoto stepped out of a teleportation gate. As soon as he arrived, he said, "Looks like we have no other choice." Tuner, holding a spatial shard in his hand, replied, "Why the rush? I'm here for a reason, aren't I? I'll handle this." He stomped his foot, sending a massive shockwave through the ground. Tuner swung his axe up and shouted, "So dump all your mana into me." Hearing this, Makoto immediately began transferring his mana over to him and said, "I'm counting on you." A massive surge of mana from Makoto flowed directly into Tuner. Instantly, his system displayed the notification Ctrl+S. Start mana storage. Stack times, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, 7 times, 10. Congratulations. User has unlocked the unique skill Titan 10. Fully charged with mana, Tuner unleashed a barrage of axe slashes, each strike carrying immense power and amplified shockwaves. Tuner didn't stop raining down blows that triggered massive explosions, laced with crackling lightning. Makoto watched from the sidelines, thinking to himself, he's using my mana to buff that axe, but breaking that sphere with just this amount of mana, that's going to be tough. I gotta back him up. Now. He starts gathering his mana immediately. But right at that moment, something forces Makoto to freeze. He looks over at Tuner, totally confused about who is popping skills right now. The system flashes Ctrl+X. It just deleted all mana-based skills in the area. Seeing this, Tuner fires back with his own skill, Cancel+S, unleashing 4 stacks of mana. The other guy sees it and tries to hit Cancel+X. Boom. The two skills clash instantly. Tuner realizes what's happening, so he drops Ctrl+S, releasing 10 stacks of mana. The energy level's right now absolutely broken. It's so much power, even Tuner screams out, losing control. He puts everything into one massive axe swing and slams it down. A crack appears on the sphere. Tuner doesn't stop. He swings again. The shell shatters. K-boom! A massive explosion rocks the whole city sector. Even Michael has to look up at that raw power, that mana quality. It's huge. Haruto shields his eyes from the blast. Tuner lands on the ground and locks eyes with Haruto immediately. He's wearing the space fragment like a necklace. Haruto looks up at him. That necklace catches his eye instantly. Tuner walks up and asks, "You holding a space fragment?" Haruto stands up, staring him down. World's top hunter Tuner. "Why do you have a space fragment?" Tuner glances at his necklace. "Not the time for chit-chat, kid. Hand over your fragment, would you? But wait your turn. I gotta deal with him first." He glares over at where Michael is standing. He turns and walks right up to Michael. Long time no see, Michael. "If you're here for the space fragment, you can get lost." Michael laughs at the audacity. Man, this guy's annoying. Makoto teleports to Haruto's side. He asks, "Hey, where's everybody else?" Haruto turns to answer, "I'm keeping them safe in my spatial storage." He raises his hand and space rips open in an instant. The rift tears wider and wider. The second it opens, Satoru runs out, tackles him with a hug, and starts sobbing. "I finally found you, Haruto-senpai. Thank God you're okay." Then another voice calls out to Haruto. He turns around. Ctrl+C. Michael is suddenly standing right in front of him. He looks at Haruto. "Looks like I underestimated you. I'm leaving. But remember this, I'm not collecting space fragments just for the control power. The saint who cast this curse, when he returns, our little skills won't be enough to stop him. That is why Nishihara Tomoka shattered the key and sealed that space away, opening the spatial doors, basically inviting them in. Prepare yourself for that moment." He clenches his fist before leaving, but adds one last thing. "Next time we meet, you better be stronger, or I will kill you." Haruto just stares him down, silent. Tuner walks up from behind. "You cool with letting him go like that?" Haruto answers. In my current state, I can't fight him. Don't worry, I'll kill him eventually. Tuner looks at Haruto. Got it. By the way, never caught your name. Haruto Sano. Tuner takes the space fragment off his neck. He hands it to Haruto. I've got one piece. What about you, Haruto? Haruto smiles. I have the rest. Tuner gets hyped. For real. Then let's combine them and make the key. Haruto stops him. Chill. Look around. He points to the massive crater from the explosion. This is what happened with just 4 fragments. I don't know if this place can handle the explosion from 5. We need a safer spot. Tuner points to himself. Then let's go to the States. If you entrust these pieces to me, I'll keep them safe in my guild. Haruto asks the Ouroboros guild. I don't want to go to a scary place like that. He glances over at Satoru and Mori. He mutters, a guild, huh? Tuner replies, yeah. If you want to get stronger, allies are key, right? I can change the terms if you want. Haruto looks at him and says bluntly, no thanks. He grins at Tuner. I'm going to make my own guild with my friends. A convoy of cars drives into the arid desert. 3 months later, Nevada Desert, USA. Huge iron gates close behind them. Haruto sits in the car, lazily looking out at the deep blue sky while Satoru next to him kept looking around, totally amazed. Can't believe we got assigned to Area S1. It's all thanks to Senior Haruto. Hearing that, Turner whipped around to take credit, giving a confident thumbs up. Nah, it's 'cause I negotiated with the higher-ups. 'Cause I'm the world's greatest hunter, obviously. Satoru pouted at that, leaning in to whisper a diss. He's so cringe, bro. Haruto couldn't help but sigh. Look who's calling someone else cringe. Aoi was stuck between 2 huge guys. Nervously, he whispered, Senior Haruto, is it really okay for me to tag along like this? Haruto turned and smiled gently. Of course. You're a guild member too, Aoi. Let's merge these spatial fragments together. As for Gao Dude, looked grumpy as hell. Face totally sour, complaining nonstop about literally everything around us. We traveled all this way just for that this car is trash. Turner, sitting up top, immediately announced. It's not just aliens here, they're hunting hunters and raiding dungeons too. He kept briefing them on what went down. Our main research focuses on items from races in other dimensions. Recently, we've also been studying a unique skill called Curse. Listening to this, Arisa, who was sitting silently, started to piece it together, so that's why she had to come along. Then Turner held up the spatial fragment at his neck and said, and we've been waiting for the day to merge these fragments. To complete the key. Hearing that, Ares pushed up his glasses and added wisely, not everyone thinks like that, just America. Besides the spatial gate, you guys aren't just interested in temporary research, are you? The car was buzzing with laughter and debate. Ares, you're way too suspicious from a global perspective. We can all expect new research and breakthroughs when the spatial gate opens. And your dad's research Sano will become clearer too. Amidst the noise, Haruto looked outside deep in thought, thinking about his dad. Dad, what were you researching back then? You always said we'd stay together. How could you be researching here? He thought to himself. The real reason I came to America is to find the truth. Rewind to 3 months ago in Tokyo. At HQ, Nancy's presentation was echoing through the room. Zayfield is a multinational guild. Only the International Hunter Association has the authority to disband it. She continued presenting. Michael has been expelled from the guild. He is currently wanted globally. Everyone around started buzzing with chatter. A black-haired man spoke up, confused. What about restoring Tokyo, then? He got an answer immediately. It will proceed almost immediately, just like we discussed, Nanase replied calmly. Regarding the situation in Tokyo, Guildmaster Shinoda of the Daiken Guild is overseeing everything. Restoration is already about 82% complete. Hearing this, he gasped in shock. In just 1 week, I didn't know Guildmaster Shinoda had moves like that. Nana sighed, feeling a bit helpless. I can't reveal details about classified info, but, she added carefully, we have a special individual involved who must remain anonymous. She followed up with a promise. I can only say Hunter Sano has made a massive contribution. Revealing the identity of this special person threw the whole room into chaos again. That name, Sano, again. Which guild is he even in? Is he a hunter? Association member? Right then, Haruto asked, what about Lucas's side? She replied, his family has significant influence. He added at a steady pace, seems their family's going downhill and his status is taking a hit. But there is good news, the Holy Sword has been handed over to our country. The listeners were shocked again and immediately asked, they actually gave up the Holy Sword. So they're just normal hunters now, he guessed. Looks like they wanted to quit. He fell into deep thought. So that's what he decided. Haruto recalled what happened not long ago. See, I told you I'd do it. Lucas was handcuffed, but still talking trash. What the hell are you doing? Showing off that you have a scary curse. He raised the sword without hesitation and asked back. Ares told me you can't control the curse without the holy sword, right? Haruto added with deep meaning. So take it as a backup. If you lose it again, just tell me. Then Lucas took the sword back from him. He couldn't hide the shock on his face. Masato sipped his coffee and kept grumbling, but why did we have to trek all the way to America? The guy next to him just stood there totally useless. You saw the space fragments blowing up in Roppongi too, right? The future guild's got to have an underground warehouse, right? Hearing that he got a little nervous. If it blows up down there, this whole building is toast. He added, right, you can pull it off inside the spatial dimension. Yeah, Haruto replied to the question. Tried that. Extracting the fragment works, but merging them, didn't happen. He explained seriously. The only spot we can do this safely is the desert in the US, followed by my own comment. Can't even imagine the blast radius if 5 space fragments merge, it'd be insane. Masato was shook by that answer, turning around in a panic. Bro, don't tell me you're actually planning to join Ouroboros. And hand them a brand new spatial key, just like that. Hearing this, he just gave a smirk. What are you yapping about, Guildmaster Shinoda? More importantly, I need you to do me 2 solids. He frowned with worry. Didn't you scam me back when I sold the golem heart? Haruto didn't explain much, just stood up and announced, I'm starting my own guild. Back me up. Masato heard that and got serious, confused. Guild. You don't want to join Future. His eyes stayed locked in. Whether I like it or hate it doesn't matter. I want to get cracked fast alongside my friends. If I have my own guild, nobody can mess with us. He even added, and I got one more thing, he shouted back. Annoyed, you're so loud, bro. Shut your trap. The scene shifts to the Hunter Association office. Turner spoke up first. Never thought I'd run into you in Japan, Ares. She didn't hesitate to spill. My mom went missing here, so I'm just following clues. He replied sympathetically. Got it, Hunter. Nishihara went missing. Ares added. On the Golem Snow Mountain here. Rand looked at them. Curious, by the way, you guys know each other. She didn't hide her connection with Turner. We met once before my mom vanished. He looked puzzled, but I'm still wondering. Did Hunter Nishihara meet anyone after seeing me? That guy's the director of the Area S1 Research Institute in Nevada. You know, Sano Kazuya. Ares flipped through her small notebook. Wait, hold up. His name's in my mom's notes. Says here he's from a research institute. About otherworld items. Turner continued asking a hunter as generous as Nishihara. Treated him really well, so I thought they were family or something. Suddenly, Haruto popped up from behind. Is that written about my dad? She dropped her jaw totally shocked, like she couldn't believe what she was hearing. Director Sano Kazuya is your dad, Sano. 1 week later at the guild office. Satoru's eyes were sparkling hand, rubbing the table nonstop, hyping it up. This is our guild office. And I'm member number 2, right? Rand stepped up, cutting off his delusion. Member number 2 is actually me. Ares stood to the side, sighing like he was done. Why are you obsessing over the joining order? Inside the office, Nanase happily congratulated Congrats on starting the guild. I knew you'd become a guildmaster one day. He calmly accepted the praise. Thanks. Satoru popped up out of nowhere. You should leave the association and join us, sis. Haruto chimed in too. We always welcome you, Miss Nanase. Tokuo laughed loud, stepping in for his person. I came here to congratulate you, and you're trying to poach my staff. She looked straight at them, accepting the kindness, but declining. I'm honored, but I'll stay at the association. I can be more useful there. Haruto didn't get mad, just smiled, I see. Got it. Masato still had that salty look on his face, side-eyeing the slackers submitting docs to the association, then ordering stationery. I did all that by myself, you know. He casually dropped a thank you just for show. Thanks for the help, bro. Consider the mission done. Seeing that attitude, he looked ready to crash out and throw hands. Shut your mouth. You want to throw down? A voice suddenly rang out, catching Haruto's attention. Isn't your guild name a bit too on the nose? A familiar figure appeared, Lucas. Lucas, why are you here? He replied calmly like it was nothing, simply explaining how he lost everything. Lost my international hunter status. Family disowned me too. Got nowhere else to go. So I figured I'd join your control guild as the first member. Satoru got smug flexing in front of him. Even an OG member like me has to settle for number 2. Don't cut the line big, bro. Rand stood up, voicing the question on everyone's mind. So who's the first member, anyway? Are they cracked or something? He didn't answer, just waved his hand as he walked. Time to go pick up our first member. In a place so deep it looked bottomless, dried-up skulls lay rotting, the white bone tomb dungeon. A guy with brown hair kicked an axe toward the figure sitting quietly on the ground, shouting, Number 1. What the hell are you doing? Forgot to bring the bone swords for the big shots again. Someone was bowing their head repeatedly, apologizing nonstop. I'm new here, so I had to ask the guy next to me, totally confused. Yo, what's his name? Why's everyone calling him number one? He paused, scratching his head. His name, what was it again? Then it clicked. Oh, right, Aoi dude owes the Midas Guild like 10 billion. So yeah, he's basically a slave here for life. The new guy was shook. How does one human rack up that much debt? That's insane. That much debt, serious scene switch. He threw his backpack on, turned around, and dropped the lore. Aoi Ikanaga. He's been sneaking into dungeons for a hot minute now. Rumor has it he actually joined the Midas Guild. Haruto looked confused. Midas Guild. The guy stammered, trying to explain. You know the big shot guild, they run things in this country. But here's the tea, they treat their members like straight-up slaves. Haruto flinched. Slaves. Before he could finish, a voice boomed from behind. Someone shouted by the notice board, "Time to roll out." The guy panicked, turned to run and yelled back, "That's all I know. You guys figure out the rest." And so their journey to recruit the first guild member began. As they walked to the parking lot, Satoru broke the silence. You think that's real? Midas is a top-tier guild? Would they really treat their members like trash? Haruto kept his cool. We'll have to see for ourselves. Inside the car, Haruto's mind was racing with 100 questions. Maybe he left the Grand Power Guild to power level faster, but why join an unofficial raid team for Midas? He commanded Satoru head to the Midas Guild. Satoru nodded obediently. You got it. At the Midas Guild headquarters, a massive skyscraper loomed over them. Satoru looked up, totally awestruck. Impressive, not gonna lie, I get a little jealous every time I see this place. Haruto turned to him, curious. You come here often? Satoru answered without missing a beat. Yeah, I used to come here with my dad all the time. Haruto stood there, trying to process his thoughts, while looking at this guy who honestly looked kind of clueless. Right, almost forgot. The way Satoru talks makes it so easy to forget he's literally the young master of the Grand Power Guild, the number 2 guild in the country. Suddenly, a group of guys in black suits sprinted past them. One of them stood by a car, respectfully holding the door open. A man in a sharp suit stepped out while every single minion bowed down. Satoru gasped, totally caught off guard. That's Takashi Haruto, having no clue, asked, Who? Satoru broke it down for him. That's the Guildmaster's older brother, Takashi. Dude has serious authority. He practically runs the Midas Guild. He's not a hunter, but his management skills, terrifying. Those two brothers are a power duo. That's how Midas got to where it is today. Haruto was actually impressed. He's not a hunter, but he holds the reins of the Midas Guild. Interesting. They must have been staring too hard because Takashi noticed. He turned around, squinting. Satoru. Satoru immediately bowed, showing respect to the higher-up. Long time no see, sir. Takashi nodded, keeping it professional. Right. Guildmaster Shinoda is busy revitalizing the city. I assume, Satoru replied a bit awkwardly. Yes, but I'm sure Dad will wrap it up soon. Takashi shifted his gaze to the guy standing next to him. And you're Sano. Haruto kept it polite but cool. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Haruto Sano. Seems like you know who I am. Takashi pushed up his glasses, analyzing him. You're the key player who wrecked the corrupted tree in the outskirts recently. Of course I know you. So what brings you to the Midas Guild? Haruto didn't waste a second. I'm here to find a junior of mine. Takashi obligingly pulled out his tablet, asking as he scrolled. So your boy is in our guild. What's his name? Haruto answered. Aoi Ikanaga. Takashi tapped away on the screen. He's currently in the Bone Grinder dungeon. His expression shifted for a split second. But this guy... Takashi wrapped it up quickly. That dungeon's simple enough. He'll be back soon. Now, if you'll excuse me. Watching the scary boss walk away, Satoru let out a massive sigh. Man, I was stressing out so bad. Haruto watched the Midas chairman leave, actually impressed. Takashi, the chairman of the Midas Guild. He's not a hunter, but he's got this intimidating aura. Haruto wasn't worried, though. He actually respected the guy. Anyway, if Ikanaga is ranked at the top of the Midas Guild, he's probably loving it, right? I bet he's crushing it with his team. Haruto smiled, satisfied with the intel. So he's high-ranked. The guild needs his ability. Haruto analyzed the situation in his head. His dungeon knowledge rivals Guildmaster Kinosaki's, and his situational awareness sharp as hell. Inside the dungeon, the captain sliced through a massive skeleton with a single clean strike. The giant bone pile couldn't even handle. One hit before shattering into pieces. He turned to his teammate. One more, and this room is clear. The redhead, dripping with sweat, hyped him up. Sweet. While the others kept farming mobs, Aoi crouched down next to a pile of bones. He picked up a bone, dripping with dark aura, thinking it was dark mana. But this wasn't like his research at all. I instantly scanned it. Dungeon bone carving. Rank C. The dark mana in these skeletons was way weaker than usual. Clearing it felt too easy. His brain started racing. There shouldn't be any dark mana here, or at least barely any. So why is it leaking dark mana now? Then it clicked. He bolted immediately. Dark mana! It's like a battery for the skeleton army. Conclusion. The second they turn immortal, this dungeon spikes straight to rank A. But we're just a low-tier squad clearing a C rank. Meanwhile, everyone else was hyped just mindlessly wrecking skeletons, thinking they're weak trash with zero danger. Take that, the curly-haired guy was grinning farming kills. Man, this dungeon is free XP. But suddenly, the pile of bones he just smashed started glowing an eerie blue. They snapped back together. The skeleton warrior lunged at him. Bro was panic-stricken. Wait, didn't I just kill that thing? The blade came down, swish, tearing through the air. But before it connected, a blast of water slammed into the skeleton, knocking it back. With a screeching noise, the bones dissolved. I stood there panting, looking at his teammate. You good? Curly hair was shook. Bro, you're just a porter. How do you have holy water? I smirked confidently. You never know when a dungeon might glitch out or mutate. Always gotta come prepared. He approached the leader. Captain, we need to dip. The dark mana here is off the charts. The arrogant captain barked back. Listen here, porter number 1. Don't give me that immortal lich crap. If that were true, the research team wouldn't have ranked this a C. These are just trash skeletons. You think this is another Severus Gate incident or something, but AI wasn't backing down. I shouted, Captain. The captain actually flinched. I didn't let up, voicing his worst nightmare. If we keep going, there's no telling when this place will shift. One mistake and we're all cooked. I am not watching another party get wiped out. Never again. The captain hesitated, but they were stuck. But if we don't clear the dungeon, how do we use the return stone? AI stepped up. I'll take full responsibility. The squad wasn't having it. The roasting began. Oh, so we're going to take the fall with you like the Severus raid? AI stood his ground unfazed. They kept yelling, hitting him where it hurts. Cut the crap. Your massive debt is one thing, but if we die, it's game over. Look at the skeletons reanimating. There's definitely an immortal lich nearby. That's an S-rank monster. If we go any deeper, we're all dead meat. Suddenly, the shattered bones started glowing that creepy blue again. Black smoke swirled around, lifting the debris into the air. Look at that. Everyone froze, staring at the horror. Are the skeletons fusing? No way. A massive, sharp blue eye snapped open in the darkness, staring right at them. A giant bone dragon formed from the pile. It was bigger than any boss they'd ever seen, letting out a ferocious roar. Ai's face went pale. He thought, the Lich summoned an S-rank bone dragon. Even 100 C-rank hunters couldn't scratch this thing. Meanwhile, at the busy Midas Guild Hall, people were bustling about. Satoru watched the screen and hyped up. Team Espoir. He looked at Sarah, beaming. Sarah's fully recovered and back in action, huh? She really shines the brightest when she's on stage. Haruto smiled to himself, probably because her friends are back. Shinoda Haruto spoke up, bummer though. I really wanted to recruit her to our guild, but my sister forced her to stay with the association. Flashback to Nanasei's serious tone, Sarah's sentence has been reduced. But if her ability gets leaked, every guild and organization will be hunting her down. Better to lay low, under the association's protection. He agreed. Fine, but I still need your power. Sarah opened a warp gate sharp as ever. Got it, since it's an international level crisis. We'll support you with everything we've got. Haruto looked at the screen deep in thought. He sighed helplessly. There's still time. He glanced over. A crowd had suddenly gathered near him. Haruto stood up to check it out. What's going on? The guy looked at him, panicked. Wait, aren't you Hunter Sano? He lowered his voice. Something weird is happening in a C-rank dungeon. Looks like it mutated into an A-rank. Haruto frowned. Which dungeon? The guy replied, bone carving. Haruto's face dropped. Crap. That's the one Ai is raiding at bone carving. The dungeon gate flared a warning red. A heavy scanning device slammed onto the ground. A staffer shouted, Captain Mana Analyzer is set up. Nanas barked orders. Scan the mana and dark energy levels inside now. Suddenly a panicked voice shouted from behind. Sis Satoru rushed over, confused. Did the association send a rescue squad? She looked confused. Satoru. She looked at Haruto, totally confused. Sano, you got called in for this too. He spoke up softly. My little bro's inside that dungeon, so I figured I could help out. Nanas lowered her voice. Is that right? Something went wrong in there. The dark energy is way too intense. We can't get in. We detected high-level magic and dark energy right at the entrance, she reported quietly. Looks like that defeated mage got revived. Sano started panicking. That mage is an S-rank undead. It can regenerate dark energy. He frantically remembered. That's right. Dark energy fuels black magic. Guildmaster Kurosaki and I dealt with this when we were in that dimensional space. So the dark energy should be Nanasei's voice got serious. Bad news is we can't get inside right now. He raised his voice to object. No, I think I can. She was shook, but he kept insisting loudly. I think I can manipulate the dark energy. I'm going in. Scene cuts to Aoi. The bone dragon was relentlessly attacking the squad. Someone screamed in panic. Captain, use the teleport stone, hurry! The captain yelled back in a panic. I'm trying, it's not working. He gritted his teeth. Damn it! That mage's barrier is jamming the stone. Aoi was calculating his next move. If only there was a way to take him down. But with that dragon in the way, I can't get close. He got mad and cursed to himself. Shit, at this rate, we're all gonna die here. Think I can't die in a place like this. Rand rushed in to attack the bone dragon. Holy thunder. He was confused. You can use holy arts, the guy shouted back. I'm not a priest, but I can still make a small barrier. Aoi realized something. A barrier. That's it. I've got 10 bottles of holy water left. Time to use them. He quickly dumped all the holy water out. Aoi asked, if you use this much holy water, can you make a barrier big enough for the whole squad? Rand looked a bit confused. I can, but it won't last long against that dragon's attacks. Aoi's voice got serious. Just make the barrier. He jammed the holy water bottles into the ground. Moranjan quickly used his power to attack the dark skeletons. Someone looked at the barrier confused. Is this barrier made of holy water? The guy next to him was shocked. You'd need a ton of holy water to pull this off. Moranjan shouted, That's number one's holy water. The holy water formed a barrier around them. The bone dragon eyed them down and slashed at the shield with its claws. The holy water corroded the dragon's claws, but the barrier cracked a little too. The captain was worried. This barrier is light-based, so it can tank the bone dragon's hits, but with this kind of brute force, it won't hold for long. Aoi reassured them. Don't worry, this barrier is just to draw the dragon's aggro. He panicked. Say what Aoi broke through the barrier and yelled, I'm leaving the bone dragon to you guys. The group panicked. Did he just use us as bait so he could bail? Ellen screamed in rage. What? That bastard Aoi used the holy water and thought to himself, think whatever you want. The bone dragon isn't the priority. He coated his sword in holy water. He looked up at the boss mage floating above and thought, if I don't take out that mage, then we're all punching a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Aoi hurled his sword straight at him. I doused the blade in holy water so it'll act like a holy sword for a bit. If he gets hit by a holy sword, he's finished. Summoning more undead. The dark mage quickly cast a spell. Aoi looked at him in horror. Dark bones rained down and fused together into a giant skeleton king. It reached out to block the sword. The holy water-coated sword pierced right through it. The dark skeleton king just disintegrated. Aoi went pale. I wasted the last bottle of holy water behind him. A dark skeleton lunged. Aoi looked over and cursed. Son of a bitch! Haruto appeared out of nowhere and parried the attack. Aoi stared at the golden aura in shock. He spoke up, confused. Sano. Aoi looked at Haruto, totally freaked out. Why are you here? Haruto's voice was serious. I'll explain later. The dark skeleton king attacked again. Haruto jumped up instantly. He drew his sword and aimed right for its head, Dragon Blade. The sword erupted with blazing fire energy. He swung down hard. A flash of light, and the dark skeleton king was smashed to pieces. Aoi's jaw dropped. One shot. He took out an undead monster in one hit. Is that really Sano? A blinding blue light made him turn around. The bone dragons were engulfed in flames, shrieking like crazy. The shrieking stopped, and their bones started melting. He was confused. It's not regenerating, Ikunaga thought to himself. Only Hellfire could pull off a move like that. Wait. Hunter. Nanase. The crowd goes wild. Nanase from the Hunter Association is here. Since when is the association that fast everyone's shook? Watching Nanis absolutely wreck those bone dragons with every slash. Just peak swordsmanship. Gotta say, having Nanis as captain changes the whole game. Thanks to her, the number of casualties in dungeons dropped like crazy. Rumor has it she even stepped down as Vice Guild Master of Great Power Guild just to stay in one guy's size in relief. She's seriously reliable. Guess we're safe now, huh? The captain immediately warns. No too early to relax. That mage is still alive. Look, dark energy is pouring out of the mage again, and the Skeleton King's fragments are fusing back together. Haruto touches the ground, raising his voice. Why the rush? I've got a special gift for you. System panels pop up one after another. Ctrl+V, duplicate holy sword. He keeps commanding Ctrl+V, infinite duplicate holy sword. Shining holy swords are summoned non-stop. The mage stares at him in panic. A storm of holy swords rushes to attack him. Aoi drops his jaw in shock. What the hell is that? Are those all holy swords? Where did he get so many? The mage dodges in terror. Haruto mocks him softly. So slow. Whoosh, a blinding light flashes as a holy sword appears, instantly piercing right through the mage's body. His body shatters in an instant. Haruto lowers his hand and shouts, "Let's finish this." The holy swords change direction. repeatedly stabbing into his rotting body. The mage's bones are crushed and slowly fade away. Someone steps up to warn them. Watch out. That's Hellfire Touch It, and you're done for no joke. Haruto asks softly, Aoi, you okay? Aoi turns to look at him, flustered. I'm fine, Sano. Nanase speaks sternly from behind. The rest of the undead are dealt with. This dungeon's clean now. Haruto replies softly, Thanks. He looks at the two stunned people, Sano. The guy who used to be a bystander in dungeon raids just took down an S-rank monster. He reaches out to the dazed Aoi, speaking gently. All right, let's head back. Looks like I finally kept my promise. Then he smiles reassuringly. Said I'd treat you to a drink, right? Let's go. Aoi gives a helpless smile. He replies softly, Sure, buy me something good then. Takashi speaks softly. Thank you for helping our guild members. Nanase speaks politely. The association will investigate the anomalies in that dungeon. He responds happily. That would be great. Truly worthy of the name Chairman Tomokazu. She stands up from her chair, speaking sternly. Every hunter is incredibly important. We cannot lose a single person due to a dungeon accident. I need to report this to the association, so excuse me. The door slams shut. Takashi adjusts his glasses, thinking to himself, even in a crisis. She sticks to her personal principles. Chairman Shinoda must be under a lot of pressure. He turns to the two, speaking loudly. Now let's get straight to the point. Guildmaster Sano. Aoi goes from one shock to another. Panicking Guildmaster. Sano, he nods. So you knew. That makes things simpler. Haruto raises his voice. I want to recruit Ikanaga to my guild. Aoi jumps up in confusion. So you really started a guild, he replies softly. Yeah, it's called Control Guild. Takashi speaks seriously, I see. So you're scouting. Do you know Ikanaga's current situation? He answers sternly. I do. I'll pay off all his debt. Aoi is stunned. Sano Takashi smirks, speaking softly. So the rumor is true then that you sold info about the golem heart to Guildmaster Kinosaki for 20 billion. Aoi turns pale upon hearing that 20 billion. He puts down his wine glass, speaking sternly. Sorry, but that's impossible. Haruto is a bit confused. Why you guys treat Aoi like a slave, don't you? Takashi immediately retorts. No way. Personally, I rate Ikanaga's abilities very high. That's why you want him to right. Guildmaster Sano, he listens. Confused. Chairman Takashi rates me highly. Takashi continues loudly. Honestly calculating the cost is tough, due to the nature of the dungeon. He asks suspiciously, nature of the dungeon. He explains, to enter the severest key requires a special crystal. There are only 3 in the world, and they're single use. If the raid fails, and the boss isn't killed, it's over. He gestures towards Aoi, raising his voice. Mr. Ikanaga here during that dungeon raid used the crystal to protect his teammates. He lowers his voice. Each crystal costs 100 million. Takashi pushes up his glasses, continuing with a sharp gaze. But considering he saved the guild members' lives, and based on the premise that he can still contribute his judgment skills to the guild, I propose we call it even. No reward, no punishment. Haruto speaks softly. That dungeon must have a huge reward, huh? Correct. The severest key can open a gate to the spirit dimension. He smirks and replies, You must know more about spatial gates than anyone, right? Since it seems you're partnering with Guildmaster Kinosaki and Guildmaster Turner. After all, Haruto instantly goes on alert. I get it. So their goal is the spatial key. His face darkens, speaking seriously. So you're saying the Midas Guild is holding on to a space gate fragment, huh? Takashi looked right at him, raising his voice. Man, this chat is surprisingly chill. All right, let's get down to business. Meanwhile, at the Atlee estate in England, black smoke was billowing into the sky. Guards were dropped all over the ground. One speedy figure was soloing an entire squad, the sword on his back glowing ominously. The blade grazed the hood, hiding his eyes. The fabric ripped open, revealing Michael's face. He just casually snapped his fingers. A system command popped up right in front of him. Ctrl+X. Target deleted. A magic circle instantly engulfed them. It drilled deep into the ground, leaving nothing but the red bloodstains of the guards. He stepped onto the fancy wooden floor. The massive doors were thrown wide open. Michael, sword in hand, stared down the man sitting in the office, then smirked and spoke up. Thanks for the warm welcome, Atlee. Atlee looked at him, his voice stern. There is only one reason you would come here. Michael grinned like he already won. You guessed it, the dungeon crystal, the severest key. Atlee pulled out the key, keeping his tone serious. I cannot defeat your curse. Take it. You are looking for the key to the spiral dungeon, aren't you? Michael snatched it from the old man's hand, his voice turning cold. To be precise, I want shift, the old man replied softly. But it is useless when paired with control. Atlee looked shocked. Don't tell me you are after the shift plus delete combo. Michael smirked and raised his voice. Looks like you did your homework for your son's sake. That's right, only a complete wipe is strong enough to go against the Transcendents. Hearing that Atli's voice hardened. But do they even care about us? He shouted. They are testing us. Michael chuckled softly. We need to evolve shift and control. If we don't, we're the ones getting deleted. They will come for your son Lucas first, so you better pray I succeed. Atli looked panic-stricken. Outside, the guards were shouting, Lord Atli is in the room. Call for backup. Michael quickly activated the key, yelling out, If the user of Ctrl+C comes here, tell him I took it. A blazing red light flooded the room. A system notification popped up. Severus key confirmed. Crystal entering dungeon. Dungeon event starting. The red light wrapped around Michael's body. Atli warned him sternly, if you wipe out that dungeon, you're going to get caught. He just smirked. Did you forget about the dungeon reward? A bright green system notification flashed. Severus key entering dungeon. 3 months ago. Present day, Nevada, USA. A ship was floating in midair. The group inside the elevator looked confused. It looks like it's only 1 floor, but how deep does this building actually go? Toner replied instantly. 20. From B1 to B10, it is all extraterrestrial research labs. And from B11 to B20, those are the labs for otherworldly monsters. Gao looked a bit freaked out. So aliens actually exist. Mori spoke up. Well, if we have monsters, I guess it makes sense we'd have aliens too. Haruto wondered to himself, Dad, what exactly are you researching here? Aoi stood in the corner thinking, thank God I followed Senior Sano. But sweat started dripping down his face as he wondered, is it really okay for me to be here? And Senior Sano actually agreed to those conditions? Flashback to earlier. Takashi's voice was serious. Let's continue the negotiations. If you let the Midas Guild get involved with the space key, then how about letting Hunter Ikunaga join the Control Guild? Of course, we'll consider his debt fully paid off. He looked panicked. Senior Sano, isn't this a bit... Haruto didn't hesitate deal. Aoi shouted in panic. Senior Sano, he calmly explained. Aoi, you're an important junior to me, so honestly, that price was cheap. Aoi walked behind the group, wondering to himself, since when did Senior Sano get this strong? Suddenly he noticed something off to the side. It was packed with people walking back and forth. He felt a jolt of panic. They don't look like soldiers or guards. Are they government agents? But why are they down here, could it be? The elevator doors slid open. Toner introduced them softly. This is the Otherworldly Research Lab. Haruto spoke up. First, let me see my father's research. The guide led the way immediately. Right this way. Looking at the object in the test tube, Haruto looked confused. It was just a scrap of iron. The man explained softly. It comes from a place called the Spirit World. The previous director discovered it. He continued his explanation calmly. There is no material on Earth that can even scratch it. The previous director died in a major catastrophe, so the research was put on hold. Haruto asked skeptically. My father is in Tokyo, so he couldn't have come here. So how exactly did he conduct his research? He pointed to a teleportation gate and continued. He used Hunter Nishihara's space magic to travel back and forth. But since Hunter Nishihara went missing, we haven't been able to use it. He glanced over at Aoi, thinking to himself, so they actually knew each other. He looked back at the gate, realizing something that means Hunter Nishihara knew about the spirit world before the catastrophe even happened. She definitely knew what was going on over there. Haruto was sure of it. And Dad wanted to go there with me when the great disaster hit, but we couldn't make it happen. He eyed the iron shard skeptically. Hunter Nishihara and Dad saw something in that other world. Is the answer hiding in this fragment? I gotta pop that spatial gate open to find out. He warned softly. It's too dangerous here. Haruto suggested immediately. Please let's run the test at the desert lab. At the same time, over at the White House, the majestic building was dead silent. Raymond lowered his voice. You sure those spatial shards are all in one spot? Logan Bowman replied. Yeah, they've been moved to the Nevada desert. Soldiers and hunters are watching it like hawks. Simon DeFrey added, we'll secure the test with the key. The simulation went smooth, but we're worried about backlash from Master Turner. That guy's holding the 5th key. Raymond's face went dark. The future of America is in his hands. Space soul. Magic skills and resources. They have the power to wreck the world's balance. Meanwhile, in the vast desert, a heavily guarded lab stood tall. Satoru looked around, amazed. Massive Haruto stood in the middle of the desert, staying on high alert. In the distance, barriers were up and soldiers had their guns pointed right at him. Haruto smirked, thinking, my intuition leveled up too. There's a ton of people gathering around here. Just like Aoi said, the U.S. isn't going to let us slide. Aoi's voice got serious. Senior Sano, there are government agents in the mix. They're probably gunning for the key, so watch your back. He keyed his radio voice loud. Bring in the drone. The drone, carrying the necklace, flew in. Satoru looked worried. Is this going to be okay? He's got movement skills. But Mori reassured him softly. Don't worry, he's got this. The drone carrying the necklace arrived. Haruto thought, it's here, time to shine. The key fragment appeared in Haruto's hand instantly. The piece on the necklace lit up glowing gold, then it dropped. Flying straight for the fragment in Haruto's hand. The key fused together, blasting out blinding light. A golden streak flashed across his palm. The key exploded instantly, shaking the whole area. Satoru screamed his head off. The golden light faded, leaving nothing but empty space. Orders barked out from the U.S. troops. Move in steady. Then they froze. Wait. They stared at the empty dune, confused. Why is it empty? The spatial shard and that hunter. A massive crack ripped open, looking like it was going to tear the whole zone apart. And from inside that rift, Haruto walked out, leading the squad. Masato, rocking some badass sunglasses, stood behind the barrier and whistled. Look at that. Works like a charm, huh? Haruto replied, confidence maxed out. We made our move just in time. Hands in his pockets, he sighed, obviously. I'm built different. Setting up a barrier to isolate the vile tree isn't exactly easy. Just then, Nanase walked over from the barrier. I get why Miso planted them all over Tokyo now. It's to link the dimension with dark mana. Surprised to see her, he blurted out, Wait, why are you here? Oh, and Nanase. He cut himself off. Cutting in. Is the spatial key finished? Haruto nodded. Yeah, but it's in the subspace. He continued. Because once you own the key, we can open a gate to anywhere. Literally anywhere. Masato looked at the gate and asked, So why are we doing this inside the subspace? Haruto looked in the same direction. Because the U.S. got involved. Nanas gasped. The U.S. waits so Satoru and the others, are they hostages now? Haruto turned quickly to calm her down. Relax. The U.S. is going to try to stay on our good side because I've got the spatial key. He scratched his head, mind racing with questions. This is going to take a while. We're stuck because of the barrier. Haruto stepped up. Nope. We can bounce right now. Masato looked confused. Is there another barrier or something? Haruto grinned, confident. I've got something way better than a barrier. In the vast desert, the figures looked tiny from the helicopter. Like ants. A fully armed military squad was searching for something. A soldier scanned the area and reported no life signs. Satoru went pale, terrified. No way Haruto Mori kept her arms crossed, chill as ice. He's fine. For sure. She walked over to the group. I don't think he's in trouble either. Suddenly, Lucas's phone buzzed, grabbing his attention. The screen lit up with a familiar name, Dad. Same afternoon at the Nevada lab. Lightning crackled around Turner, his whole body shaking with rage. He gritted out, Did you forget your promise, Mr. Chairman? 2 bodyguards blocked him, trying to hold him back. Calm down, Guildmaster Turner. Raymond stood behind them sweating, but tried to explain. The spatial gate is a global issue now. Turner didn't cool down one bit. The government said they wouldn't get involved. We even handed over the Severus key crystal, didn't we? On the other side, hearing the conversation, Gao. Seriously, no joke. He just gave away a 100 million yen item like it was nothing. Romano rubbed his temples, looking totally drained. Sadly, the situation has changed. There are no crystal fragments left. Just then, Tanner suddenly pointed his hand at him and asked, shocking everyone, You still have one left, don't you? Suddenly, a voice cut through the argument. It's gone. It was Lucas who appeared. He spoke up and confessed all the crystal fragments Cooper was guarding just got snatched by Michael. Everyone in the room was completely stunned. Ares was the first to react, rushing over with a million questions. Why didn't you say something sooner? If we run into Michael in the Necro space, he stammered. I just found out myself. Romano lowered his head in guilt. If Michael gets a head start, everything's going to be a mess. Tanner calmed down and actually reassured them. Don't worry, even if he gets there, it's just a waste of time. He looked up, confused. What do you mean? His face turned serious as he continued. He won't be able to use his skills. In that space, I'll kill him first. Lucas stood to the side, analyzing everything in his head. Michael's Ctrl+X clashes with the shift ability, doesn't it? They suddenly remembered, but what about Tanner's Ctrl+S? The American president spread his hands, trying hard to explain. Seems like Guildmaster Tanner is misunderstanding something, as for us Americans. Meanwhile, at a lab somewhere, a gate started tearing open. A scientist stood there, totally shocked at what was happening right in front of him. No way didn't that thing stop working. 15 years ago, from inside the gate, a foot slowly appeared. Masato stepped out with his hands in his pockets, radiating pure confidence and strutting like he owned the place. The 2 dimensions actually linked up. Even Satoru was surprised by what was going down, and blurted out, Guildmaster Kinosaki, how did you even get here? Just then, from behind, Haruto walked out looking totally annoyed and growled, Stop posing and get out of the way already. He turned back, grumbling with an attitude. You don't get to tell me what to do. Seeing the next person step out of the gate made Satoru's eyes light up with joy. Haruto, you're safe. Even Aioi couldn't hide his surprise. Sano Arata. Sara stood to the side, unable to stop smiling. I knew it. Gao, on the other hand, wasn't surprised at all and just grumbled. You're late. Where's the key? He answered quickly. The space key is complete. Then came the question, you planning to tag along on this one too? Guildmaster Shirasaki. Masato huffed, annoyed. Better than letting Guildmaster Gao go right. Lucas walked over to update them on the situation. It looks like Michael is in the Cerberus dungeon. Haruto was a bit startled when he continued speaking. My dad just texted me that the crystal was stolen. Michael's definitely going to take down the dungeon boss. He regained his composure, showed zero fear, and started giving orders. We need to get there fast. Their target was the Cerberus Key dungeon, home to a ferocious three-headed dog. Hell Cerberus, level 670, boss rank monster. If you successfully defeat it, you get a 100% chance to obtain the key to the Necro space. All three heads of the monster were charging up energy in their mouths, ready to blast the person below. Debris and rocks were flying everywhere. The Hell Cerberus was getting closer and closer to the cliff edge, but the guy down there didn't move a muscle. Facing that chaos, Michael just calmly spread his arms and clenched his fist in one clean motion. Unbelievable. With just that simple move, the powerful three-headed monster completely shattered. Control-X target eliminated. A notification popped up and a silver key floated down. You have defeated the Hell Cerberus. Granting reward. He read it, then slowly walked over to pick up the silver key. Michael held the item up, inspecting it closely. As the description appeared for the key in his hand, Cerberus key. Can open the gate to the Necro space. Once entered, there is no return. Michael gritted his teeth, thinking it's a one-way ticket. He quickly realized, so this is why Missile was always stressing about the space key. He jammed the key into a rock. Glowing patterns lit up everything around him, and a gate activated instantly. Michael's determined eyes stared straight ahead. His steps were filled with resolve as he walked into the gate. I guess there's no turning back now. Scene change. In front of another gate, a fully armed group stood ready to fight at any moment. Satoru was tense, sweating bullets. We're finally about to step into another world. I'm a little jittery. Aioi bit his lip, thinking anxiously, I can barely breathe. Feels like I'm about to croak right here. Turner turns his head in that armor and drops a sincere apology. Haruto, sorry about that guy. The chairman isn't the type to be petty, so he just replies, it's cool. But inside Haruto's head, the gears are turning. Actually, thanks to that person, we just scored another surprise bonus. Rewind a bit to when Imono made his request to Chairman Sano. If you have the power to trigger the dimension and attack the other side, I hope you'll prioritize sending the U.S. recon team first. Haruto didn't budge an inch, flat out refusing. No, Japan sends our people first. The guy had no choice but to compromise fine then. We'll take second place. We can't keep falling behind in this space expansion race. Haruto glances at the object sitting quietly in the glass tube and says, deal, but in exchange, I need a favor from you all. The guy answers, go ahead. Hearing that, he grabs the key while thinking I can't copy or duplicate these space fragments. Their properties are exactly like a spatial key. Then he drops a declaration what I'm looking for is definitely somewhere right up ahead. Meanwhile, inside a tower in the middle of a desolate wasteland, a scream echoes down the hall. Clan leader, big trouble. A massive hammer slams into the ground. A buff red-haired dude sits there completely unbothered, acting all calm. Don't panic like that. That's Gueko the Firekeeper, 160 years old. He's the dwarf clan leader and the best blacksmith in the Necro dimension. Then, a small girl calms down and walks over to report. But the spatial gate is open, did you know? That's Bio. 50 years old, Gueko's granddaughter, a dwarven warrior. He holds up the key fragment, explaining, obviously, I'm the one who created the key. Bio stops panicking and beams with joy so we can finally find its missing piece. Gueko follows her gaze, looking deep in thought, then stares at the anvil and sighs. If the fragment of the anvil still exists, the tiny warrior steps up, pointing at the thing on the table, rambling, that dimension, just like the priestess predicted, we only need to fix the anvil completely and the space tree gets purified, freeing the souls. He doesn't argue, just slowly nods. Let's hope so. Then Gueko strokes his long beard, calculating, but there's still that name. That other person, at a massive tree with spreading purple leaves, looking like something totally unearthly, a hand wrapped in painful thorns bleeding nonstop. Giselle is drowning in thorns, tears, falling, drop by drop, looking pitiful. Miso, you kept your promise. A crumpled demonic face behind her, glows red, whispering constantly, But that doesn't matter anymore. The problem is the spatial gate finally opened. The voice keeps coming like it's swallowing everything up. Now I can rule that dimension. Blood drops keep hitting the ground. A foot steps onto this dead land. Michael looks up, staring deep past the foliage. Right in front of him, a harmless-looking spirit flies overhead. Must be the Necro dimension. Suddenly it goes from cute to demon mode, vicious face, sharp teeth, wide open. Witnessing this, he just smirks arrogantly like he knows it all. You kidding? I didn't know spirits still existed. Not just one, but a whole swarm of vicious spirits dives at him. Michael's face turns nasty. He raises a hand. A small black hole appears, followed by a system notification Ctrl+X delete target. In a split second, every single spirit flying at him explodes in midair. Before he can even react, black and green smoke twist together, right after the haze clears up high. After that massive hit, the spirits didn't vanish. They clumped back together, returning to their original form. They reveal mouths full of teeth, screeching in rage. More spirits appear from the sky, coming from nowhere, covering the whole area. Since they're spirits, Ctrl+X is useless, huh? A powerful black sword gets summoned. Like a god of death, Michael grips the sword and charges. Can't delete them, and they're multiplying like crazy. So annoying. Massive explosions echo nonstop. Inside the crumbled ruins, stepping on broken wood, a group sticks close together, venturing deeper into the ruins. Satoru looks around, sighing. Is this really the Necro dimension? Why is it so run down? Lucas squats, checking a small book. To evaluate, gotta look around more to be sure. But high chance it is. That Miso guy said his homeland was basically destroyed. He quickly uses his ability info, flooding his brain control plus F-trace information. Seeing his buddy look a bit off, Haruto asks, "You good?" Lucas clutches the notebook, letting out a tired sigh. Basically, it's a long story. He starts explaining everything from the beginning about what went down in this land. Spirits, dwarves, and elves lived together in this world, but it got corrupted by a dark spirit named Ramo. The first ones to take the hit were the spirits, and then a total race war broke out. Speaking of spirits controlling giant monsters, looks like they're the ones wrecking everything. Haruto listens deep in thought. Grimo, so he's the master of the dimension I copied. Suddenly, a tentacle in the corner of the ruins catches someone's eye. He shouts out, "Finally made it." Curiosity getting the better of him, he gets closer. What is this? Sensing bad vibes, Masato immediately yells, signaling don't touch random stuff. But before the guy can even react, something bursts out of the ground. An endless, massive body knocks him back. The monster's bloodthirsty maw locks onto its prey, instantly whipping around with jaws wide open. Too slow to react. The soldier ends up resting in peace inside the beast's mouth. Gao instantly switches to battle form, roaring orders to everyone, "Get ready to fight." Masato enters combat mode too, clicking his tongue in annoyance. What a pain in the ass, a blast of lightning wraps around and strikes the Mukai fast as a flash. Sensing danger, it burrows deep to dodge. The lightning isn't fast enough to catch the Mukai, and just smashes into the dirt. Everyone else is shook. What the no way? It ran just like those dungeon bugs, huh? A guy in a red hat stands there analyzing the situation, unaware a foot is creeping up. Right above his head, I was going to ask the scout team for help, but useless now. In a blink, red hat is gone. The spirit uses its powerful foot to lift a grown man. Way up high, its face gets more vicious, grinning ear to ear, like it was all set up. The spirit drops red hat. Then Mukai bursts from the ground again, but this time it brought friends. A squad of bloodthirsty spirits joins the party. Meanwhile, deep underground pipes are being fed into a massive pit. Machines run day and night searching for something. Suddenly a voice cuts through the noise. Found it. Atlee turns and asks, "What's the situation?" Someone rushes in with the update. Just as predicted, the boss has been taken down. Taking that as the signal, the old man leans on his cane and leaves. Let's go. They head to a rocky ledge where the gate used to be staring right at it. This is the sign that Michael's trying to crack open the spatial gate. Seeing this, Atlee asks, "How much longer can we stall him?" The lackey replies, "With our current tech, 1 week." A trusted subordinate speaks up, but without the spatial key. Won't it be useless? Hearing that the old man grabs his phone and makes a very important call. Preparations are complete. Atlee's voice is super cautious. "Apologies for calling at this hour, Mr. Chairman. Regarding what we discussed, do you have an answer for me?" He adds a guarantee. "Yes. If we have that, we can open the gate." Then he carefully leads the conversation. "So we in the U.S. have a reason to get involved now, don't we? After this, that Hunter Santa won't be needed anymore." Meanwhile, Mukai rushes Gao mouth wide open for a bite, slamming down with a decisive chomp. The impact is so hard, the ground just crumbles. But You can't underestimate the magma rockman standing there. That bite couldn't even crush him. Gao can't hold back and roars. I'll hold them off. Hurry up, a solid shoulder, radiating killer intent. Tuner enters the fray, gripping his sharp axe, looking menacing. A system notification pops up, Ctrl+S. He grips his weapon tight after the buff, but that's not enough. He starts stacking buffs like crazy. Power in those axes just keeps climbing. Storing mana, he stomps with enough force to shatter the ground, launching himself into the air straight at Mukai. Without a word, he unleashes a slash with insane damage. That Mukai gets minced into 100 pieces before it can even try to burrow. Tuner lands like it was nothing. Haruto watches the whole thing, analyzing. Is he compressing mana into the axe to release it all at once? Is that also the control curse? But it's totally different from my copy skill. If I can upgrade my skills like that, it'd be broken. Not just one, there are two Mukais. On the other side, another one bursts out of the ground, frantically hunting everyone down. It's back. At the same time, Ares starts casting magic under everyone's feet. Massive ice spikes shoot up from the ground, forming an ice barrier. Tuner's giant axe keeps swinging with full power. He leaps up and slams down on the Mukai again. High up in a tree, two figures are watching, taking it all in. Lysetta asks curiously, "Are they hunters?" The one next to her replies, "Yeah, chances are those are humans." He looks down, locked in thought, watching everyone struggling to use their powers in this place. Fighting back. Nah, something's off. Mukai's usually a chill monster, just living peacefully underground. Never thought it'd get so aggro on us. If they don't figure out the cause, they're getting wiped out right here. The Holy Sword's attack is too weak. It's trash against the monster, but against them, it's literally perfect. Those spirits in the air are a major threat. Lucas launches himself off the ground. Sharp blade clean moves, he sends the monsters flying. But the spirits are already regenerating back to their original forms. Even after getting sliced and diced, Lucas sees this, grits his teeth, and grips his sword tight. Insane power floods out in a blue light. It engulfs the spirits. Every single one of them gets drowned in that terrifying light. They stop regenerating and turn into yellow crystals. The crystals just keep floating upwards. The two in the tree are totally shook. Lysetta looks down at Lucas, wondering what the heck just purified everything. Those evil spirits were actually pure spirit crystals. No way. One hit completely purified the corrupted spirits. Is that the Holy Sword? Did Miso drag these guys here or what? The Mukai roars in rage, but you can tell it's scared too. It nopes out and burrows back underground instantly. He's even more surprised to see that massive creature acting so weird. It broke free from the spirit's chains and went back underground. This thing can actually purify the space tree, just like Miso said. The rest of the spirits see that insane power from the sword and start backing off. They don't dare make a move. Haruto laughs out loud and drops to one knee. Looks like the Holy Sword is the answer. Vines shoot out from under his hand, bristling like they've been injected with pure life force. They're usually strong, but now these vines are buffed with massive power, moving twice as fast. Using the Gigasius branch space, the vines turn into giant tentacles and launch up to grab the spirits. They aren't just going to stand there and take it. They fly higher to dodge the trap. Another key combo entered, cutting off their escape route completely. Spider webs shoot out non-stop, activating the giant web skill. They wrap tight around the spirits. Result, all of them got bagged in one go. Their intense vitality makes them start disintegrating just to escape the webs. Masato rushes over to warn Sano. The spirits are escaping. Sano doesn't even panic, just says, "Look up." Masato instinctively looks up at the sky. All the spirits broke out of the cocoons, but not a single one can get away. Lysetta is shocked by his ability. How does he have Miso's space tree? Did something happen to Miso? The guy next to her wonders the same thing. Where did he get all those swords? Haruto just flicks his hand and a barrage of purifying blades rains down. Didn't miss a single one. The corrupted spirits are finally being purified, turning into yellow crystals. He reaches out to touch one and says, "Is this a pure spirit?" But the moment he touches it, a blinding yellow light explodes. The crystal shatters and it feels like something slams right into Haruto's mind, making him shiver. The energy is so intense he actually collapses. Satoru and I panic and shout. Haruto Sano, suddenly, a massive shining golden tree bursts out from Haruto's body. Yggdrasil seed. 3 of 1 has copied the spirit crystal and is sprouting. Tree roots are taking over the scene. Roots bursting frantically from the ground. Another system window pops up. Yggdrasil seed. 3 of 1 has copied the Necro crystal and partially sprouted. Haruto doesn't stop the roots from wrapping around him. Then another notification. To complete the sprouting process, elf purification and a space tree core are required. Then he disappears behind the wall of roots. Seeing that, I rushes over. Sano, what just happened? Masato can't help but curse. Damn it, what the hell is this? A space tree seed. How did he get that? Suddenly he notices something. Lizetta and her party are spying on them. Now everyone finally notices them. Satoru's eyes are wide with curiosity. Those are real elves. Meanwhile, an energy vortex is swirling nearby. Any spirits that get close just disintegrate. Over by Michael, he's standing right in the center of it. Michael activates the skill Ctrl+X. It nullifies all the surrounding mana. If he runs dry, it'll drain his own life force. He's in danger. The nearby spirits have all turned to dust. Suddenly, another system window pops up. User's mana depleted. You cannot continue using Ctrl+X. Michael can barely keep standing. And just like that, he collapsed to the ground. The spirits were only just catching their breath. A second later, one of them shrieked like a maniac. But then plot twist. The spirits turned and started biting their own kind. Bro looked hypnotized, couldn't tell friend from foe. The whole situation just flipped. The spirits kept tearing into each other. Michael's lips curled into a weak smirk, side effects from constantly getting wiped out. Even spirit forms aren't safe. In the end, your memories and your very selves are going to get wrecked. And then you even lose the ability to tell enemy from ally. Sano, you're the only exception. From the distance, a figure approached. Seeing this, Pio stared without blinking. She couldn't help but gasp. No way are the spirits fighting each other. Immediately, the squinty-eyed dwarf came running over in a panic. What the hell is going on? The red-haired dwarf was just as confused. Has this ever happened before? Pio noticed Michael lying motionless. There's a human over there. She looked at her companion. Is he the guy from that sorceress's prophecy? Squinty Eyes couldn't make out the face of the guy lying there. I don't know. Thinking for a sec, Pio came to a conclusion. If that's the case, he's the space intruder. But feeling bad, she decided, whatever, let's just take him to the chief. Elsewhere, Michael dropped a casual remark. Something's off with the spirits. Giselle said nothing. Her face full of despair. I can feel it. They've been purged. Must be because of that holy sword Michael brought back. Based on the space gate opened in my territory, I can feel it. A rift is forming on Earth. If it opens, I need to get there. But first, I gotta finish absorbing the last core of the space tree. Meanwhile, at the Japan Hunter Association, Makoto pushed open the door to Nancy's room. Nanis looked away from her computer screen. What's up, Dad? He quickly walked over. I have urgent news. Makoto's voice was grave. Looks like Cooper's faction and the U.S. have opened a space gate. Hearing that, she shot up from her seat. The gate that Michael Guy used should be closed, right? So how... He immediately shared his theory. Seems they used Hunter Nishihara's space conversion device. That sentence made Nancy's pupils shrink. She remembered what Haruto had said. Nancy, please stay on Earth. I don't think the U.S. side will give up on the space gate easily. In my opinion, it looks like that Michael Guy is trying to reopen the gate he opened before. If that happens, dark spirits might invade Earth. I want you to stay and prepare to counter them. Nanase immediately left with Makoto. We have to hurry. Something's definitely going to come through that gate. Hearing this, Makoto suddenly realized if that's the case. Isn't the gate Sano opened also dangerous? She stopped and looked him straight in the eye. That's exactly why I stayed on Earth. Then Nanis reassured him, don't worry, Dad. The gate Sano opened is in the basement warehouse of Chairman Shirasaki. In an emergency, I can deal with the corrupted tree and close that space. Her attitude was rock solid. But if the gate in the U.S. opens, we won't be able to stop it anymore. We need to contact the International Hunter Association immediately. Meanwhile, in the Necro dimension. The elf village was draped in gloom. Gao set the seed containing Haruto down on the floor. The elves looked pretty interested. That's a seed from the space tree. Who brought it here? A monster. Or someone we know. Hearing that, he glanced at Masato and shook his head. Just then, a figure stepped forward. Lisetta bowed respectfully, Lord Creole. He walked straight up and touched the seed. It's not fully there yet, but it's sprouting, which means the elves have been purified. Realizing something, Creole looked over and his eyes landed on Lucas. This feeling is that the holy sword. He walked over, unable to hide his curiosity. Did you purge the spirits? He answered with just 2 words, that's right. Hearing that Creole's lips curled up slightly, I see, so you succeeded. But a split second later, his voice hardened. My child Michael, where is he? Creole's hand was pressing against the seed. Suddenly, a blue light flared up like fire. A system notification popped up immediately. The elf's purification skill has taken effect. Iriso seed 3/2 is sprouting thanks to Creole's interference. The seed burst open. Haruto emerged greedily, gasping for air. Ha! Seeing that, Masato ran over anxiously. Haruto but Creole stopped him, his gaze sharp. A chill ran down his spine, and he didn't dare move a muscle. Haruto stumbled and accidentally touched the tree bark. A second later, his hand started glowing. Space Tree's blessing has taken root. Auto-copying. Another long-ass notification popped up. binding space tree to user. With the space tree's blessing, user gains physical recovery. Isaatsi Shingalkursi. Recover 65% from all damage. Damage reduction 50%. If the space tree core is obtained and sprouting is complete, physical recovery will increase to 100%. Damage reduction 80%. He stared at his hand in total shock. Did the space tree really just get copy and pasted onto my body? If I can get the space tree core, I won't need any more healing. Suddenly the tree trunk shattered like paper. The elves were absolutely shook. The space tree is gone. Wait, what about the seed? That's when Creo noticed something. Haruto's insides were glowing. The tree didn't vanish, it took root and sprouted right inside this human. Creo cut straight to the chase. Now answer me. Where is my daughter Miso? He was losing his patience. I gave you the spirit blessing just to get intel on her. Haruto didn't hold back. Miso died on Earth. His face went dead pale. What dead? The other elves were stunned too. No way. A mere human killed an elf. Haruto didn't flinch as he spat out the words. As far as we're concerned, Miso was just a monster trying to destroy Earth. Tears streamed down Creo's face. Is that why my daughter had to die? Dark energy exploded from his body. Next second, Creo launched himself forward. He charged straight at Satoru like a madman. Creo roared, losing his mind as he cast a spell. How dare you come here after killing my daughter? He slammed right into him. Satoru's sword got sealed instantly. The forbidden curse started wrapping around him. Suddenly an axe swung in. Tuya pulled up just in time to save him. Creo didn't even flinch at the attack. He blocked instantly, and the curse latched onto Tuya's hand. Next second, Tuya was completely bound. Creo was absolutely losing it. If Miso could have used this elven curse back then, she never would have lost to some trash human. Power erupted from him again. With those trash skills, you'll never break this curse. Ares froze. The curse slithered over like snakes binding everyone else. The whole squad got sealed. Gao struggled, but it was useless. Damn it, my skills are locked. Masato was pissed too. My mana is draining. Haruto gritted his teeth. Is this the space tree's blessing? Mana is still flowing through me, but what is this feeling? He activated the system. A curse mixed into the elf blessing auto-copy initiated. A red notification popped up. Copy failed. Curse originates from another dimension. Requires adaptation to this realm. Haruto frowned. Adaptation. Just like Miso said, if I can just grasp that change. I can copy it. I just need to figure it out, and this skill is mine. Creo gripped his bow tight. You call us monsters. Murderous intent poured off him. In this world, you are the monsters. Creo let the arrow fly, die. The arrow ripped through the air. Haruto's face went dark. If Sarah takes that hit, she's cooked. Suddenly, a shadow blurred past. A magic matrix appeared, blocking the arrow and shattering the curses. It was Ares. Elven curses, huh? She stared him down. Looks like they're useless against me. Strange runes glowed on Ares' back. Creo's eyes widened. The immortal cloak. That belongs to that sorceress. Ares was shocked. You knew my mother. Meanwhile, in the dwarf dungeon, the vibe was creepy as hell. Michael struggled to open his eyes. He realized he was tied up. A soft voice spoke up. Oh, you're awake. Pio was standing behind the bars. How are you feeling? Michael's voice was raspy. Did you capture me while I was out? She snapped back. I saved you, actually. Your mana was totally empty. You were about to die. A creepy smirk curled on his lips. Michael snapped the ropes like they were nothing. He stood up looking perfectly fine. Pio got hyped. Are you a mage? Michael walked closer. You're a dwarf, aren't you? She nodded enthusiastically. And you're a human. Right. He started charging magic in his hand, all going according to plan. Michael lunged forward, shouting, Ctrl+X cut target! He thrust his hand out. A massive orb blasted everyone back. Bodies went flying, some face planted hard on the ground. Screams filled the air. Pio was in shock. Why are you attacking us? We saved your life. Michael just laughed coldly. To me, you're all just EXP. He charged up another magic orb. This one was aimed right at Pio. She froze, unable to move. Boom. Pio opened her eyes. Surprised she was alive, someone was standing in front of her. It was Duco. He stood tall, blocking the hit with his hammer. Pio was stunned. Her eyes went wide, stammering. Michael looked annoyed at Greco's arrival. He narrowed his eyes. Greco didn't give an inch, staring daggers right back at Michael. The others realized things were going south fast and started shouting. Chief Greco glanced back, his voice grim. Pio, go tell Creo about this right now. Pio hesitated, looking torn. But he's too dangerous. We need to stick together. Greco was losing his patience. He roared go. Pio flinched hard. Tears welled up in the little girl's eyes. She gave him one last look, then bolted. I'll bring Mr. Creo to you soon enough. Michael spoke up. So you're Chief Greco, huh? Greco ignored the question and shot back. What's your goal? Michael smirked at the glowing hammer in the chief's hand. You blocked my curse with that hammer. Must be made from the same stuff as the space fragment. Greco caught on, instantly grinning wide. Oh, I get it. You came here to evolve that curse. Michael channeled power into his palm. Having a talking monster around is pretty convenient right now, but right before he could strike. Greco slammed his hammer into the ground. You're right on time. That curse, I'll take it. The ground beneath Michael crumbled instantly. Power surged from the earth straight through the hammer and into Greco. He gripped the handle tight. He slammed it into the wall next to him. Boom! Massive rectangular stone blocks shot out from the wall, shift ability enhancing the space hammer. Greco leaped up, landing nimbly on one of the rising rocks. A split second later, the ground where they just stood shattered completely, leaving a bottomless pit. As Michael fell into the abyss, he let out a faint smile. He thought to himself, looks like I need to steal his shift ability first. The moment he said it, Michael vanished into thin air. Ctrl+H user, relocation. Meanwhile, on Haruto's ship. Once we pass this valley, we're in dwarf territory. Lisetta turned to him. Like I said, no spirits or monsters here. Looks like we're arriving ahead of schedule. Aioi nodded. So you guys and the dwarves are enemies. Lisetta lowered her voice. We have a ceasefire, but the war isn't over. We're bouncing as soon as we drop you off. Haruto was lost in his own schemes. Dwarves, huh? He suddenly remembered Creo's words. In the beginning, we lived together with them. They forged items. Creo's voice echoed in his memory. And we gave them the space tree. It was the only thing that could fuel their forge. That's how our bond started. His voice dropped heavy with regret. Then one day, the evil spirit Greymary showed up and corrupted the space tree. Creo sounded bitter and heartbroken. After that, no one could receive its blessing. But Greco, he seduced my child, Giselle. The image of Giselle trapped in vines flashed by. He tried to steal a branch of the space tree. That's when I snapped. Creo had charged in fury. Because of that, Giselle was captured by Greymary. In my rage, I destroyed Greco's life source, his anvil. I snapped it in two and threw it into another dimension. Right then, a cosmic black hole opened up. That space fracture caused a massive disaster on Earth. Another Earth appeared, and between the two Earths, a magic circle like a parallel world. Haruto added, that's when Miso showed up in the human world to bring the evil spirit to Earth. Creo paused, then continued. When the spirits got corrupted and monsters went berserk, a female mage appeared and wiped them all out. Ares had rushed forward, then demanding, where is my mother? Creo frowned at Haruto. She said humans would arrive sooner or later. She was the one who created the space key with Greco. She split it into pieces and sealed the space. His tone got serious, then she left for the Beastman dimension to find someone. But since I destroyed the anvil, she couldn't make a space key to return. Ares had begged, please take me to Greco right now. Creo replied coldly, useless. Even if you see him, the anvil and the forge are both. Back then, Haruto had held up a gem. The anvil problem. We can fix that. Time reversal. Creo stared at it. Shocked. What do you mean? Haruto smiled, looking back. I'll leave the repairs to Miss Sarah. Sarah nodded slightly. Oh, sure. Haruto stepped forward, confidently whispering, and Ctrl+V pasting the new sprout of Irazu. He touched the ground and instantly a glowing tree burst forth. Lisetta stared, jaw dropped, stuttering. Is that a pure space tree, uncorrupted? Haruto pointed at the tree, grinning. Looks like the forge fire can be lit again, huh? Snapping back to reality, Haruto thought, when this is all over, I need to plant another space tree seed here. His thoughts were cut short by a voice. Is there a fight? Haruto and the gang looked up at the cliff where a loud explosion just hit. Aioi squinted, whispering, looks like spirits are attacking something, just as he guessed. A monster shaped like a giant insect was attacking frantically. It slammed into someone hard, sending them flying right off the cliff. Lucas couldn't believe his eyes. A human Lisetta was just as shocked. He shouted, no way. Meanwhile, beneath the Cooper mansion in the UK, the space gate activated. Everyone stood around it, eyes glued to the other side. Through the gate, pure black energy swirled, letting out horrific alien screeches. Everyone there raised their shields, trying not to get blown away. Then boom! Blinding light exploded from the other side of the gate. Lightning crackled everywhere. Atlee kept a poker face and just stated, it's open. Hearing that the crowd started pushing forward, screaming, charge, Atlee glanced back at the guy behind him, signaling, let's go. Everyone gripped their weapons and stepped through the gate. The soldiers holding guns started whispering, what the hell is this? What's with this black fog? Suddenly one guy collapsed. His teammate screamed out, Ren. But a split second later, something attacked him too. Blood splattered everywhere. A whole row of soldiers in protective gear dropped dead at the same time. Panic set in. The hunters started yelling at each other. If you're not a hunter, get back now. This space is heavily corrupted. As soon as he said that, a Mukai burst out of the ground and attacked. Anyone it hit or bit went down instantly. Screams filled the air. Meanwhile, the others were trying their best not to lose it. They attacked the Mukai with everything they had. While it was busy wrecking the soldiers, a hunter managed to land a hit. It gritted its sharp teeth and roared in rage. The Mukai rushed straight at the attacker, headbutting the ground so hard it cracked open. The guy who got targeted started shaking in fear. My level 300 skill was useless. No way. He looked at the monster, stuttering. This place, it's even worse than a high-ranked dungeon. Meanwhile, Atli was dragging his feet across the ground. He was being pushed back by some terrifying power. His follower looked around and confronted him. You knew this place was dangerous, didn't you? Did you use them as bait? Atli stayed silent. The other guy lowered his voice. This is scarier than I thought, hearing that the old man strained to keep moving. Suddenly, he stopped dead in his tracks. Atli whipped around and growled at him. Shut your mouth. Instantly, red dark magic covered everything around them. It suffocated the whole space. Atli's follower broke out in a cold sweat. He roared, damn it. Atli just stood there, watching him scream in agony. His eyes rolled back wildly. Foolish humans. The red magic spread out, mixing with the dark shadows. No, actually, maybe I should thank you all. Atli revealed his true colors. He laughed loudly. Thanks to you lot, I can now control even more of this dimension. Despite the chaos inside the building they entered still looked peaceful from the outside. But just a few minutes later, that silence was shattered by a massive explosion that wrecked the whole building. Elsewhere, the news channel broke the story. At approximately 1 a.m., local time, a spatial rift appeared in the UK. According to witness accounts, the spatial gate opened right inside the Atli estate. Tokuo watched the screen and said, "Just like you predicted, Nanase." Nanis looked at him. "We couldn't stop this." She paused, stopping herself. She narrowed her eyes, thinking Sano. Nanase looked at the massive power source in front of her. "Are you sure you can seal it in that dimension?" Back to Haruto's group, they saw Pio getting thrown off the cliff. Lisetta recognized the kid immediately. "That's the chief's granddaughter." Haruto looked up and saw the girl falling. He thought time to lend a hand. Without hesitating, Haruto placed his hand on a tree trunk. Ctrl+V, using the Arazu branch. Massive tree roots burst out from where he channeled his power. They moved at breakneck speed. They extended instantly, spreading everywhere. Haruto turned back and shouted Lucas. Lucas got the memo. He didn't hesitate for a second and launched himself into the air, using the twisting branches to jump even higher. Once he hit the right height, Lucas swung his divine summoning sword. He flew forward, shooting straight toward the insect-like spirits. He slashed through them one by one. The spirits were destroyed in seconds. They didn't even have time to react. Lucas scanned the area for Pio and dove toward her. He caught the free-falling girl with both hands. Keeping her safe, he brought them both back to the ship, which was still speeding across the water. After who knows how long, Pio slowly opened her eyes. She hazily looked around at Haruto, Lucas, and Lisetta. They were staring right at her. Pio jumped back, startled, and screamed, "Humans, get away from me!" Lisetta knelt down and asked Pio, "Why are you out here alone?" Pio recognized him, eyes tearing up as she whispered, "Why? Why are you with humans?" Lisetta quickly calmed her down. "Pio, chill. They saved you. I'm taking them to see the chief." "Then we saw you getting attacked." Pio dropped her jaw, stuttering. "Wait, are you guys the ones the sorceress predicted? Hearing that Ares rushed over? Do you know my mom?" Pio suddenly remembered something important. She spoke urgently. "Wait, the chief is in danger. Someone using curses is here. Please help us." Haruto realized who it was immediately. He gritted his teeth. "Michael, so he's here too." Over on Michael's side, he just teleported behind Greco. "Destroying the ground won't affect me, you know." Before Greco could even react, Michael activated Ctrl+X cut target. A sphere of dark magic swallowed Greco whole. In a split second, he stared at Michael in shock. But Greco didn't give up. He hoisted the hammer high, summoning every ounce of strength he had left. With a roar, Greco slammed it down hard onto the magic sphere. Instantly, cracks appeared on the sphere. They started spreading, and the orb shook violently. Like a power was fighting to burst out. Moments later, boom, it finally exploded. Greco stood tall right in the middle of it. Michael landed on the opposite pillar. "That hammer can't break the curse." Greco looked down at his glowing weapon and said in a low voice, "It's not just a normal hammer, it's chrome." Michael just smirked. "Bro really gave it a fancy name too, huh?" He reached out his hand, and small metal blocks lined up perfectly in the air. In a flash, they formed a sword. Michael gripped it tight. "I'm taking that hammer in the next few minutes." Michael and Greco clashed fiercely. The whole space shook from their attacks. Michael shattered the stone platform where Greco was standing. sending him plummeting. Michael chased after him. Greco smashed his hammer into the wall to stop the fall. He thought to himself, he's trying to keep his distance, but those cheap tricks are useless. Suddenly a stone pillar shot out from the left where Michael was standing, catching him off guard. But Michael escaped instantly using his teleportation skill just like before. He vanished into thin air. Before Greco could react, Michael appeared right behind him. Greco flinched. Immediately, Michael slashed down hard with his sword striking right where Greco stood. The impact caused an explosion, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Michael watched closely as the smoke cleared. Greco was still standing there, solid as a rock. Michael scoffed, gathering magic in his hand. I'm different from you. I've got more than just a hammer. He roared. Ctrl+X delete target. A massive orb flew toward Greco. Greco tried to dodge to the side. But the moment he dodged, the orb exploded violently. Greco groaned in pain. Michael didn't hesitate for a second. Rushing in to slash the air, 2 more explosive orbs materialized right next to Greco. He quickly jumped away to dodge, but the explosion was too big to escape. Greco's eyes went wide as he helplessly got caught in the blast. A piercing sound rang out. Greco took the full force of the explosion. He screamed in agony, blood splattering everywhere. Michael wasn't done yet. He aimed at Greco, conjuring another magic sphere in his palm. Michael threw it straight at the injured dwarf. Greco sensed it and looked up startled. He swung his hammer hard to block the orb, roaring in fury as his wounds screamed in pain. The incoming orb was halted by the immense force of the hammer. It froze in midair, shaking violently. But the conflicting powers were too great, and the collision caused an instant explosion. Greco was blasted away. Greco plummeted into the abyss at high speed. He tried smashing his hammer into the wall to break his fall. After struggling for a moment, Greco finally managed it. The hammer embedded itself deep into the rock wall, suspending him there. Immediately, Greco created a horizontal stone pillar to stand on. He collapsed to his knees. Michael landed right in front of him. He smiled provocatively. That arm is cooked, isn't it? Just give up and hand over the hammer and the artifact. Greco flinched at those words. He frowned, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, staring at Michael warily. After a moment of silence, Greco slammed his hammer down, so you know about it too. He stood up, his exploded left arm gushing blood while his right hand rummaged in his pocket for something. Greco hesitated for a split second, but then pulled a glowing gem out of his pocket, right in front of Michael. Michael's eyes went wide the moment he saw it. He stammered, "That thing..." Memories flooded Michael's mind. "Modify a curse. How can you do that without equipment?" Miso had answered, "The dwarf chief can cast curses." Michael leaned forward, asking skeptically, "Create a curse." Miso nodded slightly. "Yes." Then she continued. By using the core buried deep under the roots of the space tree, they created an artifact used to buff everything. Miso smiled darkly as she spoke. "Not just skills. It can upgrade equipment and even curses. But the space tree is corrupted now, so they can't create that core anymore. However, there must be a few left that Chief Greco made." Greco popped the core into his mouth, bit down and swallowed it whole. In an instant, his eyes flashed. His whole body erupted with intense power. Greco roared. Suddenly, he froze his eyes, rolling back wildly, veins bulging all over his face. Right after that, his blown-off left arm suddenly grew back. Just like new, Greco stood tall, radiating majesty. He clenched his fist, staring dead at Michael. Michael figured it could even regrow a severed arm. Smirking, he called out to Weko, "An enhancement item." "That's insane," Weko shouted, slamming his hammer into the ground. "You have no idea how terrifying this thing really is." "You fool." The stone pillar beneath them shattered into fragments, the force even greater than before. Michael stayed silent, watching Weko's every move. Then he noticed something off. Instead of crumbling, the stones beneath his feet were rising up, like they were gathering. And sure enough, a massive stone golem formed right in front of Michael's eyes. He froze in shock. The stone golem lunged, reaching out its massive arm toward Michael, trying to crush him flat. Michael didn't hesitate. He immediately jumped into the air to dodge. But the moment his feet left the ground, the shattered stones wrapped around his legs, dragging him back down. Before Michael's shocked eyes, the stone beneath him piled up into a mound, completely encasing his legs. Surrounding stones shattered and floated up, wrapping around Michael's entire body, seizing the moment while Michael was bound. The golem swung its fist. Controlled by Weko, the stone giant slammed a heavy punch into the trapped Michael. But Weko didn't celebrate defeating Michael. Instead, his eyes went wide in total shock. Meanwhile, in the celestial realm home of the sacred tree Ereso, the atmosphere felt heavy and dark. Rubbing his chin, Masato spoke up. "An enhancement item, a tool that can upgrade anything." Satoru got hyped. "That is peak. I hope Haruto brings back a ton of them. But Creo let out a long sigh. Don't get your hopes up. Satoru shouted why Gao was there too, listening intently. Creating them is incredibly difficult, and they aren't even being produced anymore. The space tree has been corrupted by Grumori. Creo's voice remained steady as he explained, the roots are holding it back. But it's only a matter of time before Grumori reaches the tree's core. When that happens, this entire dimension is finished. Masato shot him a glare, asking, and you're planning to bring a creature that dangerous to Earth? Just then a subordinate walked in. While transporting Grumori, we'll trap it inside a spatial distortion dungeon. Creo added firmly, if we can transport Grumori to Earth and save the space tree's core, we can use its power to forge a key to the spatial distortion dungeon. Masato pushed himself up, his voice low. Wait, he walked up to Creo, looking stunned. A key to enter the spatial distortion dungeon. Creo nodded slightly. Yes, Wiko can craft it. Masato grabbed Creo by the shoulders. That means he can create a key to the dungeon we've been desperately searching for. Creo asked quietly, have you been there before? Masato nodded. Yeah, with my younger brother. Creo glanced at him and said coldly, if he has materials from that dungeon, he can do it. Hearing that Masato lost all strength and fell to his knees, wiping tears from his face, he thought pseudo, I can finally come save you. Creo spoke up, snapping Masato back to reality. But we don't have much time. If the space tree's core gets absorbed, we'll never be able to make the key. Back on the battlefield. Michael shouted, Ctrl+X erase all surrounding space except the user. A black hole materialized. The black hole grew larger by the second, devouring all the earth and stone around it. Even the platform Weko stood on was slowly being sucked in. The more it consumed, the bigger it got. Weko braced himself, his muscles tense. The black hole was inching closer to him. After struggling for a while, Weko couldn't hold on. He panicked as his body was nearly dragged into the void. Weko slammed his hammer down on the remaining debris with all his might. Just as the black hole closed in a stone wall instantly rose up, blocking the path between him and the void. The suction force weakened. Weko seized the chance and immediately leaped backward to safety. The higher the stone wall rose, the more the black hole devoured it, but Weko didn't stop, continuously building it higher. Wall after wall of stone appeared, shielding him from the terrifying pull. But the walls couldn't withstand the massive gravity. They shattered the moment the black hole touched them. The more walls it destroyed, the stronger and more chaotic the black hole became. Weko watched helplessly, knowing that no matter how many walls he built, he couldn't stop it. Finally, Weko decided to gamble everything. As the black hole neared, he swung his hammer directly at it, but the attack didn't even leave a scratch. On Michael's black hole, Weko was out of options. He could only watch as he was sucked inside. He groaned in pain. Moments later, the black hole vanished. Michael slowly walked over to where it had just swept through. The black hole had left behind a bottomless abyss. Standing in the center, Michael casually picked up Weko's hammer, which was lying on the shattered ground. Michael looked down at the kneeling Weko and demanded hand over the artifact. Buried deep under the rubble, Weko struggled to speak. You think I absorbed the artifact just to regrow an arm? That was the last one. I've got nothing left to give you. Michael's face went completely dark. I only came here first because Miso told me to. Hurts to say this, but guess I'll have to hit up another dimension to find it. Hearing that Greco flinched and shot back, Miso Creo's kid, Michael, dropped to one knee, leaning right into his face. So you do know him? Then you gotta know he's stuck with the shift curse, right? Greco's face went pale, eyes wide, he started freaking out. No way, you didn't come here for items, you're after the shift and erase skills. Michael turned to walk away, glancing back at Greco with a smirk. Stealing shift first doesn't sound too bad to me. The same day at the Atlee mansion in England. A crowd of hunters stood around the magic circles. Only Atlee sat silently by himself, hidden in a dark corner on his chair. He was deep in thought. Just like Miso said, Grumori doesn't have a fixed form yet. As long as we don't face him head on, we can still resist the mental attacks. Atlee gripped his sword tighter. Thank God the government gave me back the holy sword. He slammed the blade into the ground, but it feels like I can't escape this. I definitely underestimated him. This isn't an enemy I can beat with just a sword. At this rate, all of England's going to get buried. Memories of the day he met Miso flashed back. How do we stop him? Miso answered. We want to seal Grumori inside the space we stole from him. Atlee asked, totally confused. How Miso replied bluntly, use the holy sword to force him in. Her voice was steady as she explained. But we have to do it before he absorbs the dimensional tree core and takes his true form. If he reverts to his true form and reclaims that space, he'll be able to move freely between dimensions. Back in the present, Atlee thought to himself. Right now that Hunter owns the space and has opened a teleportation gate inside it. Suddenly a voice called out, cutting off Atlee's train of thought. A middle-aged woman walked up. It was Hunter May, the Prime Minister of the UK. May asked in a stern voice, "How exactly do you plan to handle this?" Atlee shot up from his seat. "I want to mobilize the hunters to resolve this, no matter the cost." May was still skeptical. "Is that actually feasible?" Atlee nodded firmly. "We still have time." Both of them looked toward the magic circle ahead. "And if the operation fails, then what?" "There's a teleportation gate in Japan. The Dark Spirit Gramarye could go through there." Hearing that, May's expression instantly darkened. "Don't tell me you're planning to dump the responsibility on Japan. This affects the whole world. That's not a permanent solution." Atlee stepped up behind her. "Gramarye will regain his true form soon, once that moment comes. We won't be able to use magic to control him anymore." He suddenly leaned his face in, close, making May jump. "Prime Minister May, have you forgotten what happened 15 years ago when the gate opened in our country?" Atlee whispered in her ear, "Between the gate opening in England or in Japan, we have to choose one. You know the damage from this would be world-shaking." Elsewhere, Pio had led Haruto's group to the location. That is, they stood on a cliff. Looking down at the ruined abyss, Pio stammered. The village's tears welled up in her eyes. Distraught, she ran down the cliff, screaming. Chief Haruto shouted to stop her. "Wait, Michael might still be down there." Pio didn't listen, rushing toward where Greco lay motionless. She covered her mouth in shock. Pio rushed over, trying to shake him awake, while screaming. Chief Greco remained completely still. His breathing was faint, eyes rolled back with no response. Lisetta ran over quickly, too. "What kind of bastard did this?" Haruto calmly observed. "He's still alive." He turned to Arita, Sarah. "Sarah, can you heal him?" Arita Sarah took off her hood, staring intently at Greco. "I'll try, but it looks like this wound was caused by that erase skill, so we just have to hope a glitch appears like last time." Pio ran over, grabbing the hem of her shirt. "Heal, you mean you can cure him?" "Please save the chief. I'll do anything." Arita Sarah stepped closer, placing both hands on him. Ctrl+Z target restore. But after just a moment. The system announced Ctrl+Z. This is a different dimensions issue. Restoration failed. Upgrade required to effect changes in this dimension. Arita Sarah frowned, looking at Haruto. "Just as I thought, it's not working. If I want to use my skills in this dimension, I have to upgrade them first." Haruto gritted his teeth in frustration. "Looks like we're forced to upgrade our curse skills to use them here." Pio's eyes went wide. She was in total shock, her innocent eyes filling with tears again. She rushed to ask Haruto, "If you upgrade it, can you save the chief?" Haruto looked around, speaking softly, but with the chief and the village destroyed like this. "How are we supposed to do it?" Pio stepped in front of him, her voice firm. "Don't worry." She looked at him with determination, placing her right hand over her heart. "I can help." In that moment, what lingered in Pio's mind was a memory from 5 years ago. Greco was sitting in the forge, speaking to her. "It's impossible to restore the world tree right now," saying that he held out 2 glowing cores, the ones he absorbed while fighting Michael. "These might be the very last runes." Duco held them out to little Pio. "You keep these, child." Pio blinked in surprise. "Wait me." He narrowed his eyes, looking at Pio with a gentle gaze. "If the prophecy is true, we're going to need them." He looked at her, his eyes conveying a silent instruction. "Whoever holds this fragment will be our savior." Cutting back to the present, Pio turned to Haruto. "I need to check a couple of things first." While Haruto stood there, looking confused, Pio continued, "The fragment of the anvil, you still have it right." Haruto cracked a faint smile. He thought to himself, "A fragment. Who would have guessed the world would just hand itself over to me on a silver platter like this?" Earlier, Haruto had gone to meet Zamonu. "Mr. President, I have one condition." Before prioritizing the arrival of the U.S. Scout team, he had earnestly pleaded with the man. "Please hand that fragment over to me. It might be an object from the very dimension we're about to infiltrate. If I have it, we might just find the answers we're looking for. Answers to what my father has been searching for." Haruto held out a large chunk of metal. "You mean this thing?" Pio's face lit up the moment she saw it. "That's it. It's the fragment from the chief's anvil, exactly like in the prophecy, saying that the little girl started rummaging for something in her pocket." Haruto stood there totally lost. Pio pulled out the glowing core. "With this, we can upgrade the curse." Haruto leaned in close to get a better look. "What is that?" Pio answered sharply. "It's a high-power rune." She recalled the teachings of Duco. "If you want to upgrade a weapon, you have to let the weapon absorb it. Skills and curses work the exact same way." Tuner spoke up from behind them. "I see, so that's how you upgrade a curse." Pio gripped the core tightly, looking at Haruto with desperate eyes. "This is the last rune left. You can use it to upgrade your curse, but in exchange, you have to save the chief's life." Haruto froze for a second at the sudden request. He paused to think for a few seconds, then turned to Arita Sarah. "Sarah, you absorb it." Arita Sarah pointed at herself, bewildered. Haruto gave a slight nod. Yeah, we need to restore this place. Pio stepped forward and handed her the core. Just put it in your mouth and swallow it. Arita Sarah was still a bit skeptical, but she trusted Haruto, so she popped it straight into her mouth. The moment the core touched her tongue, her eyes went wide. She let out a soft gasp of surprise. A split second later, Sarah's entire body erupted in blinding light. Sarah stood frozen, unable to move, sweat pouring down her forehead. As the light intensified, she screamed out in pain. Immediately after Sarah dropped to her knees, her body completely drained of strength. The light wasn't just radiating from her anymore. It exploded across the entire space. Haruto shielded his eyes with both hands. A moment later, the light faded, leaving smoke swirling around them. Sarah clutched her chest, gasping for air. Seeing this, Haruto immediately rushed over, shouting, "Sarah, are you okay?" Sarah nodded slightly, looking up at him as if that was nothing. But the moment Sarah stood up, a notification popped up. You can now use Ctrl+Z. She stared at the panel in confusion, stammering level 2. Haruto cut her off instantly. Don't say another word about that. Realizing she'd almost slipped up, she quickly nodded. Got it. Pio saw this and frantically ran toward Duko. Hurry, save the chief on it. Sarah rushed over. Ctrl+Z. Ctrl+Z level 2 uses the power of the dimension to upgrade, restoring the target within the space. A blinding dark blue flame erupted violently around the two of them. The boulders crushing Duko slowly levitated into the air, revealing his mangled body. Duko's gushing wounds stopped bleeding thanks to Arita Sarah's power. The deep gashes also began to slowly close, up without leaving a single scar. The onlookers started gasping in awe. No way. This isn't just normal healing magic anymore. His arm just regenerated. After a moment, Duko slowly regained consciousness. He struggled to sit up, rubbing his temples. Pio, overwhelmed with joy, lunged forward to hug him tight. Chief Haruto walked over to Arita Sarah. You still good? Arita Sarah gave a cheerful smile. I can control my mana way better than before. Haruto scanned the ruined landscape around them. So can you restore this place? I think so. Sarah continued as she pulled out a heart. Besides, I still have that golem heart you gave me earlier. Meanwhile, the sacred Arazo tree was getting choked by an even denser dark aura. Shinoda Sataro looked at it with concern. It's probably because we're getting closer to the dimension of the Necro spirit gramarye, so the corruption is getting severe. Creo spoke up to reassure everyone. Spirits and elves have a deep spiritual connection with the world tree, so curses and hexes can't harm us. Masato lost his patience and cursed loudly. Damn it. He conjured a magic circle around the four of them. Dark aura and dark mana are basically the same thing. They're useless against me. Creo smiled at him. Thank you for helping us for the sake of my child. Masato replied coldly, I'm only doing this because I need the world tree's core. He hesitated a bit, asking Creo, so how are we going to find that multi-dimensional dungeon? Creo lowered his voice. We don't actually need to find it. Masato was stunned, slamming on the brakes. How's that even possible? Creo calmly explained. Dungeons can't just teleport on their own. His face grew way more serious. The multi-dimensional dungeon you're thinking of is actually inside a creature gigantic beyond imagination. Masato's eyes went wide. Creo continued. When the dungeon is cleared, the moment the boss core appears, it tries to escape the pain by running away. Takeo spoke up from the back. And that's the multi-dimension we're talking about. Exactly, Creo agreed. The key is the boss core. Wiko can recreate it. He looked at Masato and added, but to pinpoint exactly which dungeon. We still need more info. Masato replied sharply, I know. He gritted his teeth, veins popping. My little brother is there. Suddenly, an ear-splitting roar rang out. The sacred tree Eraso shook violently, snapping branches left and right. Creo immediately went on high alert. Gramarye's starting to absorb the core. He screamed, dashing forward. We're out of time. Warned by Creo, everyone chased after him. If that thing absorbs and fully refines the world tree's core, then we're cooked. Flashback to Haruto 30 minutes ago when the space tree was invaded. Wiko stood dazed in front of the blazing furnace. He stared at it intently, whispering, The furnace, it's lit up again. Saying that, he glanced suspiciously to the side, frowning. Is the space tree still bright and healthy right now? The space tree might. The other dwarves started walking in. They looked bewildered. Is this really the space tree? Nah, impossible. They whispered among themselves, gathering around. Is the furnace really burning again? Haruto patted his chest. This is the space tree seed nurtured inside my body. The space tree isn't extinct yet. Wiko froze, then asked in shock. But Creo gave it to Miso. Don't tell me that guy died. Haruto stayed silent. Sarah quickly interjected. Miso plotted to bring the Dark Elves to Earth. We just counterattacked. Haruto finally spoke up. You're right. I took this from Miso using my cursed skill. Wiko sighed, looking at the anvil nearby. So you came here to upgrade that curse. Fine, I'll forge the rune for you. Haruto smiled. Thanks. He secretly rejoiced. All right. Now I just need to touch a space. Wiko looked at the others and continued. But I can only make enough for the people here. If Michael gets his hands on it, we're done for. Ares Hill ran up to Wiko Chief. Can you craft a space key? Wiko froze when he saw her. That cloak, I made that myself for Nishihara Tomoka's daughter. He nodded immediately. Of course I can, but I need black steel. He gave Ares Hill a meaningful look that can only be found in the Iron Dragon's territory. But it's hard to get because it's inside a multi-dimensional dungeon. Haruto thought to himself. A multi-dimensional dungeon is that where Guildmaster Shirasaki's brother went missing, but his train of thought was cut short by a violent tremor. Someone ran up to report to Wiko Chief bad news. The space tree is being corrupted, Mutt? Wiko buried his face in his hands helplessly. No, it's really over, Haruto hurriedly asked. What do you mean? His voice laced with exhaustion. If Gramarye successfully absorbs and converts the space tree's core, there's no way we can stop it. Inside the space tree, a myriad of voices echoed. Our goal in this dimension will soon be complete. The core inside pulsed with every voice. Giselle, I'm sorry my power has reached its limit. I can't protect you anymore. But I have a feeling you will survive a very strong feeling, so please don't give up hope. Giselle stared blankly into the void. I can feel Father's aura. Is he coming here? He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as a voice rang out. Looks like a stray pest wandered in. But Giselle, don't get your hopes up. This dimension belongs to me now. The dark aura enveloped the sacred tree Eraso more and more. The space looked like it was dyed blood red. The spirits standing around were gradually being affected by that dark aura. Before they could even react, they were slammed by a giant object and crushed against the tree trunk. The voice continued to echo in Giselle's head. After I successfully transform, I will make you invincible. Masato looked up at the rock crashing down on the defensive barrier. The ground was shaking violently. Creo suddenly screamed. We don't have time to stand around. Masato looked at him confused. Is something wrong? Why do you look so panicked? He looked around, clicking his tongue in annoyance. There must be another dimension here. Creo had calmed down a bit. That giant object, it's becoming a multi-dimensional dungeon. Even so, he couldn't hide his fear. It's created when the Dark Elf King, a non-corporeal being like Greymori, possesses a creature within the space tree of each dimension. Sonoda Sataro, Takuya Gao, and Masato all shouted in unison. Say what? Curio continued speaking in a low, grave tone. At the same time, the life force stored in the space tree will mutate into monsters and S-rank beasts. Shinoda Satoru stepped forward. Stunned. Hold up, you mean those? Giant bosses we know about Curio nodded bingo. Masato immediately realized how bad this situation was. If this keeps up, not just your kid, but all of us are going to turn into dungeon monsters. Shinoda Satoru's face went ghost white. You knew damn well about this, and still let us hear. Masato was stressed to the max, a million thoughts racing through his head. We have the space tree core we need to bail now. But Kyle's kid. In that moment, he remembered his brother's words. You have to get out of here at least so I can die in peace. Curio's face was filled with sorrow. He whispered, I just wanted to save the boy. I'm sorry, you two should turn back now. Masato said nothing, just drew a short sword and gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. He shattered the defensive layer, slashing right through the incoming dark miasma. Sounds doable, huh? Curio was floored by his sudden move. Masato blocked the rushing dark energy with his hand. Suddenly, a Mukai appeared in midair, screeching as the darkness cloaked it. But Masato acted instantly, slicing it in half with his sword. Curio was still in shock, frantically looking around. When did these monsters get here? Masato gripped his sword tight. Who the hell do you think I am? Perfect timing to wreck that Grimoire while I'm at it. The Mukai monsters rushed in, attacking in a pack. There were at least 4 of them charging. Satoru reluctantly drew his sword. We're going to be cooked before we can do anything. I'm so sick of this mob. Above him, an insect-type spirit was diving straight down. Satoru flinched, unable to react in time, but Masato instantly threw up a barrier. The spirit was blocked. Shinoda Satoru seized the chance and slashed it. He looked at the destroyed spirit and sighed in relief. Lucky this barrier works on spirits too. Takuya and Gao turned and screamed at him, but it's useless against the monsters. He held back a Mukai's maw while yelling, quit freaking out. Masato slowly ran his hand along his blade, channeling all his mana. Just do something. Then he pointed his sword at the ground, ignoring the dark current flying towards him. Magical lightning arcs exploded around him, striking directly into the Mukai. They screamed in agony, but the lightning didn't stop. It only got stronger. Satoru couldn't stop admiring Guildmaster Shirasaki's AoE attack. is actually peak. One hit wiped out so many of them. Curio saw the situation calm down and quickly spoke up. But killing all these monsters is pointless. The reason the dungeon is corrupted. He pointed at the flying spirits. It's them. The monsters are being controlled by them and can infinitely duplicate. Masato was waiting for this. He roared, "Then let's wreck them too." The spirits saw the lightning coming and quickly scattered to dodge. Masato was stunned. "Wait, hold up. Did they just scatter?" Gao frowned. "We need a one-shot wipe." Satoru suddenly realized something from that last attack, and he shouted out loud. Masato looked at Satoru, who was fumbling around, and asked, "What the hell are you doing?" He replied, "I just remembered Big Bro Haruto gave me a whole bunch of these." What, hearing Haruto's name? Masato jumped, asking curiously. Just then, Satoru threw out dozens of balls and yelled, "Go my minions." The fist-sized balls hit the ground and transformed into stone golems crawling rapidly forward. When the golems locked onto their targets, they launched themselves into the air. They latched onto the spirits. The spirits tried to shake them off but failed. The spirits screamed in annoyance but were dragged down by the golems and slammed into the ground. Satoru shouted, fully hyped. Guildmaster Shirasaki used Mystic Thunder. Quick, Masato was flabbergasted. "Is this strat even legal?" Satoru grinned triumphantly. "Big Bro Haruto taught me this trick." Masato nodded, raised his sword in front of his face, and let out a roar. Lightning bolts from the sky slammed into the earth, making the ground tremble. The lightning locked onto the golems and the spirits. The spirits cried out in pain, and then the others got hit, too paralyzed and unable to move. The lightning faded, and the spirits were completely destroyed, leaving only the stone golem standing tall. Satoru walked over and patted a golem on the head. "Good job." But right after the golem dissolved into nothingness, looks like without a holy sword. Cleaning them up won't work. Masato looked at Satoru and thought, that Sano guy really knows how to train his guild members. On the other side, Gao was fighting with all he had against the massive Mukai. After destroying them all, he shouted excitedly, "Monsters on this side are cleared out." Curio wasn't about to be outdone using ancient runes to bind the Mukai. He shouted, "My side is done too." Just then a weak voice echoed in his head. "Father, please come back." Curio frantically looked around, yelling, "Giselle, where are you?" He couldn't wait any longer and bolted like the wind. "I just heard the kid's voice must be somewhere close." Gao shook his head. "Shouldn't we head back?" Masato turned and walked away, saying, "Do whatever you want." I want to tag along with them. Next thing I knew, Satoru took off after him too. I had a gut feeling that leaving now was bad news. Now Gao's the only one standing there solo. He stayed silent, watching their backs as they left. The conversation between him and Takashi played back in his head. Takashi said, "I put pressure on that Sano kid just like you asked me to. But you gotta go, Gao." He set the tablet down on the table. "We gathered all this info. And you want to quit now?" Takashi sighed. "We can just find other hunters to help." Gao cut him off instantly. Doing that would wreck the Midas Group's rep. He looked at Takashi with a steely gaze. "Do you seriously want everyone to find out that I've got heart disease, cause of mana addiction?" Takashi pushed up his glasses, voice low, "But this is way too dangerous. We've still got a year left. We can find another way." Gao suddenly slammed his hand on the desk. "A year? You mean we've got only 1 year left?" He stood up, sounding annoyed. "If there's no rune piece in the Elven dimension, then I'll raid every other dimension out there." Takashi gave Gao a cold look as he walked away. "I'm not a hunter, and anyone can run the company, big brother." Gao shouted, "Shut up." Before leaving, he turned back and said, "I built Midas. I'm going to be the one to protect it till the bitter end." Snap back to reality, Gao dashed after the others. "If I keep overthinking like this, I'm going to be the first one to get clapped." Meanwhile, over in England, magic circles morphed into a cube, sealing something inside. The people standing around watched nervously. "We did it, barrier complete. Don't celebrate yet, that thing only blocks dark aura. If a monster physically comes through, we're cooked." Right as he said that, the ground beneath them started shaking violently. A massive tree branch burst up from underground. The ground cracked into huge chunks because of it. People nearby started screaming. "Its physical form is here. Call the physical type hunters. Now, Roger." Then more and more branches started popping up from the ground. Dark energy covered the whole space. It rushed to attack the cube from all sides. The branches just kept growing nonstop. After spamming attacks without a break, a branch finally pierced through the seal. The others started wrecking the cube and breaking out too. The cube practically shattered. Once they broke free, the branches attacked in every direction, smashing everything in their way. The people nearby were terrified. "Damn it, it's too huge. Our attacks aren't doing squat." Even though they tried their hardest to fight back, they couldn't stop this massive power. Screams and cries for help rang out everywhere, followed by explosions as the ground got pounded. Atli watched from above and spoke up. "Prime Minister, please call an emergency meeting immediately." May replied coldly. "Is it really that urgent?" Atli didn't turn to look at her, just said, "That thing is regaining its physical form. Way faster than we predicted." He frowned, face dead, serious. "Looks like the Dark Elf. Gremory has taken control of the dimensional tree. We tried to stop it, but it's too late." His next words terrified May. At this rate, the calamity from that year could happen again. If that happens, the UK and Japan are going to take a massive hit. We need to call for backup from ally nations before Japan does. Right then, in Masato's underground warehouse, the sound of blades swinging and cutting echoed nonstop. It was Nana's. She was going crazy, slicing up the attacking branches. Fuga yelled out, "We've got a problem." Nanis ran to his side. "Seems like that thing restored its original form." Fuga tried to work the screen, saying, "These branches are blocking us from closing the spatial gate." Nanis stepped forward coldly, gritting her teeth. "Hellfire, let me light this place up and see what happens." Meanwhile, at the elf village, Lisetta said with surprise, "I didn't expect us to get here so easily." Haruto walked through the gate, saying calmly, "To do this, you need a barrier. That has the new spatial coordinates." "Oh, I see." He suddenly opened his eyes wide. "I also set one up in the dwarf village. So from now on, we can easily travel between both sides." That's when they noticed how wrecked the place was. Dead bodies were scattered everywhere. Haruto froze. He frowned, his face going pitch black. She looked around to check the situation. Haruto noticed giant holes in the floor and realized immediately. A bad feeling surged up. Haruto gritted his teeth. "Michael,